bottom of the river. The devil has come to carry me home. Lay me at the bottom of the river.
Oh, Spirit, man. This team on Dust 2 is something else.
Take this hand, save me from the gallows. Shed this news, bear my dough. Lay me in
No one jacking side of the head into the eardrum. He's handing out full ear piercings. 3 from GXX, a 4th on the agenda. Vinny in retreat, and he will go down as well. 20-4. I will reiterate, GXX.
Oh my Lord, take this soul. Lay me at the bottom of the river. The devil has come to carry me home. Lay me at the bottom.
Flame with a double, and now just Joker left to be up through the toilet. Flame's gonna find him, and it's flushed away on that one.
Jane now looking to go 1v2. Jame! And Jame comes up clutch for the outsiders.
Beautiful for Shalfie. Can he do it? Yes, 3, 4, and he's almost on for the ace.
When the devil calls.
When the devil comes to town, he will appear dressed in black. He shall arise upon white horses, fallen angels on their back. Don't bother with forgiveness, your salvation can be found. He will strike upon the righteous and shall burn the heavens down.
When the devil calls. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down these bloody rails. When the devil, when the devil, when the devil,
So I shall stand before the altar.
19 gonna try to swing it right back. Oh, the Mac 10 comes up short, and Shoxy 2 kills from the corner. Nav comes in with the close. Nitro, Cherry on top, and Team Liquid will pick up their map pick.
A bloody justice of revenge before I'm through.
They pulled off a clean 0-2 where they just pretty much had control.
when the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell.
That was a masterclass coming out from the side of G2.
Hell's coming.
30 HP left on Snappy. But Snappy stands tall and delivers with a 4K and take a 7-1 lead. The well-placed flash forces the tease away.
Hell's coming down these bloody rails.
Ah, yes. Well, it's day 3 here at the PGL Major in Antwerp, and we've already said goodbye to some teams, Hugo, right? We've already had some journeys reach their natural conclusion. 9Z and Renegades both falling short yesterday, down 0-3. You know, kind of a sad one to start saying goodbye to teams already, but that's the way she goes, right? You got to aim for the top or else you ain't going anywhere here. And yeah, man, I mean, you know, for anyone who had them in their pick'ems, it's probably been a good time. For anyone who had IHC, they've been kind of surprised, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean, I think if you picked IHC for your 03, didn't watch CRMR, they are looking pretty good. More of that later. Let's take a look at what we got going on for the whole day. We've got standings here. Obviously down 03, as you say, 9Z, Renegades, but up 3-0, Harry. We already have teams making it to that Legends stage in the French rosters, or at least some form of them. Vitality and G2 going through. Things are pretty good. Ent certainly had a chance yesterday. They took G2 all the way, but weren't quite able to close it out. They'll, of course, have another go at it today. But yeah, anything standing out to you in the standings here?
Yeah, you know, a couple of things. I think Team Liquid being a big one, down at 1 and 2, right? Staring elimination dead in the face. Complexity in a very similar spot. I mean, that's a game coming down the pipeline later. Also, I love the fact that Bad News Eagles are up there 2-1 right now. Yes. You know, I think they've been a real kind of fan favorite story to get behind here at the Major. And so I think a lot of people would like to see them in at the Legend stage. Something else I do want to say as well is obviously we had that Fours game just the other day. They weren't able to long it out versus Vitality. It was very, very close. Zonic even came out after and said that he feels like both teams deserve to win that. He said that he thinks Fours could have just as easily secured the Legend status with how well they were playing. And something that I think is very interesting is that G2 were actually able to beat out Ents, which is no easy feat with how they've looked lately. So reassuring for G2 fans. Let's move into the schedule for today though, right? Over on the A stream, there's some bangers going down. There's some really nice games over there. I think that Fours Outsiders one is probably the one I'm most excited for. I think that is going to be that's going to be awesome. But even followed up by Ents Bad News Eagles. Of course, over on the A stream, you're looking at all the guys trying to get to Legends, right? Winners of those will be moving on to the next stage of the Major. Over here on the B stream, entirely different ball game, as it's elimination you're trying to dodge right now. Hugo, which of these stands out the most? I'm going to give you one answer here. Go.
Yeah, well, one answer. I mean, I've got that answer for you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Give me one answer. I said it the wrong way.
It's the dichotomy between these regional matchups, right? You talk Fours Outsiders going through the CIS teams. For me, it's Cole, Liquid. I mean, this is shocking. I was sitting with a couple of NA boys at breakfast in Connor and Londres. They were coping to me about these guys, obviously.
Don't worry, they'll both make it to the Major.
The quote used, yeah, they'll both, well, only one of them can, and even then, there's no guarantee. Well, you know, at least I was being told about Cloud9's Major Run, how they started 0-2 in the Swiss system, and they turned that all around, even beating Astralis in the process. I mean, that's maybe some cope. There's a chance, of course, there's still one more matchup after that. Winner of that goes to a 2-2 game, and they get to play for the chance. But it's kind of sad, right? Letting an NA team go, but not just that, the lack of guarantee that the other roster can even make it. I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm a little worried for both teams, even in their third matchup. Who knows who they're going to play? We're going to have to see how everything shapes up today, as we really are getting to crunch time here, Harry, in day 3 of the Major.
Yeah, so, you know, our first game, our first kind of elimination look-in is going to be this Imperial IHC game. Let's start by walking you through this Imperial squad. If you needed any introductions, that is. I don't think you do. You know, I've really actually enjoyed watching this team. Yeah. I think out of all of, like, Fallen's projects of trying to get the band back together, this one has had like the most potential. There's a lot of good parts to this, right? Fur, in my opinion, Fur and Bolt steal a lot of the limelight, right? These two, especially if you run into them on Inferno, if you're unfortunate enough to end up there.
Don't go B.
Bro, they are like incredible on that map. They've been putting up just some surreal numbers throughout the Major so far. You've also got Vinny in this team, right? From Furia fame, kind of leaving just before Furia got their second wind. And you know, I think for Vinny, honestly, I want to see a little bit more. I don't think we've quite seen like vintage Vinny yet in this team. He's obviously had to adapt a little bit, had to switch it up. It feels like a lot of room's been given to guys like Fur, but you know, that's something that you can imagine Fallen, Vinny, the boys, they're all kind of working on within this team, is figuring out how to get him even back, I would say, to like 80% of his form in Furia would be enough.
Yeah, the most exciting part about this Imperial team is, you know, we always talked about this roster as, oh, it's a content team, or There's no guarantee we're going to be making runs here, but you know, they've come through. The RMR really clean results, only falling to MIBR and 9Z, and they even beat Liquid just the other day on Inferno as well in a BO1. On the flip side, we've got the Asian Persuasion, we've got the Mongolians in IHC, and these guys have been a joy to watch them. Seriously snappy aimers. If it's your first time checking out this team, definitely keep your eyes on the guy on your screen right now, Techno 4K. That guy is very young, youngest player at the major right now at 16 years old. He's got some snappy aim. There's a few players to look out for on this roster, and they've, you know, it's only a 1-2 game. They've only fielded 1 win, but they've put up competitive games. They took complexity to distance in 29 rounds, and they want to try and lock in a second map.
Yeah, you know, I said that like Bad News Eagles were one of like the fan favorite almost storylines that's developed throughout this. I think a lot of people have actually really enjoyed having IHC here. Definitely. Like, even when I put out that tweet, they kind of like flamed people who put them 0-3. Loads of IHC 0-3 pickers replied, and they said, yeah, no, I mean, it's ruined my pick'ems, but I'm just glad they got a map. I'm like, wow.
Well, now you don't have that guarantee. Now you kind of want to watch them succeed, right? Because we always talk about how it's always been Tylo and Renegades coming through these minors or these RMRs, going to the major and kind of bombing out, not doing much. Renegades have had great success at the past, and majors gone by. I'm talking real past, but Tylo never really did, right? They were always kind of out first or one of the bottom teams, maybe 1 win. I actually do look like one of these Asian rosters that, you know, while they are very young in terms of experience in the EU region, like they play a very good style, and they have very snappy aimers, and they don't have that caveat of, oh, Tylo, we know the comms issues, oh, they can't talk to each other, all of this problem. No, you've got a full Mongolian team, and they're putting up, you know, real fights in these BO1s.
Yeah, I read, I think it was an interview with Cabal from the other day, and he had a bunch of really like just great little zingers, great little lines in there, you know, a couple of hot takes.
Any about NA?
You know, he said complexity feel like an Asian team when they play against them, and that is not a good thing, you know, I'd just be throwing out there. I think what he's really talking about there, though, is how their exposure to European Counter-Strike is only going to help this team improve, how they make a lot of silly mistakes. We got the veto up on our screen right now. Mirage into Overpass with an Inferno third map decider. Now, I'm not going to lie, if I actually did want to win this, for my money, they've got to do it in 2. I don't think there's a route to win this in a 3-map series. I genuinely think Imperial are an excellent Inferno team. It's a map that when they play it, they look like just the best form you can get out of this squad when they're on that map. So I think if this goes the distance, I do get worried for IHG's prospects here at the major.
You know, we talked about how Liquid had been disappointing. I still hold some faith that maybe they can reverse sweep and still come through and look good depending on matchups. But they took on Imperial and Inferno, and they regretted that one, Harry. They got kind of bodied. It was like 16-10, but they got both pistols. It wasn't as close as the scoreline put up. The B holders you kind of were alluding to earlier with Thur and Bolts was incredible. Fallen back on the big green. There were a lot of things to enjoy there. I want to hear your thoughts on this, though. The GGBet odds very much favoring Imperial in this game. I'm kind of the opinion that this is maybe a little bit closer. The map pool certainly favors Imperial, but I think there's maybe a way in for IHG. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think as a certain degree, you know, this is a team that's maybe like a little bit fired up now. One of the things that I also read in that interview was how, you know, they were saying like, guys, you don't just want to go here and like lose every series. They didn't want to go 0-3. They wanted to at least win 1. And I think now with that Renegades victory under their belt, they're going to be a little bit spurred on. They're going to be a little bit fired up, right? And on top of that, you know, Imperial, while they certainly are good, and when they mesh together, it looks incredible. There are just some games where, you know, if you're not getting 30 out of Fur, if you're not getting Bolts on 28 kills, it can get awkward identifying who that third man is to step up and fill the void, right? A lot of us thought it would be Vinny, but he hasn't really risen to that occasion yet. So let's wait and see, right? IHC with a T-side start. We're right into this one. Blitz with the opener. This guy had a phenomenal game versus Renegades. So damn good. 3% headshot percentage as well. I don't know how he managed that.
Yeah,
but
and like 26 kills.
I think he got 1. 1 headshot in all of it.
Oh, Fur has found the gap, though. I mean, yeah, Blitz knew there was a second player pushed up on the ramp. He gave it away. He let him come in on this flank, but that's getting enough for the B stack now with all of this real estate, all of this information. Very ballsy call by Fur to even commit with this, and it might be setting his team up for the round. Techno's too far away. It's only a 4-man hit, and there's already 3 CTs here, plus the flank. Vinny firing off, does miss some shots. Bomb is committed, drops in the ground, score with a double. straps his shoes on and goes for a bit of a run in this round. It's going to be all on Fur right now. FNX still picks Cabal out of B, and there's the backstab. Perfect timing. They've got to wait for this late flank from Techno. Scores being peppered away at the back of bench. Techno's trying to help out. It's flanks on flanks yet again, and Fur is just destroying on this B bomb site. Techno, what have you got?
Oh, this is so uncomfortable. He's trapped in a corner. They've got him pincered. He's got to go pick one of these fights. He's got to try and win them. Going to go looking for FNX. But he will nail the shot. And so Imperial going to kickstart this by turning around that pistol. That's a 2-on-4 out of Fur and FNX to make that happen. Got to say that with FNX hitting the ground running early on, I think we could be in for a bit of a treat here out of Imperial.
Yeah.
I know it's only one round in, right? But these were some pretty clean shots over here in the pistol. They did just turn around a round that they had no business winning.
Yeah, and what's cool as well is Imperial are favourites, right? And I think that's honestly kind of rare, you know, in a major for this team to be coming in right now in 2022 and be favourites in some of these games. So I think that's going to give them a lot of freedom. I mean, we saw what Fur just got up to with that big flank. He's feeling it, and he wants to fight mid with some flashbangs. Famas is there, a lot of rifles. Just trashing IHC here. It's only a couple of upgraded pistols, so nice Deegs out of score, but surely no more.
Oh, yeah, Fallen. Gonna get it back under control. I was really worried that Fur was gonna be the next guy to swing.
Ooh.
Oh, hang on a moment. Blitz
All right.
with the Deagle. Brings it back to a 1v2. He's got the bomb as well, so a real chance to make something of this one, right? Even if you get a bit of money out of it, you'll take that all day long. Fur is like super low, and amidst all of this.
Does he read it though? Does he just stick insta default, or is he scared of a CT swing? Because both players are still in middle, waiting for a recommit that's not coming. Blitz is trying to hide noise cues by going down the ladder. And at this point, he's giving more time for Fur to get set up, moving towards CT. If Blitz wants to plant, he has to do it right now. And he's lost that window, unfortunately. He's going to try and hunt this kill. Oh, did he get spotted from short? I think he did, but it doesn't matter. Hits the headshot. Health doesn't play a factor for Fur, and Fallen on 50 has to come through connector. Blitz, he's moved off the plant, and he's hiding in the back box.
Dude, he didn't get many headshots yesterday, but boy, is he making up for it now. Blitz, 2-1 Deegs to his name, and he wants to make it a third.
Oh, my.
Legendary IGL Fallen creeping up around the triple box, looking for him, but has no idea where Blitz has gotten to. And with the bomb plant in CT, with Fur dead in CT, will he expect this? He's so convinced that he's wrapped him and he's read it wrong. Fallen's just got to go for the bomb now. A tap on it, and it won't bait the swing out of Blitz. With no kit on Fallen's back, this is a done deal. Blitz has won it with the Eagles.
Wow.
And even though Fallen will find him, it's still an IHC round for Imperial there. The bloodlust in top mid, the urge to fight those Deegs really comes back to hurt them. And that is an early problem in the road that they've now got to try and overcome.
Yeah, maybe overconfidence perhaps. Like this from Bolts doesn't feel consequential when it happens, but suddenly IHC, they bleed everything they can from that round. Not even Kevlar, right? Just Deegs out in that second round and they get it done. Sickening way to steal the force. And again, not even really a force. Imperial now put back on pistols themselves. They boost up Vinny in middle, but it's a full A assault. Contact to start. They've already walked out ramps as the smokes come laying in. Fallen hiding behind triple with a couple of flashbangs. He can make a play. They've seen him. They spam him. Great clear for Techno. And IHC with full control of the site can plant as open as they want. Careful 9. Spamming Vinny through that smoke, putting the one rifle low. Might just force a save for Imperial. They're rerouting CT right now, but winning this round is not going to be easy.
That's a beautiful flash. Luckily enough, Fur was playing anti the whole time. Do you want to go for this one? Probably not, man. You might have the kit on Vinny, you might have a bit of util, but I don't think it's worth it. I think it would do more harm than good. If you can get out with all these guns, that would be lovely. However, Cabal wants to put a stop to it. Oh, mate, look at them. They're all just grouped. They're all stuck here. Having to try run past the AK in Murder Hole, and they will make it past, only losing one man in the process. All in all, this is a nice save out of Imperial, right? Like, you've got another chance to have a go with these guns. You've got the AK, you've got the FAMAS, you've got a kit in play on Vinny. All in all, like, there's still a chance you can do something in this round, right?
But even so, what a turnaround for IHC in their map pick to start this strong, given the 4-on-2 fall and the pistol. Big fan of this. Full AKs, just wanted to keep this anti-eco as clean as can be. And Imperial, they start 3 on A, stacking up on the bomb site. Mid-take. And this time Imperial won't be throwing all of their players into middle to start. Fallen's trying to spot for information. He has nothing but a USP. And actually full contact right now. Imperial don't know, but this is about to be an A split. They've at least got the right lean. That smoking con only scares you if you're an A player, thinking I actually maybe go up the catwalk. Vinny's trying to hold on to B solo right now, but FNX has had to rotate. As a result, they have so little info on mid and catwalk. This is a nice fake out for IHC. It should end A. Score's got to go back for that bomb eventually in T-spawn. But right now, it's a nice slow default, right? One of the things people have said about IHC is they play like a European team as far as an Asian team go. Like, they have more of a European style. These slow downs in mid-rounds with really nice positioning is only going to feed you kills. It's perfect at the moment. The kills just keep coming to them. 2 entries, there's a third. And Imperial, as their players fall, they get more and more pressure. Nice nade from FNX somehow kills Techno deep in Palace, but it's not going to change the outcome of the round. I just like how, you know, it's just not panicky for IHC. If that's Ty Lu in that position, they're like, oh my god, we're at con. Oh, we can run, we can take space, we can go. But IHC just let that round come to them.
Yeah, Dan King would have already wide swung ramp with the orb.
Yeah. How's it got an orb? It's round 4.
No armor, of course, to facilitate it. Vinny, this might be unfortunate.
Oh,
never mind.
Vinny heard it. But yeah, saving the FAMAS, better than nothing. Got the kit. Blitz checking the bomb, just little making sure it's safe. Nice dig work out of FNX. Oh, got to clear my throat, it's early.
Couldn't get the X out.
It's the hardest one, man. But here's the buy round for Imperial, right? We've been waiting to see what they can do with the rifles. No AWP yet for Fallen. And somewhat of that off the back of getting forced in the second. Another mid-take. Window smokes in. Imperial can't do much about it.
Oh, hello, Fallen. All right, lad. Running through the con smoke.
Oh.
We'll get spammed down low. He tried to get stuck in early. That nade went out on time. Maybe could have done something. I do think Fallen was far enough away anyway. FNX still waiting over here towards B. Has support from Vinny on the short side, and he might need it because Cabal is here. Looking to get this opener, looking to crack open a bit of a B play maybe. Now with everyone else so far away, I imagine this is more of a ruse. Re-smoking the window, 1 minute. Now they look to walk out lower, extending this mid-control further, grouping for this A split right now.
And again, Imperial just don't really know what's going on. They don't have that information. First trying to grab it in window as they set up utility as a re-smoke coming in from lower. They've got the lineups. And they're just in the dark. Fallen's tucked in. I like this. Very, very low. So just trying to play for the Palace swing. With a CT player to bait. Unlikely he'll get cleared here. Nice. Oh my god. Eviscerates Vinny. He was barely turned. That's sick. 20 seconds though. They've got to go.
Yeah, but it starts to get weird now, right? With that B kill. Actually, FNX is still moving over. Is still moving in towards this A bomb site. So right now, Imperial have got the read. They've all swarmed it. And IHC are going nowhere quickly. With the bomb cut loose, this is a done deal. There's no winning this for IHC. There's no champions in this round. They're cut down. And so Imperial respond to that one well. The rotation coming in just as the clock demanded it, just as that hit was moving out from IHC in towards that A bomb site. And I thought, you know, that kill onto Vinny might have kind of dedicated the B player in, dug him in even further.
Yeah. maybe Fallen heard steps in Palace, right? Like he wins the round from his ramp position, dropping the bomb, trying to cross. There was nowhere open to plant. IHC had no space, right? They lost their player in middle after 9 gets traded. They didn't win that jungle fight, and there were 2 CTs in spawn, so there was literally nowhere to plant in the entire round on the A site without Imperial being able to stop it. Very low time. Now B rush, they don't want to wait around, they don't want to waste seconds. Score gets an entry, but he's got to run past into the AWP and picked out of the sky. That gives Fallen the room to get involved. Again, looking for more. Vinny stops that bomb, and Fallen throws himself into the round with 3 kills. Get him on the big green, and he delivers a round for Imperial on the B site. We love to see it. IHC immediately back to the drawing board. A reality check as their money drips dry. We like Fallen looking this good to start the day.
Oh, 100%, man. And I think he's very much someone where, you know, like the kind of individual performance very much reflects in, you know, him just like having a good read over what his opponents are doing, right? That round there, 1 step ahead, was already over at B early. Also perfectly calmed the A rotation in the round prior. Yeah, Fallen's looking very dialed in right now, so it's going to be a tall task for IHC.
Oh dear. He's about to drop a nade out under. That could be big damage. Oh, dinged. Blitz, yeah, finds the angle for... Couldn't get that nade out in time, so not even the free damage and response. Bolts, oh, getting wallbanged. Nothing safe. Good grenade, though. He's going to combo it for 2. There's a 3rd for Bolts. And it's nice and easy on the anti-E-key. It's only 9 left up, and Bolts makes it his. 4 kills in the connector and 4 rounds for Imperial. That 1 rifle scrimming out of A got dropped as well, so it's going to have to come down to the buy round and score. I mean, he bought an AK armor and an eco because he had more money, but without a kill, without a bomb plant, he now can't even get that same investment again. He's got to Galil it or something of the sort. Mac 10 instead. Maybe Scream's a faster approach, but that B rush last time did not work. Great util just to get Fallen off the angle, but he's so stubborn. He goes back. Fallen's completely cleared mid.
Yeah, as a result, you know, they don't have to waste Vinny holding this dead angle. He's going to start to make his way over, but smoked off on the short side. FNX, the 1 man inside of the site, needs to hold the line.
Oh.
9 and Blitz will deal with him. Fallen runs through the short smoke, not respecting it, up in the face of 9, and he's now gone. And Imperial, I love how they respond to that B play. I think a lot of squads there would have been quite respectful once they actually get into the site, once they get that double and you're in the 3-on-3. But not Imperial, man. They run through those smokes. They start exerting that pressure on the site again. And IHC just weren't ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice call for IHC, given the situation, right? Like, they kept falling off the angle twice in middle. Blitz throws 2 flashbangs, both of them full blind Fallen. And the second that expires, he still pushes top mid with the AWP, gets all this info, sets up his B teammates to just be ready for that rush, and then he's instantly rotating up catwalk. I mean, very stubborn, very brutal, and very confident are Imperial. That's the one thing we've seen all throughout this game from round 1. These guys have been happy to push and try and disrupt the defaults for IHC. So, yeah, really nice rounds out of Imperial right now. IHC are getting quite tested on the T side of Mirage. Back-to-back B rushes in gun rounds, not working wonderfully. They need to show us a little more depth on this T side. Got the mid hold. You know the pistols are terrifying. We've already seen that. Fur will give it up. Give a little bit of a respect on the anti-eco. Trying to get out B, but he got stuck. And you don't get 2 chances against FNX. Another little peek out Palace spotted by... Oh! That's sick. These Deagles, man. Don't underestimate them.
Yeah, bro. IHC is so snappy with them. Oh, 9 can't quite win his, not quite as pretty as what Techno got away with. And Bolts is looking to deal with the mid-crunch. Vinny's dead as well. No. The Deagles, once more, trying to be tried and tested, true to IHC. Nade for Fallen. Not going going to do any damage. Techno just tucks himself in. Bomb plant now coming through. IHC, they're going to get that bomb down. The molly off the mark allows that plant to come in. The Deagles looking to do it again for IHC. It's only Fallen left now. He's given us a wonderful performance to open up Mirage, but a 1v2 like this with the bomb open, with a man down in con, it's a rough spot to be in. They've seen him now swing out from Tetris. Fallen, what are you going to do here, bud? Running out of time. Deagle goes swinging, has dealt with the first man. Just Score left to try and beat. He's on the bomb. He's scoped up. Oh my God, Score's not peeking. And Fallen with the defuse, gonna lock it in, might go down, but the round is won, and Fallen delivers in the clutch.
Fantastic work for Fallen. Of course, the experience comes through. He doesn't play around with the fakery. He knows hitting that headshot with the AWP is very hard in con, and he just gambles to stick. Also, a mistake for IHC. You see it there in the 2-on-1. Fallen has no info on Techno, but as Score on the first tap sees Fallen gets off the bomb, Techno peeks, he gives away his position. If he kills Fallen, it's one thing, but he gives the info, and then he gets cleared, and then Fallen wins the round. If Techno never faces there, Fallen doesn't know where that second man is. He won't have the time. He has no smoke for the bomb, and so it's those little mistakes, those little problems that you don't feel like are actual problems in the moment, but you lose the round off the back of them. That's the things that IHC lack.
Yeah, it's almost like that kind of, you know, classic inexperience like look where you either play way too safe in moments where you should maybe be peeking, or you try to like ride the momentum of already having landed one incredible deeg, wanting to add insult to injury, right, and swing out and get this sick moment to deal with this legend of Fallen, but not to be. Close round out of IHC, and now Cabal. Big timing for him here, ran all the way up the short side, and they've got no idea. They push mid, they think it's clear. So this is a freebie. Fur has no clue as to how he's just died from a man in ladder. Bolts will respond, however, and so quickly that timing that Cabal had found, now null and void, as him and, Score and Techno are left up in this 2-on-4. Apartments is held right now by Score, so maybe that's the route back into this one. Fallen's locking down the B site though, mate, and with the kind of game he's having right now, not in the mood to miss.
Oh, he won't miss this. It's how he started his 3K round on the B site last time, this angle. Easy does it. Oh, scoped out, misses that first shot, dropping in now. Fallen knows there's another man still to cross, and he wants to try and stop that bomb from making it in, and easy done as Vinny stops Score on the site. At the same time, it's going to be Imperial building big on the CT side of this map. It's a really nice start for them. You know, in the meantime, while Cabal got all that room in ladder, Bolts even just bursted the AWP down on ramp here. No problem. It would have been nice to see IHC give a bit of room for Cabal, because he obviously had timing, but he had to wait that window smoke out to find Fur. Half his team were dead before he could even get a fight off. 5 in a row now for Imperial, and back to flat rifles for IHC.
Good mollies to waste this util over in middle. It means they know there's a man over here behind top boxes as well. Oh, that's less than ideal. Wow. Not often that the AK bests the A1S in head-to-heads on smoke spams. And Vinny's smoke is a non-factor in this one. It's gone a little deep. Fallen's had to come rotating over with that AWP, and IHC have kind of lent back into middle, right? Not committed to the B play. Fur tried to get that info, and all he knows about is one man in middle who's just wrecked him, ruined his day. 5-on-3 for IHC. They need to convert this one, right? They've had these man advantages, namely with pistols in the past. This time they've got 4 rifles and a chance to break this streak that Imperial are on.
Fallen, he was on the angle, but he wants to reinforce that A site. In doing so, will eventually have to leave this gap open in the window room. Right now, with Bolts having no contact, Fallen can choose to hold Palace or go back and hold the spawn, but he's already seen Techno at Gram, and he re-peeks. Right now, the util is lacking in this T side, and so Imperial are getting all the open fights they want. That's a one-way by Bolts. He can climb up on top of this smoke and fight from the ticket. Scores managed to find Vinny off B, but it isn't a commit, and Bolts is causing problems. 15 seconds, Bolts may die. Fallen, one shot, could have done it, but he only hits the leg, pistol out, fighting for the top of stairs, and Score goes above and beyond with 3 kills. This time they mean something. This time they mean a round for IHC. Good save. Bolts really gave it his all there. If Fallen hits that shot, I think Imperial will win the round, but he only legged his opponent, and he wanted to try and finish the job.
Dude, I gotta say though, right? I want to just kind of lend some credit to Fallen here. It feels like right as the situations demanded him to step up and show this, you know, years of experience, all this tenure. It feels like we're getting a really clean game out of the guy. It's like that round there was very, very similar to the last B play where he's homed in on not just getting the kills, but trying to get the kill that wins you the round, right? Last time we saw IHC do that B hit, he waited purposefully because he knew the first guy cross didn't have the bomb. He was all just playing to deny that bomb plant. I don't know, man. He just seems very dialed in right now, and I think we're going to get a very good day out of Fallen here. Nice to see Score looking so good, right? He's someone who's very mechanically gifted, but sometimes has these games where he can just like fall off a little bit. I think we saw that on Nuke the other day.
Against Cole.
Yeah.
And we know Blitz is a big fragger as well, so I'm still waiting to see him activate, wake up. Techno having a bit of a slow day so far, but there's plenty more time. However, with elimination on the line, sooner the better. Ooh, Fallen. If they flash him, could be found by Cabal, but that's a good smoke. Maybe a bit deep. Cabal peeks in front of it. Fallen misses his shot. And what a transfer for Cabal. 2 kills, and the cat split is in. Even if he doesn't get that double, there's already players up short ready to go. Knife out, but a missed shot from Vinny, and he might just have to bound out and save. There is simply no money. Exits mean everything here to IHC. If they can chase these kills, they can really ruffle the feathers of Imperial. At the same time, they haven't built up economy, so keeping a 5 alive round might just be the call. And there's no complaints about that, given how quick Imperial have been. But that's a nice B split finally working out right. Often they've just been rushing 5 out of apps, and it's not done too well. Double entry from Cabal. More of that, please.
Yeah, you know, it feels a little bit like Imperial are already kind of concerned about this B bomb site somewhat. You know, I feel like sometimes in these Imperial games, you end up with like one site that feels super strong, like borderline impenetrable, and then the other one maybe has issues cropping up. You kind of keep seeing like these switch ups of Vinny and Fallen swapping out, right, and occasionally changing who's leaning B-ward now. We do have this AWP in Vinny's hands, and he's got a good spawn for it. So I'm assuming he's taking this mid-peak. That's why he's still donning this gun now. Lands the cat jump, makes it up and over. Vinny. Ooh. On the angle. Run boost. He's going to leg 9. It's a nice flick out of Vinny there. Time and Fury. He learned that anyone can be an AWPer.
Yeah, true. Even the coach. Nine's got good space here. Might find this pick as the smoke blooms. Fer gets out with only a tag. All right, we've traded damage so far.
Yeah, it's the AWP's Scouts modifier right now, right? Both doing damage, but neither getting the kill. However, IHC are the ones with all the room. They're up on the short side. Imperial, they realize they've been cut out of middle. They're going to start to pad this B side out. Fer's here, but he is low. And so the rest of the gang might harbor a lot of the burden to hold on to this one. Vinny waiting for an apps cross. There's a lot of bodies ready to accelerate up through the short side. IHC not given anything yet, but there's that opener for Fer. Learn about him. Bells may be going off now. Not normally found over here towards this B-bomb site is Fer. They go running in. They've dealt with FNX. Vinny now starts to rear his head, but he is going to have to hold the line with this AWP. It's a nice opener. Still dancing around at the back of the site. Low on health. He's going to need a helping hand. Needs a bit of support. Does have bolts on the angle. Vinny, here's that plant. He's going to go hunting, but on the angle is Blitz, and he'll deal with that AWP. Fallen's knocked out in the meantime, and so IHC, that is a lovely B take. It takes a moment to come to fruition, but once it gets going, it don't stop.
That's so methodical, man. They figured it out really well. I thought Imperial were going to win that round, right? They had 2 tucked bench players and a 5-on-4 with really nice angles. Even the AWP got overwhelmed first, so there were not a lot of ways to get picks in that round by IHC, but they figure out because the setup is so tight, because they're up Cat and Apps and have seen no one, it's got to be heavy bench. They trade the AWP really well. That was super clean for IHC, and now it's just pistols for Imperial. They've already spotted some aggression. Blitz can hold on. This shouldn't be a challenge. You know, the surprise factor is the best part there. As soon as you lose the element of surprise, Imperial will give it up and go back to their bomb site stack. But I'm super impressed that IHC made that round look as clean as it did. 9 flicking out the server. Got to watch out here. These A stacks can certainly be fruitful. Fallen wants to get involved again. Up close on an off angle. Often when you see players peek this, they'll be aiming at jungle. They'll be looking at legs, and Fallen, if he can hit the insta headshot, Techno could be in a world of hurt.
It's kind of a cool like bait and switch, because I think it's semi-common to end up killing Fallen here, right? That one wouldn't surprise me. But it's FNX who's meant to just get this trade. And there we go, right? Yeah, Fallen does get cleared, but it's the second man that you were just never ready for. That's a really nice bait and switch. But for FNX, a bit of an overstep there. Tries to run through the molly. Meanwhile, Con's getting split. And so it is an IHC round at the end of the day, but I do like that setup over towards Palace.
And we saw the effect of it. Techno was aiming at the ground, right? He's shooting for legs. He's trying to pre-aim the jungle angle, the stairs angle, and so his crosshair's completely out of position. Really nice call for Imperial. Yeah, FNX, he mollies ramp, so he doesn't think they're going to disrespect it, but that's kind of their only option to stop that round from getting out of control. And so, yeah, they catch him running out with his knife. Only an eco, they make it very close, but money is not a factor now. It's last of the half. And if I actually win it, suddenly this is an incredible T-side from what was such a strong beginning by Imperial, stopping back-to-back B rushes on rifle rounds, Fallen popping off. So let's see if they can do it. Fallen, he's seen the cross. He's holding for the re-swing, but there's 2 players in Palace. No one's even looking at him.
Oh, Nine's not meant to win that, man. Oh, my goodness. And Blitz is once again sneaking his way up connector. FNX over on short needs to get a beat on this or else his teammate's dead. Blitz, I don't know what kind of motion that was. That didn't even feel like Counter-Strike for a moment there. It's a 3-on-3.
Oh, no. Through the smoke. Oh, Techno has no idea.
Techno sees him. FNX, 1 tap to the dome.
What's going on?
3v2 now. Bomb plant coming in. Both Vinny and Bolts. CT side having a jump up and over. 9 lands a belter onto Bolts and he even finishes it with a 3rd. It's the hat trick for 9. And another round for IHC as they go on to win out that first half of play.
First AWP impact round for 9 as well. Like serious impact, triple kill, the entry to Fallen out Palace, which was despicable. And yeah, IHC are feeling pretty good right now. That's a great T-side on Mirage. They're map picking the series. And not just like they caught Imperial sleeping. Things were really coming together in the first few rounds of that half for Imperial off the back of, the force buy, which was great for IHC. Imperial ran on a 5-round streak and IHC just pulls it back. Excellent game out of them so far. We'll see if Imperial have the same flair on their T-side, the same pace in some of these rounds. And yeah, I'm very impressed at that recovery. Cabal's got kit smoke, Fallen Bolts with the nades, P250's in play. And IHC already a read. Gamble stack mid and B.
A-side util getting lobbed over from mid and spawn. And even though they're running amok in middle, they don't want to use it. It's a window split into a B play. Blitz is just annihilated though. The part that was meant to be the split, now it's just a 1-pronged push out of the apartments. FNX and Bolts, what are they even meant to do here? They've got to deal with the site men, then they've got to deal with the reinforcements, and that's one step too far. Blitz, lovely pistol round out of the guy. Whole idea there was to take window, wrap market through CT, try to, you know, disrupt these players that are in rotation and pincer the B site holders. But Blitz just uproots the entire game plan.
I wonder how much of that is a read, like maybe done off of prep. Is that a pistol Imperial have run before? Because I actually did not even play A. They played triple B double window. Like, they couldn't have been better set up for that split.
Yeah, it's not even like they have like the kind of like ticket guy with the kit floating around. That's not like a standard retake A setup.
That's a really, really nice round out of IHC. And Imperial, they've got to just try and get a bomb plant now. Palace pop with a flashbang. You know, we've had different players step up over and over on IHC. Different players warm in. It was just score at the start. Nine's coming in with a big AWP round. Blitz has his pistol. And yeah, suddenly it's Techno's time to shine. The only guy in the site. Smoke to allow a plant. I like this mid-site smoke. It causes problems if Techno wants to try and find the planter. Can he though? The pressure's on. The bomb is stuck. And even though all the kills come in, that's a successful round for Imperial. It's all they wanted, and it's exactly what they get.
What's going on here?
They're looking for upgraded pistols. You know, I like this. Sometimes you run over the bodies, you look for nades, you try and find every little dollar you can save, pinching pennies. It's hard to quantify, but these things all matter at the top level. And right now, IHC are trying to perform one hell of an upset. Even calling a pause into their first gun round, just trying to get everything together. Partly because they're on bonus, so you need to try and find a way to utilize these SMGs. Maybe you're going to switch up your positions for this round or swap over weaponry, put those SMGs together. But I'll be interested to see what they do off the back of this pause. Clearly, they're coming in with cool round starters.
Yeah.
By that, judging by that pistol.
Well, so one thing that's already been clear in these first two rounds, at least, is that IHC intend to have info over middle, right? They played a kind of triple mid lean in that round there. They had double window in the pistol, as you pointed out. So, you know, I think I'm curious, rather, if we're going to see that again, right?
Throw those SMGs out con, try and flash up, try and get top mid. Imperial tried it a lot of times on the CT side. Sometimes let them down, but hey, this is a great round to do it.
See, one of the SMGs had a great mid-spawn. I was wondering if we were going to see Cabal like push lower, but instead he's just gone for like a bit of a safer, more standard approach, right, of just holding the apartments. Good spot for the SMG. Right, Imperial, mate, you've got your work cut out for you now. IHC was sleepy to start this one, but now they've roared to life. We need this response. What's Fallen and the gang going to cook up for us? Trying to work this mid-control.
On flash missed there for first, so Blitz has just remained in this position unpunished. Smoke's very deep though, it's not really done anything. Imperial can fight through it, and they will. They go, Vinny dead. And his Pearl wasn't there to trade in time either. They're a bit staggered here, and Blitz might be given a way out. He doesn't rush off of that smoke. He moves silently out of the connector. Techno gets mollied. It's a ramp play, but the molly's down. Fur found a gap, and he's trying to take two with him. Nine does trade it back, though. Can't get that gun right now. Faller's trying to finish the job with a nade. Only does a trickle of damage as Imperial are now just relegated to Ramp Palace.
Oh my god.
Oh,
they're about
knife
to run
out.
into each other.
Knife
They both
on
have
knife.
knives out! Knives on knives! Oh my god, but it's Cabal bringing the gun to the knife fight. A little unfair, a little unbalanced, but he's dealt with the man. Moving back through ramp, a 3v2. They at least know about this ramp round. Ooh. Is that going to make life any easier? Bolts brings us back into even odds. Tucked in over at default, just waiting. Knows contact's got to come in from ramp eventually. Doesn't want to expose himself to it, but that molly will force a swing out of him. And now Fallen alone was able to win a 1v2 on the CT side in a similar spot, but this time he's got to deny a defuse, not make one. In with the first. Fallen with the clutch, and he delivers again.
This guy just keeps clutching, keeps putting up rounds for Imperial, whether they like it or not. That bomb's not even for him, Harry. And Fallen don't give a damn. Kit on the stick, and Fallen finds both. This guy's bringing the level today, the level that Imperial need. They're being tested right now. Only a bonus, but made very close. And that was excellent retake attempt for IHC. Fer was trying to go on the mid-ramp to play that open bomb plant when he gets caught in spawn, but Score completely bullies Bolts with utility there as well. Blitz's smoke spam Fer. He's not getting lucky today, is he? 9 follows up to Fallen as he made that cat jump, his spawn very quick, and a bit of vengeance to start this round. They may not have won the bonus, but give them everything they need, and they'll get the goods. 2 jumping players on ticket and on B, but Imperial pick neither. And so this default fruitless right now. Not a fun position to be in for Imperial.
I want to try and take middle, but 9 is here with this AWP. It's not going to be easy. He's just holding for a short cross. Now, Bolts has got another smoke, right? So they can go slower here in middle and re-smoke that window if they want to. Oh, that's a clean opener.
All right.
Out of Bolts with the bomb on his back. He's taking it up top con, whether the rest of Imperial are coming with him or not. Vinny just a little wider on that angle would have been good. Instead, Blitz double smoke kill, and Vinny's cleaned up by the short man he never quite got eyes on. So IHC, the response is fairly immediate. 1 man dies in that round there, but the big green is still taken out by IHC, right? They still save it into this round coming.
Blitz gets 3 kills, but he only sees one of his opponents, right? There was a little gap in the jungle smoke, but that's how he started it. And look at how he finishes it onto FNX as well. Yeah, nice round out of IHC, and back to pistols for Imperial, right? They can't catch a break. They can't keep these rounds streaking together. It was that one little 5-round streak in the first half, and ever since they've just been trading rounds back and forth, dotting them in here and there, but that's only going to favor IHC, who are looking to take their map pick out of this series, running out ramp, not checking under bout. Blitz has got a 1 and a 2nd as well. Only Glocks, but Vinny double dinks, and that will do. Palace swing denied by the AWP, and Techno is here to stop the bomb from getting out of control. If this was the bomb on FNX, it would have got at a plant, but instead it's just got an open space. And there's a timer on this play. This is no KD on 1v4. IHC should consider this, and Cabal's gone back to check. Good timing, and saved by the bell. 12-8, no knife, and no tomfoolery in this one. Imperial, this is a must-win rifle round. Vinny's had to buy the AWP up for Fallen, a worthy investment given the game he's having. But right now, do or die.
All right, then B lean out of the gate. Still, they can only explore their options here, right? You got bodies very far removed from a B plate, and assume they're going to go for it right away. I think Fur's already starting to take a little shimmy down through lower.
Do 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 do. Ooh, shimmy shimmy.
Bomb's still in T-spawn as well, so no option here really to like pick up the pace in a grand way. You could have Bolts go back and get it if Fallen gets this pick, but a missed shot. Fallen gone early, now having a lead Imperial from beyond the grave. Bolts holding here. There's 1, sees the feet of the 2nd, and they've fed the beast that lurks in the dark over at ramp. Cabal will spam out FNX. Okay, it's a little bit odd now into this 3-on-3. Smoke kills are friends of IHC. And 9's even taken Palace. This is a really nice position. This allows for like the double lean that we're seeing over towards mid and B for IHC. If 9 hears this bomb goes down, he hears all the footsteps, he knows that he can swing out and pretty much guarantee a free kill.
Oh,
there it is! Oh, what? Nails the turnaround, though, doesn't he?
How? Apex, eat your heart out. I didn't even see that. He couldn't even... what? That's just feeling. That's just below your brain. You don't do that. I don't know. I need to see it again. I don't think he even knew what he did.
No, that is like, dude, it almost looked like his mouse just like hit the keyboard like shot fires.
Full flusher right there.
Like, look at it.
The panic. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Like, what reds are you on, bro? 30 by 2, like everything, you just have a 360-degree vision?
Oh, that's actually despicable. And yeah, this is why we've been loving watching IHC. They have some serious aimers. That is so cerebral. I don't know what to make of it. After they double feed ramp as well, like Imperial certainly weren't expecting Palace after seeing 2 close A already killed, and to think that was all smoke spams on B into 9 shutting it out. Little ramp pop. Flash gets the AWP off. Techno gets stuck on top of the ladder, and that molly goes below. Vinny saw him. 9 also blind and now has to give up the site. This could be a way in for Imperial.
Tries to fight that though, and that's going to leave him on an island. He was alone in that engagement. Score has been spotted walking up past that smoke at bench, and they even flash falling back in at CT. Not good enough though, as it's into a 3-on-3 now. Bolts is very, very low and has wrapped all the way through middle to play around this bomb with the gun. It's been retrieved for Imperial.
Yep.
FNX with an opener into a 3v2. Smoke on the bomb. It's not planted for Con, even though this is where 2 of the players are set up. Vinny is the only guy that can watch it right now. Blitz goes looking for the kill though, and that's let too much time tick off the clock for IHC. Imperial, they will pull up with just pistols by their side and find a 9.
Yeah, 9 had the kit, not Blitz, so he didn't want to stick it with no kit, and 9 was not committed to that round. He went back to save, but the only way you win that is by putting the kit on the bomb in the smoke and hoping that Imperial don't spam you out. They probably would have, but yeah, that's a really awkward round that comes down to losing Cabal coming in with that second AWP in jungle, gives a weapon to FNX, and just loses so much position to cut off that late flank of bolts. He doesn't need to respect the con smoke. He can just go right through. Very, very awkward round to lose for IHC, considering it started pretty well, right? Yes, they lost the A site, but that open CT was fed a couple of kills before the retake was on. IHC got a cooler pause. They've been very liberal with the usage of their timeouts, and that's nice to see. Whether winning or losing, they make sure that they keep a tight net on this one. Worst spawn for this AW for Cabal, but at least 9 can go peek Palace again, or even set up Con for a mid-fight. Options are open for the main AWP. Cabal will fill in that B bomb site. 9 is going to go back for Palace, but Blitz picked on the ramp. Fallen hits a nice shot to start, and the second AWP ends going deep in B. That's despicable for Cabal. Full blind, still gets out of the window in time, and no trade allowed, even though Imperial start with an opener again. IHC instantly trade in another area of the map.
There's about to be a skirmish here between Techno and Fallen. That smoke kind of staves it off for now, and so Imperial might have middle, but they don't really have anywhere to go with it. They're gonna have to wait for these smokes to start to fade. But they're fine waiting in this 4-on-4. They're hoping right now IHC give them a bit of over-aggression. Fallen will trade that out, right? And an important trade at that. Techno 4K just swinging mid. That goes unpunished. It is a real problem for Imperial. With Fallen on the angle, it was never a worry, never an issue. However, 9.
Again.
Fresh Prince up here in the Palace.
I like that he doesn't peek. Like, give them the false sense of security. Let them try and stick the bomb. Denied on the cross. They don't even get into the site for free, and he can just live. That's a fork in the back of their head at all times. They can't get comfortable. They need to hunt these other kills, but they're so far away. Up on Cat with a missed shot on that AWP for Fallen score is given a second chance. 10 seconds. There's the stick. They get it down, but Imperial are so claustrophobic.
Dude, like, Fallen's having a look everywhere right now. Nowhere feels safe. Nowhere feels certain. Him and Fur have done their best to try and get into, like, some sort of post-plant, something resembling a post-plant, but the bomb isn't planted for either of them, so it's kind of ugly. Fallen's here as a victim of circumstance, baited out by the shot. Now Fur has to clutch this all alone. He kind of needs to fight as well. The bomb out in the open. Oh, there's a second Fer. Taps for the third and converts it with the spray. Imperial get that one over the line. A round that really they had no business winning. Considering how claustrophobic they were made to feel, the fact that Fallen's flicking around like he's looking to swat a fly over in jungle.
Yeah, he's hearing footsteps from both sides, both jungle and con. He doesn't know which one is going to come first, and they just bait him with those footsteps. They pre-fire. They knew exactly where he was. That wasn't even massively misplayed for IHC. The only thing you can put that down to was how long it took them to get to connector from short. They were double short, and they wasted so much time that, you know, the Palace player has to swing early before his teammates are ready. It was just really awkward on the retake. But very well played for Fer. Can't take that one away from him. Great utility usage to just ice out those two players. And that eco is just thrown by the wayside.
Yeah, I didn't actually notice it, right? Because I just saw on the minimap like Fer was planting back triple. But actually, he went like super wide to protect himself from Palace. And because Fallen heard all the footsteps running around him, they at least knew that no one was CT, right? Fer, in that last round, to give him a lot of credit, did a really good job of engineering that so that it was just set up for a 1v3. Essentially, Fallen's whole thing was, yeah, man, try and get one if you can, but if not, you know, I'm in the position to win the round.
Oh, that's nice for Blitz. Fer even read it, man. He was ready for that fight, but caught in the air, jumping up. FNX tries to trade. They're re-aggressing up a B. This is so nice for IHC. The Molly force splits through, though, and that spam can come in. FNX doubles. He's seen a third. Now this is awkward. No longer comfortable.
There's no one on B. They just saw the third guy who was B leaning drop lower. So I would love Imperial to try and move into this B site. It's awkward for Vinny in mid, though. He's now dead. The bomb dropped back at TV. They've got to go all the way back to grab it.
You know, say what you will, they're not always pretty, but IHC really do come into every round with a new plan, a new approach, a new way to trade kills, and that triple B push together was lovely. This is a cutoff. This is a freebie. Score catches bolts and spawn with some mid-aggression, and the Molly's going to push out 9, but he doesn't care. He's going through. That's ballsy, and he's going to get a missed shot from Fallen. You don't get that every day. Score follows up. Techno's also in the bomb site. This is just hide and seek right now, and FNX can't surely put on another clutch. Denied at the second line by 9, and IHC find 14 first. They are bonkers. They are crazy, but there is method to the madness.
Yeah, there really is. You know, I think that's like the key point. That's like the key distinction with this IHC squad, right? Is that, you know, there's been Asian teams in the past, squads like Tai Lu, who we're all very familiar with. Sometimes it feels like they do wildness for wildness' sake. Whereas with IHC, there's always like a kind of grander picture behind it. It feels like there's always a little more that meets the eye to some of these wild calls that you get.
Yeah, and it's together, you know? At least everyone's kind of bought into this idea. Like, if you're doing an under push like that, it's one thing to go under and get a kill and leave, but it's another thing entirely to have an under player and then have two upper players pushing while Imperial are trying to trade that kill. They're getting crunched. Doesn't exactly go to plan, but it's something different, it's something new, and it's something Imperial don't have to deal with every day. Wow, careful, mate. Got the USP out right now. FNX knows. He can hear that. He can swing on a reload. But the orb backs out. Still two of them. Cabal's not really had his need for the orb B. They're all trying to take connector, but we know these smokes can be really deceiving. Especially for T's trying to fight through con. But re-smokes in the window and mid-control getting taken by this T side. It's going to be up to Score to stop it. Oh, Techno just waltzes into the orb. And that's how it all starts crumbling down.
I don't know, man. Score's been really good on this wide, short angle. They haven't checked for him either. And so that success of getting the first man up kind of sails him down the river, right?
4-3.
He knows a lot of bodies are now moving up con. Fallen might be on the angle, but Score doesn't have to re-peak this. Blitz in Sandwich is in a very rough spot. If he can get a one and done, that could be enough. They've seen him. Nine's bailed him out the first time. Can't do it again. Blitz is going to hold on, but he's dropped the bomb. That could be the kill that defines this round. 5 seconds. Oh, a missed shot out of 9. Another chance, but it's only the tag. Oh, no. Bomb plant now in. Imperial in the 2v2. That round was on a platter for IHC, but the pressure gets to 9. They can still convert. They can still find it. Bolts, is he the man that got away? Is he the man they should have killed the first time around? Or is he dead now? Rush down from behind Triple. He's going to get spammed out, and so IHC get to 15 first.
I have no idea how Imperial even get a leg in that round. Vinny dropped on Triple with 9 seconds left, and they still plant. The orb gets 2 shots off, 1 misses, 1 legs the guy behind the planter. Those hitboxes never feel comfortable to stop, and somehow IHC get it done in the retake. I just get scared in these 2-on-1s, these 3-on-1s, because Imperial have pulled out so many clutches in this map already, fallen with 2 1v2s, Fur with another 1v3. There's been everything here for Imperial, but finally shut out. And that might be all it takes. 4 chances to find 1 more.
I mean, this is their best chance to do it, right? They don't have to worry about an AWP in Fallen's hands. Vinny's got nothing. If they were going to go a map up, it's in this round right here, right now. They've got everything they could possibly need. The double AWP still in play. Limitations for Imperial. IHC, man, this has been a very convincing Mirage game versus Imperial that weren't slow starters. There's been no real caveats by this. You know, they came into the series looking really, really good. And IHC have still risen to the occasion.
Oh my god, explosion now. Nine's got nades out. They're running through the ramp smokes. That's the bomb going wide, though. Shut down with no teammate to trade. They're taking jungle, but they haven't even got the plant. Vinny does run down 9. That ult will not last long, but he's kept out of CT by utility, and even the nade blows the AWP back, not letting Imperial scavenge much in this situation. They're trying to keep the pressure on. Plant's been allowed, but it's not a perfect one. Still going down on the default side. Blitz is going to stop Vinny from escaping, and there's only 1 man in the site. He's been mollied out, picked by the AWP. This is it. This is the beginning of the end. There's no coming back. The bomb is closed in, tight tucked. FNX has to stop it solo.
Yeah, he's the guy responsible right now. Oh, Bolts! Bolts! Oh my goodness, doubles up.
Just got
1 chance to do it. 1 chance to make it connect. They tap it. It's not the commit out of score.
What?
He's looking for the kill.
Why?
He wants the frag, and he's going to get it.
30.
Shot in the wound. IHC onto 16 and score up onto 30 as he closes out Mirage.
What a dangerous decision, man. That's IHC all over. We saw that actually lose them around against Complexity when they tried to stick fight when they could have stuck the bomb. Or it doesn't let him down this time. Score has had an incredible map in this series. 30 kills to close it, and they steal Mirage away from Imperial to begin this BO3. This is crazy. This is unprecedented, and I've loved what I've got out of IHC this tournament.
Dude, it's very exciting, isn't it? You know, this is why we said, like, yeah, they might look a little more EU-centric, but they still have that kind of classic flair about them that you get, you know, some of the wildness that you get from these Asian teams. No, that is so impressive, especially because, you know, think about how this all started. Imperial went on this huge streak of rounds. Yeah. It looked like IHC were going to get blown out, and then they come through with, like, a couple of choice D rounds here and there to reassert a bit of confidence, a bit of dominance. They go into that second half, they get onto the CT side, and it gets so convincing, man. And we had this, like, whatever this was.
It was sickening that IHC make this look so good with so many clutches coming through from Imperial. I think that's such an important takeaway as well. Like we said in that last round, 2 1v2s for Fallen, a 1v3 for Fur. There were a lot of clutch rounds out of Imperial, and IHC, they didn't let it stop them. They were calling a lot of pause. They used all their pauses, most of the back of 1 rounds to calm them down, and you know, everyone really had their moments. To think that one of the high fraggers that we know in Techno was the bottom performer, it was this guy, Score, who stepped up massively. 30 frags, the 1v1 to close the map. This guy performed.
Yeah, man, he really did. No, this was a very good day in the office for IHC, right? It's going to leave them a map up in this elimination series. So a hell of a lot on the line. You think that maybe that pressure of, you know, staring your major run, you know, ending dead in the eyes would maybe cause some nerves. Yeah. And when nerves come into play, you kind of lean in favor of the more experienced team. But IHC there, man, they really impressed us both with their tenacity, their staying power, but just the individuals kind of rising to the occasion in place of, you know, the usual stars, Score had a great game.
Yeah, some crazy aggressive CT side rounds and all bought into the system. I can't wait to see if they can keep it up on Overpass or if it's going to be Imperial pulling it back and taking us to Inferno. Join us after the break for the culmination.
It's James Banks here in beautiful Belgium. It's lovely and sunny, and it's time for the PGL Antwerp Major. Now, I've heard a lot of good things about Belgium in terms of the fries, the beer, but I'm sure there's some more I've got to discover. So let's go have a look around. So I've had a little wander around, started to see some of what Antwerp has to offer. The first thing we're going to look for, well, let's start with fries. So while I've been rolling around Antwerp, I've met up with Danky, aka the CEO of Cash. Now, I've known him from when he was streaming, hosted me a couple of times, we're chatting, so I hit him up and I said, all right, I'm in your city and I need some guidance. So we've got here Danky to discuss all things when it comes to Belgium and like the major being here. Now let's start with that part, right? Because obviously a lot of people were surprised that Antwerp would get the major. What did you think when you were like, okay, it's coming to like my city?
I was shattered brick. I was just on vacation, then I saw a notification from PGL. The next major is going to be hosted in Antwerp, so it was surreal. I thought, is this April's Fools? But it was too early, and I was just so incredibly hyped. I was immediately thinking, I got to meet up with so many people. I have to network, and there was a sense of pride of CS coming, like the top level of CS. The summit is dropping down to Belgium in Antwerp, my hometown. So I was very hyped.
Now, I've never been here. I've only been to Belgium a couple of times, but so far so good. Architecture's cool. We brought good weather with us as well, which is certainly improvement. But in terms of the Counter-Strike scene here, how would you describe it? Because like we don't really see too many players like top level when you say coming from this area.
Yeah, of course we had Scream, but that's been ages. He's switched over to Valorant. That's a whole different story. Unfortunate, of course. And Belgian CS is almost non-existing. We have some companies that are trying to get it to a next level. They're investing in them, but I see a lot of more room for improvement. And that's something I also kind of want to work on and get into the world because I see so much potential. I see how other countries are handling it, and there's so much more room for growth in Belgium.
Now, how long have you been playing Counter-Strike for? Because I know like you've been playing a fair while like me.
Yeah, it was since I was 14 years old, so for 16 years already. So do the math how old I am.
And in terms of Counter-Strike and what you love about it, right? Why Counter-Strike? Because I know you stream it, you also do a bit of trading and stuff with it, so it's a big part of your life at the same time.
I don't know, it's just, I kind of hopped into it from internet cafes from back in the days, and the mechanics are pretty simple. It's easy to understand, but hard to master, and I like the competitive play. And it's also a fun experience with the homies. Just, you go on a server, you play a bit, you prac a bit, you sweat a bit, and you go back either tilted or super happy, and you repeat it every day. You can shake it off. It's a never-ending story.
It truly is, man, and it keeps going. It definitely keeps on going. Now, for anyone that might be visiting Antwerp for the first time, what would you recommend them to do?
Definitely go to Het Mas. It's a museum featuring Belgian art and history, but it's also free for people to go all the way on to the top level for the sky view and get an overview of Antwerp. It's a must-see, and at the bottom there are plenty of bars, restaurants, so it's a hotspot in Antwerp, definitely worth checking out.
All right, I like it. Okay, well, I think you give me the lowdown on what's going on in Antwerp and also what you've been up to. I think we should go and check out the rest of the city and see what's going down. So we'll be back in a little bit. We're going to have a look around. I would say some fries, chocolate, waffles, and just enjoy life here. So first on the stop is this place behind me called Thritter Number 1, and Danky has recommended it as being quite an interesting place. And I also just learned that actually, you know, we call them French fries, they should be called Belgian fries, but the guy who made the name thought he was in France because I guess he was just lost at the time. So we're gonna go try some Belgian fries. I'm supposed to be able to enjoy these. It's time to get our food on. So the conclusion of our Belgium Antwerp fries experience, I was pretty impressed, Danky. I'll be honest, right? I enjoyed that a lot. I did not expect. Honestly, thought you were selling me a bit of a lie with the whole like, oh, the mayonnaise will taste different, the ketchup will taste different. But this was banging. But I had to leave something behind because we've got to go do some more food testing as well. You feeling pretty full up though?
Yeah, I don't know if I have any spot left for waffles, but I mean, let's go force it.
Now, me and Danky get to enjoy some yummy Belgian waffles. Belgian waffles, a little bit messy, very sugary. It's been one cheat day and a half, and Danky, considering you're from Belgium,
Yeah.
how did you end up more messy than me? You not got the etiquette?
I don't know if I'm going for the waffles. I'm more like a shake kind of guy.
There you have it. You don't have to know what you're doing with it, but it's definitely tasty. I'm gonna rate that pretty highly. That place has been around since 1903, so go check it out. Grab yourself a waffle. Living by culture out here in Belgium.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Wow, those guys are pretty cool, Harry.
I'm wearing the same clothes.
Oh, wow. Some things never change.
We filmed that live just now and then ran back up here. Dude, this has been a really, really good series so far. You know, we've had IHC look real hot coming into this one, right?
Yeah.
Turning it around on Mirage and now setting themselves up 1-0 in this series. Now, you know, when we originally kind of spoke about this, we said, like, for our money, we feel like they have to win it in 2, but I think they're going to have their work cut out to them to do that, right? For Imperial, their Overpass has been pretty fruitful as of late. I think maybe their most legit win would be like a 9Z victory in which they didn't even stand a chance. And 9Z are a pretty good Overpass squad as well. For the other side, IHC, they don't really lean into Overpass a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
So that does make me a little concerned here as to the depth they're going to have compared to what we just saw on Mirage.
Yeah, since forming this team, you can already see the numbers. Well, they're 100%. Let me break that down for Imperial. It's 5 out of 5 for IHC. It's 1 out of 1, right? They took down Rare Atom, who are, of course, the Vici team over in the qualifier to get to the RMR in the first place. And so, yeah, a nice win, but at the end of the day, talking experience, certainly going to be deeper in the pool for Imperial. But you could also say that much about Mirage, like just given some of these players and their history inside of the map, even though there's that 8-1 for the folks on IHC. Yeah, I think anything's possible now. I certainly think the series is set up for a reverse sweep. It should be.
Yeah.
Imperial are very competitive. They had some really good rounds. Everyone's warm. Everyone's clutching. Some good calls on that T side. But at the same time, it's very hard to close out a series like this where Imperial are still coming in as favorites, a wealth of experience, some of the best players from the past. You know, IHC, it's not going to be a free ride.
Yeah, it's also kind of hard to, like, you know, when we kind of like look at these squads, obviously IHC and Imperial shouldn't come as a surprise. It's not like these guys have like a budding history against one another. But you know, like something that is kind of legit, I would say from IHC is they've been able to like push Tyloo to the limits on Inferno. So if we get there to the third map, and there's been like a back and forth between them and Tyloo on that map, you know, that kind of convinced me a little bit more, because I would say Tyloo are like a very good Inferno team. I actually quite like watching them on Inferno. I think even back at the RMRs, it was like one of their better maps. So, yeah, you know, maybe that lends a little more credit. Honestly, though, I think at this point, I'm...
Are you calling the reverse sweep? Do it now or never?
I think I am, man.
Wow.
I think Imperial should have what it takes. I got to say, though, I want to see a little bit more out of someone like Vinny.
Yes.
I've been saying, I feel like all tournament long, right? I loved watching him in Furia. He kind of felt like the secret backbone of the team. Vinferno as well used to be a classic from him. His Inferno performances as of late haven't really been very good, but I think a lot of that is because all the attention is on Fur and giving him like a lot of the freedom and a lot of the decisions and like pole positions to be in.
He's also changed spots. So, you know, there's things like that when you come into this team. You know, I don't think Vinny's going to get all his spots, all his favorite positions. So you got to keep that in mind. But yeah, I agree. You know, going from B to pick, quite a change. But let's see. Let's find out. Let's see if this is going to be the reverse sweep.
I just know how good Vinny is. You know what I mean? So that's why I hold him to such a high standard, man. Right, so out into middle, Imperial with a T-side start over here on Overpass. IHC, they go for a bit of a standard one here. They had 9 peaking mid early. They quad lent down towards B, and they've used those early numbers to take short control away. Now, Imperial are working connector. When you look at this, they got a lot of flashbangs. To me, that kind of suggests they want to go B here. I'm assuming one of these flashes to get the comm players out into the short side, and then the rest of the flashes to actually launch this hit in towards B. They've even got a molly and smoke combo that can be used to clear barrels, to clear water, to play the post plant. There's a lot of versatility here with this little bit of util that Imperial have brought with them into this pistol, and it is screaming B hit.
Oh, this needs to be a kill for Vinny. P250 at range, running away. Score is blind, but he still hits a headshot off of the flashbang. Fallen will trade his teammate, though, trying to escape, and Score is keeping it going. 30 kills last map, started strong with this one. Fur eventually takes him down. Vinny fighting for heaven, but it's Bolts with a Glock who just bops Cabal out of the round. There's a kit for Blitz. 9 out in heaven, just going to get peeked. They know he's dropped in. They've heard that one. They can face together. They're getting ready to do so. Look at this swing. 3 players about to peek. 9 needs to isolate fights, but they're ready to double face. Oh, can he find cover? Yes, 9 with a second.
2 bullets.
And they're running him down. He runs back for the kit, gets the reload off, and Vinny finishes the job. Some messy P250 shots, but it's the round closer that matters most. If he didn't reload, certainly could have won that round. Certainly could have popped Vinny, peeking him in the last second. But he went for the kit, and that let him down. Nice try, but it's Imperial taking pistol.
All right, 4 spy in out of IHC. And already, you know, this scout finding a tag onto Fur is actually pretty big. It's probably just going to force your hand into a B play. You had one guy lurking middle, someone armed with an AK, someone who's often putting up big numbers for Imperial, and he's just been sent down to 30 HP. So they're going to try and go B into this mag 7, but Cabal can't make it work.
It's ugly.
And so now with short taken, an early pick down towards this B site, and no real mid control. There is like a world where you could have looked to go back because you had Vinny clearing out top con, but I think at this point you don't take that risk, right? Mid's been clear for too long. For all you know, they could be pushed into park, into party, so they are going to follow through with this B hit, and there's the opener onto Blitz.
Yeah, Techno's just getting chased down. Mac 10 will do it. Needed to hit the headshot. Every second Fallen gets further into the site and will be able to stick that plant. 9, he may as well save, but he wants to hang around, try and finish some of this light damage done. 3 players are 1 shot to the body with the scout. But Imperial are not facing at all, apart from a bit of smoke spam, but won't let FNX down. And Imperial are going to convert their force buy, or against their force buy, keeping 5 up as well, presuming everyone gets away from that bomb in time. Nice round out of Imperial, though. Right now, just abusing that B bomb site. Methodical B short takes into B splits. And IHC keeps stacking this top site in both of these rounds so far. Have played 3-2 in favor of A. So reads have been wrong. They've had lots of data to go off. That's something Imperial haven't had, right? Can't really do any prep for IHC on this map. Whereas, you know, for IHC, they've seen plenty of games for Imperial, I'm sure. And for a team that we know are trying to, improve tactically and are a team that use their timeouts really well. Not this one. This is a tech. But I'm sure they have some stuff prepared for us. I mean, just given some of the bonkers rounds we saw on Mirage CT side, like the under to double up a push on B, these kind of things, I can't wait to see when we get guns out and we get CIHC flashing for each other, taking short control, maybe some con flanks. I think there's a lot of options on CT Overpass, as we know. And if Imperial's default isn't solid, then IHC can certainly find a way in.
Yeah, Fallen and the boys kind of been like rolling back the years going in with this very heavy like con control setup for the most part in these opening rounds. And I'm assuming that's something that's going to stay true as we continue throughout this map. So I think that's something IHC are going to have to show us they've got solutions for. Looks like Cabal dropped on out, so we're just getting that one sorted.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on A stream, Astralis have dropped their first map to Spirit. It was Spirit's pick of Overpass, and after a 10-5 CT side for Astralis, the T side woes of the Danes have continued 2 T rounds, and it was closed 16-12 for Spirit. That's a sick comeback. We've already seen that from Astralis on these T sides, right? It was against MIBR, the game that we covered, remember? They went 12-3 up. They only closed it 16-13 with 4 T rounds. Took them quite a while. Have definitely seen, I think at the major, you know, for a lot of teams like Astralis, but at the major in general, we've seen a lot of teams have trouble putting up T-side rounds, somewhat based off of the A1S meta, I think right now is has really started to lopside the halves.
No, 100%, right? I do think there has been an overall shift that T-sides have gotten harder, but specifically for that squad, for Astralis, I think their T-side woes go a lot deeper than that. I think it's one of the core problems that this team faces, and even though we've seen them at times of brief stints of like overcoming that, I don't think they've jumped the gap yet, right? I don't think they've made it over these T-side woes. Dude, I always find myself questioning this idea of like, just what if BlameF played T-sides similar to how he played CT sides? Because, bro, CT sides, you will struggle to find someone who tries to take more fights, find more timings. Like, he's so involved. And then it feels like when you go T-half, he still tries to be like super timing based, but I think sometimes it just leaves him like a little far removed from what's actually happening in the round. And I think a lot of the attention goes on to like config as this guy trying to open up rounds. And then you look down the list and it's like, okay, who's that like second man? You know, who's that next guy following him in, guaranteeing a trade? I think that was always a problem with this Astralis squad. And it's one that for like a brief moment you were thinking, oh, have they started to remedy this? Have they started to get it back under control? But as we've gone deeper throughout the major, I think it's reared its ugly head again. Oh, the T-sides are still problematic. You know, if you look at other teams that have had issues like that, I think like NIP, right? They used to really struggle with T-side halves. And they were able to kind of switch it up and start to turn that around.
Yeah, it was a coach change as well. I think DJL brought a lot. He's been credited a lot by Hampus and co. In helping that team improve on their T-sides. And I mean, Astralis have been a roster that have even recently changed their coaching acquisition as well, moving Trace from the academy team up into the main spot and the benefits that come with that, with a wealth of experience. One more team that has really had trouble with T-sides, who we've covered a lot as well, have been Renegades, right? Obviously now eliminated yesterday by IHC from the tournament. They have had really rough times at T-sides. I think that's been more down to in-game leading and the switch-ups that roster has experienced. But even so, we're back in, folks. Talking T-sides, this one should come through for Imperial. It's only an eco with a couple of saved bits and bobs. Again, leaning B are the T-side, and Bolts looks to peek through this Molotov. They line up. Could be cheeky, couple of kills here. P9 not out in time, and triple entry should just be the round done and dusted.
So I'm just thinking about our conversation, and I love that, because like the smoke spam A1S meta is now a thing. It's like, that's the thing that's really caused this shift within Astralis, and it's like, man, taste of your own medicine. You know, y'all were doing that for years. So.
Yeah, you guys are shooting A4s through smokes. Come on.
Right, so look, Cabal's going to get out with an AK here. That's a little victory, honestly. You'll take that all day long. It's a pretty big ticket item.
On that half thing, though, I mean, we've even just seen that, obviously there are some teams that it's really caused problems for, but we've even just seen the map stats. Like, if you look at, like, last year or even 2020 versus now in top 30 LAN maps, every map has become more CT-sided strongly. And Ancient as well, the most CT-sided right now, just due to how it plays. And you know, once teams figured that out, especially at the start of Ancient, we started actually seeing really good T-sides. Teams like NIP were actually putting on like 9-10 round T-sides at times. But when people figured it out, it got a lot harder. So yeah, I wonder if that's something that it will be affected by a patch in the future. Maybe the A1S, you know, people talk about price at least to try and balance out the money. But we'll get to it later. We're in a gun round here now, Harry. Yes, saved AK, bought AWP, and a chance to get on the board early before problems start to build. Ooh, the spam. Oh, very nice. Oh God, Score didn't get his nade out. He knows Vinny's in the corner, but he didn't see him though. That's a beautiful trade. Cabal's flash peek into B short, catching Bolts on the smoke fade, and this, oh, it's ugly. It's ugly for everyone. Everyone's blind, everyone's smoked. Cabal still aggressively trying to finish this kill. He's trapped now. Fallen hunts him down, but that's the bomb loose.
Yeah, that's kind of rough. Shouldn't be able to recover this one. Gonna be hard pressed, right? Fer, the only guy with health, is all the way out here in middle, and FNX is just left to fend for himself over in connector. Might catch that, but 9 is very, very quick. And that AWP springs to life from the get-go. You know, I feel like 9's given us a very good game today. I think he's come into this looking warm, right? He's hit some very, very fast shots, especially when you think about how, when we came into Mirage, Fallen was looking like lights out to open up. So it's not like you kind of had like a Fallen that's like, you know, a very like middle of the pack Fallen where all the attention is on his stars. You know, he was feeling it with the AWP, and yet 9 was still getting the better of him a hell of a lot towards the end. So yeah, keep your eye on this IHC AWP. It might be one of the keys to victory here on Overpass.
Absolutely, should be on CT side. Yeah, when we see AWPers go quiet on this map, well, we see teams lose this map. It's, there's no room for that. Not much util in this gun round here already left for Imperial. They've had to use a lot of it. Even just the door nade forcing a smoke out is such a good trade for the CTs. An HE for a smoke, take that every day of the week. 9, got to pick his angle because they're coming through. Flash will announce it, he dodges it. And Vinny, will he go first? First walking through. Bolter's picked Techno as that smoke blooms in Monster. Catches a nice angle there, dinked, but lives to tell the tale. And Score even gets picked over on the long side by Fer. Just dry peeking on the default has put Imperial 5-on-3. And right as they were about to face the AWP in middle, they still might. They look like they want to go up con, so there's still a way back in for 9.
Yeah, but dude, he's going to have to do everything in this round. Like, he needs a multi-kill here. There's the first with this AWP. Falling back, taking a more passive lie. They still want to challenge him. They still want to fight him. And because he doesn't have info at long, he's paranoid about that.
Oh, is that real?
He's full blinded, taking a peek. They've heard the scope. He's baited in by that first man, but up close, waiting on the corner. Fer was there to guarantee that kill if Vinny didn't get it first. The A site's already overran. Shouldn't be any getting back into this one for IHC.
That molly was a bit earlier. Maybe he could have tried to stop the plant, but Fallen just gets it down and Cabal has to save. Yeah, that's pretty indecisive for 9. I don't think he realizes how many people were walking up on him right there, expecting a lot more respect, but Fer tucked in toilets, Vinny walking up close. That was a complete mess. And he couldn't find himself a pick. Especially as a solo A player, would love to see him actually back all the way to the bomb site, but he wanted 2 kills in toilets before he was going to retreat. If he fired another shot there, there was a trade, no matter what happens, but Vinny's able to overwhelm him. And started this game a lot better than Mirage. 4-1 for Imperial. They began Mirage very strong as well, though. Like you said, not just Fallen, who was 13-5 in the opening few rounds, but even just leading that game, despite getting, you know, the pistol and not converting it. So let's not get ahead of ourselves with a lead, but considering it's T-side Overpass, it's a lot better than, you know, the Mirage. Smoke on mid molly. Fer's going to beat it. But the second molly, he can do nothing about on this solo mid take. Rest are coming in through con. They've put a lot of focus on this position in this map already, but 3 CTs are here to deal with it. Score, the man you want at the helm here. He's got to win his first fight. There's a second player coming in a little late, and he's caught out with nades.
Yeah, but there's still this like ridiculous little top con setup of 2 players. Blitz goes running in to try and cancel this out. He will get traded, dropping that smoke. He wanted to maintain the con control, take that away from Imperial, but it's really been, you know, their goal in this map is maintaining dominance over connectors. So Imperial have got it again. And now IHC taking a bit of a gamble, rotating Cabal away from the B site, going to leave it all on Techno 4K.
Oh, for not shooting there is so big. If he starts spamming out of fear, the rotates come back down. Even though Imperial now are committing into the B site, it's only 1 man.
Yeah, gonna have to deliver. Techno 4K, low on health, low on chances, and the nade gonna blow him out of the water. Turning around to the short side, Bolts gonna wrap up that con play, and 9 up in heaven, very far removed. Going to struggle to get much done in this 1v3, just wants to think about saving that orb.
The fact that they even gambled in that round is a bit worrying, because in a 3v3, you should be able to depend on your AWPer soloing that A bomb site, right? But we already saw the problems in that previous round where 9 couldn't get away with more than 1 kill on the top site. Even re-peeking there, I mean, getting a little ants in the pants here for IHC. He's going to die. There's no way he lives. Fallen spams him through the smoke, like... He had a chance to escape after that 1 missed shot, but taking 2 just gets Imperial closer. We're seeing the mistakes start to form in front of our very eyes. We're seeing the nerves come back to IHC, knowing that you know, 1 more map is from them and eliminating Imperial for the tournament, but it's them who are on the hot plate, who might be reverse swept if the maps have anything to tell us. Yeah, just some weird CT errors for a team that played such a nice CT side on Mirage. And Imperial are exploiting every single one. I'm loving these defaults, B leaning every time. That's going to be in the back of IHC's head now. Every single round they've stacked up A, they've done it wrong. Got to eco now. And Imperial, this is just a fantastic start to the map.
Yeah, they need to do something about connector, man. It's like a real big problem. It's giving Imperial this kind of staging platform to begin the entire B side execute once they've taken that control away, right? It helps them split short and pincer any sort of aggro there, and it sets them up very nicely to be able to like throw fakes in later in the game, right? It's giving them a lot of options, so it's something you're gonna have to try and address if you're IHC. You know, something that just kind of springs to mind is like the idea of kind of blowing the door off and assembling the boost. Yeah. Something that some teams have taken to doing is you couple the boost and the nade at the door on the B site with boosting over here just down this staircase on the left to get the vision onto the short tunnel. Yeah. It's a really nice way of combating a team that centers around taking connector and short control early on as part of their default. So it would be a real treat to see IHC break something like that out now, but this is going to come with their kind of lack of experience in officials on this map, right? It's one that, you know, do they have the depth? Do they have that ability to kind of realize some of these problems super quickly? Or is it going to be a kind of learning process that they have to embark upon first before they piece these things together?
I love those boost combos because it is physically impossible to stop. The only counter is like the nade stack for Monster, right? Because in both of those boosts, you know, be short to con, you see legs before they see you. Exactly. And in this one, as our observers are showing us right now, this angle, if you boost on the stairs, same situation. A little easier to clear than the alternative, but still very hard to see because your legs appear first. And then presuming the CT doesn't whiff, which you don't whiff with an A1S, it's just 3 kills. Obviously, it means you have to dedicate a lot of players to just one area of the map. Long is open, you must play a Monster player, and so that entire A site is completely, you know, available. But I still love the idea. I think it's a great call to try and stop what Imperial are doing. We've even seen Cabal taking B short with flashes from his team over from the CT wall. So I actually had that in their pocket. I'd love to see them pull it out. This is good as well. After a tech where players aren't allowed to talk to each other, they call in attack. Immediately getting back on the same page and figuring out what they want to do in a very mishmash buy. They can put in money, but ultimately this should be Imperial going 6-1 up.
Yeah, you know, as good as the Deagles have been, as
true.
much as they've been able to pull out impossible rounds.
Maybe I'm counting them out.
No, I mean, this one should just be a little too far gone, right? But, you know, you're able to put a decent chunk of investment in. So, oh, hello.
Ooh, that's a chunk.
Hello. They're going with the Force buy. Mag 7 on Cabal again.
All right.
What's 9 going to invest in? Scout, all right? Like that?
I love the mag. You know, it was ugly last time, but I do like the buy.
Mag's just such a dice roll gun, man.
Yeah.
1 bullet, best gun in the world. 2nd bullet, oh dear, what's happened there? Did we even load the thing? Right. This time, Imperial have kind of switched it up on the back of that tack pause. I do like this, right? Fallen said, okay, they're probably going to try and address this default lean down towards B, and they have. They've stacked it very, very heavily down towards this side of the map. So this is a really nice adjustment out of Imperial, knowing that that tack pause has likely led to a switch-up in game plan here out of the IHC squad.
It's a Fallen favorite. It's the 3-1-1. It's as old as time itself on Overpass, and yeah, just a nice little A take. into the one scout on long. They're going to run boost Fallen's AWP. 9 has to hit the headshot or get off the angle flashed, and he's got to give it up. But we've already seen a tendency to re-peek these positions, and that could let him down. He's seen Fallen. He knows the angle. He could pre-fire it, but Fallen's going to get out of there before he dies. Scoring connector the whole time. He's being late lurked. Score, even if he gets this mid kill, he doesn't know what's coming right behind him. Doors off. He could escape with that smoke. FNX trying to stop him, has to give away his position. This is perfect for IHG. This is such a nice start to the round. They take a 5-on-4. They up and leave. Blitz drops the bomb in the middle. And now it's all getting very weird. First been wallbang. Awkward angle. If that was an A1S, you don't whiff. But instead, it's just FNX. Just a lot safer in this round for IHG. They don't play for multi-kills. They take advantages and they peel out. And with no time, FNX has to save this orb.
Yeah, critically as well, considering they put so much into this round when, you know, they could have very easily gone for like a partial investment on IHC. Getting out with 4 alive and upgrading some of those like lesser weapons is a real bonus as well. It's a real, you know, kick up the behind for this CT side. Going to give them a little more staying power in this one. They will have to drop over to Techno. He's having a bit of a stinker to open up, but still time to turn it around, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a necessity, right? He was the bottom performer back on Mirage. I think everyone had their rounds. Like Blitz really woke up near the end. The AWP was besting Fallen on the T side. Score dropped 30. Gabal had some big entries, but Techno didn't really put up too much, and he's been really, you know, he's been solid this tournament for such a young player. A couple of D kills, but that was really all to take away from it. So, especially in this map where Imperial are kind of favored across both these maps of Overpass and Inferno. It's super important that Techno comes alive in this game. This is elimination, folks. But it is not qualification to Legends. Got to win another. The team that many had 0-3 are looking to go 2-2. FNX fast contact this time. Wallbang's good. Oh, it finishes by score, shooting through the smoking con. Vinny did make it in, but again, they back out in the 5-on-4, and Cabal even makes the odds greener.
Yeah, Bolts is just going to try a bit of a contact walk here with a late flash going over. He's deeper out short than they were ready for. Still, it's a turn for Blitz. Realizes very, very quickly what that flash means, and I like this evasion of the short players right now. This needs to be calmed over, that they can have spilled into the bomb site. Vinny certainly has. 2 up in heaven. With 9 nailing that shot, it's going to be tricky for Fallen, and he's wrapped up the short side. Blitz might have been low, but is still key in getting that round on the board.
Yeah, fantastic turnaround for Blitz there, just to completely flank out the monster players. And like you said, just give up the B bomb site. He was so low, he knew the trade was almost guaranteed, but the pressure of having a player alive in monster, you could see what it did to Vinny. His entire back turned to the 4 players in CT in heaven.
A really nice little detail is, you know, we were talking about ways of trying to stop this like B-lean default. There were really 2 ways to go about it. You either fight them for the control they're looking for, or you try find these players that are a little more isolated. And IHC right now are going for the latter, right? There's been a lot of mid-control exerted in these last couple of rounds. It's been a real focal point. The nades in this one are beautiful. And it's really nice, man. It's letting them take a man advantage in a pretty low-pressure way, where they are kind of, you know, 3v2 or 3v1 over towards mid, and then ease back into a more standard CT setup. It's also forcing Imperial to follow through on B plays when they are at these man disadvantages, because they don't have the A control. So, you know, it's going to be down to Fallen now to try and cook up a bit of a solution to that.
Yeah.
This one's weird, though. They've walked all the way up short, and 9, while he is inside of the site, that's a big spot. That is huge, right? Now he gets that info ahead of time. He's called for a rotate. He's got Blitz up alongside him to lend a helping hand. The AWP falls back into the bank. I like that. He doesn't want to give this big green over, doesn't want to give it away. And it's just buying time instead for his teammates to mop up these pistols. This low buy for Imperial getting dealt with very convincingly by IHC. AK has been retrieved, and Vinny's going to put it to good use. A 2-on-3. IHC are not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, that bomb can get just dragged back to B if they want with the smoke. But Imperial seem like they want to recommit back into that top side, take the control where they've got it. 30 seconds, one player running back, maybe a fake out, but no one's going to fall for it. No flanks, no one below. Everyone on the bomb site, 9 still trying to get information. Could give it up, but headshot in the air. Lives to tell the tale. The cross is covered, but his teammate's dead. Blitz just trying to live, trying to stop that plant, but Vinny's going to get it safe for a second. That hesitation forced Techno out of the bomb site, and he's going to almost give it up. Nice shot for Techno, back up in the round, and saves it for IHC with Blitz very low on long side. That had to happen, or Vinny could have started off.
And, you know, it's one of these spots where, like, Techno only has 1 kill, but that 1 kill he just got, like, I don't want to say saved the round, like, solo, but as you're pointing out, like, Blitz was so low that if Techno dies there, Vinny can very easily tee that up to be a naughty little, you know, partial investment that gets snuck past IHC. So that 1 kill that Techno has put a round on the board for them. Hopefully that can be a bit of a confidence booster for the guy who's currently 1-6. Reinvestments now in for Imperial, and maybe this is where we get the solution to middle. No, instead it is just one man over here. Thankfully, IHC aren't getting too aggressive. So Fur finally won't actually get punished in mid, and he's given a little more room to work it.
Yeah, you know, IHC maybe don't have a huge amount of maps played here, but all their util has been super clean this game. They've got the double mid mollies. There was a nade out of Spawn for score that did great damage to Fur, making these A1Ss far more effective. And so right now, clearly they've pracked well for this map. They've prepped. So that's, again, showing in this mini comeback we've already seen from 5-1. Score, he's alone in long toilets, and Blitz is not here to help him. So Imperial getting a flash poised. Perfect. He's got to fire off there. You can't just hold the shot. No one's going to throw that for info. It will always be peaked with. The Score doesn't bite. Just gets the bullet instead. 2-2 setup now for IHC, but they have full short water control, so if they wanted to stack A, this could be a round for it, but they've been burned by that before. Imperial not giving away that info. 1 spot for 9. Maybe that's going to cause a bit of a panic. Cabal can late flank if they trade equally on the bomb site. Blitz has a great position, but he's going to need to flick back. 9 still looking for that info, and he's not getting it. Finally sees one more man, and at this point he knows it's the commit.
Yeah, rotate coming up, but it's just one man for now. They're going to leave Techno down here on B. 9. What?
Through dice.
That's just an all-in wallbang through the dice box. Okay. Bomb now cut loose as well. Imperial are getting shot from men they can't even see. They can't even fight him. What are they meant to do? And so this one's just going to slip right on by. Fur, desperate to get out with the gun, desperate to stay alive, doesn't want to die after time, and they are fighting him. That is devastating. The money now in tatters for Imperial, and IHC well and truly blazing a trail back into Overpass.
This is an incredible mini comeback from 5-1. They've leveled it out. They've had some great reactions on A. 9 is, you know, he had that one really awkward round where he was just hanging around front toilets. He's not made a mistake again. He's been jumping dice, barely getting punished for it, getting a lot of info on these A hits, and Blitz there tucked in does his job as well. Fantastic A-hold. Imperial want to change the pace and try and speed it up towards B with Tech 9s. Going to try and take short late, walking it for now. Cabal will meet them there, but he might get caught out on a lift. On island, spray is good though. Transfers a third and converts this one for IHC. Looking for more, getting a bit hungry. Fallen punished, and Score swings out of Con, which has been his all game. So IHC take the lead back and set themselves ablaze as they do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the tides are changing, Harry.
And I mean, you know, we were kind of looking at this one as reasonably safe for Imperial, right? We weren't too worried about them, you know, staring elimination dead in the face just yet. But as these CT rounds continue racking up without an end in sight, you do start to get a little nervous.
So delayed on their mid-take, and again, Score keeps winning Con. It's this triple setup once more. Techno's been spammed through B Monster by bolts. Beautiful way to start the round. He's had that a couple of times, and off the back of it, Imperial are going to run up long. They found the gap with this triple short setup. It's just backing up to the site in time. They can get this spot before Imperial get too close. Oh, there it is. Just info is so valuable in this position. That's all Overpass CT comes down to at times. This molly is not shallow enough. Nine can peek in front of it. A minute on the clock, and they do pull a player down lower because of Bolt's early kill. If Cabal commits, he will die. Bolts hasn't moved a muscle. Nine's doing the opposite. He's pushed all the way through long. Shouldn't clear this corner, though. Good luck.
Oh, he will, but a missed shot, Vinny. There with the opener, there's aggression out of Monster. In the meantime, Bolt's on the receiving end. These footsteps are hurt, but that doesn't matter. Blitz lives up to his name. It's lightning fast. And now we're into this 3-on-3. The A site wide open. Imperial are moving in. Low HP on Cabal, but he's the only man nearby. He needs to do something, even if it's just drawing attention away, lending a bit more time to Blitz's flank. Cabal in the bank side. Fur's already here, and Fur does not miss these. This should be his all day long. Fallen's even here to trade. In case it goes really wrong, that's clean for Cabal. Fallen doesn't get the trade, and despite being low, he's still very much fighting for the round. Fallen backed into a corner. We'll deal with that first man, flicking back around, and Fallen stepping up when it matters most. Blitz late up through the connector, doesn't know about the long player, and Savini is there to close that out. Some fantastic rifling out of Fallen to make that happen. A key trade, and then the follow-up onto the second man in.
That flick was gnarly for Fallen. First bullet headshots him as well. And that's one thing that these retakes have happened before on IHG. Sometimes they just take too long. They take so long to realize where that bomb is, and therefore where the CT or where the T's can be, taking, you know, a 40 or not 40 seconds, like 15 seconds to come up on short side for Blitz. When that entire round was just set up for the CT plant, they should have realized off the first position, but no idea. Molly and Con gonna force out the AWP. Nine can't fight for this space. Finally, Imperial get Con without a battle. They've run up long again. This has just been the gap they've been exploiting round after round, and if Nine stays on this angle, he turns in time, he's at least got the info. But again, the re-peeks for Nine have often let him down. Vinny running up long, Score will miss that spray. Didn't know he was on the left side already, and the nade trades Nine. He needs to know when to quit. Too many re-peeks for my liking. 5-on-3, a pacey long take has put Imperial in pole position.
Okay, Blitz often able to deliver. Like, he's just a W gamer at the end of the day.
We love it.
No. Oh my goodness. Blitz! Another frag going his way. This is crazy. 3 in the round. He's put a stop to the A take. He's forced their hand. They're trying to go B, but guess who's here? Guess who's been waiting the whole damn time? Techno 4K. Gonna flush out FNX, and for Fallen, this 1 versus 3 that was a 5-on-3 just moments ago is now looking impossible. Out through Monster, we've seen this guy deliver down on this B site before, but up he comes, looking for a way back in. He's been the savior of so many rounds that have shaped up similarly to this one. But you're asking a hell of a lot. He hasn't seen Techno, deals with Blitz, knows this second man was still here. Tap on the bomb. Techno's heard the scope. He knows it's a fake. He doesn't overextend. Fallen's going to have to go hunting for him. 10 seconds. Here's Heaven. Missed shot. Oh, follows up. But Cabal swings out immediately for the trade.
You could just feel the Fallen effect coming in, can't you? A clutcher, especially on Overpass. This guy is right at home, but not enough to win the round, Harry. And like you said, a 5-on-3, it's Blitz that gets it done from Bank, just swinging out and taking 2 kills. Because Imperial sent 2 guys up long and they got the double entry, their whole team wasn't there to play the site. They weren't there to trade the kills. And even though Nine offers up quite a way in for Imperial, they can't close the door. Back to another low buy. First forced. He doesn't want to play around. He's just going to go quick into the B short side. Almost requiring a bomb plant here if you want to get away with the goods in the last. Fur has been wallbanged by Blitz. This guy just doesn't stop. Double monster play. Fallen, walking short, has no idea. They've made a step, though. Fallen turns, hits a headshot. The gun's out in time for Bolts. Just about getting that bomb back under control. Don't want to leave it forever, though. 3-on-3, IHG, panic rotate B, but Imperial are anything but ready to explode.
Oh, no. Oh, mate, on that swing.
1 step too far.
Nuts and bolts versus Blitz and Pieces, and it's the latter that comes out on top. Third in it for the man in question. The B site is now ripe for the taking. Nine's up here in heaven. In these last few rounds, we've seen a bit of a hallmark of frustration for Orpers, right? Missing shots, over-committing to them. If there ever was a time for him to try and deliver, it's in a round like this, and the first shot is true. Nade does good damage. Nine, does he want to attempt this? Does he want to give this a go? He drops the gun, tries to fake the fall on down. They swing him and they go together.
Yeah.
I do like that, right? Why let him pick and choose the fights on his terms? If we fight him as a little duo, there's not much that Orp is going to be able to do.
Nice fake out, but they didn't fall for that for a second there, did they? And yeah, again, the mistakes at least are super clear for IHC. Sometimes they just need to, you know, play on their bomb sites and not overextend, like double facing Monster, but not even peeking together, just one by one feeding bolts into his Monster hole. This guy's just given kill after kill in the round. And that's the money gone for IHC. Last of the half, Imperial can win it on the T side, and that would be, you know, phenomenal. We've gone back for the 4 mid play for IHC. Scores in common with the Deagle, but everyone else taking middle and long together. Mag 7 solo B. I mean, it's a massive gap. If Imperial C, they turn. Did Techno see him? I think he must have. Fer just left his position. He's going to re-aggress, and again, timing's been missed on both sides. If Imperial figure this one out, they can just explode into A. This timing is now super awkward. Fer's going to walk out mid, and they're not going to know.
Yeah, but the bomb's coming back. The bomb thinks it's clear. Fallen, knife out, swinging it, but now caught. Fer turns, will trade that first man, and he hears the footsteps of another. However, running him down is Blitzman. This guy never uses shift. It's unbound, and he's unchained. Another kill over here in middle, and Cabal's USP is going to best bolts on the short side.
He beat Monster with a Mag 7. This one's not over. They've still got B. Vinny's crept in through. FNX is trying to keep Blitz trapped in T-spawn. If Vinny dies, the round falls apart. But FNX can still frag out. Vinny's been spotted. Cabal has a flank. He's told his team maybe they can cause some tension. There's a backstab, but it might not matter if Cabal goes now, and so he shall. Vinny's gone with a bomb, and FNX in a 1v3 with 20 seconds to explode.
Yeah, he would just need all the kills, all the glory, runs the smoke, but not going to happen. And IHC, they close out this first half at 8-7. Very similar tones from Mirage, right? It might have been Imperial hitting the ground running, off to a great start, 5-1 up, but they remain resilient.
Just ludicrous rounds, and it doesn't stop them from doing some of the mental stuff that punishes them in previous rounds, like just taking wide fights, re-peeking, or even just running around when they know Imperial will hear them. Blitz runs into Fer, knowing Fer's going to be ready, and he still wins the fight. It only makes you get away with it more. It only makes you play as audacious as you have been all day, but it's crazy. The fact that it works is a testament to the aim and the individual ability of these players. And right now, they are trying to upset. They are trying to eliminate Imperial. A solid T-side pistol could be a prerequisite to that. Fer fighting middle. Boost up on B is lovely. FNX picks Techno out of the round, and they even take short. That's at least 3 players spotted B for IHC. They've got a lot of info. They should be able to work the long A position right now with their 2 players with a bomb. Not in a spot to help out on this A site.
Oh, no.
Especially not now.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, man. That swing out of Cabal just getting punished right away. At this point, I don't want to have to say this, but it feels like your best option is maybe to just send these A guys through the A site, see if they can make some magic happen there.
It's cooked,
It's the kind of wild thing I could totally imagine IHC doing, and it feels like Nine kind of wants to embark on that mission. The bomb is stuck here. Like, you're not getting it out, so you need to try and dig yourself out of this hole. Problem is, you're only going deeper in it. Blitz, dead. One time he uses the shift key, it instantly betrays him. Now there is a rotate out of Imperial. Scores walking in, but FNX on the angle just turns around back in time. And so 9, 1v5. This one was always a little cooked from the get-go.
Charred. burnt. Certainly anything but edible, rather. Vinny's here to close. Nine's running into the double setup, and the pistols will come through for Imperial in this map. Very nice start to the second half. Again, favored on both these maps, even if they dropped Mirage to begin this series. They have the tenure, they have the experience, they have the maps recently played, everything pointing in Imperial, but IHC coming in with a flare factor in their CT side. Not sure how well it will translate to the T side of Overpass. This eco should just be a cleanup. They're going to keep close together and just run it dry out mid.
Yeah, just a stat pad round, really, for Fallen and Ferp. And so there it is, right? They get all 5 between the two of them. Kills from Fallen's SMG, just leaving him $100 shy of bringing that AWP out, but will make an appearance in this follow-up round. You can almost be assured of that. This time it's a bit of a bonus out of Imperial. Meanwhile, over on the A stream, Spirit. Oh, look at that.
That's a 2-0 if they do it. And then that puts Astralis 2-2, potentially, against the winner of this game. Who knows? So it's not going to be an easy road for whoever meets Astralis in the 2-2 matchup.
Yeah, it's going to hurt even more, you know, like with Vitality soldiering on through. You know, Dupree and Match is finding success, but Claven's maybe left out to dry, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. IHC, it's a fast, long round. Fallen, I'll jump peek, trying to get the info over here in middle, but he's kind of missed these timings. Now Fur has seen bodies moving down long. That's a nice flash. Goes out wide on swap, but they weren't ready for this toilet peek, right? Fallen missed all those timings on the jump spot, so they were way closer than he was ready for. The A site's already been conceded. At this point, Imperial are basically playing retake for it. Flash goes over, and they might try to go through early, running through that dumpster smoke. And trying to get stuck in, and they're stuck in all right. 2 kills very, very quickly, but reloading on both. That could have been a double. Instead, 9 also runs out of ammo.
Okay.
And so it's Blitz, the man, who was doing so much for them in that first half. Always willing to fight, willing to engage. Well, now it's a test of his mettle. Tap on the bomb. He thinks they're sticking it. He's seen that first man, but stuck in that fight with FNX. I think he thought he was the diffuser.
Yeah, that's a 3-on-4 retake, and I love the flash setup there for Vinny, right? Just throws it in over the top left of truck, and they just dive through. The reason they do that is, well, firstly, because the round's screwed anyway, but secondly, they have SMGs. If IHC get the bomb down and back up into their post spawns, play toilets, Imperial can't win. They have to catch them while they're still in the site, and they do perfectly.
It's a weird, new sentence. That retake round was almost Cloud9-esque, right? Like, they also don't respect the dumpster smoke a lot of the time and just flash through it to rush down that A-bomb site in the event that it gets taken.
Oh, the timing, the jump! Whoa, he's lucky to be alive, and they're coming right out.
Damage for Vinny, and the Util's going to seal the deal on those kills. Tech-9's up in their faces, but they ain't going places yet. 9 with a double. Having to get the reload off again. It's him and Blitz, and I mean, these two up in a treat. However, he boxed in. What? Takes one of the grave with him. Blitz's Deagle cannot convert the kill to Fur. They were both low. Definitely a chance for IHC, but it's stripped away. Imperial get that one back under wraps.
Oh, that was very scary, but you can see Imperial have started to realize it. Like, they have started respecting IHC. They don't even give them the plant in that one. Even though the triple entry comes in, Imperial just throw themselves through the smokes up in heaven, chase down those final kills, and IHC just can't get comfortable right now. Just trying to break into this T side for real. Rifle round should certainly help. Got everything to play with, including the AW. Missed Molly in mid. Fallen goes long with his AWP, and he might be met with resistance from Blitz. AWP v AK should always favor Fallen, but Blitz has got some aim on him. However, walking the corner with no flash, you get what's coming to you. Oh, nice flash.
Oh, there is the flash.
There we go.
And so they don't get what's not coming.
Yeah, it's not coming until later, because eventually you got to run into this big green. He's patient, all right. The A site of Overpass is Fallen's domain. He is the man.
I cannot believe it. Blitz walking down the long side, has the rest of the gang in tow. They're way closer than anyone's ready for. The flashes start coming, and they don't stop coming. Furs here, and not hit the ground running. Fallen with one. A 4-on-3 as they do mop up those first players in. Now, FNX going to burn out to the molly, and scores wrapped Fallen in the toilets. 9 with the AW. And there's IHC teed up to take a ninth. They finally break apart this A bomb site, and that's in spite of Imperial's best efforts to stack it out. There were a lot of bodies there. There were a lot of players in the right place at the right time, and still, it's IHC winning that round out.
Yeah, not just bodies there, but the realization for IHC has set in that Imperial are running through these smokes, are playing aggressive in the pre and post plants. Vinny just goes through, but the planter, 9, with the AWP out, not looking to stick it in a 3-on-2. He's looking for fight, and that was the perfect call to make, given how Imperial have reacted to these site takes. And yeah, the impressive push does not work. And now IHC is starting to cotton on into what Imperial have been using to close rounds. Bold's forced to save, and because so many of these clutch rounds have come through neck and neck, there's only one more buy here for Imperial. They definitely need to go for it. I think they only get 4 out of 5 rifles, so it seems. And they're going to try and figure out the money together with this pause. FNX can drop, Vinny can buy, but it shouldn't be an AWP unless they substitute another A1S for it. And I don't know if that's even worth at this point. Leave you with 3 fully bought players. All right, maybe this is the second win for IHC. We know they're very good. Ooh, wow, they do buy him an AWP. Okay, I respect it, but it does mean that, like, you're going to get 3 rifles rather. I guess FNX buys a FAMAS, not the worst, but a lot of faith put in Fallen in this round. Certainly for good reason, but he's been getting caught the last 2 times, right? He's been shot in the back of the head on back-to-back A plays. One with him in toilets trying to find Techno, Score shoots him from the site going wide, and the other one the other way around. He's trying to cover the long cross, and Techno gets boosted above the divider smoke 3 rounds ago, and headshots Fallen. So he's been getting very unfortunate in these site attacks. Now it's going to be a B-Wood bound, 4 players heading right into short tunnel. Doing it silent though, no flash to announce, no warning for Imperial, and a triple mid setup, exactly what IHC were doing so many of their CT rounds. If they just go right now, this is their best bet.
Yeah, flash over the top. Bolts, mate, you're going to have to hold the line here, bud. Smoke, it's going to get dropped in by Imperial. Give them a bit more room here. Bolts with the spam, has taken out one, and FNX's fast flank nets another. Oh, Bolts, look at him go! Tired of waiting around, he leaps through the smoke, leaps into action, and saves the day. That one, well held by Imperial. They only had 2 players down on that B site, neither one of them faltered. They both held the line long enough for FNX and co to play into the round. And they get it under wraps. You were right in saying, Hugo, that was the best chance that IHC had to take that B site if they went right then. But there's no accounting for the individuals in moments like that.
It seemed like they didn't have a protocol in place for that smoke that Vinny threw, the electronic smoke that lands on the pillar, right? He saved Bolt's life with that because both players were full blind in B, and it just bought enough time for the flank, as you say. I actually got stuck in Monster. There's a spot, and there's a collat. Fallen hits the leg, but Nide tags him back, and he's got him trapped in long toilets. Fallen just taking that quick pathing to escape, keeps his AWP in action for the round. He has so much to play with. In the meantime, B trades did come through. Player dead short side. And so IHC will reset into this site. Imperial have had to gamble. Their money is on the line. And we've fallen very low. They AAA. IHC should have just won this round. The only thing that's interesting is Imperial have loads of utility, but they're so committed to A right now. They're pushed up in through toilets. And so really they should look to save as this bomb comes in. So back and forth right now. Imperial have not won this one yet. The save allows a rebuy, but IHC keep coming in. Just when you want to doubt them, just when you want to count them out with another T-side round.
think that's one of the things that makes like IHC so interesting, though, and also so hard to play against. I think the reason why you've probably seen, you know, some of the more like favored teams tried and tested versus this IHC squad is just that, you know, we've used the phrase EU-centric a couple of times. You said how they still have that Asian flair about them. You know, I think like from a tactical perspective as well as like the individuals, things are just a lot tighter. There's less like mistakes made, even though there are still mistakes made that can get patched up. There's less mistakes, and there's also like less of an ebb and flow to their game plan. It does just kind of feel like it wildly veers from like one thing into the next, right? Whereas you compare like Imperial's early T-side efforts, well, what were they? It was centered a lot around con, default kind of B leans. It was only once mid started to get exploited that they went back there. It's more of like a, you know, solution, problem, solve that, and you know, you kind of like work through this flow of Counter-Strike. Whereas with IHC, man, you never really know what's about to come at you.
True that. And now, IHC, they're the ones who have to figure out new solutions to new problems, because there's a double AWP for Imperial for the first time in this series. First joining Fallen on the big green. The effect of the save paying off, but again, a must-win round for Imperial, or this game closes up.
Well, something I'll say, mate, is, you know, this game is super close, especially with the money of Imperial on the line, but we still need more out of Techno 4K. Yeah. Like, this could be a 2-0 if we get a bit more mileage out of him. This could be IHC staying alive and putting a stop to Imperial. Team that a lot of people actually had to go through into that legend stage.
Yeah, they've overperformed. Like, there are legendary names in this team, but they have overperformed their you know, expected current value in 2022. It's so hard for these old legends to come back and still perform at the top level, but Imperial have impressed so many by even getting to this stage through the RMR, only dropping 2 series, one to 9Z, who were incredible on that reverse sweep, but also to MIBR, who were flawless. That's a beautiful shot onto Techno 4K, not even flashing long for IHC, and they'll come to regret it. That's only going to keep you in your head at 4 and 17 when you just get AWP'd on a dry peak.
At a bare minimum, you saw it was Fur with the AWP, right? So you said, like, you know, they got to come up with new solutions to new problems, and now you at least have the information. Okay, Fur's got one. That means Fallen's probably got his. They try to hit the go button on a B play. That molly's gone in. Bolts does try to swing it, though, and that's opened up this B site, made it look a little more tantalizing. Kamal trying to walk up the short side. FNX spamming with the A1S. That flash is good, but there's Fur to offer up some assistance from heaven with this AWP.
20 seconds.
IHC are running like they think they can go A. I don't think they even get here in time. Like, all it's going to take is this one shot from Fallen to connect onto the right man, and the round is done. In they come, out through the bathrooms, and it's a collateral. He only needed one. But what if he takes the whole damn biscuit? Even the tag to 9. And as he goes back, he's dead after time. Insult to injury now. And another round on the board for the Imperial boys. It's fitting that it's Fur's second AWP to open and repel the B play, sending them back into main AWP and IGL Fallen over on A, who absolutely annihilates them.
Yeah, any other team would have saved there, but I respect IHG even trying that, but not going to happen. No way you're getting into the bomb site, and no way Imperial are leaving it open. 13 rounds, the money saved, the momentum shut down, 2 singular rounds by themselves for IHC. Right now, they might be running out of time in this map.
Double AWP mid setup versus a force buy. There's a world where this could get weird. All the AWPs just pick them apart. We'll have to wait and see. Fur's got the opener. Fallen's getting ran down, but they kind of taper off with all those mollies flooding the toilets. They instead redirect, try to deal with Fur at long, but they can't seem to get past him. The flash is good. Techno 4K with an important kill. A 3-on-4 still in with a chance. Done yet. That's a tag to 9 from Fallen. Okay, and that's set FNX up for a nice free kill. He heard the tag as well.
Yeah, they're running out of ideas. There's not really been much faking. Where they start is where they end for IHC, and these rounds have been ending very quickly, trying to go into B within the first 30 seconds without doing their defaulting and pushing these AWPs back. They've been running into stacks. And, you know, sometimes they break through, but more often than not, it's Imperial who just have really nice setups. I love that re-aggro from FNX off the back of the double orb cover. IHC are walking up along. It's the one gap, but Bolts, who is solid and has been all series, is holding it down from truck side. And Score doesn't have a flash. They either had to swap positions or trade over util or just go dry. Fallen's now here, welcoming them in. They're going to run boost, but he hits his head. There's a head box there. There's a sky box. Can't do it. And Fallen shuts out the round with 2. Dear, oh dear, IHC. The bucket is empty. There's a hole. And they're dripping rounds. Imperial up to 14, and with no money for IHC, they have to play for overtime. Even that is desperate, given the lack of depth on this T side, and they're even going to buy. That screams a rush. That screams a fast round, and none of them have done them justice.
Dude, how devastating is this? If they went for like a fast B here, which is what I was figuring was going to happen with like the Mac 10s, the Tech 9s.
Yeah.
There's only one guy actually in the site right now. It's a heavy mid-lean. Okay, Techno 4K finding a couple of kills in these last few rounds, but it might just be too little too late. Is that one frag on Fur going to tee them up to try turn this around and deny 15 to Imperial?
Great
smoke. Or is it
smoke.
nothing more than a flash in the pan? They're going through. They're going to try and run down the B site, moving in. Bolt and Vinny, they were good here last time in this spot. They've got to do it again. They've got to stand. They've got to deliver. Bolts has got Vinny's back, but now he's burning alive.
Way.
Just about able to extinguish that molly in time. And with Vinny still here, still strong, 100 health to his name, and rotations now looking to come through for Imperial. They've got all the pieces in the right place, and Vinny's sending them out of B. Lighten them up, the nade will close it, and it's 15 for the Imperial squad.
Yeah, I think this one looks done to me. Harry. Imperial have come to play on the CT side. It was very competitive in the first half, but we have seen nothing to rely on this T side for IHC. No more attacks have come through. Finally, they call one, but it honestly feels too late with just some of these force by some of these investments, but also just running into double orbs and not flashing angles. They force by with Mac 10s and Galils, and they still go for an A round. Their fakes aren't working. They've not been defaulting on the T side at all. They go 5 towards every position, and sometimes they late rotate, but Imperial just have such nice rotations, and they haven't even had to do anything too crazy like take space. Imperial haven't had con, they haven't had B short, they haven't really had long past 1 kill occasionally, but they've known exactly what's going on. It's been very free-flowing, and even when I actually get into bomb sites, we saw in the early half how aggressive Imperial were running through their smokes and disrespecting their setups. This has been really solid from the Brazilians.
Yeah, it's a little disconcerting as well. There's something like as simple as that electronic smoke down towards B just entirely disrupts every B hit, it feels like, right? Like, it's a very standard util set to drop in. And I mean, this round, it's full face, full aggression down the long side. An early 4-on-4, but now footsteps heard over in water. Vinny's not really missed a beat in this B anchor spot. No. But as he goes aggro on the short side, finally, he might be a little removed. Now, he can't just come back in late and still be a nuisance. There's still smokes on IHC, so I hope they nullify the short angle. Might never even come to that, though, because Bolts, one of the other B-side defenders that just refuses to let IHC have a way in, has delivered a double. It's all on Score, and Imperial are looking to take us all 3, looking to take us to Inferno. They're not ready for the dance to end yet.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, this series was screaming reverse sweep from the maps alone, but IHC definitely ran out of ideas in that T side, and Imperial exploited every single one of them. Bolts has looked incredible as an anchor player in this tournament so far, on Inferno especially, and so that bodes very well for Imperial, with it being the 3rd map of the series, their best map, the one that Liquid regretted picking up against them. There's so many reasons to believe in this Imperial comeback right now, and for IHC, flashes in the pan, some good individual moments, some pop-off rounds on the CT side, but Techno going invisible in that second map, and yeah, just the calling wasn't there, wasn't on par.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've spoke a lot about experience because I think there's a real difference in that between these two teams. And we said back on Mirage, often as the game drags on, as the series drags on, you look to the more experienced, the more tenured squad to take a bit of an advantage there. And I think in terms of individuals, IHC have still looked pretty switched on, with the exception of Techno 4K, who is a very young player. And you must imagine that the emotions are quite overwhelming now, feeling like if you'd just given a tiny bit more here on Overpass,
this would be done.
There could have been a hell of a lot more fight in IHC. If anything, it's like borderline impressive they made it as close as they did in what felt like a 4v5 game, and I don't want to throw that around lightly, just Techno never really carried any impact here. So hoping he can bounce back. You also don't get a 30 bomb out of score, you don't get someone popping off, and I mean, look what happens, right? On the other side of things, Bolts, man, this guy, he's got to be man of the match, right? He definitely has to be. Let's see, there it is. Yeah, look, no surprise.
No doubt.
Of course he is at 26 and 13, but even if the frags like weren't that high in number, even if he wasn't like, you know, sat at 2-0 KD, his B defenses with Vinny was just perfect in that second half. You know, you were kind of relegated into A plays in spite of an under-defended B bomb site a lot of the time, which is just wild.
Yeah.
Like, you were forced into the three-man stack because it was an easier option. Like, that just doesn't make any sense, you know? And it all comes off of Bolts and Vinny just having this incredible synergy and interplay between the two of them in those B anchor rounds.
Yeah, and I think B is going to be an even bigger problem going into a third map. You've at least showed us some positivity from your side on IHG's Inferno, some of their wins previously over Tyloo. Obviously looking like a really good team, at least back in their region on this map, but this feels like a different level right now. We're having Imperial play up to the level that they need to make a run in this tournament and to maybe even get through to Legends, Harry.
Yeah, and you know, Inferno is just such a good map for Imperial. That's what I can't shake the feeling of. Whatever's going to happen, man, it's going to be a blast. Like, these games have been so back and forth. There's been a lot of energy behind it. We will be saying goodbye to one of these teams, and we find out which one that is in just a moment. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
The Imperial March sounds, and we end up heading to Inferno, the third and final map in this Elim series here in the Challenger stage of the Major. Hugo, you know, that we kind of lightly touched upon this one, closing out that last map, but just to kind of recollect our thoughts. I can't think of the word.
That works.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, you know, let me kind of hear, you know, where do you stand on this?
I think, well, we kind of talked about the reverse sweep even after the first map, just because of how competitive it was and how good Imperial were playing on that loss. All the clutches coming through, some individuals stepping up, Fallen's Orb looking fast. So there are certainly, you know, good things for Imperial here. On the flip side, just to hype up IHC a little bit, like, this is their most played map. So while it is Imperial's best, and that much is undoubtable, it's not going to be IHC not having the depth on that T side. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of what Overpass came down to. The fact that they even won that half and put up such a great defense was impressive enough. But, you know, they have one map played in the last 3 months. Of course, they ran out of ideas on T side when nothing was working, when Bolts on your screen was being a beast down on the B side. And we saw that double orb basically end the game. As soon as Fer pulled out the second AWP on CT Overpass, that game was over. IHC didn't even get their foot in the door, didn't even get close to winning a round in that position. So now in Inferno, I think this is going to be a lot more competitive the whole way through. This series has been a lot of rounds traded, a lot of 5-1 leads going 5-5, 8-7s on both maps. This has been super, super close, and I think that much is going to continue. Look at the recent numbers as well, 100%. Obviously, IHC have managed to take it over Renegades back-to-back in the Major, in the RMR as well, and for Imperial, yeah, they wrecked Liquid on this map in their BO1. Yeah. That was crazy, and I think the thing that we're taking away most there was the B defense on CT side from Bolts and from Fer. They looked rock solid.
Yeah, you know, I think there are ways in for IHC here.
Sure.
You know, if they've done their research, which you're assuming they have, I will say this A bomb site for Imperial is definitely where the problems are. Fer is given a lot of freedom, and Bolts is incredible over towards B, but those are both your B-leaning players. And so Fer oftentimes is like super mobile, trying to help out over towards A. That can open up vulnerabilities in the B site, even though Bolts is normally good for a couple. But you kind of see rounds fall apart based on kills gained at the A side of the map. That's often where it begins. So Imperial, I think they're going to need to show up early on the A side, because I know their B defense is good. I know these guys don't miss a beat over on this side of the map. So Fer here early normally does something nuts in pistol rounds if they come top banana. This time, though, he's being a bit more measured.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a pop-up here, but I don't know if this is the commit with still Cabal lurking apps. The options are open to go back. Bomb finally gets into middle, and this is nice for IHC. The default is already a lot better. Just pushing that B setup passive into the bomb site means Imperial don't have info. They don't want to regain info, and because it's a pistol round, they don't have the util to do so. It's got to go into this A setup. Cabal spotted, baited into these dualies for FNX. Oh dear, missed the first burst. This can get uncomfortable. Block up close as well. Cabal hits the headshot. Smoke is a problem. Vinny hiding behind it. They're shooting him right through, though. He's so low. Techno and Cabal, in fact, gets that kill from Apps 5-on-3. And we already know how these rounds go on Inferno.
Yeah, kind of brutal, right? You do have a smoke, 2 flashes, but no kit. That's going to be problematic. Oh, and you're 3-on-5, so not the ideal spot to be in. Not smoke to try and deny some vision from Mini Pit, or as it could be christened, Vinny Pit.
Yep.
Flash over the top. Cabal's going to swing with the dualies, not even needed. It's Techno 4K to melt the first man moving in. And now just cleaning up the remainder. IHC going to open up with a pistol round. And I mean, already, you know, we talked about the A-side woes. They show their face in the pistol from the get-go. That's where IHC wanted to head. Yeah. They feigned taking that top banana control. And I kind of like that. I like that that's the first round they run, because one of the things we've been speaking about every Imperial Inferno game is the freedom that Fer is given. Well, that hinges a lot of the time on Imperial taking banana early and freeing him up to play this rotate role between A and B. If you're able to take banana away, you force Fer to stay in the B bomb site. Yeah. You force him to commit to that. And in moments where he is committed, Fallen kind of becomes the rotate player from Arch side over towards B. So there's ways you can manipulate this to always have that A site a little bit weaker and a little more in your back pocket, and IHC do it from the get-go.
Yeah, that's the first time they've opened the map in this series with a pistol as well. Almost all the pistols have come through for Imperial in this BO3, so IHC starting strong, not having to rely on a force buy to break the conversion. Already differences looking good. And yeah, the defaults are nice again, just triple upside, double banana. It's a force buy for Imperial. It was always going to be on this map. Couple of scoots. FNX taking the secondary. He did tag score on the cross. To start the round, Fallen doesn't want to waste his nade. Wants more value out of it. Somewhat scared perhaps of a B play as well. Would rather nade after he's taken a shot. Try and finish a kill with that scout. Keeps considering it, but double scoped up. Now it's a good time, he feels, and it's not bad at all. Techno on 50, Blitz eats one as well. So already Util looking good for Imperial. They've really softened up those targets. This scout now needs to capitalize, needs to pick players off. They're running up on the long side. FNX Fallen, both hitting shots.
What?
Oh my goodness, 4 kills
Scout
in
round.
4 seconds out of scouts. You don't need guns. You don't need AWPs. These ones hit like cannons, and Cabal simply has no time.
Oh, baby bear. The Cubs bested by the scouts in this one, and Fur's there to close it. Bloody hell, have you ever seen anything like that? 2 scouts just firing up the line through smokes, no scope for Fallen. I was not prepared for that, and IHC were not either.
No. No one was prepared.
What? It's like
double no-scope kills. Those early tags, those early nades, they are worth their weight in gold. Body shot boys come through for Imperial, and the script is already flipped. It's usually IHC winning the force buys. Now Imperial give them a taste of their own medicine. Flash peeks for mid. Then he tries to take fights. IHC, not a lot to work with themselves, are very passive. Double nades on ramp, don't even get them. They have barely left spawn.
Okay. Yeah, you know, it's not uncommon to see bolts try to get aggressive down banana. Something I will say, you know, that last round obviously comes down to just some wildness.
Yeah.
I think, you know, the fact that we end up on Inferno as the third is like super purposeful out of IHC. You know that Imperial would gladly leave this in till the third map. I get that it's a handshake, but I know, I just think you can guarantee that this is 100% the third map. You know, you're gonna have put in the hours to try and figure out how to dismantle this Imperial CT side. This little force buy, a 4-on-4, and a rotate out of Vinny this time, peeled over towards B. But not all the way, still playing that CT area. Arch has been open all round, so he needs to be cognizant that someone could have slipped in through the back line. That is going to leave Fur kind of high and dry over here towards the B site, but usually he's a safe pair of hands. Oh, there's no safety there. He's gone. They might deal with Cabal late lurking A to give over the 3-on-3.
Don't do it.
They got to win the round. Now they got to win the whole damn thing. Vinny looking for this one. That's a freebie. This is kind of a bit of an overextend out of IHC.
They've done a lot of that this series. Oh, they're still fighting deep, man. They're just giving this round back into Imperial's palms. Blitz, we know his deagle's good, but it's got to be great. It's got to be perfect, and it can't hit a single thing. Imperial steal that round back. I don't know how they take it. That's a sitter of a round to lose when you have the B site like that. But just hunting the kills. And even over on A, like Cabal comes out of apps way too early.
That was honestly, in my opinion, like maybe the biggest misstep of the round. Because on numbers alone, they don't know how many are in B. Like think of the info they got. Fur got smoke shot and Vinny was smoked from the get-go. They see 3-on-4. Okay. You might even be thinking about saving with 2 pit players still stuck over at the A bomb site, just on the back of numbers. But because Cabal swings, immediately, before the bomb is even planted over at the B site, and then like you compound that with the aggression out of 9 into Ruins, it just tipped the scales back the other way instantaneously, and it gave a reason for Imperial to retake that B site.
The value of being deep there on apps is you're gonna hear those rotates, right? No one's walking a rotate out of A if they're actually giving the round a go, and so Imperial would have run, he would have had the drop on them, and he would have surely had a kill at least. So he just kind of swings it too early, tries to duel them before they've even decided to retake the round. And suddenly they get free kill. They go, well, let's give it a go. 9 walks through Ruins without clearing his corners. Well, there's another. And at that point, the time is more than enough for Imperial to 3-on-1 blitz. Yeah, definitely. It's a shame, but you know, this is the first time in Europe for IHC. It's such a big tournament, and you know, it's a learning experience, certainly. And there are definitely things that they could learn. There are definitely things they could improve on. The fact that they're even here is impressive enough. They definitely have some good individuals. There's no one doubting that, but you get punished for those mistakes out here in Europe. And Imperial, I mean, you know, maybe the current form isn't what these players once were, rather. Plural.
Third time's the charm.
Exactly.
On that one.
But the mental power accumulative across this team. So much Counter-Strike experience at the highest level. You're not going to pull the wool over their eyes. You're not going to surprise them, especially on a map like Inferno.
A little bit of Counter-Strike lore for you. Those fish in the fountain at B, they die when the bomb goes off there. That's actually the whole objective. They're evil fish.
Evil fish? What do they do? What have they done, Harry?
Well, you know, they don't look like much when they're just swimming around in there, but...
Yeah?
Hang on, wait. Yeah, we'll say evil fish.
Is it like how, you know, Bond villains always have sharks like swimming behind them in aquariums? Like the
yeah,
sharks
these
are pulling
fish,
the strings?
These fish always have like humans around them.
Yeah.
Like with cats and such.
Oh, don't you think chickens?
Yeah, actually chickens.
Surely more appropriate. Many chickens have died on this map. Many fish have been blown up. Well, is it like, you know, a cockroach can survive a nuke? Can fish in water survive a bomb?
No. That's why we're blowing them up.
Oh.
It's like their one weakness. Well, one of a couple, actually. Yeah. Only thing you can't do to them is drown them.
I'm working on it. Actually, that's not true.
No, I know.
You can drag fish backwards and they drown.
Wow, very psychopathic of you.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good pastime there, Hugo.
I'd never do such a thing.
I'm worried about little Hugo. This is his 10th goldfish this month.
The bag's too small, man. You get it from the fairground.
Right. Look. For IHC, this hasn't gone the way they wanted it to early on, right? We can all kind of agree there. Yeah. Getting scout smoke shot and then having a B play in the palm of your hand only to have it all taken away. For Imperial, kind of par for the course right now. They've course corrected early, putting up some CT rounds on the board. Imperial only going to get scarier the longer this goes on. I just firmly believe that like Fur is incredible here, man. He really is just a sight to behold on Inferno. And so I think we still have even more to come out of him. Because thus far it's kind of been like Fallen stealing a bit of the show.
Yeah, for sure.
To open this one up. As has been the case really actually throughout the series. He's had a very, very good one as Fallen.
Yeah. Blowing our minds, Harry. One major at a time. No one wants to be stuck here in this pause. 3 maps deep, though. Especially after these stinkers of rounds that IHC have capitulated in. Both round 2 and 3, I don't know which one was worse. I mean, at least one of them wasn't their fault. That A-take was just a stroke of luck for Imperial. Some well-placed scout shots. Some scoped, some not. But you can only run Deagles in this one if you want to buy next. However, we've seen the flat Deag buy come through with rounds before. Thinking all the way back to Mirage.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get into the rifles, because, like, you know, if the pistol was anything to go by, it feels like IHC actually have a good protocol to try and get the job done over on this T side.
The chickens are so HD, man. It's crazy. Like, they're really detailed. The giblets. Giblets?
Well, it's not actually what they're called.
The goblets of fire.
Yeah, that's the one.
They're shaking. The eyes are HD.
I hope we get to see Valve. I'll tell them they did a good job on the chickens.
I think that was
They did a really good job.
It's been their best update yet, I think, ever.
And in my opinion, it was worth the 200 less frames.
You get 200 frames?
No, man. It was. It is funny though. Like, I know, just having like the chickens have little interactions. You know, like the times that they've influenced play, doorstep.
Yeah, it's kind of there's definitely, you know, the diehard competitive people, and I'm usually one of them. There's definitely good reasons to remove chickens from comp play. At the same time, I'd never want that to happen. They're too classically ingrained.
See an AWPer holding an angle, flicks the chicken, and then gets swung.
I've seen people shoot chickens by accident so many times over the year. You mentioned the door stuck. That's classic. Rob's getting blocked as a chicken was in the way of the door, and he died. They love moonwalking. That's the only thing I'd do next if I was Valve. I would fix the bugs in chickens. No,
that's your big next to-do list.
They're running into walls too often. They get stuck.
No,
look at this guy.
So I've always wondered, because you know you can push E on them and they follow you. They make a lot of noise, especially if you get like a pack of like 10.
Yeah.
Right?
10 chickens. Well, unfortunately, it's Inferno. Nades kill them.
Imagine a world where like you can just be as loud as you want because all anyone can hear. Like, don't get me wrong, they still know you're coming, but the first time you hear that, you don't go, "Oh, that's fur pushing me." Like, you know, you go, "Well, there's a really loud chicken nearby," but in reality, it's a guy just like running at you with his little chicken army following behind.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they would die to nades before you can collect 10. I don't think I've seen pros try and collect them. You know, I feel like that's got to come through eventually. Just try and pick up a little pack. What's the plural of chicken? And don't say chickens. You know, it's a gaggle of geese. It's a murder of crows. A flock of chickens?
No. Maybe like a roost.
A roost. No, that's a roast.
Yeah,
Harry.
I'm just saying with a really cooked accent. I want a roost.
I want to roast a chicken, lad. Well, focus faces here. Big chillin' still. As we wait on tech issues right now, we've had a very smooth major. I'll say that much. We're 3 days in. This is the longest tech I've seen.
Everyone was going day one. They were saying like, "Oh my god, is it going to happen?"
Starting on day one,
like no problems at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's actually been very, very smooth. Very, very smooth. And a lot of the tech problems kind of just get brushed aside very, very quickly. I'm assuming this one's a little more complex because I think this is easily the longest tech pause we've had. I'm assuming it'll be the case of like swapping something out in this instance.
Yeah, headsets are off, so that's how you know it's a problem. First got the hand towel though. Zantara's patented.
Oh, I tell you what as well. Let's talk about this because we were talking about this matchup earlier. Yeah. Force versus Outside is going on the mainstream right now. Force currently 5-0 up on Dust 2 on Outsiders map pick. Now,
Outsiders down by rounds means nothing.
That's a very good point, right? No, they are a very weird team to talk about because whenever you try to give like live updates on an Outsiders game, it's like, yeah, right now the scoreline is 14-3, but what does that mean? You know, like it's never over till it's over.
Yeah. I saw headsets going back on for Imperial, so presuming that problems are getting fixed, problems are solved, perhaps. But if you're just joining us, we're 3 rounds into the third map. It's Inferno. Imperial leading 2-1, and both teams taking their own map pick in this series so far. Mirage was a banger game. Overpass was definitely frustrating in that second half. But Imperial, I'm just glad they've brought a good level to this tournament. I mean, all of Brazil has, really. Like, Fury are waiting in the next stage already. Vinny would love to meet them there. That would be a story. MIBR still in and on for the running, playing Eternal Fire later on in their 1-2 matchup, their elimination game. Also winnable.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty hype matchup as well, as far as I'm concerned. Like, MIBR have kind of impressed me throughout this entire thing, from, you know, the flawless 3-0 run throughout the RMRs, showing up here and looking convincing, always at like a bare minimum, like giving teams a run for their money, even if they aren't winning everything. And then on the other side, like, it's super interesting when you look at Eternal Fire. Now, we talked about this as like, mate, when you were watching Space Soldiers, you know, years ago, and it was, you know, and it was like this team with Antares and Calix, like these very like promising players. You had guys like Major in there, Despe Paz, this entire little unit. But you were always wondering, like, mate, what if they bought, you know, Woxic over? What if they moved him into the mix back when he was on Dark Passage? It was this super cool idea of like putting this, you know, like big time Turkish super team together. It never came to fruition, but now we get it like years later as this 3 core of Calix, Woxic, Antares have evolved with like the young guns now around them. Yeah, like actually bringing up Turkish talent. No, dude, Eternal Fire has been super interesting. There's a lot of cool storylines there, not even just because of the, you know, the idea that this was like a roster you dreamed of years ago, but also because it's like a whole new challenge for guys like Woxic, you know?
And they're doing well. You know, obviously everyone's trying the, you know, top of their game at the major. Everyone's prepping so hard for these matches. And, you know, not just for the tournament as a whole, but for your opponents, for, you know, counter-stratting and getting your analysts and your coaches to try and read into how your opponents are playing. But Eternal Fire have actually come in and looked far better than I think many expected them to for competition of this level, right? Many thinking it's too late for this full Turkish team to, you know, be making a run. But, yeah, up against MIBR, that's a very 50-50 game, I'd say. I really don't know who's going to win that. I wouldn't want to place a prediction there. It's very up in the air.
Hang on, for you, Complexity Liquid that's coming down the pipeline later on.
I don't even want to. You know, I don't even want to think about it.
For NA to live, NA must die. You know, it's a very weird
and even
spot.
then, NA only lives for one more BO3. There's no guarantee.
Yeah.
I would love Cole Liquid at a 2-2 because at least it means. Who is the best NA team? One goes through the Legends, one goes home. There's no guarantee. Even if whoever wins that game still has to play on. And now that we know that Astralis have been 2-0 by Spirit, what if Liquid beat Cole and then play Astralis at 2-2?
And that literally could happen.
That is cooked. That is cooked. That is a cool story, sure, but it's a very scary story for Liquid, I would say, who... I'm not
But let's be real, Liquid beat Astralis.
They could. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to doubt the Liquid 0-2 recovery arc. Like, I actually had a lot of faith in Liquid in this tournament coming into it and was very disappointed in their opening BO1s. But Imperial were a big part of that, weren't they? Dominating them on this map of Inferno. And so, yeah, Liquid have to do the whole reverse sweep thing. Cloud9 did it. They won a major. Can you? It looks like we're maybe getting back in, but I said that before.
Yeah, see, I mean, I think it's just this state of, like, I actually always look ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, like, they're hands on keyboard the whole time.
Yeah, Imperial were plugging in. They were getting their headsets on. I'm positive. I'm optimistic, Harry. Maybe falsely. How cool is it to finally have that next Asian team not just to make it to a major, because everyone always talks about spots and regions and having the lock-in of, you know, oh, there's at least 2 teams guaranteed from their region to make it through. And, oh, would those spots be more deserving by a European team that could be IHG? But, you know, obviously we love the idea that we get representation from all over the world with these major spots. But at the same time, it's always been Tyloo. It's always been Renegades. And while Renegades have made runs, Tyloo have always bombed out of majors. You know, they even, I think it was Berlin where Tyloo went 2-0 up and then got reverse swept back 2-3, right? IHG have come in, they've stolen a map, they've took Imperial the distance, and they have a chance to take this series and eliminate these legends from the entire competition. It's not going to be easy. They've forced ball back in off the back of the paws, trying to upset the pace.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, right? So we just had an extended little break there. But Imperial had won 2 in a row. They'd already beaten the 4 spies. So the fact that IHC come back in with another force is ballsy, to say the least.
It's got to be off of the back of the pause, right? You just don't want to give them the first round and then just let them start rolling over you. Unfortunately, in buying this force, if you lose it, Imperial are going to really start to storm up into first place at 4-1. I'm not against it. It's very Asian CS, but what's their plan?
Well, they lob all this util over towards A, but they are, they're mollied off over in middle, so it kind of sucks the speed out of this one. They were hoping to go quickly. Still, there's only 2 players actually in the site. Fallen is now arriving with his AWP, but a Moto smoke is in. That's going to cut him off, so FNX needs to do the heavy lifting. Blind as a bat, but the echolocation is good. It's 3 out of FNX. A stray bullet even catching score in the back of the site. A huge hold for the man in the pit. And now 9 and Cabal left wondering how this went so wrong. A 5-on-4 that was turned against them in an instant. FNX has done his job. Now it's down to the rest of Imperial. Fallen gets that info up on the short side. 9 does make it down into the pit.
They're going to make the molly. All 3 of them grouped up, ready to trade these kills. Fallen trying to force a swing by taking pot shots through pit. He's running in with a pistol. 9 swung onto its Cabal back of the site. They know he sprays, but Fallen jumps up to close the round out for Imperial. Nice regroup on short side there after getting spotted at long. Everyone gets set up, and even though Cabal has all the info from steps alone, it's Imperial trading their way to another round.
I hope we have that FNX clip on replay, man. So at first, I thought he kind of screwed the pooch. It looked like he was spraying too early, and then they go running into it. And on top of that, there is just this one stray bullet that, like, from the inaccuracy of just being blind, moving slightly, getting swung, rallies off into a man inside of the site. That is wild.
They bought again, Harry. This is bonkers. Now I no longer can justify it. It's crazy. 3 rifles, 2 MAC-10s. You got to play fast with these.
Bomb plant and 2 surviving, but like you can always make a justification like that. There's a time where
you can lose a game by doing this.
Yeah, there's that point in time where you go, guys, we haven't even had rifles and we're like 6 rounds in. So really, you know, we need to sort this out.
You know, I would talk smack on the Galil, but FNX has shown me I can't. Either way, this is crazy. Let's see if it works out. The B players that we've been hyping up all day, Bolts and Fur, we've been waiting for Inferno. We've been waiting for this duo. They could boost up CT. They're both bound. Up goes Fur. This is an unlikely clear in this B play for IHC. They're going to be focused on getting the site. Oh, Bolts is baiting them perfectly. He throws out the smoke from lower. He's going to shoot off. Now they're not ready, and Fur is poised perfectly for these kills. They don't check it. It's a half-assed check for Techno. Fur gets one and falls off. They can even reboost post-reload. That would be ballsy. But IHC with a plant is very uncomfortable, very constricted in the pool.
Okay, 9's going to get one out through the smoke, making it a little more interesting. Imperial are grouping. They are amassing this retake force through Ruins and CT. No one at Banana. It's all coming from one direction. Up here, it's IHC with the first attempt at a hit, having a hop on down.
Surely not.
9 holding the line with 4, and Blitz there to close it at the very end. IHC, the ridiculous, you know, back-to-back-to-back 4 spies, finally giving them a round, and with it, breaking the money of Imperial.
Hey, it was all worth it. I never said a word. I mean, that's a 3-on-5 in the post plant for IHC to convert. I don't know how they do it, Harry. Everyone grabs a rifle, upgrades those max, and put them to use with a beautiful crossfire. Imperial absolutely just blown out of the water by that B explosion, even though Fur and Bolts do all B players should ever do there. 2 kills, and they live for the retake. It wasn't even trades in the 3-on-5. It was just a mauling. IHC, now they're in control of this game. And we've seen many eco wins in this series from both teams, especially IHC. They are so confident with these low econ rounds. 9's even now got a free orb from Fallen. Nothing to play with here. Imperial don't want to bite the bullet and try and challenge these 4 spies. And so as a result, this one should and needs to be clean for IHC to actually build some money in the early game. Well, they'll be right back to MAC-10 B rushes without a moment's notice. Whew, just about. No ammo. Final bullet kill for Cabal. But they're grouped up B anyway. Doesn't really matter where you go. Kills keep coming to you.
Yeah, this was always meant to be a pretty clean one, and it is exactly that. Cabal soaking up all the kills over in the apartments. Now we've got the... I was going to say, like, you know, the reinvestment's kind of ugly. Kind of really ugly.
Yeah.
It's going to have a fair few limitations here. When I say a fair few, like, there's a lot, man. Okay, let's kind of break it down. So Fallen's got the AWP and a flash. There isn't a kit in play. There's only utility on the B players. There's one smoke for Vinny over at the A site. Yeah, you need to be fighting with this AWP if you're Fallen, and he knows that. He's going to try to take this little car peek down towards Banana early. Just getting posted with that AWP. Might need to separate these B players, this hold of Bolts and Fur. You could just lob the nades onto Fallen. But no, it will be the latter, right? Fur falls out of there, goes and rejoins the A site. They're trying to spread this util back out, and Fallen's going to open with the AWP.
So quick.
Scored dead on the logs angle. And Fallen's still here.
He was so ready for that angle, man. You can see him pre-aiming up over it. Nice grenade, pushes him back, but he wants to go for more, and even reads the boost up. Fallen's feeling it. This is not the guy I want to run into. They are still committing to try and kill this AWP, and this bomb could be lost as a result. They're going to take a peek with a flash. Doesn't work. Fallen's tight on the angle. And he's even re-peeking for more. He does not want to give up this round. They lost a 3-on-5 this way before. IHC entering B. Very bad smoke. Fallen blinded by a teammate, just sits in it right now, and they're trying to cross in. They don't even know there's this gap. Cabal's just walked in, back turned. Finally, they re-smoke. But at what cost? Bolts obliterates Blitz, and 9 trying to save, but just gets chased through the smoke. That is Imperial coming in with a flawless round off of the captain.
Considering what they bought into it, like, it is unreal that they come out of that flawlessly, right? Like, they just didn't have the util to actually stop a B play. So much of it came down to two things. One, Fallen opening up with the AWP and slowing down the progress of getting into B. And also, that missed smoke at CT, man, I think that really costs IHC, like, in such a huge way. If they get into the site, there isn't util to retake. You're just running in without a kit, with no way of getting anyone off angles, no way of breaking apart fights. That would have been an IHC round, and Imperial might have even elected to save, so they could have had a better buy in the round after.
They're really committed to Banana. Bolt is going to push in right now. I don't think he realizes there's 2 players there. IHC, if their game plan is taking Banana, I'm interested to see how this will pan out, as, you know, with not only Fallen, who can certainly AWP down this position, but these 2 solid players who have been performing today as well. First ready to be flashed back in, he takes it, but IHC weren't caught just yet. Imperial in no hurry, but that's all their util got on the B bomb site. They might have to call for help. Fallen's not got any either on that rotate. At this point, Imperial are just dug in, heels in the sand, hoping that IHC come their way. This is a very scary setup. IHC in no hurry.
I like it though. This is similar to the pistol. They've taken Banana away, a very hard task up against this Imperial squad. They dedicate a lot of resources to it, and now they look further afield. And this does 2 things. It kind of lowers Fur's ability to roam around the map. He's got to defend B, and it puts a lot more pressure on, like, maintaining this 3-2 setup. Right. Now they've found the gap. Now they've found the room they've created by smoking off this long side, crossing into CT. They're trying to B split here. This is a nice call to have made. You hope they can deny Fallen's rotate. If he wins this fight, suddenly it's open season all over again. Bolt's cleared on the boost, but Fur's mollied out, and the plant comes in with seconds to spare for IHC. It's clear they've done their homework, right? They might fumble the execution the last few times they've attempted these B plays.
Yeah.
But in terms of knowing the protocols of Imperial, I actually think they have a very good read right now. And it wouldn't surprise me if this is one of the better T-side halves we see out of a squad versus this Imperial team, just on how they're poising themselves in these rifle rounds.
Far more experience, right? Most played map, you know, they've got a deeper playbook. They have to have, you know, got a deeper playbook. Also, it's a map where, you know, on Overpass, it just seemed like they didn't they didn't know how to default. They were just going 5 towards sites every single time and committing or late rotating with 5 or 4. On this map, you have to default. You have to know how to take Banana on T sides. You have to be able to hold off on CT aggression down mid, take brackets with clean util, and that was clean util. Yeah, the B smoke failed the other round, but that's only because they threw it on the fly. That's the danger of going for like a contact B. If you don't throw lineup smokes, they can just bounce badly, and throwing them on the fly can leave massive gaps. So you've got to be very, very careful with that. But that's the risk reward of contact v execute. And IHC, a lovely little B wrap there to get on the board. We have Fallen back on the B bomb site with his AWP. Try and take a deep peek, but they're up close. 9 right round the corner. Fallen scoped up though, and the smoke does him favors. Takes that opener, and even nades to follow. Score getting battered. Takes the AWP. It's fighting mid. Vinny's clean with it. Cabal's behind this double setup though, and they are not considering. With Vinny dead, maybe they just burst now. Do they check balcony? Someone has to. Cabal, he's calling that he's got the whole map under his control. It's completely clear. He'll have to make noise. Fallen hits a flick, and it doesn't matter. They never knew where FNX was.
Oh, they still jiggle it. They still check for him. Swinging it together, but a missed shot at a score. Oh, now dropping off. He heard the noise, but he's getting pushed down Banana. They're up the short side. They're all around him. That's a done deal. Imperial in with a response. A 5-4 scoreline. They don't want to give up the lead yet. They got no intent to do so. IHC still going to be able to pull out an investment here. So we're going to do something about this. Yeah, you know, I like this because I haven't really seen Imperial's kind of nature tested on this CT side. I feel like I've always seen Imperial look pretty similar because it just works. It doesn't really feel like anyone's pushed them to their limits in terms of how they feel comfortable playing. But it feels like their solution to this is to get Fallen more involved at B in a lot of these rounds. It's clear to them that IHC want to take Banana as a staging platform for this T side. And so with Fallen here to reinforce it every single time, he's been denying that control.
Oh, it's so close. A couple more shots, but not connecting to score to finish the kill. A 4-on-3 will certainly do, though, with a 2-2 setup. Imperial even re-aggress. They just can't quit. They won't quit, but maybe they should have. Are they ready for Fallen? He threw flashes earlier in the kill feed, taking a shot, but they're up wide, and he hits a quick one onto score. Again, this smoke on the fly keeps letting them down, and Fallen picks it up and puts the round in the palm of Imperial. Fake out on the boost. They know now. Cabal just shooting through, though. And all the meantime, he wants to go back. Vinny hasn't aggressed middle. He's still got brackets on lock. Cabal running back to this A site. Vinny's now getting situated in the pit, making sure this plant is not allowed.
Yeah, Vinny's got it. There you go. Cabal running in, was hoping. Dude, it's another missed smoke over on Moto. Like, it didn't actually matter there, but it is certainly a little worrying. And I mean, this could be the pressure getting to IHC. You've got to give credit to Imperial, though. Like, you know, the other game that we have to go off of here at the Major itself was obviously that Liquid game that we saw. Something that Liquid never really did was actually manage to battle for this Banana control over and over again. It was Bolts and Fur getting away with the aggression, being respected on their deep smokes and their deep util.
They didn't even need to put Fallen there.
Exactly. No, that never happened. And so Fur was just left roaming the map, free to do whatever he wanted, and it really helped this CT side. But finally, that's been pressured. That's actually been challenged. It's clear that IHC, their game plan was to try and stop that. But this is where Fallen's come up with this solution on the fly of, well, if they start to challenge this B play, if they start to deny what is our usual recipe, that's when I'll play into it. I'll lean over towards B. I said he ends up being that like rotator in Fur's place if he gets locked down in the B site. And so I am impressed that they've been able so quickly to put a stop to what I actually thought would lead them to victory.
Oh my god, through the molly, but yeah, Bolt saves further. Up close, IHC tried to get Banana once more, but Techno's been spotted, and that nade should be the end of him. He dives out in time. It's only Glocks and Deegs running up B. So it should be open season for Bolts. Smoke will do nothing, but bullets certainly help. She lands tight enough that no one can duel but Bow with that Deagle. Techno walks through, but I mean, winning anything here is... Oh my god, these jump bursts are doing it, man. Nice shots from Imperial to keep this round fairly clean. And Bolts needs to get this shot off with the pistol, needs to land ahead. 9 spamming but out of ammo, and Imperial find 7. Nice jump burst for Techno, that was funny. He's almost outfragged himself from last map, and we're only a few rounds in, which is a better sign. But yeah, these T-side rounds aren't exactly coming together in the B site. They got that 1 3-on-5 that was lovely, but for the most part, Imperial have had the solutions. Fallen's been popping off like it's the start of Mirage all over again. Very good signs for Imperial right now.
Yeah, now Imperial feel like they can go back to what they usually do, right? They've won this banana fight enough to know that IHC don't want to attempt it again. IHC is scared and scarred from their last experiences on this side of the map. So this is where Fallen, falls back into this more standard 2-3 setup, letting these guys at B work the control. Very good read on the ebbs and flows of this game right now. IHC walking through the apartments. FNX is here. It was his whiff in the pistol that opened a route for IHC. Wow. And this time, he's dead right away. Techno, full W health. Fallen with a missed shot. And a follow-up for Techno 4K. Vinny dead out in middle. And the A play. It gives IHC a 5th. Every kill found on the entry. Barely damage done. And a 5th will now be fielded by this IHC squad.
Yeah, last round the DJ saved their life for IHC, flying through the air and one-bulleting that about player. Certainly one way to get in. That's lovely for Techno. He looks a lot more comfortable right now. Brushed off the nerves. Definitely has been experiencing them in this series as the youngest player at this major. Even more so than Monacy. And no better time to step up than this third map. Imperial do get away with their 2 guns. Life of a B player here, they can still keep buying, keep fielding AWPs on Fallen. We're not going to have any of them on the T side just yet, but it's not much of a handicap. They'll grab it when they can. Nine's got his back though. Yoink. Fallen 12-4. This is very similar to the start of Mirage. He's going to go back to that short side, take his more standard peeks towards bench.
If he attempts this late, Nine's holding for it. Very good knowledge of what Fallen likes to do here.
Yeah, he's not going any further. Oh, Techno's on 1. A nade will do it. A smoke, a flash, a stray bullet. But they're walking right by him.
Oh, Fallen's going to open. Techno cleared out for getting the better of the 1 HP player stuck at logs. Starts to get a bit dire now. IHC, they cast their lines out on both sides of the map and didn't even get a nibble. They've been swallowed up by this one, and a 3-on-5 right out of the gate. Cabal might have got room out in middle, but it doesn't matter with the rest of his team falling like flies.
There's always a bigger fish, Harry. Go deep enough. And I mean, many teams would save here. 2-on-5, cooked, don't even have banana. Imperial have given it away. They're happy to play their bomb site. Why wouldn't you in this position? Why offer up a way in with no utility to fight? And good off angles, all you need is 1 apiece. For full baiting and bolts wide. Now, let's rate this CT smoke, shall we? Have they got a lineup? Even just throwing it on the fly with a lineup, you can guarantee there are no gaps, but if you're just running and lobbing, no chance. 15 seconds. It looks like a save to Imperial. They've got to keep their focus faces on. There's a smoke. It's good. Cabal does get cleaned up, though. Bolts will not fall. And with that kill coming in for Imperial, 9 has to save. They'll respect that at least. Nice, had to hit that, but he's fine otherwise. 8 rounds for Imperial. Fantastic CT side so far, and there may be more to come.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them go back to one of these apps plays, really. But, that's what having the AWP can sometimes feel like a bit of a curse, right? You don't really want to commit to that right away. You're trying to have that AWP work a pick, but nothing's really getting given to 9.
All right, yeah, this is more like it. Just go full aggro AWP. Molly and the flash combo blinds him so bad he can't do a thing. He wanted to run up mid there and duel, but they've already smoked him off. That would have been really, really nice to see him set them up. Also, if you want to do this apps play, put your AWP in middle. He's the one who can throw motor smoke, set your flashes up, and then either fight long or try and kill banana pushes. We haven't had any of them from Imperial. They've taken banana, but they've never gone any further. We haven't had IHC run standard A rounds in a while.
Yeah, this is finally looking like that, right? They're poisoning themselves over in mid. They've gone completely quiet at banana. They've completely given that up. That does put you on a bit of a timer because Imperial, even though they haven't been super aggressive with it this game, they do have a tendency to do that. So in the back of your mind, you want to be quite up-tempo here. You want to be quite quick in this A exec. Util now going over. 3 players set up in the apartments. It is going to be another one of these apps plays this time. FNX not in a position to die right away. He's out on the short side, taking a swing. No. Good for 1. Now Vinny down in the pit wins his fight. This time around, there's no openers for IHC. They do manage 1. Cabal with a double. Fallen sat in this smoke over at the long side, but a re-smoke at Moto leaves him high and dry.
Yeah, terrified that someone's somehow crept inside of this long smoke, but they're going to have to come through. Boost up could be nice as these Ts try and find their post plants, just getting in the pit in time. The barrel's been spotted. Are they going to try and face this? Very dangerous as Fallen had the over-the-top angle. It's given them a way in. 2v3 now. They'd start to fly through. Pit Molotov could land, could cause problems for Cabal. He can back up into the corner. They're just trying to buy time. A few more seconds will do it. Bolts, given a fight. Techno spraying, but he can't convert it, and no one wins a battle. I don't know. It's going to be awfully close. I think Imperial have just snuck it under the rug. 9 rounds now, and that is a real sitter to lose. Honestly, just tuck in and face nothing. You probably win that. But also, missed shots, if they land, there's just no one to even get that defuse off. That's very, very sad to lose for IHC. Considering the work that Cabal put in, they face far too much in this post plant. They even knew that boost was there. That's the worst part. The pit player spotted it, called it, and 9 faced it.
Mate, and this is kind of, this comes with the territory. This is like the biggest event of these IHC guys' lives. So in a way, this is where all that adrenaline's coursing through you. You're getting a bit shaky. Shots that are normally hitting aren't hitting anymore. You can't rely on your aimers as much as you were able to.
And this is how you learn, because when you play back in your own region, you're one of the best teams in the region, and you take those fights in post-sponsor, you win them out all the time. It's like a false prophecy. It convinces you to make what is technically the wrong play, and you have to come to Europe and you have to play some of the best teams in the world to realize that, okay, if we actually want to be a contender, we have to fix these post plants, we have to brush up, and we have to avoid overfacing in these positions. Fallen lost his spawn there. That's awkward. He forgot the AWP. He had an M4 instead. Someone dropped, but it's last round of the half, money no problem, and IHC just storming top B.
Yeah, the util out of Imperial comes pretty late, even though Techno 4K bears a full brunt of it. Still not done a sweeping barrage of damage to everyone that tried to take banana. They don't actually follow through with what looked like a rush. And instead elect to concede. And that's the thing, man. If you give an inch to Imperial, they'll take a mile. Fallen's already here, right? On the back of that early util, he's had the fear put in him that this was going to be a B play. Now, I almost wonder if this is IHC trying to manipulate that tendency of Fallen rotating if it looks like it's going to be B.
Oops.
Because right now, only 2 players over in A, but it looks like they might just recommit. There was a world where this could have been really big-brained, but instead, they might just go back to where it all began, over at this B site, over at Banana.
Oh, it's not on the corner, it's on the sandbags. Fallen's got a free kill, and he's going to take it. Flash does nothing. He's been really good at... Oh my God!
That's the bomb. Techno at the bomb.
Over the top. Why would he jump it for the info? You think Fallen's not going to flick you? Do you not know who you're up against? Cabal. It's a nice kill, but they're smoked out at B. They go back for the bomb. IHC only had no players there. If Imperial knew that, they would have fought it. Now it's just Vinny. Oh.
Yeah, great flash peek. No room for 9. And here's Score moving up the short side. Nope. Vinny pit indeed as he puts up 3. and takes Imperial onto a 10th. Yeah, mate, I do really think the pressure started to get to IHC. It feels like they're kind of crumbling, like Techno with that jump peak. It's just a bit of a weird note. You know, it's one of these moments where you're in a kind of swing moment in the round where things could be going your way. He's solo B with the bomb. And when you look at the info he actually gets, like, what does he provide? Yeah, the AWP's still where it was.
Yeah,
like, I don't know, you know? Yeah.
I don't know if it was a miss-scroll because he jumped up on the logs and they jumped again. Like, did he not mean to double jump? I don't know, but it's whether it's an overface or whether it's a mistake, all of them are getting punished. Imperial have been so good at not letting IHC get away with the things that make them so ferocious, that gives them all this flair. And, you know, we can talk Techno, we can talk how he's been very quiet in this series, and he has had his rounds here. The guy who has been consistent, who has been performing across both maps so far, 5 and 11 in Blitz. He's not really been able to get those entries on that T side. Now they swap over. Imperial, they're here to play, they're here to stay, and a pistol round would shoot them likely into that next matchup at 2-2. Fur and Apps, Blitz is here. No better time to turn it around, but everyone's dueling middle, and Imperial are more than fine to take fights. Eyes right on that choke point. Techno dead first, and no one able to trade.
Oh, and Imperial, man, I love that they just slow down after getting that kill. It's not like an immediate reaction, you know. They still wait, they get all their pieces in order, they lob this util over. This is a nice util set to go mid to B. Oh, I like this. Smokes off the short side and the long side, so your vision is nullified. You're really locked out of this one, and it's a lovely corridor to mid to B. Vinny has to get the reload off, and the B fight's going down in the meantime with Cabal dead. That bomb is still getting planted. Vinny's somehow in the back line. They've gone by him. They thought they could leave him, but they can't. You forget about this guy, and you'll find out why that was the wrong choice. It's a little ugly.
They won the round. They won the round. He kept him there. It's fine. Good shots anyway. And yeah, Imperial, they just run over. Great strat to pull in early. We saw that from IHC in one of their first gun rounds, and it actually worked really well. They never went back to it, even though Fallen was not AWPing long at all in this game. He was AWPing short or he was fighting Banana. He's 17 and 4. And that feels like it may be a bit of an oversight in that T side, but their game plan was very much B-centric for IHC, and that got punished quite a lot. Now we have a force by Mag7 Deagles. This is the last chance for IHC, these final few rounds to keep the game going. Back turn, spotted Cabal, jumping and shooting, does hit one. Vinny nail-biting shot on the score, and Cabal blinded and mollied, has to give it up. It's worth using a lot of util here just to get rid of the shotgun up close, making sure that that can't abuse you if you're Imperial. FNX is still lurking middle, but he's trying to peel back to go for this execute, and suddenly the shotgun loses a lot of value. Maybe it can come through the smoke and surprise, but even then... hey, at least Imperial also missed the smoke. Oh, that's ballsy.
All right, Mag7 time. Re-smoke in. That's a really nice re-smoke, mate. They're going to have to go through it. That kill might spur them on, might make them commit, but it is into the arms of this Mag7.
They have one more smoke. They can just go with a CT smoke on its own, and they have time for it as well. It's not like the CTs can do much. Oh, re-smoke, 20 seconds. Now Imperial,
you've got to go through.
They've called the bluff. They've got to go. Corner shot for Techno. Can he get any more? Low in the mag. It's down to the mag. Hidden in the sight. Good shot for Cabal. He's trying to follow up. Bolts overwhelms him, and that bomb's dropped down in spawn. He can win it, but he's got to be damn quick.
Yeah, it needs to plant, mate, and they can't just peek him on the back of it. He hears the footsteps, takes the fight, but no time to plant that bomb. 9 wins it by running away. And the constant cycling of smokes into the B choke point takes that one over the line for IHC. It's helped out by Techno's Deagle. 2 phenomenal kills, the Mag7 getting 1. And IHC respond with a force buy.
Yeah, you know, they didn't want to go through those smokes even when they got a pick through it onto Blitz because, you know, exactly as said, like, oh, it's 30 more seconds. We have one more smoke. We can still recommit. But that final one, they were not expecting a fourth top B smoke. No map control, forced to commit, and IHC punish them for it. That's a great force buy win. Imperial now know what they're up against. An attempted CT side comeback. Might be their most played map, but it's also IHC's, so can't discount that. Blitz up close, looking for a recovery arc. This could be his way in. Just farming some ecos, getting his head back in the game. Vinny fakes him out with that smoke on long side, but no one takes it. They want banana. Luckily, only Tex9 spotting. The AK is moving in now. Score. He has smokes dropped in spawn as well if he wants to refresh them. So he can buy a bit of time. He's already calling for 9. But Imperial have contacted the entire way. Ooh, big nade. Ooh, small nade. They move out. And IHC move up.
Yeah, they're triple set here. Now, the bomb is still floating around on Fur.
Another mid to be?
Could be, right? They've got the util to do that. They're going to lob over the long smoke, but this time they don't elect to put that short one in. They will just run it dry. Now, there's a man waiting in CT. Score's going to hear this. He's in a really good spot to disrupt this entire game plan. The third man will be discounted for now. Might be able to get this, but no, Score holds on. The CT component is wasted.
Wow.
And IHC, a very good read on what was happening there. They see that long smoke go in, and the reaction's pretty immediate from Score to take up position CT side and lock out the attempt at a repeat of the pistol from Imperial.
Yeah, she didn't fall for that one, right? You can see the experience on this map. Like, they're very comfortable. They know what they're doing. They just couldn't get banana, man. They couldn't get a BXX off in their first half, which gave them a really bad T side. But already seeing some of the standard calls, some of the rotates look really clean. And Imperial, I like that they found the gap there. They knew that IHC would be back in double pit at 20 seconds, but it's a shutdown for Score and Spawn. Now it's just pistols. Nice. She go back to take banana. Oh, nice flick back for Cabal. Blitz and 9 in middle. A lot of pistols to deal with. Another Glock gets a frag, but Blitz can trade an upgrade to close the round. It's 8-11 now. This gap can close very quickly as the CT money bulges out of control. 9's even given an AWP. Sooner the better on the CT side of this map. Now Imperial have another buy, but it doesn't have the depth of being able to, run these multiple XX on B while they get re-smoked. They don't have the flashes. They don't have more than 2 mollies. Run boost. Nine's got an app spawn. He's going all the way through. Very ballsy. But unfortunately for him, no one here. They're in alt mid, and they're silent boosting apps. He's not going to hear this. Oh, great nade timing, but is he considering it? Oh, what?
Yeah, Fallen slipped in there. He was hidden in that top banana smoke. The nades will get their revenge and have their way with Fallen.
9 got out as well.
Flash in. Vinny dead. The turnaround is clean. Bolts is now trying to step up to the plate to trade this. It's getting worse by the second.
He just wall-banged him out of bedroom, I think.
Rough way to go for Fur over in the apartments. FNX is going to try and get some revenge of his own on this walk out to the balcony right now. No one looking at it.
Nice catch.
FNX knows he's found a bit of a diamond in the rough moment potentially, but he's still got to make noise dropping. He can wait, but he can't wait forever. Oh. And there's the long peek at a Techno 4K. The bomb on the back of Bolts was coming in to try and help out at this A bomb site, but now in a 1v4 with 30 seconds left on the clock. As he starts to walk the apartments, this is quite the duo to get past inside of this A site. The molly should have just sealed his fate. It should be a save now.
you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, right? We've still got plenty of rounds of play, but what a story this would be if IHC, with their backs up against the wall, 10-5 down, losing the pistol, managed to, you know, go and show their true grit to pull this game back and eliminate Imperial. That would be just so unexpected.
Well, dude, I almost wonder if some of the nerves from that first half, because I was saying, like, it felt like with how they were trying to play, it felt like they knew the recipe to success. And I think a reason why they looked so frustrated was it's like, you've done all the homework, you know what you need to do, you just kind of fumble in the actual, in the actual execution of it. But as we've gotten into the CT side, I think that kind of work that they've put in is really showing its hand. It feels like they're ready for whatever Imperial are trying to throw at them. And they have a lot more kind of room to maneuver in this CT half. You know, the rotates are clean. Anything in like the fundamentals they've got nailed down. And then they've done the research into the tendencies that Imperial like to employ. For example, second time that attempt of long wrapping B was employed, it got annihilated. They were fully ready for that.
Yeah, we've also seen a bit of a recovery from some quiet players. Blitz was very, very poor in that first half. He's been solid in the CT side, quite an A1S player. Score had that 3K on the art trap you're talking about, even though he's only at 7 kills. Techno, he's looked great as well in the CT side. Apps is his position. He was entering out of it in the first half. He's got to defend it now. Imperial, it's Tech9 by. These could definitely get steamrolled out of control. Momentum is everything on a map like Inferno. Blitz saw that player get out behind him, but the turn isn't there. He couldn't pick a target. Techno gets one from the apps, but Deagle out for 9, forget the primary. Back in the pit for Bolt, and he can get weird with it.
These smokes are on a timer though, and it doesn't matter. Spam through it, score, seals the deal. IHC chaining rounds together, doing everything they can to tie this up in the third and final map of this elimination series.
11-5 to 11-10. This is close. This is terrifying now. We haven't even really seen much go towards that B-bomb site either. Imperial got to be sweating a little bit, all off the back of the Mag 7, and that smoke delay at B in the force buy. I thought it'd be a flash in the pan. Turns out we're cooking now. Nades in B, Cabal sending, and Vinny traded after 1. That gives Banana to IHC. They probably won't go back. Okay, Blitz goes back through the smoke. Some things never change. Homage to Tyloo as they push through the util. Take back Banana. It was worthwhile, although very risky. You know,
dude, there are parallels to be drawn with how IHC approach this Banana area compared to Imperial. Like, it's very, very similar. It's all about taking this control away, and they've done it in this round. Now they are very, very deep. And they've spotted one of these players. Now, that's less than ideal. Look at all these Molotovs that are starting to be siphoned over.
Bait.
He's tried to get out of there, tried to reposition. Blitz is now gone. And so when they molly this corner, which I'm assuming they're going to do.
They should have heard him run away. That's the whole trick. They should still check score, but just off the back of hearing Blitz escape and seeing him jump spot will sell this so hard. I don't know what Imperial want to do here. They're flashing a Banana Peak. Blitz hasn't been seen, so they might just check score out of tendency, but he can't take one with him. It's why you don't see players do that anymore. It's so hard to get away with that kill. Almost a double up for Blitz. That could have saved the round. Instead, it's the R trap, and they've got both sides of the pie, long and B. Bolt is so confident. He sticks it solo. He doesn't even clear the bomb site, and cut down on the rotation by FNX was 9. That's Imperial getting it back under wraps. And yeah, the deep Banana commit, more often than not, when you see a player get down to logs, they won't remain there the whole round, because actually going 1-for-1 is even very difficult there. They love an art trap to Imperial. But luckily enough, because of this streak of 5 for IHC, they've still got a rebuy for now. Wants to send it. Every round he's trying to send it, and he will again send it.
It's just nice security to have, like knowing they're not up past that smoke, knowing you've got a degree of freedom over here towards B. Now there is an early rotate out of score, who's already leaning back towards that A bomb site. They've left a smoke here for Cabal. He's able to slow down the banana take. But even if you look at where the smokes are falling, slowly but surely, meters are being given to Imperial. Bits more room taken. That's going to trigger a rotation back. Score's time at the A bomb site was short-lived. And Imperial takes them a while, but they do get banana under their belt.
They could X-second around like this, nothing wrong with that, but they're going to go back to A where IHC are not perturbed by this banana take by giving it up fully. They've got this bait and switch at long. Techno, if he gets a molly on a good timing here, he can shut down this entire round. Is it early enough? Yes. One of them runs through, but no one else is brought into the pack. Fur hits a headshot while running. Techno gives it up. This is getting problematic now. 20 seconds, Imperial gotta go.
Yeah, 9 in the sight with this orb. First shot will connect. Second, just off the mark. Techno 4K. No. Wait, Fur just burned in the molly. Oh God, it's given over a 2-on-2. The plant's gonna come in with just enough time left to spare. Cabal might be here early, but he needs to wait for score. He needs to wait for his teammate who's very far removed from this one. Fur might be low, but that's not stopping him from fighting this long player. Meanwhile, up the short side, score comes silently.
Vinny's so open.
Yeah. On the other side of this box, it's Cabal who's going to have to deal with it. Fur, clean as ever, down in the pit with 4. He was the madman that rushed the mid-molly to open up this A play. Takes so much damage in that fight, but it doesn't stop him.
Yeah, FNX as well, 1G'd. He bounced a really cool Molotov from apps into mini pit, and then he drops into it. Now he missed his shot, right? And FNX just gets spreaded on by his own Molotov. You don't see it every day. It doesn't matter, Harry. Fur just goes nuclear, kills 4 players, just taking constant fights from pit on that headshot angle. And it was so obvious that the score was coming up short. Vinny had that wide angle at long, and he took so long to run back for B. Beautiful work for Fur. Check these shots. Couldn't have been cleaner. And that's one hell of a round to win.
Dude, you could see the look on like FNX's face as well. Like whenever we cut to the player cams after that death, ooh, he was thinking like,
you're thinking, I just lost the
He sat there going, like, oh God, if we do lose this, it was me.
We had this second win for IHC, but now their money's out, Harry. And if they're buying up a 13-10, they have to win it. It's just all in at this point. Or that looked dead on. Nutmeg between the legs. Fur again, back for revenge. Walks up top middle. We have never seen this pace out of Imperial. 135, they're at top mid, and there's no one even bracket to smoke them. They've been cut off by util. Blitz is going to drop his nades, but as we've seen, Fur doesn't respect your utility. He can take so much room right now with his double app setup.
Yeah, and it feels like he's really starting to get activated over on this T side, right? For his standards, that first half was reasonably quiet, and even then, it was still one-sided. With him now switching on, joining the ranks, this could cause problems for IHC. Vinny over at long, will he be ready for Blitz, who's pushed ahead of this smoke, has a little bait and switch set up now, he knows about it, doesn't make it any easier to deal with. Fallen doesn't want to get caught overextending with the bomb, especially not as the numbers are starting to get stripped out the ranks of Imperial. Oh my God, I said he didn't want to get caught, but they've seen him, and that's the bomb now dropped arch side.
That was the only way in. He had to hit the timing in CT. He almost got it. FNX, ooh, looked tempted by that smoke walk. 30 seconds. He can't wait forever. His teammates trying to walk into B, but those B players are sitting on the bomb. This is a lovely rotate from IHC that could have been exploited, but Bolts has no idea about these rotates. They walked it, and so they've already won the round. Imperial don't know yet, but this is done. They're now finally falling back to save. That was a sneaky round, stolen by IHC, all off of Fallen trying to hit the timing. If he is 1 second faster, he is walking behind both Arch players into that B site.
And being real, like, this round, if IHC had lost this, they would probably go on to lose the series and be eliminated. Like, they all in invested. They had an AWP, they had a collection of, like, SMGs and FAMASes, and so they had to win that round.
And they would probably double force, because they always do. They're so stubborn when they're up. They don't want to play for overtime. They always buy up against 14. They did it on Overpass as well, and we saw how that went for them there as well. So it's a very, very important round for IHC to keep this game going. What a series this has been, and we are finally reaching the culmination. And it's so unclear who's going to take it and who's going home. Tooth and nail for every single round. Nice nades, but dodged by Cabal.
Yeah, this is two teams that have played a very long series, still giving it their all at 110%. Imperial do not want it to end like this. For IHC, it could be a whole set of new beginnings. Banana control taken, Imperial able to get IHC off of this, and this time pretty much unscathed, right? Like, they've just been exchanging some util, both sides being kind of respectful of Banana in this round. And now that Imperial know they've forced a more passive B hold, they might look to launch an A offensive. Right? Oftentimes, they don't want to go A because IHC have owned Banana. And if that's ever been the case, you're worried about a fourth player being there. I mean, hell, that's literally what Imperial do on their CT side. However, IHC haven't pulled that third player over. They've kept a very standard, very safe two-man hold over towards B.
Ooh, they're getting paranoid now. That orb's even gone back. This is just down to an apps pit setup. That's all it is on the A side. And we know what retaking is like. They might be left to save if IHC don't go absolutely crazy here on the defense. It's Techno, it's Blitz. These are usually two of the top performers. They've had great recovery arcs in this map. Flashes are better though. Bolt gets that entry. They've seen the barrel. They know. And they might have just shut down this series with that double kill. Bomb is planted with 5 seconds remaining. And IHC can do nothing but save.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of heartbreaking. They kept everyone in the right place all the way up until the site hit was actually happening.
Yeah, it's paranoia or it's a read. Because Imperial haven't run BXX. That's the crazy thing. They, ever since round 2 of this half, where they got scarred by that smoke delay, they have not done proper BXX.
That's actually what I was about to say, was one of the big reasons they start to send 9 over. If you look at his little utility belt, he's like the one guy with anything that can slow down a B play. He had that Molotov. The guys in B had already used both their smokes out of paranoia, so they were feeling like way too vulnerable on B, and they try to supplement that by moving 9 in, and of course that's when Imperial strike. They find that golden moment to move into the A bomb site, and it looks so easy. Now you might be saying for Blitz, like, oh, why wasn't he peeking? Why wasn't he trying to trade? But with so little time left, he was playing to kill the one guy with the bomb that could have won the round. Unfortunately, his barrel is spotted. He's flashed off the angle. He dies. His teammate down in the pit accomplishes nothing. And so IHC, they might have won that last low economy round, but was it just delaying the inevitable? Was this always destined to be Imperial's map?
After that first half, you definitely say yes, but you know, it's been some great determination from IHC to still long this game out, to keep it going. But this is it. This is the last chance saloon. That one round or a couple of rounds picked up in the middle have given them the money to buy up around this save. It's decent. It will do. It's the bare minimum, but Imperial have dug deep in this T half. Triple B to begin. They want to take Banana with 9 spawn. He's going to go for a deep peek. Fallen was getting away with murder here in the first half, but with that orb firing off to no avail, he's going to have to rotate out, show this orb, and immediately vacate. So Imperial don't explode A. Oh, but they will.
It can't be too much of an explosion though, right? Because bomb is still all the way back at T-ramp. So it's probably going to taper off once they've made a bit of noise in top mid, and you're already seeing that now, right? They start to fade away. They've got a lot of util out of these A players in a round where, you know, util was pretty scarce for IHC. That Molly smoke combo, extinguishing one another, things like that matter a lot when you're working with so little on the IHC side. Imagine if you had that Molotov in about 10 seconds time as the execute's about to come in.
They're so scared of Arch. Some timing must have been called. They're looking CT. They have no need to be already. Imperial are in the bomb site.
Cabal's got to do it, man. Flashing himself in, out with the swing. It's a lot of damage. Cabal trying to wrestle with the AK, trying to make this happen. Only good for the double. Fur and Vinny will trade, but he's opened up a world. He's opened up a chance for IHC. A 3v3. They've got to finish what Cabal started.
Last util burning. and backed up into the corner, showing nothing, giving no angle away. IHC have to... Oh my god, warbang through new box. It's double dark. Vinny's low. He has to die for FNX to win this round, but we've seen clutches come through from Imperial before. No kit right now. Time is ticking. They got to go right here, right now. Vinny dead. Does that leave FNX discounted? They line up. Headshot comes in, but there's the trade. However, time could be the bane of IHC's existence. I think they've just got enough. It's stuck. It's won. This game goes on.
My, oh my, man. Cabal makes the big round-winning play with that double. If he doesn't get that, the warbangs never come in from the AWP. The nice little double kill out of 9 never happens because the round is never even attempted. His double kill, putting it into a 3-on-3, spurs on the rest of IHC to make that retake happen. And with some brilliant shots out of 9's AWP, they're still in this one. They're still in with a chance. And now it's Imperial with their money approaching breaking point here. This could be the route back in for IHC.
What a roller coaster.
They've got to deliver on it. Both teams with money about to get broken, right? Both teams lose everything on the back of losing this round. For Imperial, they lose it. That's IHC's route to equalize. That's their chance to go 14-14. If IHC lose this, it's very, very likely that Imperial just run away with Inferno. So much, all of this, your status, your chance to continue through at the major, is all weighted on the back of this round right here.
There were so many mistakes from IHG in those first couple of maps. Win or loss, they were dropping balls, but right now they've stepped up in a big way. It might not matter. Cabal's running it, and Vinny's heard every single step. It's one man in the bomb site right now. Techno up in apps, youngest guy, got to do it all, and they hard clear him through the smoke. Bye-bye as FNX doubles up, and this might be it. 15 rounds for Imperial, an inevitability score through the smoke, and even though he gets that kill, he should be looking to save. They're everywhere. They're in front. They're behind. They were even about to go B, but Vinny wants to make sure that Score doesn't get cheeky and retake. He won't. This is it, folks. 15 rounds for Imperial. Elimination point for IHC. And this has been, you know, not the best game of 3. Obviously, Mirage was that, but they've really tightened up. And this CT side has been incredible for IHC. Not rife with mistakes like previous maps. But none of that matters when Imperial are pulling up like this. FNX even wants to close.
Oh, dude, if he finds this, that's so sad. Score, that would have been the one chance to have something here, right? He could have dropped another M4 over. You could have had a couple of rifles, a chance to do something, but it's all stripped away. And while IHC look to try and make history, Imperial are trying to relive their past, and they might be about to do it. 15-12, a broken bye. Nothing in this one for IHC to fight up against it.
Yeah, they don't even have the util. That's been some of the best parts for IHC, just being able to smoke out Banana and take this control. It's the classic. It's what started the comeback. The Mag 7 and obliterated over the top. The nades do good on trading onto Vinny, but with these for Techno, and you can't afford that right now. Pressure indeed, and they are being crushed underneath it. 9 needs this backstab. He gets it, but there's more where that came from. Back's turn. 9 can't get away. They're going to run at him. Fallen will not let that CZ escape, and they can even go back to B.
Yeah, Bolts has been holding it, man. He just hasn't moved. He hasn't moved a muscle. There's no panic on Imperial. Everything for IHC looks scrambled, looks a little messy because they know that this means everything. This is it. There's no second chances. And for Imperial, they're in their element. They've remained calm. They've cleared out B. They've paved a path to the finish line to stay in this. And IHC are on for a retake in a site that's lost, in a site that's gone, a man down. They don't have anything to go off. They've scavenged this AK for Blitz. Fur is holding, will get bested. 2v2. And they're both coming in from the Banana side. It's Fallen and Bolts. Back at it again, back at the B site. Smoke over for Coffins, it's not going to do a thing. It does nullify the angles these guys have got to check. But with the crossfire set up here, it feels destined for Imperial. Flash goes out. They're not giving peaks. This is a polar opposite to IHC's rounds when they were in the post plant, and Fallen is the man to close it. 16-12. Woo! Imperial fight on. IHC reached the end of the line. It was meant to be curtain call, but the last dance demands an encore, and we keep on fighting through.
Yeah, keep popping those moves into the 2-2 game, and IHC go home empty-handed. They took a dub, they went out with some pride, and they've done well by their region, by Mongolia as well. The first time we've seen these guys at a major, they have really performed, but Imperial, like you said, living the past once more. These guys at majors is something else entirely.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, like, you know, as we kind of go down the line, you can see for Imperial, like, this was great, but they're still determined. They're still looking to make that run to Legends happen. For IHC, man, it's devastation, but they've got to be proud with what they accomplished at the end of the day. They were the surprise team coming through the Asia-Pacific RMR. They were kind of the dark horse of the whole damn thing, and they managed to get here. They didn't go 0-3 like their Asia counterpart, their Australian counterparts in Renegades. They managed to pick up a map. They push Imperial to their very limits. There were worlds where they could have won this, right? And man, I mean, I've been so impressed with what we got at IHC from a team that I don't think many people expected a lot from. They shouldn't feel dismayed.
40% of people had them as their 0-3 in the pick, and right, this was a team that if you saw at that Asia RMR, they shredded Renegades. They did the same here as well, and you know, these guys even took down Tyloo, so they were here for a reason. They earned their spot, and they performed about as well as you could have ever expected, taking Cole the distance, taking Imperial the distance. You said they had chances to win this series. Absolutely true. They could have even 2-0'd it if they didn't just run out of juice by the end of Overpass. And even in Inferno, an 11-5 score, they pulled all the way back to a close series. Very commendable, but I can't say I'm not enthralled by the prospect of Fallen in the Legends stage.
Yeah, let's flip this around now, right? Because now we can home in on Imperial. Fallen, dude, he's been incredible all day long. Like, throughout this entire series, don't get me wrong, he wasn't necessarily the guy right up top of the board, but he was always carrying his impact, and by the time it reaches its crescendo, when it's all demanded of someone to step up, that's what Fallen did, man. He's the man of the match for this one, and maybe even man of the series in my eyes, as he helps walk this over the line and keeps Imperial fighting for a chance to make Legends here in Antwerp.
Even in their last map in the series, he was a one guy going absolutely ham, full of clutches, full of AWPs, full of openers, full of closers, and it was a pleasure to watch Fallen today. It's great to see him make it to yet another game, but their job is not done, Harry. They've got to play that 2-2 game if they want to go through to the top 16 at the major, and for IHC, they go home with at least some experience in their boots. For us, that's us done for the day. If you're waiting maybe for the Cole Liquid game to see what's happening over in North America, you might have to stick around.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
battle for North America starts right now. In this 1-2 matchup, one thing is for sure, Blair. One North American team survives a little bit longer, and one team is going home.
Yeah, there are going to be tears being shed here on a bright side for NA fans. At least the NA team will be coming out on top here. Both Liquid and Complexity, they have struggled quite a bit here at this event, right? You're looking at Liquid coming in, and they had a pretty good run at the EPL, and then a few hiccups here and there, and they have really struggled quite a bit. They had that one win over 90 earlier on. Apart from that, some pretty shocking losses coming in. But we can take a look at the schedule we have here for today, right? We had the opening matchup, a huge win for Spirit, 2-0, making it to the Legend stage, taking out Astralis. And then we had a little bit of heartbreak for any Asian Counter-Strike fans. As Imperial, they will survive to play. But we got some few bangers still going on. Outsiders right now trailing behind Forza.
Yes, a fake comeback on Dust 2. We thought it could be possible. It was, what, 11-0? They got it back to 16-12. Just classic Outsiders things. They're probably going to do this a few more times this tournament. But yeah, as you say, I mean, pretty much from here on out, it's just stacked matchups throughout. So much on the line. We have 1 and 2 matchups for elimination / 2-2s. We have progression matches. And obviously yesterday we had the pleasure of casting that absolute banger where G2 took down Ents to secure their spot in the Legend stage.
Yeah, absolute crazy games coming up, which took place yesterday. But of course today, the matchup right now, Complexity against Liquid. I think a lot has been said about both these teams. You know, Complexity especially a team. When they came together, for me personally, I love the fact that Complexity were picking some of the the up-and-coming young guns of the NA scene, right? Some of the extra Salt members. We had Grim coming in. Unfortunately, they did have OC earlier on. I mean, when they were extra Salt, and he got picked up by Liquid, got that little bit of upgrade going on. And it has been a bit of struggle city here overall for this team, I feel like. I feel like they have the right pieces, but it hasn't quite coalesced yet.
Yeah, it's like they've got the right pieces of the jigsaw, but they're not quite fitting together. And so there always feels like there's something not quite working. Some people even had Complexity down as their 0-3 pick, or they're at least thinking about it. That's the kind of performance that you're seeing here, which is kind of crazy. When you got players like Grim in this roster, you have players of this caliber. The problem is, though, and I'm going to have to highlight it as the man just appears on your screen, Junior is a little bit too inconsistent with the AWP at times, and that can let Complexity down significantly when they play top opposition.
Absolutely. I'm going to channel my inner maniac here and say that he has been a bit of a liability, right? I don't like pointing fingers to individuals, so to speak, but when you are the primary opera coming in and you have the big shoes of OC to fill, I feel like he really hasn't been able to deliver. But speaking of OC, we have his team. That is, of course, the dreams of North America reside in this particular lineup. We have NAF, we have OC, we have Nitro, we have some legends of the game, including Elige as well. But they've had a pretty rocky start. Firstly, they lost pretty convincingly to G2. Yep. The fashion they lost was a little shocking, right? Although it is G2 who have now managed to get that legend spot, and then getting taken down by the last dance in the form of Imperial, 16-10 on Inferno, a map that they should be pretty comfortable on. Was a bit of a shocker for everyone.
Yeah, I think that was the main result that turned a lot of heads and went, hold on a second, like, is this Liquid team about to just evaporate into 0-3? That's the one. G2, understandable. They went through 3-0. They bested Ents. They looked pretty damn sharp in the process. Liquid, though, they did have Nitro come out. He had an interview with James Banks where he said, listen, we're still feeling pretty good. Our mentality is still up. Not sure how much of that is, the actual truth. I'm not doubting Nitro's sort of honesty, but it's one of those things that you're going to say, to try and rile up the troops. How is the actual mentality in this team? Well, we're going to find out, and we're also going to find out the veto as well.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a couple of interviews as well where they said, especially against Complexity, they have that win they had recently, I do believe it was IEM Dallas and a qualifier where they won pretty convincingly. So they do have that edge going for them. Ancient is a pick they went for earlier as well against Complexity, where they had a pretty easy win for Liquid. And then a Vertigo pick coming in for the side of Complexity. Now, Vertigo is a map, well, we've seen this old Complexity lineup they do like to play, but Liquid have looked incredible on this map, at least in some of the recent runs they've had where OC really pops off. So a little bit of a variety when it comes to the maps being selected here. Last time they played it was Overpass, Ancient, and Inferno. This time it's going to be Ancient. That is the one constant. And then, of course, we have Vertigo and Overpass. Overpass is an interesting map, especially for Liquid, because it's a map that it's not their best, right? And usually when it comes to the decider map, it can be kind of the middle of the pack map. Nitro did mention it's a map that they're okay playing, but they still haven't really kind of locked it down as a solid map. So if you're Liquid right now, and looking at the odds, everything is favoring them, but you still want to close this one out 2-0. Because let's be real, Liquid are the huge favorites in this particular matchup.
Well, I had them at Pick'ems. I think a lot of people did.
Me too.
Expected that their raw firepower, that core, would really carry them through, but that's enough chitter-chatter. We are ready to get live in our very first map of Ancient. Liquid kicking things off on the T side, and Complexity on that CT side, hoping and praying that on Liquid's choice of map, they can have a solid start to things. The early aggression coming out on the ramp side of the map, and it will see Liquid slowing down a little bit, but they're about to get pressured in, and Junior, the man we were just talking about, has laid them to waste. 3 quick kills for the USP. It's only Nitro that bounces back with his P250 by his side. Won't be getting a second. And Complexity, just through raw aggression, have picked up the first round.
There's double doors just getting festooned with the bodies of Liquid there. And Junior, I mean, I had to say it. I had to say he has been a liability, but this round, a laser beam with that USP, just sniping away all the members of Liquid and just catching them off guard. He was just trying to go for a very fast play towards the ramp area on the B bomb site, maybe trying to go for a flank, but we never even had a chance to see what Liquid were really up to. Just getting absolutely bodied very early on. Now, Ancient, a map that is, of course, heavily CD-sided, and that's the one advantage Complexity do have. It being Liquid's map pick means that Complexity will have the choice of side. And of course, they are going to be going for this CD pick. If you look at the buy for Liquid, well, they're just going to go for the full eco. No, not a single, just a 1 kill, I do believe it was. And apart from that, no bombs planted. So they're just going to be sticking around with the Glocks. Not a singular investment being made by any of the members on the side of Liquid. There has been a few question marks about Shoxy on this team, right? He has individually been lacking a little bit, so to speak, recently. And also you have the fact that not just individually, but like for a lot of people to point fingers at it, like they're looking at Shox and they're like he kind of is being a bit of the liability for this lineup. But we did have an interview with Nitro where he said, Shoxy, he had a lot to do. He had to travel so much, right, all the way from Europe, all the way back to NA and back again. So it has been a little bit of a rough time for Shoxy, but he did say, Nitro did say in the interview that Shoxy seems to have kind of like mentally reset himself and is feeling much more comfortable. And that is going to be instrumental here. If you look at the individuals on his team, everyone's a legend in their own right. Shoxy, obviously, the amount of the events, the tournaments, and majors is one with multiple French lineups. You're talking about the veterans in the form of Nitro and Nav. You're talking about Elige, probably the best player from NA right now, and then have OC, who, honestly, the moment he started in the Liquid, the questions were raised: can he really deliver against top-tier opposition? And he's answered all of us. This guy is legit.
Oh, he's very legit. And speaking of that AWP clash, we're expecting to see OC with that weapon many a time in this game. As it stands, though, as a result of no purchase in the previous round, as Blair touched on, with only the 1 frag with the P250 in the hands of Nitro, they have finally got themselves some AK-47s to run with. Complexity in their bonus round, getting aggressive down with the MP9. The only SMG they possess. They do have a couple of FAMASs thrown in the mix as well. HE could be good for a bit of chunk damage and decent onto Nitro. He'll be in that headshot range now of the M4s and the FAMAS if he's unlucky enough to push in. But things slowing down again as Liquid feel out their options. Interestingly as well, Blair, yesterday when we were casting G2 and ENCE, a consistent hotbed of contestation was mid over and over and over again. It's still very early days, of course. I'm curious if Liquid are going to toy with that a little bit later on.
Yeah, for me, I've watched Complexity's CD side multiple times, and I do enjoy what JT does for his team. Right, a lot of aggressive mid and mid contestation. He likes poking and prodding, making things very uncomfortable for his opposition. Right now, though, they use up all the utility, and it's actually bought them a lot of time. So Liquid, they have to now make sure that none of these if you look at the amount of map control they have, it's minimal. Right, they have no eyes as to where the remaining CTs could be. But for the CTs, unfortunately, all they have is one Molotov to work with a couple of flashes, and here comes the hit from Liquid. They're going to be deploying all the utility as they charge on into this B bomb site.
An island in amongst the liquid fire of the Molotovs is clumped together. Floppy and JT. Fang, Grim just behind them, but they're going to get swarmed. This is where the AK should prevail, but Fang says no. 2 kills with him and Floppy alongside him. 2 play 3, although Grim is exceptionally low. But Shox is making moves round the back. The bomb has been planted. He needed OC to survive a bit longer, but he is sneaking around like a coiled viper, ready to spring into action. And Junior and Floppy have no idea. The only downside for Shox is that the bomb is not planted for his position, but he doesn't even have to give his spot away right now. Now he's hearing they're tickling the bomb. First frag down, and there is Shox. Pure experience, pure tenure, and the results to match.
Ice in his veins, Vince. Ice in his veins. There was a world there where a less experienced player might have just gone for the shots, right? And then it would have been a 1v1, and then it could have gone either way, but great play coming in from Liquid there. They took the sweet time, went for the execute, and even though Fang finds a double in complexity, had the man advantage, Shoxy, the veterancy shining through, playing that one to perfection. And with that for complexity, though, considering how flawless the couple of rounds they won were, they will still have a very, very solid buy. No AWP yet for Junior, however. Decent bit of utility, but you can see clearly they have 3 smokes remaining. That's it. So they're looking to get this map control early on and try and find something with it. And Liquid are doing a pretty damn job just being patient, right? There's no need to force a matter. If you look at the previous round, we saw Complexity use up all their utility early on, and Liquid were able to walk into the bomb site and deploy their own utility to get the bomb down. So, similar fashion, which how these rounds are playing out. The only difference being, they do have Floppy sticking around towards the, just outside of Jaguar. He also has backup in the form of Junior nearby towards ramp. Elige, though, he finds Floppy, and that's a huge pick. No trades possible, and now Liquid, they're going to group up together. There's A bomb site. You can see the rotation as well. Fang is heading, slowly creeping, crawling all the way towards B, and it's all on Junior. M4 in hand against 5 members heading his direction.
Grim in the temple will be waiting and anticipating for this push. Flash proceeds to peek, allows him safe passage, and Grim has gone down. OC lays him to rest alongside Nitro, and that A defense has crumbled under the smallest pressure. Excellent news on the side of Liquid. Junior will keep himself alive, and more importantly, the M4 going through into the next round, or so he hopes, alongside JT, who will be aggressed on momentarily from Elige. So this round is Liquid's. That much has already been dialed in. It's now just a question of how many weapons Complexity can take out of this one, because their money is in the dumps. They have nothing going through into that next round. Unfortunately, Complexity don't have any sidearms on JT or Junior, so this next round, whatever kind of positive spin you put on it, Blair, is going to kind of suck.
It's going to suck. I'm envisioning them going for just a full eco, maybe a CC, a couple of P250s. Even then, I'd like to see them just go for the complete full eco here. Just try and play around the 2 rifles in the hands of JT and Junior. You see like $2,000 an average, and almost $1,900 an average on all the 3 surviving members. So even if they go for a P250, it is going to hamper a buy. They go to the next round. You want to have that little bit of extra utility. Maybe could be a flash, could be an extra Molotov or incendiary being afforded. As we do have attack timeout getting called here by Complexity. I was having a chat with the coach of Complexity, JC, yesterday at the hotel lobby, and it was like, you know what, we're feeling pretty comfortable against Liquid. You know, even though they are on paper heavily favored, it is a domestic matchup, right? And sure, Liquid have had Complexity's numbers recently in the past, but they do scrim against each other quite often, a lot. And, you know, when you play against each other so often, you see this even in EU as well, like, you know, these domestic derbies between some of the Danish teams and whatnot, where the underdog sometimes pulls off the upset. But if Complexity were to do so, what a time, right? This is an elimination matchup, mind you, to stay alive at the major. And there we go. Pretty much almost a full eco. Floppy will have a 5-7. Grim with the P250. Apart from that, just the 2 M4s to work with. They haven't even purchased any extra utility, keeping the money even so they can go for a United buy later on. Floppy tucked into the corner Jaguar. A 5-7. It's actually going to be JT as the bait. And a 5-7, Vince, at this range can be deadly, especially in the hands of the flop.
In the hands of the flop, indeed. And as he said, he's playing anti-flash alongside JT. If he can open things up, could get interesting. Molotov, though, oh, that's going to wreck this tactic. Floppy has to come out. He gets one. That Molotov completely ruined everything that Complexity were banking on. Excellently placed, and the rest of the round should fall into place. Only the 1 rifle remaining, of course, in the hands of Junior, who has had a good start to this game. 6-2 is good to see. Mostly where we start to get a little bit apprehensive about his performances is actually when he has the AWP. Because it's such an integral, expensive weapon, there are days where he goes missing. I'm hoping this is one of those days he shows the world what he's truly capable of. Because listen, down in like Tier 2, when I used to cast this guy, he was smurfing. He was outrageously good with the AWP. So I'd love to see that form again.
Yeah, there was always a caveat that, ooh, the bullet's just grazing the back of Grim's head, and he actually gets the dink, but unfortunately not quite able to confirm the kill. If I'm Junior, I hold on to his M4A1, which he will indeed. I have to agree with you. I think, you know, you and I have actually casted quite a few of these the matches of this lineup of all the players you see on this team. And Junior, and you can even say the same for OC as well, right? When it comes to NA, the Americas, those two players were phenomenal, and sometimes people were even mentioning Junior's name alongside OC. And the difference being, once OC went abroad and started playing some of the bigger names, and then Junior started playing for Fury, you could clearly see that OC was against stronger opposition and better. There was always a caveat for Junior that he was playing for Fury, a whole different crazy brand of Counter-Strike, the language barrier and all of that, but ever since he joined his Complexity team, it has been a bit disappointing, to put it mildly. Here we go to Complexity with the buy of their own. Still no op for Junior. The Molotov is dealing so much damage on the Shoxy, and Floppy gonna try and find the timing for the wall bang. But Shox, low or not, still somehow finds JT. That is huge find, smack in the middle of the B bomb site, and that's gonna force out a rotation, Vince. Now you have Fang, who's also down to 13 points of health, grouping up with Junior and leaving Grim all alone. In fact, they're all rotating towards the B bomb site. They're just relinquishing the A bomb site and hoping, praying that Liquid head this direction.
It seems like a gamble stack to me, Blair, where they stack B. If they end up getting hit on A, they just save their weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the fact that Fang is low. However, I don't know if it's confirmed damage, but Liquid, they're limping on 2 players, and that's going to be Floppy. Going hard to on ramp, takes 2 players, does a lot of damage onto OC as well. This round falls in the way of Complexity. The gamble stack seems to be working out, but Naf keeps himself alive and drops the nade downtown onto the back of Fang's head. Both remaining players are weakened. Naf's position compromised, but still spins around. I thought Junior might get the shank, but instead he's took a bullet to the head.
It must feel good to be a napper. That looked almost impossible, Vince. A 1 versus 3. He gets the first kill. He's so low in health, and the way he just this instant geometry in his head, triangulating the position of the 2 CTs, perfect nade, and a Junior not expecting Naf to come walking out from the smoke and even getting caught with a knife out in his hand. And this is all after the work being put in by Floppy and Junior. What a nade onto Grim. Oh, that must have just been a jump scare for you. It's so unfortunate. And the money's broken. At least they have enough to eke out some deagles here, but for Liquid, this is about trying to ensure they don't lose many players here. OC's even gone for the AWP. Not a single player with any, SMGs and whatnot. Probably expecting a forced buy perhaps from Complexity here, as they're slowly going to come creeping, crawling in towards the A side. There's no one around. Utility will be deployed, but the 3 players lying in wait inside a donut.
Unfortunately, though, it's Eagles up close. 1 smoke, 1 incendiary Molotov, and they have been blockaded out, and that's exactly what's coming up. Doing their due diligence, though, Liquid. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Taking control over Temple. Smoking off all those choke points. And Complexity, although they had a couple of banana peels laid down and traps that were put into place, Elimination bypasses both Floppy and Junior, and Naf showing that last round was just the start of potentially something special. Liquid will be off to a 5-2, that much is guaranteed, and they don't lose a player in the process, so their bank balance now collectively starting to build to a very nice position.
It's looking good right now for Liquid. 5 on the trot. Sure, a couple of rounds were a little scary. The 1v3 from Naf comes to mind, but apart from that, it has been looking pretty damn clean for the Liquid side. Sure, we had a Shoxy clutch as well earlier on, the 1v2, but it rounds against some of the pistols. They're not really making any misstep, right? Keeping majority of players alive. Like you pointed out, the money's looking good as well. Molotov smokes getting deployed, and Liquid just with utility usage and a fast pace being set here by Shoxy. Wresting control of mid from Complexity. Although it did feel like a half-hearted attempt from Complexity, they really weren't looking to commit to this mid duel. So they do expend a little bit of utility, and they will fall on back. I'm not sure if Fang spotted the player across, but doesn't matter. JT will find Shox. So at least something going the way of Complexity early on. For Liquid, though, a lot of pressure towards mid, and slowly they will be falling back towards the B bomb site. But the timing here, you can see Junior and Floppy slowly starting to creep and crawl. Junior's got the AWP in hand. Floppy up close to the boxes, and Liquid still a minute to work with. And the moment the smoke starts to rain into the B bomb side, what's Floppy going to do?
They have the bait and switch, so even if Floppy goes down, Junior should, in theory, be able to alleviate at least one of these players. But it's about utility. If a flash comes over, similar to what we saw in a previous round in Jaguar with that Molotov, it completely dissects and crushes their stats, but they've got in for their own counter flash. It's worked out beautifully now for Complexity. 3 kills in quick succession, puts Naf into a 1-on-4. He may have clutched earlier, but this was way too tall a task. And finally, Complexity are back on the board.
Great decision from Floppy there. The moment he saw he heard the nades being lobbed in, he knew that he could potentially catch a couple of players with the nades in their hands, not having equipped their rifles. So great work. There we go. Just perfect timing. And for Liquid, they weren't aware of that, right? They weren't ready for a player to push on in. I do believe OC was actually, I'm not sure if he was tossing a nade or he was holding the angle, but still, nonetheless, great round for Complexity. Finally winning a rifle round. And that too, having a lot of players left alive. Grim, rattling off bullets in the smoke. The nade's gonna take it's gonna deal a bit of damage onto its 4 members. As Liquid once more, leaving Shocks this time around all the way towards the double doors, waiting for any play. This is interesting from Liquid. They're gonna be going for kind of like a double-pronged attack on either side. Oh, the Naf, not really showing himself. He's going to be very passive here. The bomb, the back of OC, just slowly creeping and crawling their way towards Donut. I do wonder what their final game plan is. Still a minute on the clock to work with.
Oh, Grim's position just gets out into the open, nearly gets picked off. Nitro pressing the button, pushing in. There's a team kill. Elimination takes down his IGL, and now Junior goes from strength to strength as he carves a path through the oncoming T's. Fang, able to survive, pushes back into the donut, and not only that, but takes the bomb with him. OC's life is deemed forfeit, and Shocks, who's gone unseen so far, has stealth going in his favor, has now been compromised at the cost of Fang's life, has time to now traverse back over on the B side, and considering that both of the CTs are on A, he will get this bomb plant down. And at that point, if he can get it down quickly, obviously he doesn't have that information and the benefit of seeing what we do, then things get very interesting in a post-plant for Shocks. He's a cerebral player. He has been in these positions so many times in the past, and a plant will be forthcoming. He's already got 1 clutch today, and where does he decide to relocate to? Back into ramp. He slowly slithers his way in towards construction side. He is sprung and put that poison, that venom into Complexity before. Do they have the antidote this time around? Molly into the cave. Now he has to show his hand. Grenade out. Here comes Shocks. They're trying to go in the defuse in the smoke. Not required because JT, the perfect bodyguard. Complexity get 4.
Maybe there was a little bit of miscomms perhaps for Liquid. It looked like Shocks maybe was trying to get a kill with the nade, but the moment the nade was lobbed in, they knew exactly where he was, and of course the smoke as well obscuring his vision. Nice attempt though from Shocks, and for Complexity, I'm not going to really blame them. They stuck together instead of separating and playing the bomb sites as individuals where the trade potential would have been non-existent. They instead group up together, stick together, and they win a very crucial round. Honestly, I felt like that round should have been much more comfortable for Complexity, but Shocks almost pulling off yet another clutch. As we do have attack timeout getting called here by Liquid. Money is still not bad at all. OC a little bit low in cash. But if they do want to drop him an AWP, Elish can do so. Instead, I guess it might just be the AWPs. Sorry, the AK-47s. Never mind. The op will be dropped into the hands of OC. Well, Elish taking 1 for the team. He's got a Galil in hand. Complexity, though. Signs of life from Junior, man. Those are some very, very good shots coming out. And that was some combat opping as well right inside of that A bomb site.
People have been on his back for a while. There's been rumors, there's been speculation as to what his future in this team is. I think this would be a perfect opportunity for him to stand tall and say, listen, I can perform at this level. I deserve to be here. This is his moment. If Complexity get knocked out 1 and 3, I don't know if he stays in this team. I don't know if this team stays as 5. So this is a huge opportunity for Complexity, for Junior in particular, to show the world what they possess, that they deserve to be at Tier 1 Counter-Strike, they deserve to be at Majors, and they can actually stand and fight against some of the best players that the planet has to offer.
You got to remember as well, this is one of the youngest teams in this tournament. Spirit might be the youngest, if I'm not mistaken. Complexity are the second youngest as well, as JT finds a leash. Junior sticking around for maybe a little bit longer than necessary, as OC... Oh, okay, JT. He is toying with fire. And Junior now inside of Jaguar. He spots the elbow, tags Nitro through the wall. Down to 17 HP. But Complexity doing a good job, still keeping all 5 alive. Great flashbang there, but JT, he needs to win that duel. Floppy finds Nitro with Shock with a quick trade. Junior with a whiff shot, and suddenly this B bomb side, the defense is starting to crumble, but they won't be expecting Fang, who's going to find Shocks walking in through the smoke, and a 2v2 will ensue.
2-on-2. Players are healthy across the board. This post-plant, though, will favor Liquid. There is a bit of utility. Smoke up and over. That's going to be banking off the wall onto the ramp side. That will leave Cave open for business. But OC bypasses the smoke. Spots the first player that misses his shot. And now the spray from Nav is off. Complexity, with Guardian Angels coming down and protecting them from multiple bullets coming their way, are going to get their 3rd in a row. This is now turning into a very interesting game. I've got to say, though, I thought Liquid might have that round.
Liquid, yeah, they really should have had that round. What they weren't expecting was Fang tucked inside a short, right? They found 3 kills on the B bomb site. That is just unreasonable from JT. I love the flashbang, I love the trading coming out, and they weren't expecting the 4th player being tucked in, which was Fang. And I'm not a big fan of Shocks walking in through the smoke there, but I guess I can understand, right? He wasn't expecting another player to be so close by. And once he fell down, a couple of whiff shots from OC, someone you'd be expecting to hit those shots, he went into the bomb site trying to avoid the smoke, and here comes a faster play from Liquid. They just have the pistols to work with here, as Shocks will take down his own teammate, and it's gonna be an easy mop-up for JT and Floppy. 6-5 is Complexity. They get the lead. All right.
Bruh, we've had 2 team kills already on the side of Liquid. You can probably forgive that one, as they were all clumped up on ramp, just rushing together, and you can't take any chances. Ironically, I think it was a Liege that team killed Nitro earlier, and now he's the player that's getting team killed off Shocks. So Karma perhaps falling into the server. Complexity, though, in amongst all of that frenzy, have taken the lead. 6-5. They maneuver into, and Liquid getting aggressive on 2 fronts simultaneously. So many grenades and Molotovs littering the map as it stands, but a bit of aggression. Haven't seen this yet from Complexity. Grim's gone into A main, all by his lonesome. Very forward positions here based off spawns, and this is going to do the world of good. This bait and switch yields 1 frag. They don't need to overstay the welcome, but OC gets dinked on the cross, down to 10 HP. There's the smoke, they survive. Exquisite play from Complexity.
Yeah, after the amount of, you know, aggression they've showcased on towards the B bomb side, good read from Complexity that, hey, you know what, Liquid might start to poke and prod towards the A bomb side, having the double man set up over there. And as you pointed out, Vince, the dink is well onto OC. Gonna make life pretty uncomfortable here for Liquid. For Liquid, the 5 rounds is still very, very solid here on the T side of Ancient, right? But they would be looking for more. They would 100% be looking to end this half at least maybe 7 rounds perhaps. But right now, things are looking a bit dicey for Nitro and his merry men. All gonna be grouping up again here together. We have a Leech looking for any aggression towards mid from the CTs, and JT being, again, proactive. Flashbang in hands of Junior, gonna pop. That's gonna be JT looking to take the fight, trying to go for the wall back, running out of bullets. So, but somehow he finds 3! How does he find 3 kills? And the Leech left alone now in a 1 versus 5. He will find Junior, but JT gets away with bloody murder. What the hell was that, Vince? That was an ace as well.
The good old lineup, and he will happily capitalize on that. Complexity, as you can see at the top of your screen, and now on fire, meaning they've won 5 rounds in a row from 2-5 to 7-5 in the lead. And keep in mind how grim this situation was looking at one stage. They won the pistol, they converted, and then Liquid went on this 5-round tear. Complexity now turning the tides in their favor, and the buy on Liquid is pretty awful. Scout, pistols, golden opportunity for Complexity to get themselves a string of more rounds, get that 10-5 half, and things look a whole lot better for them.
I love that from JT, right? Not just was he calling that round, but he got the first kill in A-halls and then rotates all the way back towards Rams, just trying to be a little bit proactive and just finishes things off with the ace. Great stuff from the IGL of Complexity. And it's starting to wake up here. This time around is going to be the execute coming in towards the A bomb site. 2 players lying wait. Junior, AWP in hand, and he's got Grim as well.
Oh, Elise is just completely manhandled him with the scout, and now the T's spill out onto the site, makes Grim's situation so much more dire. And the Leech picks up the second. The second that they lose the first player, everything comes apart the seams. The Fang is trying to put it together, stitch back up the weakened Complexity CT side. JT and Floppy, last man standing. But it's going to be Floppy that connects first. Bomb spilled out, have to come pick this one up. Belege is still alive, he started the round off, and he's still very much in this. OC with the AWP, his weapon of choice, makes it work. Flash out, tries to go into the peak alongside Elige, and Elige gets his 3K with the scout. Liquid steal this round away from Complexity.
That's what Elige can do. That is what Elige can do, no matter what weaponry he's got. And you preamble the fact that the buy was rough, Vince. You said the buy was rough for Liquid. It was a half buy. A few pistols. The scout was the only rifle in their hands, and Elise just plucks the head of Junior. He didn't even get a chance to rattle off a single shot, and then the AWP gets picked up by OC, finds a crucial second kill as well, and then things just start to crumble there for Complexity. Fortunately for them, despite a few of the rounds being kind of close, they still have quite a bit of money to work with, so you have the double AWP setup coming out now. Junior with the AWP. We know where it's going to be posted towards. Grim as well. We have seen, during the early days of Ancient, we've seen teams try to go for the double AWP setup, which sometimes can work, but if you're going to get the bomb, if you have to go for the retakes, it gets very, very grim indeed. So I do wonder how this one's going to play out still. Just a couple more rounds remaining in this half. You can see smiles abound for the side of Liquid. Round number 14, penultimate round here of this first half. The map pick of Liquid. Complexity lead by a sliver.
As Liquid should be smiling, they know they just embarked in daylight robbery stealing that round. As you said, though, completely correctly, double AWPs can work. But if OC has the drop on Junior as he slowly walks his way through mid, that will make this proposal so much more tentative for Complexity. Spread out that little bit more thin, they're being more proactive, already sending off Floppy, who was playing on construction all the way back round to A side. That will leave them vulnerable and shaking elsewhere on the map. Mid control now coming in. I was curious how much we were going to see this as the latter rounds came to fruition. And now Liquid are changing up the pace, but there is the second AWP. Grim nails Nitro.
The timing. Brings out a Molotov the worst time possible and shocks. He reads perfectly, waits for Grim to peek, and he will find his head. So bringing it down to equilibrium here, all Liquid, 3 versus 3. The smokes will be deployed. But it's not great. Fang trying to find one he should. In fact, it's going to be JT to find Shocks. Flash is going to blind Fang, but there's nothing he can do. Down to OC, 1v3. JT making a sound. And OC finds Floppy. He knows where the second player is. He knows where the third is as well. And OC, he's going for the clutch here.
He's going for it behind the box. 20 seconds to play with, though, and the bomb in an awkward spot. He knows he has to get this next kill, and it has to be quickly. Has no time to mess about. Now going to be getting in close. Down to 14 HP. Surely this round is now too far gone, and no idea as to where that second pesky CT player resides. Oh, the shot is criminal onto JT. But Fang knows he just has to wait. This round is over. There's not enough time. And to add insult to injury, OC dies afterwards. So Complexity get their 8th. Nice try from OC, though. Like, he nearly pulled that out. You could see a way in which it was going to happen.
JT played it so well. He knew he made a footstep, and he knew that OC knew where his position was, right? And he immediately pivoted towards the bomb site behind the boxes. And OC was so hyper-focused. He was like, there has to be JT still inside of Donut, but that was not the case. Some of these rounds coming down to the wire. The Complexity, Great Resurgences once more. They're going to try and battle for mid. It's going to be Fang and JT together. And JT right now top fragging in the server, Vince. He is leading by example.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal game. That 3K comes to mind on the double doors, pretty much shuts that down by himself. Flashes over. Junior barely affected by that, though. And although the FAMAS does a lot of damage, it doesn't claim any kills. Floppy can go for the wall bang. Doesn't connect really anything.
It's
so the
behind
plant
the pillar.
still comes down. Yeah, behind the pillar. He was using it as sanctuary. And now Nitro getting aggressive. They know that their back is vulnerable, or at least Elise should realize this, because Fang is coming in. He's sneaking his way around the side and pivots into Elise, and now they realize they're getting encircled from so many different directions. They can't fully focus Shocks, and here's Galil will sing. Grenade is good, but Shocks comes in for 3, and now Fang tries so hard, so desperately, but with 15 HP on Nitro and 6 on OC, they secure their 7th round.
The final round of that half, and Liquid just bring out the contact B play. I love that. They planted the bomb behind the pillar as well because they didn't have control of Jaguar. They're like, there must be a CD there. They attempt to go for the wall bang, unable to find a planter. It got very, very close. That nade could have actually found both the players towards long, but fortune will favor Liquid. And if I'm Liquid, even though, sure, Complexity have the lead, you got to remember this is Ancient. And we know how CD sides can be such a, it's almost insurmountable at times. And Liquid have shown that the CD side is not to be trifled with. With Complexity, though, they've done everything possible despite having that rough start initially. They won the pistol, they won the follow-up, and then we had Liquid go on a bit of a streak. Now, though, let's see what the T side had in store for us here. A couple of smokes and a couple of mollies in the hands of JT and Floppy. And it looks like it's going to be just a plain A hit. Right now, just one member of Liquid holding the line. It is going to be Nitro, the captain, the IGL. He's got no backup anywhere close by. The closest Legion is all the way towards Red Room.
He is a lone survivor, Nitro. The question really falls down to how many kills, if any, can he pick up on the cross? There's one, still alive, still healthy. And him just staying alive at this point is putting more pressure on the rest of Tees to get up in there. But Grim, instantly decapitating Eliege, takes control over Temple, while Naf and OC are waiting the other side. Temple becomes Grim's final resting place, and now Floppy 1-on-3. They push into him with the Glock. It's tailor-made for these angles, but Shocks from the side will deny any heroics. Liquid tie us back up.
A Temple of Doom there for Complexity. They were all grouped up together. They had the Glocks, especially at that range. They even went for the double peek towards CD spawn, not expecting the rotation to be so very quick. All the CTs, all the Liquid members coming in from spawn and just running on in. Great shots coming out there. And for Nitro, even though he falls, he does get that one kill. And then, of course, the other members more than capable of finishing that one off. Complexity, they would have felt very comfortable there, honestly, Vince. They get the bomb down, they have the man advantage, they're all grouped up towards Temple, where the Glocks should, at least on paper, come out on top, but Liquid, the individuals, too good. Fast and furious retake. Complexity, though, they got the bomb down, got a couple of kills there, 3 kills in fact, so they will be able to eke out a very, very comfortable buy. Scout in the hands of Junior. A couple of Galils, a Deagle for JT, and AK-47 for Floppy's. Fang is going to lead the way. Galil in hand.
Looking to plunder the site one more time, our Complexity. They have the superior firepower, all things considered, but OC doesn't seem to care. He hasn't read the script. He's making his own moves, his own waves to crash against Complexity. It won't deny the bomb plant, though. That incendiary will do significant damage if JT doesn't reposition, which he has from behind the pillar, out into the open. From the frying pan into the fire, but he shows himself quite the formidable adversary as he frags left and right. Naf, his last player standing, goes in for the spray, tags Floppy down to 20, but Complexity's full force has proved to be successful.
What a round from Floppy. Just spinning around like a death top, getting kills in every direction. 4K for him there. And that round, Liquid, they could not stop the flop. Huge kills coming out every single direction. And for Liquid, yeah, that's a bit of that's gonna leave a bit of a dirty taste in your mouth, right? You win the pistol round pretty convincingly, and then Complexity, they snatch it back. Basically mirroring how the way the first couple of rounds played out there in the first half. It's here we go. Force Buy will still be coming in for the side of Liquid. It's going to be pistols all around. We have a Scout in the hands of Eliege and Shoxy with the MP9. 3 players towards B. We have a lead with the Scout, and we've seen what he can do with that towards mid, but Complexity, they're keeping this one simple, Vince. All 5 members grouped up and waiting outside the B bomb site. They got a Molotov, 3 Molotovs, in fact, a multitude of smokes and a number of flashbangs. And you see the MAC-10 in the hands of JT. He is going to be leading the way here.
That's one of my concerns, is can he continue to frag this hard? And we'll have to find out. He goes in first, basically the sacrificial lamb, but he's still alive. No sacrifices today for Complexity. They'll be hitting double digits, or they will be putting down all of Liquid where they stand. Shot from Elimination, as we saw in the first round with the Scout. He is very much a threat with this gun, but he has to piece out of that. And you were talking before about how the CT side can be a bastion where you can just pick up so many rounds, a real fortress for teams like Liquid. This is the perfect way to break that fortress down, to knock down a couple of those walls, to make it a little bit more penetrable. Just shutting down the economy, keeping Liquid in this strange, tipsy-turvy position with their finances. Like this next round, they're not really going to have much to buy. Yeah, sure, they can take a Scout and a 5-7 potentially into it. Complexity already at 10 rounds. That next rifle round for Liquid now is going to be so important in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And for Complexity right now, golden opportunity to get around number 11, right? It's going to be just a couple of saves, the Scout and a save, I think it was a Deagle there to work with here for Liquid. You got to go back to the earlier game we had between Spirit and Astralis, and Spirit just completely demolished Astralis on Ancient. And I think a lot of us would agree that the Astralis are right now the best team on that map. So yeah, Liquid coming into this game, they have a winning record on this map against Complexity. It's a map that they're very, very comfortable on, but sometimes Ancient can be a cruel mistress. We have the 5-7. That's about it from the previous round. And the Scout, I like this. Triple boost. You bring it out once or a couple of times every half.
Let's be honest, Blair, this is the perfect time to utilize it. You have a Scout, you have a 5-7. You're basically in a round that, on paper, you should be losing. I don't think there's a better chance to pull this one out. However, Floppy, it just goes to show like how on point they are and how much they understand and read the situation. He's looking for it.
He knows. He just knows that's going to be the play. You hate to see it if you're a liege. All right, Nitro, able to at least pick up an AK, and if you're Nitro, you are running for the hills, as Maiden sang once upon a time. OC, blinded, will be found by JT. I like how, even though they're moving as a pack, it's a well-drilled pack by Complexity, right? Like, the flashes are on point, the trading is on point, and JT, you asked, Vince, well, like, is he going to continue this, just fragging out? And sure, right now it's against just the pistols and whatnot, but he has shown that he's more than capable of holding his own against the superstars on the side of Liquid. Looking for more here, Nitro will be found out. JT is a drive-by death machine. He has encircled the entire map. The AK won't be saved. And Naf is going to be left alone here with a 5-7. But yeah, the buy is going to be coming in here for Liquid. Still, it's not going to be that great, especially because OC, the best sniper in North America right now, will not have his weapon of choice, and Complexity are now 11-8, 5 rounds away from taking the lead here in this must-win series for both the teams.
You see the impact as well that not being able to save that AK has. Nitro has to replenish his M4, meaning he only has a smoke, which is already tossed out. There's no kits, there's no incendiaries, there's no HEs. So they've got firepower, but they have got to make it work because there's very little plan B now on the side of Liquid, and that's why they're getting aggressive. That's why we're seeing Elimination trade 1-for-1. Shock's getting aggressive out on construction as well. But in doing all of this, they've pretty much bypassed any A defense. The only defense they have is in Donut, and that's Nitro that's just joining the site now, and he's instantly eradicated by Fang. Now they need OC to go above and beyond. There's a slight gap in the smoke, but he can't fully exploit this. And he knows he has to stay alive for the rest of his teammates to get up close. Naf now joins the fray. Bit of damage done, but more flirtation than anything else. But now he does seal the deal alongside OC, who goes in for 2. Sprays down in a line. They know where Floppy is, but he's had so much impact. So many massive rounds in this game. Already 1 frag picked up to his name. Can he get 2 more? No, Shock shuts him down. And Liquid make their fairly lackluster buy with such little utility work. It is at the cost of 3 players, but they're going to get some AKs out of this round as well.
OC was so instrumental there. even though he didn't have his weapon of choice. Huge kill onto towards Junior. He was in a very uncomfortable spot in all honesty. You know, he had the scout on the bomb side behind the box. There's not much room to maneuver. But a second kill he finds on the player deep inside the donut, that was instrumental. If he doesn't find that kill, them trying to stick that bomb is going to be nigh impossible. So huge round coming out from OC. And finally, maybe just stemming the bleeding for a while, as we do have a little bit of update from Stream A. Outsiders, after losing on Dust 2 the map pick, have picked up Forza's map pick, and now that series is tied 1-1
Ooh. A 2-1 matchup, of course. The winner goes to the Legend stage. The loser will be 2-2. The same position the winner of this best of 3 will find themselves in as well. Of course, this, if you have just joined us, is an elimination match between the two NA hopes in the Major. In the Challenger stage, it has been pretty rocky road for both of them. However, Complexity with the narrowest margin of leads. Junior taking the initiative. At one point, he was 10-3, so he certainly slowed down a little bit in this game. That flash is perfect. No double frag, though, as they're able to find a sanctuary of that archway. Naf goes in. Hefty damage onto Grim and picks up the first. And so Liquid not only have the player advantage here, but HP bars running pretty low in Complexity as well.
This excursion, though, from Elige, they're going to know where the hit's going to be, and so they have no idea. Complexity probably thinking that ruse might have worked out. They can rotate all the way back towards A, but Elige not finding anyone. They're still going to mill around towards that B bomb site, but finally, there we go. Slowly, they know the timing. Nitro is going to shift its attention towards A bomb site, and OC once more has arrived. As Elige finds Fang in the meantime, it's a 2v4. Grim bleeding, hemorrhaging as he's walking in towards a bomb site.
Has to apply the pressure, and maybe Nitro is the man to snuff him out. What? Not Nitro missing a sitter, and Floppy spins into 2 headshots, had no right to pull that off. And with about 11 seconds left, the bomb has been securely planted. Floppy goes in again as Elige peeks out by himself. Liquid are jumping into the fire like lemmings. And maybe, just maybe, Shox can wind back the ears and pull off another clutch. And if he doesn't, his team's in real trouble. Shox sprays down and digs them out of that ditch. But Liquid seems so content to peek 1 by 1 into Floppy, a man that's been possessed.
Oh boy, NT Floppy, NT. 21 kills for him. Joining his captain and delivering. That round had no business coming down to a 1v2 favoring Complexity. There's a 2v4. Liquid had the perfect read as to what was going to be transpiring, and Floppy is just a death machine, just a death ball, getting kills at will. And again, Shox having to come up clutch. Another 1v2 for him. But it really shouldn't have come to that. That was so very close. But for Complexity, considering that round should have been done and dusted before they even got the bomb down, the amount of damage that it dealt, they dealt rather in the direction of Liquid. Look at the money right now, Vince.
Yeah.
Even though they've won a couple of rounds back-to-back here, have Liquid, 4 members are sub $1,000, and Naf's the only one, and he's at 1,050, barely any money left. You can see OC has got the op, smoke and incendiary. So they at least have the weaponry and the arsenal here to battle out for this particular round. And you can see, if you look at the economic situation, Complexity as well, it's not that healthy either. Floppy, the only one is some cash to speak of. So this round is going to be very crucial. It's kind of a pivotal round for both the sides. If Complexity can somehow steal this round away from Liquid, they could easily go on a couple of round streaks.
Oh, this could break Liquid completely in this entire map if they can get a little bit of consistency. But it's OC now that takes over Donut from Nitro, who's had 2 pretty lackluster rounds in a row, to be completely honest. He's had very little impact. He's a man that is very self-aware. He'll realize this. Maybe that's why OC is positioning now with the AWP. And so far, so good, but he's missed his shot, and there's no punish. There it is. Finally comes in from Temple, making sure that OC's life is not in vain. Shot lands onto Junior. 16 HP remains for him as they look to try and switch over and pivot towards the B side of the map where Shox is waiting. He's had a good game so far. Multiple clutches, loads of impact. And if he peeks out, he may find Floppy. Floppy's past him, but he knows. He's heard JT. He knows the plant's coming down. There's 1 spray, there's 2. Bomb gets denied, and Junior in no position to fight this. And in all honesty, with 45 seconds left, he may be thinking about saving, but may not be afforded that luxury, because here comes Naf. Only one bullet required. 11 to 11. We're all tied up. And as you touched on before, Blair, the economy from complexity is hardly good itself. So they may be in trouble now.
Oh, absolutely. And right now, this is when we're going to be seeing the half-ice coming out here. Huge round coming out from Shox on that B-bomb site, right? And just Floppy, he did everything perfectly. He was alert. He was walking impatiently into B while the remainder of his teammates were making so much of a commotion towards A. And he just forgets to check the cubby. And that's when Shox strikes. And even his target selection was perfect. He knew the bomb was being planted. He doesn't go for the guy planting the bomb. He goes for Floppy first and then executes the guy who is putting the punching in the numbers on the C4 because there was nothing he could do at that point, and Shox is just pretty much shutting down the round pretty much by his lonesome. His top fragging as well right now in the server is Shox. So if people had question marks about him being a liability, at least on this map, he is showing why he is such an important element in his team. The veterancy, it shines through. He doesn't have to be as clean as many other players. I take his name though, he gets taken down by Naf. Immediate trade. Now, that was the only AK-47 being purchased there by Complexity. The rest of them, just the Deagles. This should be pretty easy pickings here for the remaining members of Liquid. Nitro slowly peeling back towards Donut. Bit of an off angle.
Getting one, they line up, he'll spray them down. Very fortunate to get all three of them. They did run into his bullets and tank them to the forehead. Would not recommend that at home. And now JT, who was weakened, has been finished off. Liquid take the lead. I think you see there, though, Floppy's thought process is he's so opportunistic. There was a molly went down, then got extinguished by smoke, and it left a gap in the smoke long enough that he could see the left side of the back side of the site. And so he was up close once that smoke cleared. He completely caught Shox unaware. Shox had no idea. He didn't think he could be in that position. A little cool opportunistic moment from Floppy. Won't yield them the round, obviously, but now they have full AK-47s.
Floppy he's just looked incredible in this team, right? So people might argue, might say that Grim might have the better mechanics as opposed to Floppy, but Floppy for me is the best player in this team, and is showing why. OC, in the meantime, however, is going to find JT. A lot of aggression towards mid here from the CTs. The Nitro chiming in with a frag of his own, and OC is trapped inside of the smoke, but he's got bodyguards around as Grim is getting peppered from all directions. A flash will pop as well. OC inside of the smoke, tossing in a flash, enabling Elimination to get an easy kill as well. And this is just fallen apart for Complexity. And for Liquid, sure, the couple of rounds they won back-to-back were a little close, but right now, they are starting to come alive. Junior left now, 1 versus 4. And Nitro and OC are kind of low, but this is going to require a gargantuan effort from Junior.
Especially as two players are on the side. So even if he gets one, which he doesn't, there was a backup play there. There were pincer movements coming in across the map. 13-11, now the score. And Complexity in an awkward position where they could feasibly try and squeak out a bye. They're in a very strange spot. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if they called a tactical timeout to figure out what to do next. They could go in for a half of like Tech-9 Deagle half bye. They could even squeak out a few Galils here and maybe a couple of AK-47s. They're in a very dicey, strange, uncomfortable position here where they know that if they take their foot off the gas, then Liquid could start to cruise towards the finish line.
Oh, absolutely. And considering what a pretty solid start they had here in the second half, it's going to be crushing for JT and his merry men if Liquid just run away with this. But Liquid right now are on fire, as you can clearly see at the top of your screens. And the past few rounds, the past couple of rounds they've won have been very convincing, and that is what is worrying. You look at the money. You remember it was all virtually everyone was broke. Right now, though, we have an average of about $5,000 for a NAF, Allegiant, OC. Nitro a little bit low on funds. Shox kind of broke, but that's okay. They have the weaponry, they have the utility, they have the funds, and for Complexity, it's going to be pistols once more. Upgraded pistols, however. They got Deagles, a lot of utility as well. They're running it through the flames and burning alive. Barbecue right outside of Jaguar. Shox looking for more, and he's gonna find more indeed. Junior Floppy remain. Floppy at least able to stop Nafly. But Shox is looking for more. Potentially even looking for the 8, which he won't find his Floppy. Another kill, but OC and Elijah there to make sure that it doesn't get up to any further shenanigans. 14-11 for Liquid. 2 remain for them to take us to map number 2.
What a beautiful read as well from Nitro. Whoever made that call. Not only did they have them dead to rights with the idea it would be a half buy, but look at this utility. That's 2 Molotovs on top of each other with HEs on top of it. I think the 2 mollies did like 300 or 400 damage just by the two of them. It burned one player out, another couple were on 10 HP. Like, it doesn't get any sweeter than that for Liquid.
Absolutely. Great read there. You know, they knew it was going to be probably a light buy, and they immediately went for the utility being dunked in. Because obviously, you know, when you have light buy, many times teams just go for that faster B play, right? Or just try and swarm towards Jaguar. But Liquid seem to have Complexity's number. OC is being very brave. The scope is going to be heard. Perhaps not. Oh, it's a missed shot though, but Napwa is there to save the day. That's a bomb taken down as well as Fang. However, will find Elimination at the entrance of A. The bomb has been spotted, and that means it's a time for Nitro to deliver here. Are they going to check the angle? It's a question they won't, and Nitro is going to find Grim.
Fang knows where he is, but may not realize there's a second player there in the form of Naf. Nitro loses his head. Fang does know. But more importantly than knowing, he makes something of it. He takes his chance and runs. 5 HP left, but he has JT alongside. Such an important moment in this game. Perhaps the best of 3. Perhaps Complexity's very survival hinges on them being able to clutch this round out and make it theirs. Make Liquid sweat a little bit more. OC on 13 HP. There's plenty of funds on him and Nitro, plus a leech, but it shocks on 1700, where he may think twice about going in for this. However, if he backs off and watches mid, he may get a pick. It seems like Liquid are at least toying with the idea of backing out, but because time is so scarce, they will have to fully commit to this A site. OC is going for it. Full faith in himself, his own abilities, and Fang comes in with a 4K and keeps Complexity alive.
That was incredible from Fang, finding both the kills there, although I felt like the spacing was a little bit off there from the side of Liquid. That round should really have been Liquid's, but heroics coming out from the individuals of this Complexity side. We've seen Floppy have his moments, now Fang chiming in as well. And the AWP as well picked up, dropped into the hands of Junior. For Liquid, we spoke about a cash previous round, said they still have funds to work with. However, for Complexity, if they're able to weather the storm of round number 27, and they can break the money fins, they can tie things up. This is still not over. As Nap, however, finds Floppy through the smoke all the way near T-spawn, and now Liquid going in for the Constrictor move, not allowing much space here for Complexity to work with. And Complexity, they're fine just biding the time for the time being, but they have lost Floppy.
Because they're taking so much time, Liquid are just flowing into these positions. They're getting out first. They've got construction locked down. This gives them control over the doorway. It gives them control over mid as well. This is so well played from Liquid, but all it takes is for one well-timed, well-placed flashbang, and they can still explode out here Complexity and get some success. It looks like they're going to be on the very brink of doing so. They have counter-flash, anti-flash positions from Shox, who's hiding in the angle. OC can take the shot, then fall back. And if they feel compelled to do so, there's a second player there. Shox comes in, though, and proving he doesn't need any backup. Spraying down 2, and Junior's position is compromised. They know exactly where he is. The only thing working in his favor is he has the bomb, but he's lost so much health through that smoke. 42 remains. He's being pincered from the B site on a leash. 3 players coming from mid. And it feels like he's living on borrowed time, and they're about to collect in full. Surprised that shot didn't land, but it doesn't make any difference. Naf shuts him down. Liquid have 3 map points.
Shox is taking no prisoners, Vince. He is taking no prisoners whatsoever. It looked like things could have potentially spiraled out of control because he was walking down towards double doors. The moment the Complexity started to walk out of it, but JT unfortunately caught looking the wrong way. What a round from Shox again. And this is Liquid just kind of putting the stamp, the seal of authority on the CD side. If somehow they had kind of fumbled that and Complexity won the round, this could be 14-14, but they survived, they keep 4 players alive. And with that, now Complexity. This could be it. Potential final round. Map point for Liquid on their map pick. Followed, of course, by Vertigo, the pick of Complexities, and Overpass if we do indeed go that way. And I said it earlier as well, if I'm Liquid, I'm looking closest one out 2-0.
I think quite a few people expected that to be the case. This performance has had some pretty cool moments. And I would say, considering the situation currently, this is a vintage Shox performance. We've seen clutches, we've seen huge moments, big sprays. He's been so present, so prevalent in this map. And now Complexity on a rough buy have lost 2 players to OC's hands as he executes Grim and Floppy. And Complexity now circling the drain on Ancient. Mac 10 for JT. He has been such a powerhouse, such a huge player, but he's about to get swung in, and that's the bomb that goes down with him as well. Meanwhile, in mid, Elage makes short work of Junior, and although Fang posts up a last stand of 1 frag, even if he gets a second, which he won't, it won't matter a great deal. Liquid get it done on Ancient. They are 1 map away from eliminating Complexity.
Good resurgence there coming out from Liquid at the very end. Honestly, it felt like Complexity, there were some signs of life there, Vince. Like, even though Liquid had a substantial number of rounds accrued in the first half, 17 rounds on Ancient, you're going to be feeling mighty comfortable. But then you head into the second half, and Complexity actually showing that they are pretty capable on this map. But I love how Liquid are able to kind of put the seal of authority in the latter stages of that game. They were able to be much more aggressive. They were trying to make sure that, you know, JT and his men weren't given the space, the room to really work with to roam around, to create space for themselves and make things uncomfortable. Shout out to Floppy and Fang, though. I think they were individually fantastic. I think they were looking good. JT as well, being very instrumental in many of the rounds they won. But yeah, Liquid, a little bit too much to handle for the Complexity boys.
Yeah, I mean, Junior started incredibly well. I think at one point he was like 11-3, 11-4, and then he started to go off the boil a little bit. Liquid also had some players that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be at the very top when you have the likes of Naf and Elish there. Shox obviously is a very tenured, a very good player, but I think we saw what Shox still can pull out now and again with a truly great performance.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline 16-12, and remember, Shox 1-2-1v2.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
If those clutches hadn't gone the way of Liquid, I won't lie, this could easily, not easily, but it could have been Complexity taking the first map. So there you have it. Shoxy has to be the MVP of this game. 8-9 ADR, 24 kills. But for Floppy, what a valiant attempt coming in for Floppy and JT. And Fang as well, you know, he had a great time in the second half, especially some huge, huge kills coming in. But yeah, the MVP of this map has to be the Frenchman himself.
349 utility damage as well, something that we don't often talk about, but he was the player that was throwing the grenades, throwing the incendiaries over on the construction side. So these all ramped up to an exquisite performance from not just Shox, but also Liquid. And now, Blair, they are 1 map away from securing their spot in a 2-2 matchup, which will happen, of course, tomorrow, and more importantly, eliminating Complexity. So we'll find out if they can get it done. But first, a quick short break.
I'm Frankie Ward, and I'm on a mission to show you that our commentators are not just one-dimensional Counter-Strike obsessed human beings. No, in fact, they're not human beings at all. They're animals, and they're animals who can also draw. Do you agree, Launders?
I really know my way around a pen.
Yes, he does. He knows almost the way around a pen and other things. And on the other side of this board, we have got your partner in crime and commentary. We have got Mr. Scrawny himself, and he's holding an inanimate object.
A Granny Smith.
A Granny Smith apple. Yeah, we don't like Golden Delicious on
fresh grannies.
Here at the PGL Major. We love a fresh granny. Now, your challenge, Launders, is going to be to draw Scrawny in 3 minutes. Yes. And to give this more legitimacy as a project of true artistes like we are, we're going to give you 3 minutes to do it. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, hang on. I've got to make it official. And 3, 2, 1, draw. Is there anything that's inspired this pose? Scrawny, if you can tell me without moving your mouth.
The freshness of produce.
You moved your mouth.
The importance of fruits and vegetables. And the succulence of green grannies.
I don't really want to spoil the surprise too much for Scrawny. I'm quite excited. I'm surprised. Can I say I'm surprised without spoiling your surprise?
This is my good side after all, so he has an easy mode.
Oh, you've got many good sides. Many good sides. Can I just ask if you're inspired by any particular artist here, Launders?
Monet.
Monet.
I like money.
He hasn't drawn you as a water lily, though. I can confirm that, spoiler.
Is he going abstract or realism or?
It's 1-to-1.
I can't quite tell yet. That is true. We've got about 1.5 minutes left on the clock, Launders. There's no stalk on that apple. You've made it look like a cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mum.
Hello, Granny.
Granny. Oh, time check. Time check. Good point. Do my job for me. You've got 55 seconds. Are you going to give her? Are you going to give
I
the
forgot
ear?
one really important
The ear?
My mustache?
You know what? I think this is kind of Picasso-esque.
What do we think about this?
I like that addition. All right, that is your time up. Before you do the reveal, what is the name of your artwork?
It's scrawny. It's a portrait. Scrawny.
Scrawny. You got to sign it. You're an artist. Soon to be on Boxer t-shirts, available around the world. It is Scrawny.
Yes. This is fire, except I don't have any teeth. That makes me nervous.
That's
just gums.
Yeah, no, that's lips. Those lips actually. Those are lips.
Okay.
Stop. I recognize the size.
Thank you.
But I have a bad memory, so I recognize the size, but I have bad memory. I skipped on the roses just because of time constraints.
Yeah.
And this doesn't look that healthy, but
I get the gist of it.
I didn't have all the tools.
I get the gist of it. Yeah. Nice undercut here too.
You kind of look at the Wall Street Bets guy.
You got the gauges?
Yes.
Very nice, man.
Can I ask about one thing, which is the way that glasses work? Because I know you're not a spectacles wearer, but I am, and you are as well, Scrawny. What do you make of this situation?
I hadn't noticed that, but I think there is an element of abstract art within this. It is a near one for one, but I see Launder's influence. He loves right angles. Look at the Boxer logo, for example. And so that's all this is. It's a small homage to Boxer and the community that he's built.
And where is this artwork worthy of being displayed by yourself?
Right above my bed.
Right above your bed.
I get the pick, but I'm going to potato to your ceiling. So it's the first thing you see right when you wake up.
Brilliant.
Horrifying.
Well, hopefully we're going to make some prints of this so I can have one for above my bedroom too. Thank you so much for joining me for the Artist Challenge. Launders, I didn't know you had it in you.
Me neither.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
NA continues between Liquid, I should say, and Complexity. I'm all tongue-tied after that first game. And it was Liquid that did take the first map. It wasn't maybe as convincing as we were expecting it to be over on Ancient, but they still got the job done 16-12 in the end. And now we move across to Vertigo, which I know you have some thoughts on this one. It is quite an interesting map for these two teams.
Yeah, I think it's a map both these teams should be reasonably comfortable on. Obviously, Complexity, I remember like JT in his old team, he used to love playing this map. At the same time, right, I've seen OC, man, like especially on the CD side with an AWP, he was one of the key factors in why that old Extra Salt lineup was so deadly on this map, domestically speaking. And you look at the win rate as well. It is pretty even Stevens, in all honesty. And Liquid have looked pretty dangerous on this map. Although that being said, the caveat being for Complexity, they have played it quite a bit more than that of Liquid's. But for Liquid, if I'm Nitro and his merry men at the moment, I want to close this out 2-0. I want to make this 2-0 quick and easy. You don't want to go to Overpass. It's a map that's sure that they have had a few wins and losses and whatnot, but if you go back to the interview Nitro gave, I do believe it was on the Dust 2 publication, where he mentioned how it's a map we haven't really nailed down everything yet, right? It's a map that we are working more on. We are starting to put in more work in, where we're starting to feel more comfortable, but it's not a map where we would necessarily pick against top-tier opposition. And again, domestic matchups, anything can happen. So if I'm Liquid, yeah, Vertigo, you should be feeling still reasonably comfortable. For Complexity, it is do or die. It is do or die. You lose this one, it's 0-2, you're going home.
Absolutely. And simply put, for this org of this size, some of the players they have on this lineup, that is just simply not going to be good enough. And probably changes will occur, I would imagine. So with players potentially on the chopping block, with this entire team resting on this very performance, this is the time for them to stand tall and deliver. As we saw on those graphics just before, one of the reasons we expected Liquid to win Ancient and fairly convincingly is Complexity have more losses than wins on that map. Well, Vertigo, 11-4, yes, against some lower tier opposition than Liquid have been playing, but you expect them to come into this one with a certain level of competency and confidence. When confidence is a key word here, though, because as you said, Liquid will want to 2-0 this, to make a declaration of intent, to make themselves just feel that little bit better. We know some of their personalities on this team have the ability to let things get on their minds and on their shoulders and let their heads dip a little bit. So getting a 2-0 here, especially if they can make this a convincing win on Vertigo, I think that does the world of good for Liquid's confidence.
I think they hit the nail right in the head there, right? Even though Complexity might stand a chance, right? Even though they can potentially take it to map number 3 for Liquid, it's not just about winning the series, it's about winning it convincingly. Because if they're able to kind of scrape a scrappy win over Complexity, and even if they do qualify for the Legend stage, I'm not going to have much faith in this team if, you know, with the fashion of some of the wins they've had. So a lot on the line here for both the teams. For Liquid, trying to make this one convincing. And for Complexity, battling for survival. A 3-man push from Liquid here towards mid. This is a bit unorthodox. I don't like it, though. They're pushing up. For Complexity, they're just waiting for some aggression to take place. Elish going to lead the charge, dropping down towards the ladder, and this flank is perfection. Floppy, however, spots Elish, his spider sense tinkling, and that's going to send Elish scurrying back up towards mid, leaving Shox alone. Buys Lonesome on the B bomb site. Backup is arriving, but he's got to hold the line. He's going to find one, looking for the second kill, which will not come. Caught reloading, but a jig is up as Elish has arrived.
Exactly, and Shox, because he survived so long, has bought him so much time. Look at all these CTs just exploding onto the site, washing it away. And the wave too steep for Complexity to deal with. JT, though, manages to navigate his way around the side of it. It will come back around if he's not careful. 40 seconds on the clock. Time still on his side, but they know exactly where he is. P250 could do a bit of damage, and that smoke could very well afford him a couple more options now. But it doesn't land exactly where he was hoping for. There's a huge gap in that smoke. They can push around. Good shot onto Elish, but Nitro proving there is indeed strength in numbers. Liquid claimed first blood. Complexity didn't even get a bomb plant there.
Nice attempt there from Elish to get in for the flank, but once I like the call coming in from Complexity though. The moment they knew there was a flank taking place, immediately pivoting towards B bomb site. But Shock's doing just a great job. He finds the one kill, and the fact that he just stays alive buys so much time for his teammates to arrive to the B bomb site and shut it down. So Liquid off to a good start here. of course, is going to be, because the Fortnite's still coming into Complexity, though, despite not getting the bomb down. That means no Galils. Just going to be Tech 9s, couple of Deegs in play, Nitro behind the sandbags. The flash is going to pop. He's not going to peek with it yet, however. And I don't think anyone is going to be checking this. The Liege up close. Nitro's going to show himself, getting dinked down, though, but it's got backup in the form of Liege. And one by one, they are getting shut down here by the CTs.
Yeah, this force doesn't afford them any rifles, just pistols. You're just seeing that superior firepower rise to the top, shutting down players left and right, which means they'll have very little in the back pocket now. Complexity could maybe go for a couple P250s, maybe a Tech 9, maybe even scrape together a Deagle or two, which Grim and JT have gone in for. But this is looking like an excellent position for Liquid to take a 3-0 on Complexity's choice of map.
They can farm a lot of cash here, right? He's got NAF, got Shocks, the bonus round. Well, not bonus round, rather the bonus round weapon, so to speak. Shocks, though, gets taken down. Okay. Floppy and JT teaming up together to find the Frenchman. And this is very, very, very aggressive from Liquid. I'm not necessarily a big fan of this. Liege and Nav, however, trying to bring things back within the realms of normalcy, but it's still a 3v2, Vince. Against just barely pistols, right? We saw a couple of Glocks in play. Nav, timing is everything, fortunately. We'll see the players running out. The MP9 not able to quite confirm the kills. And all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 bomb getting planted. This is already a win for Complexity.
Nitro needs to make sure he doesn't get taken down because Elige is only on 23 HP. He's gone down to Junior. This is winnable. It has been won by Complexity. It was 2 Deagles and basically P250s. And Complexity have just embarrassed Liquid.
That should never have happened. That should never have happened if you're Liquid. This is just... Oh, that's ugly. That's so ugly. I mean, great shots coming in here. Absolute brilliant stuff from Junior and Grim and everyone on the team. But honestly, how have Liquid let that slip by? But they had 3 A1s and 2 SMGs, Vince, and I was like, oh, sorry, they had a FAMAS as well in play, but you're like, okay, fine, sure, you lose a couple of players, it's just the SMGs. In fact, they lose everyone. They lose a round. And Complexity, winning a round, they just got to be thanking the lucky stars. It played out that way. That being said, though, they need to still try and capitalize on this, right? If they were able to win this round right now, they're going to force Liquid to go for the full eco. That means Complexity are going to be going on a bit of a streak, potentially even taking the lead here early on this map. But now that they have the weaponry, is it going to fall apart is the question. OC, he saw a scalp. That is Junior's, is waiting for him to peek again. Double scoped in, looking for a pixel, a sign for him to rattle off a shot. Smoke will be deployed by the T's to slowly push on up as Elige tucked into the corner. Are they going to clear this? Are they aware of his position is the question. Elige is a position that Complexity should really be clearing out. Fang looking the wrong way, looking for the boots. As Nap's going to find a kill on the JT, and that is a timing for Elige to strike, and they will shut it down, Vince. That was Complexity's opportunity to break the economy after all the work they did in round number 3. That was loud. And I love it.
I assume that's from the other game, because we were looking at Liquid, who just won that round, and they were all just chilling. So I assume that's from the other matchup. The Outsiders game 4s, if that's still going on the A stream. The good news, though, on Complexity is because of that third round that they did end up picking up, they had enough funds to actually send in an AK, a hero AK, but that hero has fallen. Has been picked back up again, though, from JT, who trades out his Deagle towards Fang.
It's happened as well, just a couple of rounds prior. That's when I started to feel a little worried here. And sure, yeah, the hero AK, but it's been retrieved, right, Vince? And they've also got the kill on the Shocks. And if they want to get that FAMAS, they can. There's no one from Liquid playing aggressively. Right now, though, Complexity pretty comfortable playing this one a little passively, and that's going to allow OC the opportunity to find the IGL Complexity here towards the bottom of ramp. In the meantime, Floppy making quite a lot of noise towards mid, going to be grouping up with the rest of his teammates, and this is the play, right? They're going to be heading towards the B bomb site. There's a FAMAS still lying in wait for one of the members to pick up, and bear in mind, for the T's, they have no Kevlar, they have no armor. So it should, on paper, still be a pretty comfortable round here for Liquid.
Grenade was picked up. Complexity looking to explode out onto the side momentarily. We have seen them lose from an easier position than this, though. Should be highlighted. And Fang and Floppy looking to try and make that nightmare a reality once more. 2-on-2. Considering that OC has the AWP, he needs Leech to have impact, and Leech has done just that as he splatters Fang. But Floppy is now alive. The bastion of hope from the first map. The best player on Complexity. Had a chance, a narrow chance, has had another one. The Deagle may prevail against the AWP in this kind of a position right now because he can consistently rattle off shots, and one of them rattles the dome of OC. Complexity get their second.
Again, it just lose to the pistols. Sure, there was an AK-47 in play there, but Liquid, they are, they're just hitting themselves at this point. It's like, stop hurting yourselves. You can't afford to lose rounds like this.
It's like 1 step forward and 10 steps backwards. You think, you start to believe their economy is going to build up and then beat by pistols. And look what that does. It's a huge boom to Complexity's economy now. They've got tons of money in the bank if they lose this round. And Elise is going to try and push them into that position with his scout. Floppy, though, will cauterize shocks from this round. And now Naf, perched up on the site, has a blockade of smokes to help him out. That should stall Complexity, but they still got well over 1 minute and 20 seconds to play with.
Slowing things down, our Complexity in OC is going to use that opportunity to try and be a bit proactive. Footstep made. Has been heard. Fang's still not looking his direction. I don't think Fang heard him. The bomb is dropped as well, and I'm not sure if OC peeked around the corner to see the bomb. Yep, now he sees it. Oh, this could be disastrous. They're going to be making a lot of noise towards B. But OC aware, looking at the C4's position, there's a player nearby, and that is going to be Fang, and he will be executed from behind. And OC's like, guys, the bomb's your ramp control. Group up on me. And that's exactly what they're going to do with Complexity. Despite being a 4v4 earlier, things are starting to spiral out of control. Smoke deployed at the best time possible. And with 40 seconds, still a bit of time to work with, but Liquid, they're all over the C4 right now. And this could, in fact, even be a save, Vince.
What a scrappy game this has been, these opening 6 rounds. We thought it would be nerve-wracking. You can understand why. There's so much on the table for these two teams. But even then, Complexity is still fighting for this one, and Nitro can only muster up 1 frag. There's 20 seconds. They can try and push in. Smoke will keep the leash from having any more impact. And now Grim picks up the bomb. The B site is clear from Floppy's hands, and there should be enough time for this plant. There will indeed. This round's not done just yet. It looked like Complexity may very well go for a save, but then the trade went in their favor before Lee shows his hand and snatches away the life of Floppy and Grim. Liquid get a 4th, but again, the position they were in, Blair, that should have been a comfortable round.
That should have been the round done. 4v3, you have the bomb at your feet, and somehow Complexity able to pry the C4 away from Liquid, get the bomb down. Again, that was Elish. That was Elish really stepping up there and just getting 2 really nasty kills at the very end. This shot of Floppy was just filled up. We barely saw his head, but instantly deletes the 2 players there. But huge find from OC there. And honestly, yeah, the moment he gets a kill on the Fang with the bomb at his feet, that should have been the round for Liquid. But again, Complexity making it so very close, making Liquid sweat for each and every round. The buy will be coming in. But right now, having seen some of the 2 rounds, the fashion in which Complexity won, Vince, even if they just have Glocks, I'm still not going to feel comfortable for Liquid. And right now, they have the AKs, they have the Kalashnikovs, they got a couple of Galils, the AWP in the hands of Junior here. And for the side of Liquid, it's OC with a zoom bagger of his own. And I did say this, I did preface this game, this map in particular, by saying that OC with that AWP was instrumental in that all extra salt lineup being so dominant domestically on this very map. So he's got the AWP, he's on the CD side. I want to see what he's got in store for us here as Floppy is taking a bit of damage to the Molotov, looking to find something. He sees a player on top of the stack boxes, but I don't think he's seen Nafly yet.
Grim's just watching middle for a potential flank round the back. But they're keeping their options open. They're flowing out to each portion of the map. They have contingent plans and multiple of them. And it's Grim in mid that does strike first. The Leech is the first player to fall, 10-4. He will be suppressed. Has been the standout player for Liquid, as has so often been the case throughout the years. And now they need one of their other heavy hitters to stand tall. I was mentioning before that they were kind of flowing out across the map, but the decision, I should say, seems to be to hit the A side of the map sooner rather than later. And with 55 seconds left, they don't have to pull the trigger just yet. They're waiting and anticipating that a player such as OC may go looking for something to try and counteract. Had the right idea, but was fully flashed. And now Nitro has to hold the line against multiple angles. Nitro passes the first head, tries to spray in for the second, and Shox is there through the smoke. But it's Grim. It wasn't the bomb carrier. So the bomb gets planted down, but Shox just pushes straight through the smoke. The audacity of the man. Just to rush there and take the fight to Complexity. And with the smoke down on the scaffolding, this is going to be that much more difficult. Shox has removed the head of Floppy. Liquid pull off. What was that, a 2v4?
That 2v4, 2v3 doesn't matter. That was an insane retake. Oh man, Liquid. How did they steal that one away? Because Complexity, they had a perfect read, Vince. And the thing for Liquid is they seem to feel supremely uncomfortable when they don't have much information to work with, right? They keep pushing mid, they keep pushing the extremities, they're trying to catch Complexity off guard, but Complexity are being so very calm, so very patient. We saw OC being caught on the open with a flashbang completely blinding him as well. They get the bomb down. But Liquid, the heroics, again, Shox coming in clutch for his team and bailing Liquid out from what should have really been around for Complexity. But for Complexity, sure, they get the bomb down, they lose the round. So loss bonus, not that great right now. D-Eagles abound, no one with any Kevlar or any decent utility apart from the one smoke in the hands of Fang. And Naf will find Floppy in the meantime. OC though getting taken up by Grim, and look at how low the player is right below him. That is Shox, but Nafly living up to his name. He comes flying up with the MP9 and ensures that his teammate will be protected. And Naf still looking for more. So despite that kill being found by Grim, it looks like it's really not going to be coming to anything here. As Liquid should make this one, I'm scared to say it, Vince, but it should be pretty comfortable.
Oh, well, as those words left your lips, Fang just taps you on the shoulder and reminds you of what they've been able to pull off so far on this map. Shox on 1 HP, 46 for Naf. After they brute force their way back in with that clutch, they could be getting put down again. Nitro, though, make sure that Fang's kill streak comes to an end, picking up 2 in this round. And now JT on 2 health. With the Desert Eagle in hand, it's going to have to be pixel perfect on these execution shots. Molly in, will be extending. He got peeked from 2 separate angles. And Liquid makes sure that they get a 6th. Again, though, Blair, they were in a good position. They lose 3 players. And Complexity never feel like they're fully out of these rounds.
They lose 3 players to a bye, which consisted of 5 D-Eagles and a smoke.
Yeah.
Vince, it's like Liquid, they're just losing some of these duels. I don't think they're necessarily taking favorable fights and just offering, you know, duels to Complexity. And we know the individuals on this Complexity side, they can really deliver. Like Floppy, we've seen what Fang can do, we've seen what Grim can do as well, and they're making them bleed. So even though, yes, sure, Liquid have the lead right now, 6-2. If you're just tuning in, you're looking, scrolling, 6-2. Sure, you know, it's looking pretty decently solid for Liquid, but it's not the case. The rounds they're winning, it's coming down to the wire. They're hemorrhaging too many players. And they're losing rounds they have absolutely no business losing. Complexity doing listen, in all honesty, even though it's 6-2 right now, I think Complexity are doing a pretty fantastic job with the calling here. They're able to get a pretty good read on what Liquid like to do. They're catching them off guard. This time, though, it's a faster aggression towards mid. Pushing straight in. Great flash as well as Nitro is already inside a T-spawn with 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. Junior will fall. I do like this from Liquid, though, Vince. They know it's a buy round, and they're not going to just sit by and just wait for Complexity to come to them. They are taking the fight to Complexity. In the meantime, Complexity, because of the play being pulled off there by Liquid, are going to be funneled straight into the A bomb site, where right now, 2 players make that 3 lying wait.
Just over 1 minute on the clock. Elish is looking to try and make some moves. Won't feel too compelled to try and shake down any of these oncoming players, but Fang shattering Elish, looking to subdue this site one more time. Naf with flashes out, spots 2 players. Smoke will be forthcoming as he tries to lock this one down, but it goes underneath the crane. He was hoping to back that off, and meanwhile, Floppy is on a long flank.
Ooh, He's getting flanked as well, Vince. Nitro coming in from behind. Oh, this is weird. This is so strange. They don't know where Nitro is. Floppy's calling it, is saying it. The B bomb side is clear. They're going to be legging it, and Floppy falls. And now Nitro, he's aware they're going to be rotating back towards B. But what do Complexity do? Their point man at B has been taken down, so they now need to make a decision which side they need to head towards, and they have no eyes as to where the remaining CTs are.
OC peering down with 20 seconds. With the AWP, Flick doesn't connect, but information still gathered. Naf up on the boxes, can just put an end to this round, and he ties it up emphatically with the A1S. Liquid 7-2 lead, and although Complexity will feel a bit hard done by this scoreline, we're starting to see a little bit more of what Liquid have in store.
Great round there from Nafly.
The Gambit setup.
All right, we're gonna find out what it is. I like that. I'll say this for Liquid though, even though some of the rounds, the 2 rounds they lost, they really shouldn't have. I think they got hyper aggressive against the half-fights, which they really didn't need to go for. But overall, they've been very proactive on the CD side, and I'd rather go for that. Slowly creeping, crawling, using the T-Smoke. They are making their way up here, but Alicia's going to find one, and he needs to be helped out here. But JT and Floppy, they're going to pounce on in, finding both the kills, and that means player advantage here for the T's. That being said, OC has arrived. He's going to establish a bit of equilibrium in the server. And bear in mind, these are, again, just the pistols. We have Floppy with some Kevra, but that's about it. And sure, we should be able to maybe retrieve the rifles here, but it is still heavily favoring Liquid.
This would take a Deagle powerhouse play to bring this back under contention, it feels like. Although they do have their hands on the A1S now. There's a HE up for the boxes. No one's home. Plant goes down. Liquid are in no man's land, in no position to even potentially thwart this play. The worst thing they could do at this stage is go in 1 by 1. OC is trying to check out his angles, relay the information to his teammates that they are clear, and now he will go head-to-head with Naf. Already, though, nearly half of this fuse on the bomb has ticked away. This is starting to get a little bit worrisome for Liquid. Shox is going to have impact again, or maybe not. OC with his AWP puts it to use for Junior point-blank range with a Tech 9. Takes off the head. First spray is good, but there is Shox again. He's looking for the bomb. Did that extra time just wreck him? Is he got enough time for this right now? I don't think so. The extra lap around the site costs them the round, and Complexity win with a terrible buy.
Oh my God, how are you losing these rounds, Liquid? All the 3 rounds Complexity have won have been with pistols. There was 1 round, a second round they won, which only had a solitary AK-47 hero AK buy there. But apart from that, Liquid have just completely flubbed it so many times. I don't know why I just gave it the A bomb site there. I don't know why they just gave the A bomb site over there, thinking Complexity had just legged it towards B. And then for Shoxy, though, sure, he came in with the flank. It took so very long there, Vince, and he had to go around the side to pick up the kit. He didn't have a kit. He picks up the kit, and then coming down to the final couple of seconds, and this time, despite his heroics, Shox not able to bail out Liquid. 7-3 for Complexity. And it boggles my mind how Complexity have been winning some of these rounds. And look, to take nothing away, right? They've been given an inch, and they're taking it. They're taking it and making it into a mile. But just the fashion in which Liquid are, some of the decision-making when it comes to these retakes and why they're being aggressive when they don't really necessarily have to at times, it is a bit confusing. And it's showing why Complexity maybe picked this map here against Liquid. There are quite a few holes here. Quite a few holes for the NA side. The defending NA side, to be precise.
Well, let's see if they can shore them up in time. They don't hemorrhage 2 more rounds. This is more like it. This is the frustrating thing about watching this Liquid CT side. Like, they have rounds when there's rifles, they just shut it down. They look so comfortable, and then when it's Deagles and P250s, it's like the brain goes out the window.
Listen, if I'm Complexity's coach, right, I'm like, guys, just stop buying guns. Go for his Deagles and just make Liquid bleed.
Well, Grim is still in this round. He doesn't have many opportunities, but he does possess the bomb. 55 seconds. Naf, low, 19 HP. And wouldn't it just be classic Liquid so far on Vertigo if they were to lose this round? Oh, that is lightning fast headshot. You can see Grim was just about to look away. May have got a jump scare from that one. Tickles the bomb, trying to phase them out, but Nitro holds his line, holds his reserve and his nerve, and it will be putting his team to an 8-3 lead. However, if there's pistols coming up, don't look away from your screens for a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, because this could still get real scrappy.
Like some of the decisions being made by Liquid where, like, they're playing up close towards ramp when the T's have thrown the lurk smoke and, you know, they're just going to pop their way through with the pistols. And that's when the Tech-9s, those Deagles, can come out on top, up close and personal against the A1s. And that's what has been a little surprising for me, that Liquid don't... They should have a real economy of complexity, but sometimes it seems like they don't. Pressure being exerted here towards B. One-way smoke being deployed, as Shox will use his own to keep them at bay. Player will be spotted out. Naf is more than ready. Shox trying to help his teammate out. Flashbang, there's a team flash coming in here as Shox will drop and OC will join the party. 2v4. Again, it's a half fight, just a pistols. They just want to get the bomb down, get a little bit of extra money, but Naf will arrive. And it's all on the flop. 1v4.
Has that Deagle alongside him, but OC has the AWP, and the AWP will prevail at that range. 9-3, Complexity will have yet another purchase. No players have currently hit the 10-kill mark, whereas on the side of Liquid, everybody has hit that landmark as it stands. There's a big discrepancy in frags, as there is with rounds, and whereas at the start, you could argue Complexity deserved to have a couple more rounds, I think we're now starting to see that Liquid are prevailing to a point where it's getting a little bit sketchy for Complexity. The fact that only 3 rounds have come off the back of pistols and some serious mistakes from Liquid doesn't give you a huge amount of confidence for the rest of this team half.
This is very similar to the 3rd round, which Complexity won with the pistols. The only difference being this time around, it's going to be guns in the hands of Complexity. That's a hell of a shot from Fang, but at least was traded this time around by OC. Elige still looking to take the 5 and Floppy now, on a bit of an excursion, making sure there is no flank taking place from the B stairs. A lot of noise being made as well. Bottom of ramp as OC with a very, very brave peek. They're still making life very uncomfortable here for Complexity. They're keeping them pinned down, and that is now the opportunity for Shox to try and sneak his way in. As the members of Complexity start to group up, Shox is going to be heading down ladder, trying to be getting that flank early on. And in the meantime, the remaining members of Liquid slowly grouping up and trying to bolster that A bomb site. We still have Naflight towards B as kind of a contingency, but the first point of contact here, it is going to be OC.
Smokes out to the side. Shox, wiggling his way around the back, is lurking on the prowl. This is now a race against time, and Complexity don't even know they're in the race. Elige, though, through the smoke has shattered JT and maybe shattered the dreams of this round, and Shox is about to show his hand. There's one. He's been so on point with these plays throughout the entire series. They line up, and OC gets a collateral. Liquid probably didn't need him to land that shot so devastatingly strong to get the 10 rounds, but they get there all the same, and they do it in style.
The bomb dropped behind the site, Vince. That is so unfortunate for Complexity. Even if the bomb got dropped, if it was in front of the site, they could have picked it up more comfortably. But my, oh my. That is so unfortunate. Look at the bomb. It just drops behind the site, and now they have to run in behind. And then, of course, OC down with the smoke, and the stars and the bodies align. The stars' Complexity getting taken down with the one solitary bullet from the Magnum. 10-3 here. Liquid, sure, some of the rounds they lost, actually all the 3 rounds they lost, they really shouldn't have, but still, apart from that, it has been pretty solid altogether. OC 13-7, Elige 14-9, everyone having a very comfortable time. Naf especially 14-4. He's kind of the mid guy, right? The guy helping out Shoxy towards the B bomb site, ensuring that if they do run in towards B, he's always going to be there as a contingency plan, and he's been very, very solid indeed. For Complexity, though, I mean, another half-buy coming out, Vince. Just the hero AK-47. Junior going to be leading the path. There's going to be OC. Oh, a whipped shot.
Oh, 2 whiff shots, and that allows him a bit of safe flashes in the I say that, but Naf, the man that you just highlighted on 14-4, has now escalated himself to 16, and Shox is right alongside him. He's had such a good series. 24, 25, 26 kills on Ancient, somewhere around that mark, and already on 13. JT, 16 HP, 1v4, and doesn't even have possession of the bomb. He's had a rough game this time around. He went above and beyond in the previous one. Grenade shreds him down to 11. But let's be honest, Blair, this round is pretty much a done deal. And that will be 11 rounds now for Liquid. although they've had their issues, they've had their slips, they've had their slides, it seems like they've finally been able to stabilize a little bit.
Oh, absolutely, and that's a great sign there. Again, Naf coming in so clutch, right? He's not necessarily the point of contact towards mid or towards B, but he's that guy who's going to be backing up for whatever happens. OC there, a couple of whip shots getting punished for it, but Naf right below the window position, able to ensure that things don't spiral out of control. Huge half thus far from good old Naf. JT, the amount of utility that's been lobbed in its direction, it's like the only thing remaining probably was a kitchen sink. 11-3, Liquid, sure. There were times where it did look like a leaking container, that defense of theirs, but they have definitely managed to slap on his band-aids, make things much, much cleaner as we head into the final round of this first half. And I have to say, despite some of the heroics and complexity in stealing a few rounds away from Liquid, it has been kind of Liquid all the way here. The buy rounds, unfortunately for complexity, haven't really gotten much done at all.
Yeah, and I think that's a good sign for Liquid as well. They've gone through some adversity on this map, and they still have this powerhouse half on at least 11 rounds. Everyone's pulling their weight in terms of fragging. Eliege is now catapulted himself to 15. Nitro's on there with 10, who's joining his teammate up on ramp. And Eliege is trying to pinch around the back of them. JT, though, makes short work of Nitro before Eliege sprays down 2. There's a third player in OC, but he has missed his shot. Realizing they're a player to the good, no reason for him to overextend and even give complexity a sniff into this round. He wisely backs off and will be taking that backroom position with the AWP. So complexity, they have muscled their way up ramp, but it's been at great cost. And guess who's still alive? It's your boy Shox. And how many times has he had flanks?
And yeah, he's already flanking. He knows the timing as well. The Molotov gets deployed. Now once the bomb gets planted, that's his time to start to slowly creep on up from behind. This is already the bottom of ramp right now. Again, timing though. At least this time around, the bomb just got planted. And Shoxy, biding his time, Floppy, he's making sure there's no flank taking place. And he sees no one. And now, Shoxy, he's got an internal clock inside him ticking. He knows when it's time to pounce.
This is just pure experience. Great game sense coming together in perfect harmony, but he needs the rest of his teams to survive. He has to let the rest of his team survive, and they do. Just about by the skin of their teeth. Naf on 19. If they both died there on the site, Shox's flank basically is for naught. They've seen that script. They've read it multiple times over. However, 12-3 half. We said coming into this map, Blair, we wanted Liquid to put down a declaration of intent, to have a really good performance in this second map, get a great scoreline. You can see smiles on their faces. That's what you want to see if you're a Liquid fan right now, because their confidence is building. They had a terrible start to this Challenger stage. It doesn't matter as long as you get the wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you get this win, you're going to be facing off against... I'm not sure yet. I was looking at some of the matchups. We could actually have an Astralis Liquid battle tomorrow for survival to make it to the Legends stage. So they have potentially a massive, massive game ahead, massive opponent ahead of them tomorrow. But right now, like you said, get the job done. Looking at the odds right now on GGBet, it's kind of one-sided there. 12-3 for Liquid here. They have so many opportunities here to close this one out in a very, very convincing fashion. Complexity, though, let's see what they got here on their CT side. OC is just going to be holding W. Pauses for a second. And they slowly creep on back up. Got to bear in mind, Naf is all the way towards mid, and they have a player waiting outside of B. They're making a lot of noise here, and Floppy's going to come poking and prodding. The flashbang is good, and Eliege will fall, and now they know it's going to be the B hit, and that means Liquid have to make a bit of haste.
And Grim has to have so much impact. There's one. Oh, the bomb's gone down as well, but Naf is quick to repair and isolate the rest of these CTs. JT and Junior, they were going so above and beyond, and Junior lands another headshot. That round was a blink and you'll miss it towards the end. The complexity, so vitally important that they won that pistol. They've done that. They've given themselves a lifeline. But are they going to run into the same turbulence that Liquid did on their CT side?
We're going to find out, though. For Liquid, no bomb getting planted means they're just going to be going for the full eco. And why the hell not? You have so many rounds to work with. There's no need to kind of force things at the moment. It's fine. Let Complexity have the couple of rounds here. I like that from Liquid, though. You know, a little bit of a classic A fake and then pivoting back straight towards B. But Complexity re-aggressing towards short is what allowed them to go for the go for the rotate just a couple of seconds faster, allowing them to shut down that push from Liquid. Right now, though, just a P250 in the hands of Naf. And just Glocks abound. It's a long journey ahead here for Complexity. Come on, Fang, you gotta check those angles.
Well, that's especially confusing because Grim took down the player. There's no stilts in Counter-Strike, you know, that's not on the buy menu. So you see the player boosted up. Surely he calls that to his teammate. Getting caught there, if he had a P250 over a Glock, that could very well be a kill, and that this round gets a little bit more interesting. That being said, though, wasn't to be. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Liquid, however, what we can say for certainty is they've got a buy coming up.
Yeah, indeed have the buy coming up. AKs are bound for each and every one of the members. Shocks should be buying up probably depending where he goes for the smoke or smoke and a molly combo. Indeed, that will be the case. A couple of mollies, 5 smokes for Liquid to work with, and a multitude of flashbangs. They have a leech. He does love taking his fights on ramp. Could be on the aggressive side or on the defending side. And OC in the meantime. Ooh, that nade actually doesn't do too much damage. It goes sailing past as Liquid are making the presence felt on both parts of the map. We have a Liege all the way towards ramp, waiting patiently, waiting for any aggression. Nav making sure there's no aggression towards mid, and the 3 other members of Liquid slowly creeping and crawling their way up towards B stairs. They're not making it a secret though. See the one-way smoke and Floppy up close. MP9 at that range could be deadly. So far, he hasn't shown himself. Shocks dropping down. Flop finds the timing. Great flash from Grim, able to find Shoxy, but OC will trade immediately. Bear in mind, this is the bonus round for Complexity.
It is indeed. And a 1-for-1 may not be good enough for Complexity, though, considering how much utility Liquid still possess. A 12-5 lead. Complexity, yes, it's a bonus, but they really need rounds. That is the currency that matters at this stage. Time's starting to dwindle away. Seeing some utility dropped across from the T's. Liquid still in thoughts. That smoke vanished to the nether realm as it just rolls away. OC's about to roll some heads, though, and it's Junior that walks into his crosshair. They completely bit down on this fake and this ruse, and now with 18 seconds, the site is clear. It's completely available for business. Complexity is still on A side. They may be thinking about saving some of these guns. Yes, they're in a bit of a bonus situation, but if they save this, Fang can buy an AWP for Junior. They also will be able to trade up some of these weapons, so they are playing for the bigger picture, but man, this puts them in such a grim position. 13-5 deficit already.
Small little detail there from OC, right? He saw the player, was it Floppy? I think it was Junior, just walking on down the B stairs, and he took a sweet time. He took as long as possible because it's like the more he waits, the further the other defenders are going to be moving over to the B bomb site because they're going to be like, yeah, there's no one at B. He's calling it. He's like, guys, there's no one at B right now. There's no one outside of B. You guys can rotate towards A. So wait to the final second, gets the kill, and immediately they just leg it to the B bomb site. And Complexity was so far away from the bomb site, they're like, you know what? Yeah, 4v3. Let's just give it up. But if you'd got the kill a little bit earlier, perhaps maybe one of the CTs was maybe towards mid. He'd be towards CT spawn. He could have thrown in a smoke, a Molotov, something to delay that push. So small little things there. And OC ensuring that that round was pretty much sealed the moment he gets a second kill. And slowly but surely, Vince, Liquid, they march on 13-5. 3 remain for them. As you pointed out earlier, the AWP in the hands of Junior. What can he do? He has been very quiet. A little bit of a flick shot as he spots Shocks moving like a wraith inside of the smoke, but he won't find his mark. And for Liquid, they got everything. A1 in the hands of Liege, the AK-47 in the hands of Nafla as they come poking towards mid, taking a lot of space here. Fang with the MP9 though, he's gonna try and play up close in front of the smoke, waiting, hoping for someone to show himself. But Liquid, they're allowing the utility to be deployed. They're waiting for all the smokes to dissipate before they take the fight, because you gotta bear in mind, they do have the weaponry advantage right now.
Yes, firmly in favor of them. Oh, Junior trying to make something out of this one, though, but Junior gets caught in an awkward position. He's just dodging bullets in the smoke like Neo, but eventually, in this version, Agent Smith does come out ahead, and it's OC that whips off the Aviators with a big grin on his face because he knows his team is only a matter of steps away from continuing their journey at the Major. Complexity, 3 rounds away from being eliminated. They know the importance of this round, and Floppy is going to keep this alive a little bit longer. He has been so integral to this Complexity team throughout this best of 3, but it may not be good enough. Now the grenades start to fire their way onto the site. All 3 of Liquid have the B site in their eyes. Floppy Has the reflection of a Molotov in his. He tries to bypass it. Another molly behind it. Frag not forthcoming. A lot of damage on towards Naf, but it's not going to be enough for the kill. But now Grim will pick up the pieces. Try and run home with them. Fang on 27. Up against Naf, but he's nowhere near. And Naf's going to have enough time, more than enough time for this plant, and to vacate the premises, and to pick and choose where he comes in from. But Fang may get the drop on him. It's a FAMAS up against the AK-47, and it could all come down to timing. Fang's not sure where Naf is currently residing. I think his ankle's just been spotted, and Naf will slay him down. Liquid 14-5 in the lead, and are so close to eliminating complexity.
23 and 6 there. Oh, man, that repositioning coming out from Floppy. He did a great job getting the opening kill, deploying a smoke and playing passively towards Gen with his teammate. But then he tries to reposition Vince and gets caught in no man's land. 3 players looking his direction. And for Junior, listen, I don't want to keep just beating on a dead horse, but if you're going to be going for plays like that, you need to hit your shots. You absolutely, imperatively need to hit your shots, and he whiffed both of them. There were 2 opportunities provided for him to find OC, and he gets none of them. 14-5. They just have to go for the well, basically the eco here. Floppy going for the hero A1. He's able to at least find Nitro out of it. The rest of them just USPs and a deagle for Grim. They're trying to play for OT, unless Floppy, Vince, unless Floppy can do something miraculous again, or if Junior from behind can find one.
It's just a USP though, isn't it? Gonna have to get multiple shots before anyone reacts. Hold on a second. Junior, a snake in the grass. He spots all 4 players. Information relayed, but he was too patient. He was too kind, too merciful. And they will devour him post-haste. The only good news is they know where all 4 players are, so it makes Floppy's position that little bit more comfortable to pull this round off. But Shox will shut him down, and the 1 rifle they had by their side goes with him. USP and Deagle. Liquid looking like they're going to get a 10-round lead. Oh, and Junior must be devastated. That's the other side of the coin. We saw earlier OC's patience paid off so well for his teammates. Sometimes try not to get too creative, too smart with it. Just take the kills that you can get.
He wanted to ensure he gets at least a couple of kills from the position, Vince. But yeah, like with the USP, it's hot. I see what I was trying to do. But Liquid, they're just so aware. They're like, hey, wait a minute. There could be a flank taking place over here. I feel for Junior there. I mean, I think he went for the right play. You just have the USP, so you know it's not going to be easy for you to get more than even 1 kill. And fortunately, sometimes fortune doesn't quite favor the brave. Sometimes fortune just kicks you down into the ground.
Kicks you right in the teeth.
In the teeth and all the soft parts, all the soft bits. And unfortunately right now for Complexity, it's looking like that. 10 map and match points for Liquid. The first one, a comparatively close affair in Ancient. Honestly, it could have gone the way of Complexity if a couple of clutches hadn't gone the way of Liquid. But this time around on Vertigo, sure, they're having a few stumbles, but apart from that, they have been looking good. That being said, though, great hold here from Junior and Grim. As OC at least able to trade. He knows there's another player nearby. As the leash going for a wild spray on top of the smoke, trying to find something. The flash is good, but Floppy snuck on in, but I think they know where he is. Floppy able to find one. Shock spins around and trades, but Grim is good enough to dispatch of him. The 1v3 for OC. And for Complexity, 1 round in the long journey to take us to OT and stay alive.
He's got just shy of a minute left. Clock is in his favor, but Grim's position with the flash preceding the peak is good enough to wipe out OC. They live to fight at least 1 more round, but there's going to have to be 8 behind it if they want to take us to the promised land of OT. In fact, pardon me, it's even worse than that. It's going to have to be 9.
Yep, a lot of rounds, Vince. 8, 9, 10. Quite a lot of rounds here needed for Complexity. It's been done before, but it's never going to be easy. Pistols, Mac 10 in the hands of Nitro, going to be leading the charge. The B defenders, they're getting kind of trapped or pinned down, as it is going to be Napla comes running out, but Grim holding down the fort, finds 4, and it's all on Shox now. 1 versus 4, able to take down JT, but now position compromised. Bomb dropped on the B bomb site. Looking unlikely here. What a hole coming in for Grim. Sure, it was against the pistols and armor, but still a fantastic control of the AK-47 there.
17 kills to the Frenchman. Will be looking to just carve as much carnage as he possibly can out of this round. They can buy again into the next round regardless of whether he holds on to this AK or not. It's only Naf that's struggling, and he knows the importance of even taking one of these extra weapons away. But he'll always fancy himself a chance to potentially clutch this round out, but Fang on the off angle catches him off guard. And now it indeed is 8 rounds required for Complexity. That being said though, Liquid didn't come in with a full purchase. They still have some money left in the bank balance. And what I'd like to see here is someone give Naf one of those rifles, because he has been playing phenomenally. 25 kills. Please tell me he's not going to be the only player on a Deagle. He can make it work, don't get me wrong. But when he's playing this well, give that man an AK-47.
I'm sure Shock's going to be on this. Here we go. This is all Grimmothy. Catching 2 players up in the air, and yeah, just a good hold. And listen, if he falls there, there's no other defenders in the B bomb site. And suddenly Liquid can just get the bomb down, push on up ahead aggressively, and make things comfortable. No way! Come on, someone give him a gun. Come on, give Naf a gun, guys. Surely.
Simple's just watching this game with flashbacks to the Zeus days.
He's like, I've been there. I've been there, Naf.
Where is my AK?
Maybe Naf doesn't need an AK. That's the argument everyone made. They're like, Zeus needs an AK. Simple doesn't need anything. He just needs a Deagle.
Nitro. this play, like Nitro, for example, maybe pass across the Galil.
It's all right. Naf is going to get a kill with the D. Just watch.
He very well could. He's a very competent Deagle player, no doubt. But most of his kills have come off the back of rifles. That being said, though, may not end up mattering, because the rest of this Liquid team has been playing pretty damn well additionally. They have been locked down and stalled, though, at the bottom of ramp for the time being, with a healthy dosage of smokes. Now throwing some counteractive ones in. Fang's getting up close. Slight gap in the smoke allows JT to peer down, but the flash will force him away. Flash does so much, though, in favor of Complexity as Fang capitalizes 2 quick-fire kills. OC's dropped down to a measly 8 HP and goes re-peeking into JT's crosshair. It's all coming apart at the seams for Liquid. They've been battered again.
I'm not too sure why OC went for that peak when it's so very low, but yeah, Complexity. Still signs of life, Vince. Still a pulse. It is still pretty strong. As Shoxy is announcing his presence towards B. Right now, trying to inflict as much damage as he can, because this round is pretty much nigh unwinnable, and he will be taken down by Floppy. Getting close, being found there by Shox, but Complexity, if you look at the demeanor, it doesn't even look like they're trailing behind substantially. It just looks very calm. That's good. That's a good sign overall. Again, I just want to remind everyone for Complexity, sure, at the end of the major, post the major, you're going to have the roster mania, so to speak, right? You might see some players come and go. This is still a very young team. Very, very young team, playing, they've been around as a unit for the past like 4 or 5 months, that's about it. They qualify for the major itself, a pretty good statement. And they still have a lot of learning to do, right? And especially playing against teams like this in the region, this is where they get better. And you got to remember, some of the best teams we've had recently have been teams who just stuck around for a while. No one expected them to do any good, and they were able to prove everyone wrong. The new Cloud9 team, for example, comes to mind. For how long were they the youngsters, so to speak, right? And how long it took them to grind out and reach the level where they're now a top 3 team consistently, a top 5 at worst in the world. So I really do believe in this Complexity project. I just feel it's going to take a little bit more while before it starts to truly blossom. Maybe a couple of changes here and there. But it's a team that have the future stars of NA.
I suppose, like, to play devil's advocate to some of those points, though, I completely agree with you. When you look at a team like Cloud9, previously Gambit, they had Shiro, they had Axile very early on, who were always players that were just super consistent in that online era. I look at Complexity, some of the issues we talked about before, I think you're seeing here rising again in this very matchup. Junior has not had a great series. He's been a little bit lackluster. Fang's had some really great moments, but then has been a little bit quiet at times as well. And you're starting to see, when it's getting close, when the chips are truly down, Liquid just have that extra firepower, that extra real experience is prevailing and shining through. I mean, you look at their team, they've got Shox. This guy's been around forever. You know, he's been playing at this level for the longest time. Naf's been around for a long time now. Elish has as well. Nitro's obviously that grizzled veteran. It's really only OC that you look at and see as being maybe one of the more inexperienced players. And yet he's one of the players that's performing best at this major right now. So I think Liquid are in a pretty solid position as it stands. In this game as well, obviously we were just talking over that round. It was basically an eco bash. And now we're back into a very dangerous, threatening round for Complexity. Yes, you've saved a few rounds. You've kept yourself in this, but it only takes one mistake, one huge moment like this that could turn everything against you. Good news, though, on the side of Complexity is that Floppy was there to make sure that Shox didn't push any further.
That was a bit ugly from JT. You can see the bullets trailing behind Shox, but at least, as he pointed out, Floppy was there to ensure that Shox doesn't get away with murder. Elish, in the meantime, once again, the gremlin of this A-ramp position, slowly making his way up. Junior, now's the time to shine. Now's the time to show what you're made of. He's got the AWP in his hands. He knows the presence of the T's here, and he's going to go for the flick. Misses the first, and he will be caught by Elish. Headshot through the smoke, and one by one, Complexity, they start to fall, Vince. 3 kills remain for Liquid.
That may have been his last chance to dance at this major. Antwerp may be in the rear-view mirror shortly for Complexity, unless Grim, Fang, or Floppy can find it within themselves. There is a flank coming in as Floppy's trying to get round the back. He's going to have multiple avenues to come in. 2 kills. That might be good enough. A target-rich environment, and he puts down 2. 40 seconds still to play with, though. A healthy OC, a healthy Nitro, and Fang is watching the cross. They could fake a rotation. At some point, Complexity may blink first, and that could be the way back in on the side of Liquid. Plenty of utility additionally. Now they know it must be the A hit. Smoke comes up and over. It won't affect either of these defenders, though. It's more shallow. Same with the Molotov. Good crosshair placement on Fang will yield the first frag, and OC's missed his shot. Lands on the second time of asking. We'll never expect both players to be over on side, and that will prove to be his downfall.
2 huge things there for Complexity. Firstly, Floppy, again, massive 3K on the flank, finding 2. In a position like that where you're seeing so many multiple targets, you can easily completely fluff your spray, but instead he finds 2, gets taken down, and then the final 2 members of Complexity playing aggressively, playing not behind the side, but towards short. And the one tiny mistake made there by Liquid, they didn't have any eyes towards short, right? And sure, Nitro walks in, he gets taken down, but then OC, a little too far away to trade. And as you said, Vince, you were not expecting both the players being totaled up there. Great decision being made by Complexity in some of those crunch situations, because honestly, it felt like it was over. The moment Junior got taken down by Elish all the way towards ramp, it looked like Complexity were done for. But right now, they are on fire, on the precipice of getting knocked out. They are clinging on with the battered, bloodied fingernails, and they're not quite done yet.
They've halved that deficit. It was 10, now down to 5. And yes, Floppy's double kill on that flank was just, it was everything. Without those 2 kills, I think this is already a done deal. We're saying GG, we're wrapping it up. Complexity, though, now against the half-bite. Now with a real chance to close the gap, close the noose, and Floppy decides that he's going to get up close and personal. He wants to take the fight to Liquid, and he's padding his stats up to 24. Naf, though, with the Tech 9, hold the phone for a second. Surely this isn't doable. 16 HP becomes 0, and Fang tends to agree. Complexity continue their winning ways. They're now just 4 behind Liquid.
They needed to win 10 in a row, Vince. It was 10 in a row for Complexity. You said they halved it, they've gone 1 step further. 6 now, and 4 remaining to take us potentially to overtime. And when you head OT, everything resets, boys and girls. Everything resets. And that's when things get very interesting indeed. Naf, though, valiant attempt with the Tech 9. They're nice little taps to find a couple of kills. As Elish, this time around, taking the brunt of the utility and the bullets from the CTs, down to 40 points of felt, and it'll just hop back to safety as Shox and Nitro this time around. Not just Shox. Make the presence felt towards the stairs. Junior, another missed shot. Fortunately for him, he will find a little window to reposition himself and play from a little bit more of a passive angle. The double stack towards mid. Junior on the B bomb side, and 2 players playing pretty aggressively towards A short position. Complexity, they're not trying to overthink things here. But for Liquid, they're slowly but surely grouping up. Making a little bit of noise towards mid. But majority of them, it does look like the way they're positioned right now, they will eventually be grouping up and heading towards the B bomb site.
Flash does stall Liquid a little bit longer, but it didn't seem like they were ready to push regardless. He said that everything resets at OT, but the mental anguish and the tilt certainly won't if Liquid let it get that far, so they're going to try and push in here and not allow that to take shape. First kill onto Junior. Once again is the first player to fall. Now Shox has gone from strength to strength, but it's that man again. It's Floppy, but he's been dethroned, capitulated. The marriage on the site has been annulled, and now Liquid are looking good to take this match and make it theirs. But Fang still has a couple frags in his pocket. Fang goes in for more. Suddenly down to Elige. This was a 2-on-4. And suddenly now Complexity have this in the palm of their hand. Elige needs to land some massive frags, and Complexity refuse to lose. They keep themselves alive again.
That is actually insane. That is actually insane from Complexity. 2v4. The round was done, Vince. That was it. The game was over, and Complexity just refused to die. The star, dim, faded, still shining in the sky. And Liquid are probably just left. If I'm Liquid, I'm just calling attack timeout right now. I'm just trying to talk through what went wrong there. We didn't see JT's POV. But huge round there. And poor Elige, he was already 40 HP from the beginning of the round, and he had to try and clutch that one out. You can see Grim, bit of a smile breaking out here for him. Complexity now 7 on the trot. This comeback, it's definitely real right now. The only question is, can they complete it? Can they take us to OT? As OC will be whittled down to 13 HP. Complexity. This is, I mean, I won't lie, I'm genuinely impressed with how they've had the tenacity to cling on here, Vince.
Yes, the resilience, the grit to hold on. I think Liquid have made some misplays. Don't think that's an unfair assessment or thing to say.
For sure.
But there is two sides to every story, and Complexity have made the most of their opportunities. Very similar to that first half. You know, their 3 main rounds came off the back of pistols where Liquid made some oversteps. And now Complexity, just 3 rounds shy. The damage is significant. It's unconfirmed, but Elige and OC are both reeling off the back of that.
This is so huge. Look at the, like you pointed out, Elige, OC, 6 and 12 HP respectively. And if you look at the money they have right now, if they lose this round, right, they don't save their weapons. If they lose this round, they're not going to have much money coming round number 29. They will potentially go for a save or some upgraded pistols. Sure, they have max loss bonus, but it's just going to be some upgraded, maybe a Galil, maybe some pistols coming out. And that Complexity can easily get to round number 14. But that being said, Elige, he will find JT. So despite the players being so very low, they're going to find the headshot. Shock finds Bang, and Junior replies back.
Can Complexity pull the rabbit out the hat again? It's not looking good. Nafly cauterizing the rest of the map. They can now focus their attention on the site. Junior and Floppy may be healthy, but the bomb is already ticking away in the background. And they can hear the faint pulse, perhaps of their Major, slowly ebbing away in tandem with the bomb. Half of that fuse now remains. 4 players on Complexity. Yes, OC is low, but their positions are so deep, so passive. There's a flank element coming in, and it's Shox and Nafly to get it done. Complexity eliminated, and Liquid go 2 and 2.
Couple of smiles being cracked there for Liquid, and I'm sure they're breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here, Vince, that got very, very uncomfortably close if you're Liquid. For Complexity, though, you know what? It's fine. It's okay. Like, it was a valiant attempt coming in from them. Ancient could have easily gone their way, if not a couple of rounds, which, you know, we're clutched by this man. You see in the screens over there. But if you're looking at for Complexity, the fact they're able to grind back into that game, because it was looking like it was done, it was dusted, but they were able to make things competitive. Could have easily been, maybe, potentially even OT. So great fight, and I love to see it. You love to see OC, you know, hugging his teammates there. He knew that was a hell of a battle. You love to see the 2 representatives remaining, or rather now only 1 remaining from the region. Just, you know, the good camaraderie over there. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, NA, they win and they lose.
That was always the state of affairs, unfortunately. There had to be a winner, there had to be a loser. It does mean that NA still have, though, Liquid that will be representing them and taking them, hopefully, from NA's perspective, all the way to the Legends stage. They started 0-2, but in these best of threes, they've been grinding their way back underway. Was that a good enough performance, though, considering how many rounds they let slip on Vertigo, that Liquid can sit back and be content with that performance? Or do you think there's still going to be a couple of elements missing?
I think it's pretty clear-cut what the mistakes were being made by Liquid on this map. You can see how, especially the CD side, some of the rounds which Complexity were able to steal away, they just need better reads there. They just need better positioning, especially when you know what the buys are for your opposition, right? Not giving free duels, not being untradeable positions. They're a pretty solid team on this side. The bright side is for the side of Liquid. Naf, OC, Elise, Shox. It's Shox especially. For me, it's Shox especially because a lot of fingers were being pointed in the direction of the French legend, and they were like, he might be the... he might actually be the liability for this team, right? But I feel like he's answered a lot of his doubters. The past best of three, 2 best of threes, he's been looking very solid. He seems to be mentally in a much better place as well. And we also know, like, Shox does love secondary calling in this team, right? And you can hear his voice as well in the few times we had an opportunity to hear him, to hear the team comms as well. So yes, for Liquid, still looking a little rough, but hopefully they go back and they fix some of the issues that we saw here today on this game, despite it being a win for them. Because I'm not sure who they're going to be facing tomorrow, but it could be, it could be an Outsiders, it could be a Forza, it could be an Astralis. So those are going to be way more tougher opponents than the likes of Complexity.
Oh, they certainly will. However, they've got the job done. They do survive at least one more day at the Major. We're done with this best of 3. We have one more elimination match, I should say, coming up after this. And it's going to be Eternal Fire taking on MIBR. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this game.
He's one of the best dressed members of talent in any green room, to be perfectly honest. His name is Alex Machine Richardson, and he's joining me now to take on an artistic challenge with a model whose name is Chad Sponge Birchill. Machine, you seem excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I wish you'd have introduced me as well dressed when I wasn't just wearing a black t-shirt and trousers, but we'll take it. I appreciate it.
I didn't get a compliment,
Nothing,
so
actually,
you got something.
Yeah, actually, so can I just take one last look at him so I can really breathe it all in?
Is this your pose?
No, I haven't picked my pose just yet. Do you want it easy to draw or difficult?
Get back on hands and knees again? Or?
I think we've done enough of that already. We've done enough of that. All right.
Are you sure? Because I can get the chains. No. Okay. Oh wow.
Actually, Jesus. Okay. I will have it be known I failed art profoundly. The only thing I could do was the clay.
But at least you failed it profoundly, which is an artistic expression in itself. I do need to set a timer on my watch, boys.
Oh, it's time. That's great.
Yeah,
it's
a 3-minute speed challenge, because otherwise, where would the challenge be? 3, 2, 1, draw.
I'm squeezing my glutes during this, Alex, just so you know how powerful I truly feel.
Glutes need to be squeezed and tight, perky.
Do your pelvic floor exercises.
Yeah, exactly.
You imagine a little bowl and you draw up.
Frankie,
I'm so sorry.
You say bowl or ball?
Bowl. You're meant to imagine a bowl drawing upwards. I'm literally doing them right now. Thank you for the reminder, by the way.
No worries. It's the least I could do.
It's kind of good King Wenceslas.
Yes, or Rumpelstiltskin.
Can you remember what Rumpelstiltskin actually did? I just remember the name.
He took someone's kid.
No, he pricked someone's finger on the wheel. Or was that Rapunzel?
That's Sleeping Beauty.
Oh.
Didn't
Rapunzel's the hair.
Rumpelstiltskin take the firstborn child?
Maybe, yeah, because Pied Piper's the rats.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've got 30 seconds. Are you excited for The Godfather to return?
I am indeed. I think they've been looking good. On the up and up.
On the up and up.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 2, 3, 2, 1. And going with the Rumpelstiltskin thing. What are you going to name this artwork? No, don't show him.
I didn't see.
I'm in charge here, thank you very much. Just because you desk host and commentate and stage host and do everything, this is my show.
Can I relieve the pose?
Yes.
You can repeat the pose. It's fine. Okay, right, now you can name the picture. Good. I thought you were going to call him Rumpelstiltskin, but I like this more. Okay, you may now reveal your artwork. Rumpelstiltskin!
I noticed you had kind of a skinny jean look. I may have accentuated a little, kind of a caricature.
No, but that's understandable.
How do you feel about this? I was really, I knew
Gobby.
No, the nose. I just kind of feel like I already knew I'd messed up, but I didn't want to continue to mess it up
Sure, you didn't
further.
get a second.
No. But I'm pretty proud. Actually, I didn't do any lips. Can I add one line?
You can add one line.
Integrity.
Yes, you can. It's kind of, in terms of professional, iconic artists, it's kind of very Munch. It's kind of the scream. It's perfect. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking part in this incredibly important PGL Major Artist Challenge.
Can I hit you in the mic with the mouth? Can I hit you in the mouth?
Mic with the mouth.
Can I hit you in the mouth?
Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Our last matchup on the B stream will be another elimination drama. And this time, it's against two massive fan bases directly head-to-head. It's the Turkish team of Eternal Fire up against the Brazilians of MIBR. And to start things off, Blair, I know you have a few things. You have a soft place in your heart for MIBR. You've known this guy, well, this team, I should say, in this org for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at MIBR, and look, right now they're obviously battling, trying to stay alive in this tournament, trying to qualify to the Legend stage. You look at that org, I mean, it's kind of crazy. You look at that, you look at the team right now, you look at some of the names there, and for a lot of people, you're like, who the hell are these guys, right? These are the up-and-coming stars over here. But if you go back throughout the years, the names that have been represented on this team, right? You look at the Imperial lineup, they were there this MIBR side. Heck, you go back to 2006. FNX was still playing in that MIBR. So this is a legacy, a storied organization, and this time around, it's going to be a bunch of young stars from Brazil. I love this video though. It's not as traditional as the usual gamer, hands folded look.
Having fun with it.
I like it.
You gotta love that. It's the same with our intros as well. You just gotta embrace the cringe. You just gotta have a good time. At the end of the day, how often do the majors come around? They may never get to another major, as far as we know. So have the most fun you can with it.
And listen, man, saying cringe is just so 12-year-old. Like, come on, that's not cringe. That's just fun. It's enjoyable. And speaking of enjoyable, these players, look, right now they're going to be facing off against the Turkish side of Eternal Fire. Obviously, they're representing their region as well. But this team has really, really impressed me, right? And if you look at the results thus far over here, sure, they're 1-2 right now. Sure, they've had some close games. It was 16-14 against outsiders. Yeah. Outsiders who just right now beat Forza. They went 16-13, lost to Astralis as well, another big heavy hitter in this tournament. And then, of course, they were able to beat their regional rivals, so to speak, in the form of 9Z, in a very close fashion as well. But this is a team who are competitive against even some of the best teams out there. On the other side of the server, it's going to be these lads. A couple of these names are going to be pretty well known to people who don't, who don't watch Counter-Strike as keenly as we do. A couple of names here. Xantares, Woxic. I want to see what they're going to be bringing to the server here today.
And then if you haven't followed CS in a while, but you did a few years ago, Calyx from Space Soldiers, who used to play with Xantares, is another big name, especially from the Turkish side of things. And it's mainly xFloud and Emor that a lot of people probably don't know as much about. Can you shine a little bit of light on those two players, Blair, and what you expect to see from them?
I feel like xFloud was kind of like the question mark for me for this lineup, because obviously Emor has been around the block for quite a while as well. But xFloud was very, very clutch for me personally, especially when you're in a team with players like Xantares and Woxic in that lineup. I think he was very impactful in the matchups they had. Sure, they lost to BNE in a barn burner of an opening matchup on Duster 14-16. They proceeded to completely demolish a floundering Renegades on Vertigo 16-2. And then they lost on Duster pretty convincingly to Spirit, but Spirit are a team who've shown they are not to be trifled with. As we will take a look at what maps are going to be played here today. The usual suspects in the form of... Actually, Ancient getting banned out. At MIBR usually go for the Mirage ban. And there you go. Never mind. Sorry, I'm blind. Ancient and Mirage, the usual permabans going out here. And then Vertigo, the pick from Eternal Fire. Not too surprised there. With that particular pick, they look fantastic on it against Renegades. And then, of course, for MIBR, they're going to be going with Nuke. Nuke is a map that they do like to play quite a lot. They have 12 maps played in the past 3 months with a 75% win rate. Now, there's always a caveat, right? For a lot of the teams coming in from the Americas, most of their results are from domestic opposition. Now, MIBR are the cream of the crop from that region, right? You have the likes of Imperial, MIBR, some of these guys coming in. But wasting no time. Okay, we're in. Enough chitter-chatter. We are jumping straight on in. This is the map pick coming in from MIBR. And, of course, it is going to be Eternal Fire here starting on the T side.
I love that. Straight into the action. No dilly-dallying about Eternal Fire. Already aggressive up onto the ramp. And meanwhile, MIBR have their Julies in the hands of Cello, a player that many have heard of in this last 6 to 12 months. A player that has so much ability. But will he be able to show it here in this passage of play? Already being stifled a little bit, pushed back multiple times, and Xantares will push him down fully in this round with his Glock. In the meanwhile, though, it might be hard to side. They want to push straight behind this one. And it's going to be a whole bunch of frags coming in as Xantares and xFloud are last standing. Exit in the meanwhile, and Turtle posted at the back of the side. Beautiful headshot from Exit, eliminating the threat of xFloud. Not able to deny the bomb plant, but will deny the life of Xantares, and therefore a defuse will come in. Was he yawning there for a second?
No, I think we're just about to give a preemptive scream over there. But if that's a yawn after a very casual win over there, that's impressive. But
just the biggest BM, just like, oh, yeah, it's too easy.
Just to correct myself there, I got a little bit flustered my words considering we just jumped straight into the round. But this is, of course, a pick coming in from Eternal Fire, right? So MIBR, they had the option of choosing which side they wanted to start on, and they did, of course, opt to start on the more favored CT side. Eternal Fire, though, they do get the bomb down, so that means they will be able to eke out a pretty decent buy over here. A couple of AK-47s coming out, and that means xCloud is gonna, you know, have to forego any armor to work with just so that he can put that AK-47 in the hands of the man you see. That is, of course, Xantares. For MIBR, though, 3 M4A1s, a couple of MP9s to work with. Cello playing up towards the sandbags with Woody nearby towards short alongside his teammate in the form of Yota. Slowly creeping up, though, are the AK-47s. Emor is making a lot of noise here. Now, the thing is for the T's, they do have one Molotov in the hands of Calyx, but the boost comes in, and Yota snipes down both the AK-47 wielders.
Oh, that's so massive. As he said, those two rifles are gone. They know Cello is here. There's two players backing each other up, and a third as well from scaffolding, which will be Woody. He's been eliminated, but it's a great cost to Eternal Fire's roster. Only Woxic remains, and the IGL now needing to try and pull off a masterful play. Damage from multiple angles, has to reload, and Yota comes in for his third and fourth of the round, as he's already picked up 6 in just 2.
The timing on that boost as well, Yota clinical with the A1, and what a round to win for MIBR, right? They barely lose anyone over there, just to one player, so they lose one MP9, but they upgrade with an extra AK-47, so MIBR, fantastic start for them. For Eternal Fire, though, that was their opportunity to try and win their foes. Not getting the bomb down means money isn't exactly their friend at the moment. So a deagle in the hands of Emor. He's being lobbed into the sandbags position, trying to catch any of the CTs looking to play up close and personal, but MIBR being aggressive here. They know it's just the pistols as they re-aggress, and Yota is gonna catch Woxic falling back. In the meantime, there's a bit of a ruse towards the A-Ram, the bomb trying to sneak its way in, but this round's pretty much done and dusted. Eternal Fire not really getting much done or found here, and MIBR with a very, very convincing start to this map. Eternal Fire, though, like, I mean, I'm still not too worried for them. It's still very, very early days, obviously, and okay, this one's going to be one of those games, Vince. It's going to be loud, it's going to be hectic, it's going to be passionate, and that's what I'm here for.
That's what we're all here for. That's what the Major is all about, and when elimination is beckoning, it's looming. Now is the time to give everything you've got. If it requires you to scream and try and motivate the rest of your players, then so be it. MIBR off to a cracking start. 2 players yet to get off the mark. It is early days for Eternal Fire, but xCloud and Calyx both still on 0. Have their full assortment of weaponry, AKs, and the orb additionally. Smoke comes down atop of Molotovs. That's a lot of damage, though, to Woody. Down to 12 already. A good parting gift, though, with the HE as it lands into multiple of the aggressors. And there's another one just whittling away some health bars down to 60, 68, 87. So a decent exchange, all things considered, from both of the teams. But keep in mind, this effectively is the bonus round from MIBR, and so far they've done a pretty good job of holding this push.
Yeah, bonus round with 4 rifles, right? And Woody is going to be thanking his lucky stars is still alive. 12 HP is going to fall all the way back. Now, after this initial exchange, Eternal Fire, a lot of pressure on all 5 members grouped up together, going for the boost again, Vince. This time around, it's going to be Cello, on top of his teammate, not spotting anyone yet. As Eternal Fire, they're taking this one extremely slow. Now, they have a couple of Molotovs and 3 smokes to go for this execute. 2 smokes, rather, beg your pardon. They slowly start to creep on up. Woxic with the AWP, they're not making a single sound. With this Molotov, that's going to be the tell. The hit is coming in over here. MIBR, though, 4 members lie in wait.
Oh, Cello needs to tread very carefully, but Yota joining that push with Cello. Woxic straight back in with all of his own. This is where Woody and Cello will become that little bit more difficult.
Time.
And time is also working against Eternal Fire additionally. They look to try and push in. Turtle stuck, goes back to the wall. Xantares shuts him down. Time still dwindling. And Cello just dropped the bomb down. They have to take another couple seconds to go get that one. It also puts him in an awkward position for Calyx, where he can get killed from above now. Do that smoke. He does have a bodyguard system in place with Xantares. Somehow they've managed to just brute force their way into get this bomb planted. Now Xantares gets peeked from 2 different angles of verticality. And the Brazilians are feeling it right now.
That's something you expect to see whenever the Brazilians come to play. And right now, they're off to a fiery start. 4-0, and you said it earlier, Vince, that was kind of the bonus round. Again, they still keep 2 rifles in place, so if you look at the money right now, it is pretty darn solid for the Brazilian side. Exit on 8K, Woody with $5,000 in his back pocket, and AWP to play with as well. And the rest of them sure on average about 2.5K, but that's okay. You look at the buy, they've already bought up. They have all the utility, 5 pairs of kits as well, as we do have the first tack timeout getting called here by Eternal Fire. That particular round, though, the first proper full-fledged buy round, it did look a little wonky, I have to say, for Eternal Fire. They very slow creep up towards that bomb site, not really, kind of running out of time as well, not clearing out all the angles they needed to, and MIBR not allowing them free entry onto the bomb site, keeping them pinned down, forcing them to take a bit of damage, you know, just eating away at the time, keeping them at the bottom of ramp. With Eternal Fire, a one-dimensional A hit doesn't quite pan out. We do see Xantares immediately just going for the buy, just going to talk things out right now. They, of course, have money, bomb getting planted as well with the loss bonus kicking in. No AWP this time around for Woxic, the IGL AWPer. A player that you did bring up earlier, Calix, right? Like I feel like he has been pretty damn solid. You go back to the EU RMR as well. While Woxic was kind of middling, we still haven't seen the Woxic of old come to play yet. Xantares was by far the star player, but the solid right-hand man for Xantares was Calix. He was very, very instrumental in making things competitive, in making them reach this particular stage. So I'm keeping my eye on Calix to really deliver here to make this a close series and potentially even get the win for Eternal Fire. Thus far, it has been a little quiet for him. xCloud and Calix both yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, nextCloud was one of the players that when we got a chance, the very first game we actually casted on the B stream, the first day, the first match was Eternal Fire up against BNE. And xCloud was one of their better players in that game. He actually performed really well. He had some massive moments on the B side where he shut down on the CT side, got some big entries on the T side as well. So he's a player that can frag by himself. So that is, as you said, a big worrying trend if neither of these guys can get off the mark soon. That being said, AK's now come into play. There is the lone Galil on the aforementioned xCloud, and they've already taken some pretty forward positioning. xCloud bypassing top of ladder. Run boost out from Xantares allows him to quickly pivot into the right-hand side. But right now, MIBR aren't too keen on this one. Now they may go in for a peek. There's an incendiary preceding the push from Turtle. They feel pretty compelled to stay in this angle for the time being. They know at the bare minimum that Eternal Fire have not pushed into the lower aspects of the stairs, but Xantares has pounced and pivoted onto Turtle and already taken the player advantage.
This is a good read coming in for MIBR here, in all honesty, right? They knew that the A bomb site has been the target of Eternal Fire's affections for the past 4 rounds, and they actually kept 2 plays towards B, 2 towards mid, and here comes the execute. Molotov being deployed. The flames will not, however, spread, and Exit's going to be pretty comfortable here. He's not even had to use his smoke. In the meantime, though, remaining members of Eternal Fire slowly creeping their way back up towards ramp. There's one player there, just jump spotting. Was a man being Cello over there. In a moment he spots a player, he's going to be deploy his smoke. He sees a player, doesn't opt to stick around. Immediately will be calling for backup, and backup's already arrived. Yota is on the bomb site. Now no eyes towards mid. This defense is split exactly in 2. You have Yota and Cello towards the A bomb site, and then of course you have Exit and Woody holding on towards B. Eternal Fire though, once again all 4 members charging in towards this A site, and Yota is going to find Emor. Now it's a 4v4.
20 seconds, time is of the essence. Cello just needs to hold on to his nerve, and he puts down another player. Able to escape, and Jota, through the smoke, has put down another one. It suddenly crumbles. Eternal Fire off the back of a tactical timeout.
7
it's completely
seconds.
gone awry. They may be able to get the bombs down, but there's so many players they can maybe deny this one as well, and they have with 3 seconds to go. This round is a done deal, and Calix may be able to hold on to his AK. But that's hardly a consolation considering they're 5-0 behind, and MIBR now have lit up. They're on fire.
Eternal Fire, they're like... that was a bit strange, right? They get the kill towards B, then slowly peel back towards A, but the fact that they had no forward positioning, no control towards the A ramp area, and they ran out of time, right? They couldn't go for the full execute. They had to rush in to try to get the bomb down. And I love that transitional defense coming in from MIBR. They were just falling all the way back towards the bomb site. Yota gets one. They're able to shut things down. And in the end, even if they got the bomb down there, Vince, that round, in my opinion, was pretty much done for Eternal Fire. MIBR off to a fantastic start over here. And the way they're winning these rounds, they're keeping a majority of the players alive as well, meaning they're in no danger of getting reset anytime soon. We have the AK-47 save from the previous round, and that's still in the hands of Calyx. And once more, Xantares getting run boosted over to cross on. MIBR this time around going back to a bit more of a default setup over here. We have Exit, yet to die, playing at the back of the pillar. Remember, the incendiaries they tossed in his position in the previous round, it didn't spread far enough to find him. So even if they do plan to go for an execute, which is looking unlikely here, they do have the one Molotov they could throw his direction. xCloud has it in his hands. But right now, he has backup already. Turtle has arrived on the bomb side as well, and Yota is nearby.
Namor taking point for his team, wants to be the spear. Try and plunge deep into this defense, but it's Xantares that opens up his account, breaks the deadlock. And now it's all going the way of MIBR. There was a team kill thrown in, and now Calyx has fallen prey to the AK-47 of Exit.
The flank.
Woxic and xFloud, though, are living on borrowed time. With this flank coming in, they needed the kill to alleviate the pressure that was mounting. And they need to also go one step further. The bomb in an awkward spot, both remaining players are low, but the Tech-9, and that range will not allow any kills. 6 rounds in a row to MIBR.
Much more closer this time around for Eternal Fire, considering it was just the saved AK-47 and the pistols there. But that is... wow, they are very loud. I love it.
Oh, but there's 11 kills collectively on the side of Eternal Fire, and we're moving into round 7.
And 6 of them on Xantares.
6 of them is so top-heavy. 3 players have 1 frag. Eternal Fire right now is shook.
Absolutely shook. And this... Again, this is their map pick. Now, you look... I did mention they had a very comfortable time against Renegades, but I had to say it from a team from my region as well. Renegades are one of the weakest-looking teams thus far in this tournament, right? So you really can't read too much into it. MIBR, though, it's a map that they like to play, and right now they're showing why. I'm really liking what we see from them. That being said, on this buy round, I'd like to see Eternal Fire try and maybe poke and prod a little bit more towards the B bomb side, towards mid. That is something which they really haven't tested when they had the weaponry. So let's see what they have in store for us here. Woxic once more on the big green zoom banger. Namor is going to be the first, he's going to be the solitary guy making his presence felt towards that A ramp. And once more, MIBR go to that B-heavy, B-centric defense. This time around, Turtle has crossed on over. But as he falls back, it's only a bit of an off angle here. Calyx could be caught with his pants down. The off angle, he's not gonna fall for it. Calyx will pluck Turtle's head clean off his shoulders. In the meantime, the remaining players slowly, 3 players for the side Eternal Fire creeping in from mid, but that nade is gonna chunk them down about 100 HP worth of damage from that one solitary HE.
That is $300 investment that could prove to be so costly on Eternal Fire. Can they withstand that value, though? They're a player up. It's one of the first times that they've really had an advantage in this entire half thus far. Molotov well placed. More utility, doing such a good job of stalling away this mid push. But Exit has his work cut out for him. Does have a bit of backup, though. Yota's coming over with Cello. This does leave A little bit more vulnerable, which is why Woody is going in for the peak to get intel. But Eternal Fire seem undeterred here. They're going to continue to try and pressure and push. As the clock runs a little bit dry, xFloud looking to get up over on Con. Mollies, flashes, and here comes the push. Here comes the play. Beautiful entry for Xantares. He got 2. Had no right to get 2 frags from there. And third, he will be following suit on 12 HP. He's done enough. Eternal Fire will get their first round.
The only blazing flame, the blazing star on that team right now is Xantares, but if that's what he needs to do to win these rounds, they're going to take it. That was insane from Xantares. The third kill especially, Vince, 12 HP, and he does not miss his shot. His first bullet accuracy is actually insane. And again, I was starting to feel a little worried there for MIBR. They had the right play. They were pushing in towards mid. They get the opening pick on towards the B stairs. Calyx finding a really important kill. But then they kind of run out of time, and once they go in for the hit, there were 3 CDs lying in wait, 2 players watching below the window position, but Xantares, just a human headshot machine. just dismantling that. But I will play devil's advocate here. Is that going to be something they're going to need every single time? Because I don't think, even as good as Xantares is, and we know how absolutely huge he can be, that is not something you can rely on to win a round every single time. So I want to see something a little bit more from the other players. I want to see something where it's a little bit more emphatic in the way they're taking the sides. Because this slow, grinding playstyle, sure, you get one round right now, but MIBR, they can easily, and I mean easily, snatch it back.
Yeah, I mean, Xantares has more kills than the rest of his team combined, and pretty comfortably so. Now, we know he can take over games. We know he is possible up there as one of the better players on his day skill-wise. But it's unreasonable to expect that he's going to have the entire burden of this elimination match on his shoulders. Calyx did get a huge entry in that previous round as well, though. So some signs for life on the Turkish team. Emor now puts his own will to use, but there's too many angles for him to watch out for. They need a counter-frag. They get in each other's way, and Yota sprays them down. One step forward, and an Eternal Fire jump off the skyscraper to their demise. That was a horrible execute.
Yeah, that was beyond disjointed. The first time we see them go for just the actual full-fledged execute, not wasting too much of time, and it just gets shut down here. Great hold coming out from Yota. A missed shot from Woxic, and they all just line up. And MIBR, this A bombster defense has been fantastic. Sure, a couple of question marks maybe for the B bombster, but this A has been a fortress. 7-1 for MIBR and Eternal Fire. They do have the money though, right? Like they had a loss bonus earlier, and then of course the fact that they won the previous round because of Xantares. Just I think they had 1 or 2 casualties at max, so they can eke out a pretty solid buy. Still, if you're a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan, you're feeling pretty happy right now.
My other concern as well, Blair, I was going to talk about this before we got into the game, but it was so rapid into here, which I'd love to see, is that we've seen Eternal Fire now play on Dust 2, I believe twice. We didn't catch their second game, but we casted their first game against BNE. And I've got to be honest, I wasn't blown away by their performance in Dust 2. We saw moments of Woxic, if you remember. He was super quiet until the last 5 or 6 rounds, and then we saw classic vintage Woxic. But the rest of the team, other than maybe xFloud, left a lot to be desired. So I'm even worried. Even if Eternal Fire can bounce back in this game, make it close and potentially take it, if this goes the distance, I'm not even particularly confident on their Dust 2 as it stands.
Yeah, that Dust 2 was really shaky indeed. And just the fact that they were getting out-aimed. They were not getting out-brained by BNE, mind you. BNE were just these popping heads like no one's business. But right now, looking at MIBR, it's looking like they're pretty much more than capable as well. It's a beautiful Dragon Lore right there. I was talking to Pimp earlier, where we were talking about the old days at the Major where you used to get drops while watching the stream.
Yeah.
And Pimp was like, hey, he never got a drop. Was it Pimp or Maui? I think it was Maui who said he's never got a drop. And I actually got 6 cobblestone drops.
What?
Which are, yeah, like in the first couple of Majors which had drops enabled. 6 of them. And one of them had a Kenny S sticker. And guess what? I opened all of them, and I just got the dual Paredes. Those are worth more than my apartment right now, each and every one of those capsules. So yeah, sometimes holding on to stuff is good, Vince. Sometimes maybe not.
Yeah, I said this before in the green room, but I sold 2 of the Howls before they became contraband for like 10 quid combined. And now they're worth, what, like 3,000 or something? Yeah, that was a feels bad, I'm not going to lie.
That was a feels bad. Especially Kenny sticker, considering, he's not playing right now. I would still love to see him come back, right? But of course, he's now trying, other games and whatnot. But, man, it might be out though. They look great. Oh, they're just chilling. They're like, yeah, whatever, man. We're just having a good time here in the server. It is looking very solid as well. And it's also the fashion. Just go back an hour in time, and we saw the Complexity Liquid game, and we saw how the initial streak of rounds that Liquid had, they were very, very close indeed, right? It was back and forth. They were losing rounds they had no business losing against, and it was a very, very tight sequence of rounds being won by Liquid. The ones that have been winning thus far have been pretty damn convincing.
Yes. I mean, again, you just look at the scoreboard. We can't see it right now, but it's Antares. I think he was on 9, and then the rest of the team's on like 1 or 2 kills apiece. Like, I think I said it going into round 7, collectively they had 11 kills. And there was multiple players on MIBR that pretty much had them covered by themselves. It has been a bloodbath. The 7-1 score You know, sometimes you come into a game. This is kind of similar to the previous best of 3 casted with Liquid and Complexity and Vertigo, oddly enough, where the start of the game was quite top-heavy in Liquid's favor, but then you go into the minutiae, you go into the actual mechanics of how the rounds came down, and you're like, well, Complexity actually could have had 3 or 4 rounds. No, Eternal Fire have been absolutely wrecked here. 7-1 is fair. And MIBR have been looking incredibly comfortable. They did lose a couple players in the last few rounds. Their economy, as you can see right now on your screen, isn't exactly flourishing and booming, and everyone like 10k each.
Yep.
But the way they've been playing has just been so confident, and that's what I love to see.
Absolutely. And you can see like just the body language as well. They're just feeling supremely comfortable. They're loud, they're proud, representing the region, representing, as we alluded to earlier, a legendary, a storied brand in Counter-Strike. Over the past 17 years. Some of the viewers watching here weren't even born there.
That's true. I mean, some of the players at this tournament were Monacy might not have been born at that point. He's what, 17?
He's 17 now.
So he might have been born just before or just after.
Monacy was 1 year old when FNX won his first big major, ESWC 2006.
How crazy is that?
That's actually nuts.
And they could face each other feasibly if Imperial obviously continue to go through.
Yeah, that's actually insane.
What a story that would be.
And that's the beauty about this game and about this game that we all love, right? For a lot of like newer people coming in, they're like playing Counter-Strike. Oh, this is a cool game and whatnot. But it's also the legacy that we have as a game, as a pillar of esports, so to speak. You know, going back to 22 years right now. Man, it's going to be 10 years since CS:GO was released. That's insane when I think about it. But anyway, right now we do have a bit of a technical timeout here. Hopefully, whatever the problem is should be sorted out real quickly. I really like the tattoos on some of the players here.
The tattoos?
Yeah.
You know, it always freaks me out when I see like a neck tattoo because I just think like how painful that must be. You're having needles like jabbed into your neck.
They're metal as hell, Vince.
They are. That I can't deny.
Yeah.
I think I'm just too much of a coward. I think that's what it comes down to.
Okay, you said it.
I said it so you didn't have to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, but the MIBR guys, yeah, like a lot of legacy behind them. And let's talk a bit about Eternal Fire guys as well, right? Like the Turkish scene, we've seen players from that region for years right now. I'm not quite able to really, you know, break through when it comes to Tier 1 competition. But this is the team. Like, after years, you know, in different teams, different iterations, it comes down to this. I remember seeing Woxic, Woxic making his name when he was playing that Mousesports lineup. It was Frozen, it was Woxic. I think Carrigan was at the helm back then when he'd come back from FaZe, and that's when he made his name. We see Xantares when he played with Big as well. And then, like you mentioned earlier, like Calyx and Emo, these are journeymen when it comes to the Turkish scene. And this is the team, probably the best team to have come out from Turkey, this 5 assortment of players. And there's a lot of legacy and story behind the region as well. Turkey is known for the passionate fans they've had over the course of not just CSGO, but going back to 1.6 as well. We don't talk about Source. But the fact that they're here right now, elimination game, it's not just about 2 teams playing, you know, just a game of Counter-Strike just being eliminated. It's about the hopes, the aspirations of their respective regions, right? The hopes and dreams of the fans, their countrymen. And for the Brazilians, at least you have 2. You have Imperial right now, you have MIBR, at least right now still in the major. For Turkey, for their region, it's only this one team. That is a lot of pressure on both these teams right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will be feeling it to some degree. I'm sure they will be feeling that pressure is beginning to swell a little bit. This is their choice of map. They're starting 7-1. Now, maybe this pause, maybe this technical, I should say, issue may work in favor of Eternal Fire. It will douse down some of that momentum that's been building up for MIBR. These things do happen. As you said, though, yourself, MIBR looks super chill, super relaxed. You can see players now almost going into their own minds and just sort of being meditative to a degree and try not to let anything get into their head. But it's also hard to know how this is going to impact on Eternal Fire. Like, now you have to just stew. You just have to sit there and know you're 7-1 behind on your choice of map. Elimination is literally on the horizon. You can see it. You can almost feel it. It's that close.
In the meantime, small little update from the A stream, and ENCE are mauling Bad News Eagles at the moment. It's looking a little rough for them at the moment. 12-3 the scoreline for ENCE. After that one hell of a game we had against G2 yesterday, honestly. The map being dusty, for those of you, probably just watching this game, just the score update coming in. ENCE winning 12 rounds on the CD side as opposed to Bad News Bears 3 rounds on the T side. And this is a map that Bad News Bears were supremely comfortable on. You know, it's a puggier map. It really works with its strengths. But ENCE seem to be popping off at snappy top fragging in the server. So looking a little rough for the Bad News Eagles at the moment. That being said, that's a 2-1 matchup. So even if you lose this game, you still have another opportunity to make it to that Legends stage.
All depends on who you're up against, because there's actually some heavy hitters, some big teams in that 2-2 bracket right now. Fours are in the 2-2 bracket, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they got beat by Outsiders earlier today.
Yep.
You have Liquid.
Outsiders, man, like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like, everyone's talking about that dead team energy, that team magic. They just seem to have it. They were trailing, I think, 11-0 on the first map on Dust 2, their map pick. And then they proceeded to win it 2-1. Like, classic Outsiders. They've managed to make it.
And within that match as well, I remember saying, as we are about to get back into this game, tactical pause first. Okay, no problems. We have a little bit more time to fill. It's all good. Yekindar was 1-13, and I remember being sat there thinking, like, I don't remember the last time I've seen this guy have a score that bad before.
Yeah.
And then in the next, like, 10 rounds, he went from 1-13 to 18-14. And you're just like, well, like, I guess someone's giving him a kick up the backside because now he's just fragging out of his mind.
Maybe you heard of it, but yeah, Yekindar always a very, very great, in my opinion, like, he's a great ambassador of the game for us, like alongside the likes of a Simple. But enough chit-chat. 7-1. The game has resumed. We even had a bit of a tactical timeout getting taken as well. Because you got to remember, when it's a technical timeout, you can't talk to your teammates. You can talk to each other. And 5 seconds remaining on the freeze time. It's Eternal Fire. What do they have in store for us here? Because here's the thing. As you pointed out earlier before the... Oh, no, not again. But let me finish my thought real quickly, though. Right, because MIBR... They had a great start initially, but Eternal Fire, they won that one round. They're able to make them bleed a little bit, so the money is not exactly in a healthy position right now. Sure, if they lose this round and they're able to save a couple of guns, exit, maybe Woody can drop a couple of guns towards Yota and Turtle, for example. But if they're able to break the economy here for Eternal Fire, that's a wonderful opportunity for them to slowly crawl their way back into this game.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, 7-1 scores we were talking before. You can see on the score yourself, you can see in the frags. Xfloud's still at 1, Woxic 2, Calyx 2, Immor 3, and then Xantaras has been like really the only heavy hitter on the team. You could also argue the same thing over on MIBR. Yota's on 13 frags. He's playing amazingly well. But even with that being said, it shows you how cruel the economy of the CT side can be. It just takes 1 or 2 fairly poor rounds of losing multiple plays, and suddenly you're down into an eco sort of territory here. So yeah, they're 7-1 behind, but they string together a couple of rounds, and they can suddenly bridge this gap considerably. This can be like a 7-3, a 7-4 score in just a few moments' time. So Eternal Fire, they have the firepower, they have the ability. It's just whether they can make it click. And so far, to be brutally honest, it just looks like they haven't shown up yet, Blair. I mean, I haven't seen anything other than Xantares that makes me believe in this team to beat MIBR on this map.
It's early days, Vince. It's early days. I like to believe. I'm a bit of a believer. We did lose a few teams as the days have progressed. Right now we're day 3, right, of the Challenger stage. We had to say goodbye to the Renegados. We had to say goodbye to the likes of I8C today. They put up a valiant attempt. The boys from Mongolia. Shout out to them, man. Like, a lot of people had them as 0-3s, and they ruined everyone's pick'ems. Mine as well. And you know what? I deserve it. I deserve for not believing in them. They were looking really good.
They didn't ruin mine, Blair.
Screw you, Vince. But I think they really put up a great showing overall. They went up against the legends in the form of Imperial, right? And they really made them sweat. That game did come down to the wire, but then the experience in the form of Fallen for FNX, everyone able to close it out in the end. But hopefully we see more from I8C. Looks like there's a lot of really up-and-coming talent in the Mongolian region especially, right? And you want to see that happen. I mean, the game's called Global Offensive. I want it to be global.
Absolutely agree with you, yeah. The more nations that we have present, the more regions of the world we have present at the major, the better as far as I'm concerned. It's really cool, and obviously you and I were in the lift, or elevator if you're not from England, and 9 came in, super nice guy. We were having a small conversation with him. This was last night when they found out they were playing against Imperial, and we both said, like, it's going to be a close game, and he was like, it's a winnable game. And he proved. He proved it. He talked the talk and nearly walked the walk as well. It was a very, very close matchup, and I think a lot of people kind of wrote them off coming into this tournament because maybe there were certain elements of uncertainty and not knowing much about the team. I think they proved quite a lot of the naysayers wrong and actually probably won a few fans in the process.
Oh, absolutely. I just can't wait to see more of these guys coming in as well. You know, we have Tai Lu picking up Letney as a coach as well. You know, he's walking the path which has been taken by a couple of EU coaches. It was our Peacemaker, who coached Tai Lu for a bit once upon a time. It was also Jonta as well. So I do wonder, I'm curious as to how that one's going to play out. We've also had to say goodbye to 9Z. You know, unfortunate circumstances. They didn't have their coach behind them. And 9Z, man, well, what a story they had. Like, the RMR, the American RMR, they were 0-2, losing the first 2 opening best-of-1s, and then winning 5 best-of-3s in a row to qualify for the major. And eventually, you know, they fell in a heartbreaking fashion to MIBR, to this very team we're seeing right here, 16-14. They lost to ENCE, and then eventually they got eliminated by Liquid. So yeah, we've said goodbye to a few of the teams. So far, though, it's been the Asian, Oceanic teams and the teams from the Americas, Complexity and 9Z, right? All the EU teams still in contention. And right now, we're going to be finding out which one of these 2 teams are going to go on ahead and which one of them is going to be bidding us adieu.
So obviously we're filling here that apparently it's a sound issue, so they can be often quite difficult to deal with. As soon as we find more information, we will obviously relay that to you. But until then, it's a bit of a podcast here. Blair, pick your brain a little bit. I know you've been keeping an eye on the games, even though we haven't been casting and looking over. Which of the teams so far in the Challenger stage, if any, do you think have the best chance of progressing all the way through to the finals? Did you, like G2, do you think did they prove enough to you that they can make the distance? Did ENCE, or did you see too many issues with these kind of teams?
That's the thing. I think the couple of teams I have to pick over here will have to be, you know, obviously G2 and ENCE, right? Like, but when it comes down to it, there's also Spirit, who've made a great.
Yes,
you know, they've made a great showing. I don't think almost majority of people wouldn't have had them as a team to even make it out of the stage, but I feel they have too many youngsters, and when it comes down to the playoffs, if they make it to the playoffs, when the pressure really starts to mount, I feel like things might start to fall apart a little bit for Spirit. They're also, by the way, the youngest team at the major, mind you. And for ENCE, that's a similar thing. They have been incredible thus far. That loss against G2 was a very, very close affair as well. But we haven't seen a majority of players play in front of a crowd, front of an arena crowd, and bear in mind, it's going to be a packed crowd here in Antwerp come next week, and that's what separates the men from the boys. That's what separates teams who don't have that experience playing in like in front of a massive crowd with all the pressure on you. It's a whole different ball game altogether, Vince. It's a completely different from playing in a studio environment, and I feel that could potentially take down ENCE, even though they've had a meteoric rise thus far this year. For G2, though, they're the team like who's everyone's expecting. For me, I'm going with G2. I feel like they have the right elements. It's just, can they continue to deliver a little bit more consistently? Because G2 are a team who's going to go all the way to the grand finals of something like Katowice. Monty's a proven entity, and then suddenly, in certain tournaments, it just completely capitulate. Pro League, for example, for me, it was a bit of a shocking affair, the way they didn't really make it to the playoffs. But then again, sure, Alexi B, he had COVID. He couldn't be calling for them. So they have a few excuses, so to speak, right? But yeah, I feel G2 should be a team who can make the dream run happen. Hey, we could even see like a rematch of IM Katowice, maybe a face G2 in the grand finals, unless Simple says, shut up, everybody, and drops a 2.0 HLTV rating and just dismantles every single one in the server.
That's always the Simple effect, isn't it? You never really know. I mean, he's been super consistent, but it's like, will he go above and beyond in God mode? That could be a good sign, as we are having a bit of a match medic in play. So fingers crossed that we'll be ready to get back underway in this elimination. Best of 3, I'm seeing players dropping weapons. This is potentially a good sign. I'm seeing the clock count down towards 0.
It's happening.
This is it.
Oh,
now,
boy.
The issue is here, Blair, we discussed this probably about 10 minutes ago. What kind of impact does that have on the momentum? MIBR before that timeout were looking super sharp. Now Eternal Fire, maybe things have slowed down a little bit from MIBR. Maybe this is where they can start to really grind their way back into this game.
Absolutely. These sort of like long timeouts can kind of ruin the momentum of certain teams, but that's what we will be seeing, how this one plays out, how MIBR, whether it's affected MIBR at all. And now we've seen how this B bomb side for MIBR has had a few holes in the defense, and somehow Player has found a little bit of room to work with here towards ramp. I think that's Emor creeping up towards A ramp. In the meantime, 3 members slowly grouped up here right outside of B. There's a bit of a forward positioning in the form of exit, and Emor's going to get a free kill. Oh, he's taking his sweet time. He's going to find one nice tap, looking for the second, and he will indeed. Emor just sneaking in, opening up the A bomb site, and that means that the immediate rotation back towards A for the remaining members of Eternal Fire. They're going to leave Calyx around, hoping to find someone, but they still have to make their way on towards A bomb site. Eternal Fire 5v3, massive advantage for the very first time in this half, if you ask me, Vince. The best chance they've had to take a round.
Oh, by far. Emor with 2 freebie frags, dropping down Woody, who's had a bit of a slow start to this game, but certainly a player to watch out for. However, Exit is keeping this at least feasible as he deals the fatal damage to Calyx, but that is the component of the lineup of Eternal Fire that is not pushing on to A. So they still have multiple adversaries to contend with. They cannot deny this bomb plant, and I think MIBR are just looking to save this round.
That's the right call. That's the right call coming in here. And we did say earlier, if they're able to at least keep a few rifles around, they can still eke out a pretty decent buy. So Exit can drop a weapon for Woody, and Cello will probably have to just buy for himself. Considering he's got $2,600 to work with right now, I guess he can eke out maybe an A1, some Kevlar, a little bit of utility perhaps. But a huge round here to win for Eternal Fire, all off the back of that little lurky play coming in from Emor. You look at his team and you look at the firepower they have, like Xantares and Woxic and even Calyx, you're looking at them, but Emor being extremely impactful. Able to somehow find that, just thread the needle and find the perfect opportunity to strike, and he even held on to his triggered finger. He didn't get etchy. He first found Woody with the AWP and then goes for the immediate transfer onto Cello. Great work from Emor there. 2 kills, round's done. And MIBR left a little shook. That A defense has been actually really solid indeed. But Emor somehow able to find that hole, and Eternal Fire, sorry, MIBR probably wondering, okay, that really shouldn't have taken place. That hole should really not have been made for Emor to steal the round away. But because of the saved rifle, they will be able to eke out another solid buy here. However, if they lose this, if they lose the guns, that's going to be Eco City for MIBR and a golden opportunity for Eternal Fire to bring this one back. This is a switch up from MIBR though. Aggression, as Cello is going to find a kill in Emor, assisted by Yota, and that's going to force Eternal Fire to go for a faster play towards the B bomb site.
Burning alive and then Flash as well. The Exit has no idea, but still alive. 4 HP. Then dealing the fatal damage to Xantares. Couple low plays, but good incendiaries tossed in. Is funneling the T's into an awkward position. And that funnel is now being closed tight. Woxic and X-Flowered against 5, looking to try and do as much damage as possible. It may be a one and done for Eternal Fire, and they need so much more success than that. However, post-plant comes in, and if the CTs trip over each other and walk into these claustrophobic angles, this round can quickly turn in favor of Eternal Fire. Smoke's about to deplete, and Woxic is getting aggressive. Oh, the flash doesn't do anything because Woxic pulls the trigger and Cello walks in and tanks it. Woxic with another one. Don't peek into this man one by one. He will punish you. The smoke is good to deal with X-Cloud, but he can spam through. He knows where the bomb is planted for, and the bomb timer is so low. Woxic picked up yet another one. This is suddenly in favor of Eternal Fire, and they're going to go down, though, to the hands of Woody and Yota. But I think they've done enough. They clutched this round out. Eternal Fire take their third.
Oh, no. What a round from Woxic. What a round from Woxic. The first flash, he was completely blinded. Times the shot to perfection. And I know what MIB were trying to do. They're trying to all group up together, ensure they don't give any opportunities for Woxic to find these kills, but it took a little too long then setting up for that. And Woxic able to isolate these duels, able to find those individual 1v1 fights. And in the end, even though everyone falls to the Eternal Fire side, doesn't really matter because they're able to just win the round based off the time. Heartbreak for MIBR, and just one rifle surviving as well. They're going to be going for just the pistols here. USPs, in fact, for Woody and Cello. A couple of digs, the Turtle and Exit. And we spoke about Eternal Fire having a window of opportunity to claw back into this game, and they found it, Vince. They have indeed found it. Right now, just the one M4A1 for Yota. Rest of them just the pistols. Eternal Fire even chunking down Exit to 30 points of health. And after all the presence towards the B bomb site, they will slowly peel back towards A, which is just one player. That's all on Cello. USP, I really don't fancy his chances. But that being said, slowly MIBR are starting to creep back towards A. And that's when things get interesting.
to USP, though, in the hands of Cello. Can't feasibly expect to get anything done. What? How has he got a kill on Xantares? That is ridiculous. It may not end up mattering in terms of the overall standing of where the round comes down, but it at least makes this a little bit more tentative now for Eternal. Yota boosted up not for the first time and getting success again. Eternal Fire can't seem to break down MIBR. Even in the rounds they're winning, even in the rounds that they should be walking through without any issues, they are still stumbling, they're tripping, and they're falling. And now Turtle is here with a deagle. He still has 2 bullets in the chamber. And X-Cloud is first in. Exit helps him out. They knock down 2 players. And Woxic's alone. And he's being pivoted in. Not only did MIBR win with basically deagles and an M4, they keep 4 players alive, and they have 3 AKs by their side now. Eternal Fire have completely decimated themselves.
They went into the round with an M4A1 and 2 deagles, and they come out of it with 3 AKs and an AWP. What an absolute disaster for Eternal Fire. Firstly, how the hell is Xantares going to take it down by a USP? Cello with the double dinks, and the Turtle and Exit able to finish up the job with the deagles. Dirty Deegs doing the work. And if you're not fired up after that, I don't know what will. MIBR just absolutely kicking Eternal Fire in the nether regions. And yeah, you need attack time after that. You need to take a breather and figure out how that all went wrong. And look at the buy after this, Vince. I mean, Tech 9 for Woxic, Galil, and AK-47. That was a round we were talking about. Eternal Fire should have won and made it 7-4. Right? It would have made things even more comfortable for them on their map pick. Instead, MIBR, they robbed them. And now, Eternal Fire with the force buy of their own. Early Molotov towards mid, keeping the players at bay. But Eternal Fire looking to try and go for a mid-to-B play here. And Woody lies in wait.
They've seen the shot. Some teams will pop the flash through on the vents before peeking that one. No flash preceding the peak may have put Woody into a false sense of security. Doesn't get baited out or doesn't get punished regardless, so ends a bit of a stalemate. But MIBR will have the advantage. Purely off the basis of their weaponry, they still maintain middle control, and Eternal Fire now have to be funneled down into the ramps. And because they had no players here early on, they've bypassed any scaffolding control, and that affords Yota the opportunity now to peek down there. Keep in mind, they may have eyes in the back of their head right now, wishing they did Eternal Fire, because of how many times that he's been boosted up and done tons of damage, but he's falls down to the hands of Xantares. Cello tries to retreat as fastly as he possibly can, and he's just picked off in the back. And just like that, Eternal Fire, again, with pistols, with rifles, and making a real go of this round. It just seems like neither team can fully get comfortable in this half.
The CTs, though, they have one smoke Molotov to work with, and they're going to go for the save. They're immediately going to go for the save. That A-hole just falling apart there, Vince. They were playing aggressively, not expecting Xantares. That duel was crucial. If Xantares doesn't get that kill, suddenly MIBR shut it down, but the force buy from Eternal Fire, it pans out. And again, very similar, although this time around it wasn't Emor all by his lonesome finding the 2 openings towards A, but the fact that the defense from MIBR may be a bit too overzealous, sticking around for a little bit too long there while not really having any eyesight towards the ramp position. And then once it start getting swarmed, there's not much you can do. Sure, might find a couple of kills, but then Eternal Fire with the retrieved weapons as well. Bear in mind, like, that was a very rough buy, Vince. Like pistols and a couple of Galils, but now, at least for MIBR, they have the 3 saved weapons to work with and just going to buy the 2 M1s, M4A1 for Yota and Cello. But it's really hurt their money as well. 8-4. Suddenly, bear in mind, it's a 7-1 for MIBR before we went on an extended technical timeout. Eternal Fire seem to have kind of found their footing here. Despite a couple of mistakes being made by MIBR. Nade going to be lobbed in. That's not going to do much of damage. And once more, they're going to be going for the 3-pronged attack in towards mid. You have Calyx waiting patiently towards the bottom stairs position. And Emor is going to be the one to collect the bomb and group up with the remaining teammates. Timing is everything here for Woody.
Oh, that was damage through the first frag of Xantares. And a weakened X-Cloud is picked off afterwards. His woes continue 2-11. Meanwhile, Exit with a spray, and he's got 2. What a hold from him. And the Brazilian spills the bomb down. Eternal Fire cannot get consistency on this T-half. They are battling and fighting tooth and nail to just pick up any little scraps that they possibly can. And this round feels like it's out of reach. Woxic with the AWP has so much time left on the clock that even looking to try and save the AWP here may be too tall a task. So maybe forced into a bit of aggression as he goes back towards the T-spawn. Exit is hot in pursuit, anticipating that this is a distinct possibility. And of course, the reason why Woxic is going for this play is because the bomb is spilled out in the middle of nowhere. So as long as MIBR have control over the bomb, they know there's going to be no shenanigans onto the other sites. There it is, as the observer is showing us. An untenable position. And that is why Woxic is looking to hold on to the AWP. Now, they'd have enough money regardless, but the fact that Emo's down to $550 at least affords them to maybe drop an AK or a Galil across to him. But now Eternal Fire are going to have to deal with MIBR, who are closing Woxic down. And if he does die after time, that is going to put them in a really awkward position. 1 second to go. Do they find the AWPer? He is somehow surviving. He gets checked right in the dying embers. There will be no AWP. There will be no round bonus for Woxic either. And there will not be no 5th round either for the Turkish team. They are seriously struggling here.
That was the literal last second. I really felt like Woxic would somehow escape there with the AWP, but it was not to be. Huge hold from Exit, as you pointed out earlier there, Vince, but 9-4 now for MIBR. It's been very back and forth the past few rounds. Again, we will see the pistols come out. No hero AK-47s this time around for Eternal Fire. Tech-9's Glock for Emor. They're going to be saving all their money for the final round of this half. Right now, the penultimate round. Exit. Playing a bit of an off angle. Usually likes playing right next to the wood. But it's got Turtle perched on top of the bomb set. Exit's going to be coming in. Flashbang's going to pop. Not going to deal any damage whatsoever as Exit's going to find a play. That's Woxic is getting hunted from behind. It's going to find a second kill. Xantares finally puts him down into the ground. Turtle, though, perfect timing at the edge of the smoke. And it's all on X-Flout. Finds one, but his days are numbered. 10-4 for MIBR. They don't make that one any closer than it has to be. And Eternal Fire, Vince. This is what they saved for the previous round. And they're able to make it to 5. They can start to feel a little bit more comfortable. I don't know, 4 rounds. It's not exactly ancient, this map.
It's not. A lot of T-sides have plenty of success when it comes to Vertigo. But considering at one point it was 7-1 and they were just being blitzed, I think they'll take 5 if they can pick that one up. 4 maybe too little. We'll have to wait and see. As Cello is getting aggressive into the ramps, the smokes and mollies separating the two teams. Woody did just make noise dropping down. That would have been heard, but Xantares was not anticipating that particular angle. So he's punished. Woxic bounces right back in with one of his own, however. But now Emor is slowly sneaking his way up into the scaffolding. Cello with the smoke down. Flashes and mollies being exchanged, just blotting out some of these key choke point areas. They know Sandbags is now clear. The tight angle from side also clear. This is vital intel that Eternal Fire can really work off. But again, Turtle is coming down, channeling his inner floppy, channeling his inner shots. Will he have the same kind of result, though, from the previous matchup? So far, he doesn't. But he's at least forcing their attention away from the site towards his position. Very intelligently, doesn't overstay his welcome.
There's no need. His presence right there, even if he just falls all the way back towards mid and comes back towards the A bomb site, that's going to keep Eternal Fire so very paranoid. They tap the plant, and now they're going to commit to it, but Exit is going to find X-Flout with a perfectly placed HE. Emor's going to try to plant the bomb as well, but a secondary nade might find him. But no, there is no follow-up nade. Emor will actually fall eventually to Cello, but now the 4v2 make that all on Woxic in a 1 versus 4, and Yota will snipe his head clean off his shoulders. MIBR. 11 rounds for the Brazilians here on the map pick coming in from Eternal Fire.
Even with the soundproof headphones, there is no way that Eternal Fire don't hear that screaming. That's a war cry.
I want to know what he's saying. I wish I knew Portuguese just for that.
I'm going to imagine we probably couldn't repeat it on stream.
Yeah, probably better. I don't know what he's saying.
Again, whatever amps them up, whatever Gs them up, it is absolute worth it. Elimination is on the line. Their place at the major, and so far, so good. But so what if they can't convert from this stage? 11-4. T half now coming up. This is a fantastic position for MIBR to be in. And remember, this is Eternal Fire's choice of map. Nuke is up next. We know that the Brazilians are very comfortable when it comes to Nuke.
I do want to see for MIBR like what they have in store for us on the T side, right? It's great. They had a fantastic CD side. They had the right protocols, great defense, great transitional defense right now. Xantares, he has been the sole shining star, the sole flame for the Eternal Fire side. And he's going to have to answer the call of duty once more. MIBR creeping up towards short. 4 members grouped up together. Make that all 5 now. Cello going to peek Xantares. Immediately gets pushed to 1 HP. And they're going to try and hunt him down. The smokes will be deployed as well. And the bomb gets planted. MIBR, they pounce on the bomb side, Vince. And it's a 5v5 retake.
And it's a retake where MIBR have not taken a single point of health in damage until Xantares removes the head of Turtle. So the rest of them are all very healthy. They need quick-fire headshots. Woxic straight through the smoke with his P2000, putting it to use. And now Xfloud joins the fray. He's had a slow game, but now would be a great time for him to ignite, really lift off. And it's going to be Woxic now, putting it down to exit. He's stuck on the sandbag, smoke in his eyes, but trying to tap through there. He knows roughly where the bomb is planted, but Woxic bodyguards for the defuse, and Eternal Fire will make sure this game is not a complete blowout.
MIBR taking the fights because they knew Eternal Fire probably had the smoke and the kit. They wanted to ensure that even if MIBR try and stick the bomb, at least they would have the man advantage and they'll be able to prevent them from even getting onto the bomb site. So I can totally understand why I went for those fights, but those fights were pretty it looked pretty rough in all honesty. Great shots from Eternal Fire. Xantares especially on 1 HP, Vince. Able to snipe away that one member, making lives a little bit more easy for the rest of his teammates, and then Woxic to deal the final killing blow. Eternal Fire, they would stand the first test from MIBR here in the second half. For MIBR though, they get the bomb down, got a few kills. The guns are going to be coming out. AK-47s on Jota and Cello. Turtle and Exit with the inferior cousins, with the Lils, and Woody with the Deagle. For Eternal Fire, however, we have 3 M4A1s in play. Going for a pretty default setup. Right now, Xantares is going to be the sole defender for the time being towards the A ramp. He's just going to keep jump spotting. He's got 2 teammates nearby towards mid, ensuring that they will be rotating in the moment he spots someone out. Right now, he hasn't seen anyone yet. Oh, I think he saw a bit of a pixel. He's still going to stick around. Cello slowly creeping up. Xantares out in the open, finds some safety for the time being behind the sandbags, and that's the call for his teammates to arrive. Xantares finds Cello. They're all lining up for him, and Woxic's going to find one with the incendiary.
Last 2 players exceptionally low. Turtle and Woody 10 or below on hit points, and Eternal Fire are looking good to continue their winning ways on the CT side, bypassing this force buy after the plant has came into fruition. And there won't be much surplus cash after this, and therefore I think MIBR are going to be looking to pull the plug, hold on to these 2 AK-47s. It is dual purpose as well, though. Not only do they hold on to the AKs themselves, but they also don't gift wrap them across to the CTs and make their arsenal of weaponry that little bit stronger. So MIBR, for me, making the right decision. It does mean that Eternal Fire, though, are straight back in this. Yes, it's a pretty significant deficit, but they're going to be able to start to establish an economy. Some weapons being traded up now for A1Ss. All 4 players have rifles. But MIBR do survive with 2 AKs, and in order to equalize, they may force around the rest of the team. So we could have another decent buy coming in for the Brazilians to try and bounce right back.
Here we go, though. Saved rifles for Turtle and Woody means they really don't have any money to speak of. Cello will be the one wielding the AK. Now, we've seen Eternal Fire pull off some magical stuff with these half buys in the previous half, Vince. Haven't seen much from MIBR thus far, though. And right now, Eternal Fire, this long grind back to tying things up, to trying to wrest the lead back on their map pick. Start off on the right foot thus far. MIBR slowly creeping up. The 2 defenders here lying in wait. Emo is going to be the guy to make first contact. Xfloud's going to be playing up close towards the quad. The nade is going to sail in. Doesn't quite deal as much damage as I thought it would. And Turtle with the AK. Spots out X-Cloud. He needs to get the kill. He will indeed. That's a B bombsite defense just crumbling in a span of a couple of seconds.
And this is without all the players actually dipping in for their full investment. This would be a horrendous turn of affairs if Eternal Fire concede this. And Calyx is doing his level best to make sure that doesn't come to fruition. He had 3 kills going into this round, but now he has started to have a lot more impact with this FAMAS. The round and the threats are no closer to being over, though. 35 seconds left. Eternal Fire still need to hold on to this. And MIBR have control over the bomb. Woody comes in. Goes in for the plant. There's not enough utility to stop this, although a grenade lands right on the head of Woody, and the second one finishes him off. It still puts Yota in a position to clutch. 19 kills becomes 20. Still alive, still in the fight, but Woxic shuts him down. He was on a heater, and he's been doused down significantly, but Eternal Fire make that a lot closer than it needed to be.
Oh, absolutely. Considering 3 of the players were in a full eco right there, and Yota, I don't think even had any armor, which is why the aim punch came into play. But taking away 3 weapons, getting a couple of kills, MIBR will be decently happy with that as a buy is going to be coming in. These are some 2 great kills. We had the 2 saved AK-47s. It does to work with Calyx with the FAMAS, and he makes it look good. And there we go. That's a classic Woxic emotions coming to the front. He's always a very emotional player. I used to love that about him and Frozen back in the day.
And it can go both ways, right? Like, when he's winning, it's elation. When he's losing, it can be tilt.
Oh, absolutely.
And as an IGL, that's a quality you don't necessarily want. You need someone that's a little bit more level-headed. And that's one of the reasons why when we heard he was IGLing, we were like, well, hold on a second. Is this going to work out?
Well, looks like it is right now, as they are slowly crawling back here. Just a 4-round deficit between the Turkish side and the Brazilians. And sure, some of the rounds have been close. Some of the rounds looked like it was looking a little dicey, but they have indeed been able to continue this little bit of streak they are on right now. Eternal Fire in the meantime. They do have the buy to, sorry, MIBR, they do have the buy to work with Woody with the AWP. Just waiting patiently for Eternal Fire to show something. And Eternal Fire right now, they have 3 players towards A, just the 1 player that is Emor holding at mid, and X-Flout the B anchor for the time being. For MIBR, this is very reminiscent of some of the rounds we saw, some of the buy rounds we saw from Eternal Fire, where they're slowly creepy crawling their way in, not making any sound, but kind of running out of time to go for the execute. But Eternal Fire, will this defense hold is the question. Calyx is jiggle peeking around the corner. Smoke will be deployed by the CT to prevent them from pushing in, but at 30 seconds on the clock right now, these smokes are buying the CT so much of time.
They're really compacting and constricting this potential push, and Yota straight through the smoke, straight through the flames.
20 seconds.
Picks up the first. And now Eternal Fire have to hold on. There's so little time left on the clock that it would only take just 1 or 2 kills through the smoke, and that could be good enough. This nade was close to denying the bomb plant, but not quite good enough. And Zentaros will finish off what that nade started. Turtle bites the dust for the time being, but could be enough, because there's still plenty of bodies left alive for MIBR, and Yota's playing behind the smoke. Woody puts down the AWP at range and deals the fatal blow to Woxic, and Eternal Fire pull the plug. They want no further part in round 19. They're giving it up.
Yeah, the moment they lost a second player right there, just look at the economy, you're like, yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Zentaros, Emor combined about $1,100. X-Files only wanted some semblance of money to speak of. They want to hold on to AWP, and also they had no smoke to work with. And sure, they had a couple of kits, but in a scenario like this, these 4v4s, in the chaos, you try and stick the C4 through the smoke. No smoke means they need to go for those duels, and they didn't really have much utility, hardly any flashbangs either. So the right call, in my opinion, from Eternal Fire to go for the save there, but a huge win for MIBR because they finally kind of broken the streak for Eternal Fire. And look at the money right now, even with the save, it's not that great. We're going to have Calyx with the Desert Eagle, a FAMAS for X-Cloud. They still do have the A1s and the AWP in the hands of Woxic. But for MIBR, they kept 4 alive. They're not just keeping 4 alive, of course, winning the round as well. So they're looking pretty comfortable here. I was starting to sweat a little bit there for MIBR, but I think it was Cello just walking in, sorry, it's Yota, walking in through the smoke and the flames and getting the kill on the first defender on the A bomb site, which opened up the site for business. So some ballsy plays coming out from the man Yota. In the meantime, spotting out Woxic, who is playing a dangerous game, jumping about. he will fall back to safety.
That's the thing with Yota. He's just been so confident this entire match. We've seen him get boosted up multiple times on the CT side and rain down havoc, skewer those oncoming Ts. And he has been put down here, but again, he's trying to make plays. He's trying to be proactive. This time it may backfire, though, because the firepower was in favor of MIBR, but they're making moves elsewhere. Mid now under contestation from Turtles. Antares, though, gets him as he turns his head. And the timing could not have been sweeter on the side of the CTs. Did they just molly themselves off on short? It looked like it. It's now been smoked and extinguished, but blocks them off. And Woxic will knock Woody off his mortal coil. It seems like maybe MIBR were on the wrong page with each other there. That felt very disjointed, and it almost feels like they did more harm than good to themselves.
Eternal Fire actually had a misread there. The moment they got the first kill on the player just lurking up towards short, when Xantares gets the kill, they immediately pivoted back towards mid and B because they didn't see anyone over there. Woxic was just jump crossing because they find the player up short and they see no one at ramp. They're assuming it's just a lurk over there. The hit's going to be coming towards mid or B, so they rotate back. And unfortunately for the lurk coming in, the one guy coming in from mid, he gets caught with his pants down. But obviously, MIBR didn't know what we could see, right? So they took the sweet time. But as you pointed out, that Molotov was just weird. Like, you have a player already in short, and the Molotov preventing him from even peeking any further. It looked, indeed, very discombobulated of a take there, MIBR. And that's going to give Eternal Fire yet another round. Now, at least for MIBR this time, even though the two AKs were saved, and, you know, obviously because of that, Yota and Cello won't have any more extra money, any bonus money, but the bonus for Turtle, Exit, and Woody is pretty substantial, so they will be able to eke out a pretty solid buy. As we have attack timeout getting called by the Brazilians. Considering the solid start they had, they don't want to let this one slip away, do the Brazilians. In the meantime, we have a bit of an update from this A stream. 16-13, that was ends with, I think, 12-3 half in the first half. And B&E just grinded it back. Impressive stuff from the Kosovian side.
Impressive, but not quite good enough to take the map from Ent, so they will be trailing 1-0. Of course, that is on the A stream if you want to check that one out instead of this game. But if you do want to keep involved in this Brazilian-Turkish affair, then by all means stick with us, as we're not done with the first map just yet. This game is starting to heat up nicely on a simmer. Woody taking quite a few stinging blows through the smoke. I'll have to think better of re-peeking that angle again, otherwise he would be walking into his demise. Yoda's using that very same smoke though as Sanctuary. And for the time being, the CTs don't realize it, and when they do finally come to that realization, they've lost one player. Does get traded out as well in favor of MIBR. So Calyx has gone down additionally. That's 2 casualties on the A side, and forces Woxic into a fast rotation alongside Emor.
Woody's just trying to sell this one alongside his teammates, but slowly they fall back. Double Molotovs being deployed, and X-Flood's presence here to the bottom of stairs is actually buying so much space for MIBR, although they will be cognizant of the fact that mid is open, meaning Emor will have to be making sure there is no one sneaking in from the middle position. 50 seconds on the clock, still a reasonable amount of time to work with for MIBR. They're slowly going to be creeping up towards short. Flash will pop as they make their way through. Smoke getting deployed towards short. It's going to buy a little bit more time. Nate getting lobbed in. Unfortunately for Eternal Fire, Woody was nowhere nearby. It was a 19 HP. They still have the nade though for Woxic. He's still biding his time. He could maybe find one, but no, it will do absolutely no damage. 25 seconds on the clock. MIBR, they have to make their way into the bomb site right now.
That's exactly what they're doing. But tread lightly, and Milan trying to spray up through the smoke, and X-Cloud is making moves behind them. As long as they stay alive and let X-Cloud do his thing, this round is certainly still winnable on Eternal Fire. Now, Exit is jumping to and fro. He anticipates this play. It comes down to timing. At this stage, now X-Cloud needs Woxic and Emor to do something, to be proactive, to put some of those crosshairs towards their heads as opposed to X-Cloud, and he's had no impact at all on that flank. And with his life being cost, that should be the round. It's hard to see how Woxic and Emor even survive, let alone take this round and make it theirs. And they may be given the mercy of saving these 2 weapons, but that will put MIBR to a 13-8 lead. And Eternal Fire are struggling again.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is such a huge round. They even tapped the bomb. At the moment X-Cloud died, they're like, yeah, we got to get the hell out of here. We don't have the money. Eternal Fire They can see this map starting to slip away from their fingers, Vince. 13-8. Now they still have managed to eke out the bye. Everything to work with here. MIBR are going to switch things up is the question. Great flashbang. They're forcing back X-Cloud from his position, but a great counter flash. Oh no, Cello! It was blinded for days. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. He was so blind, Vince. He just moonwalked off the building. And there's a bit of a splatter down in the streets right now. What remains of Cello?
Well, to try and look at the optimistic side and the positives, at least his team aren't losing 13-8, because that would be the worst time to die in that kind of a manner. They have a buffer of rounds. This may go against them now. This is a way back in for Eternal Fire. As you said, fully flashed. Can't fully blame him for that. But what a horrible timing for MIBR to lose players just out of nowhere, out of thin air, quite literally. And our Eternal Fire have every chance, not just to win this round, but to keep all 5 players alive. Their money is only just starting to get a little bit stable on a few of these players. But Emor coming into this round at $0, 50 for Woxic, 100 for Xantares. So keeping these players alive is so very important. Does look as though MIBR will be pulling the plug and backing off to save. Exit is already watching mid. Yota's watching the ladder room. And Woody is just outside of B. So a save will be coming in here, Blatt. It does put Eternal Fire, though, onto a 13-9 deficit. And when you consider, if you cast your mind back to the start of this map, it was 7-1 in favor of MIBR, and it didn't look like Eternal Fire had even shown up on the server.
Oh, absolutely. This has been a grindy affair. But if MIBR, you're still not quite hitting the panic button yet, right? You still have 4-round lead over here. But that is a very, very... Accidents are indeed preventable. I absolutely agree. Although... Oh, there we go. Oh, he even jumped over. He jumped over. Oh, no. Oh. It just, I feel that. I really do feel that. But, all right. For Eternal Fire, they win the round, and they keep everyone alive. That's going to be really helpful for their economy, right? So, they're going to be feeling pretty happy with that. But the margin for error, it is very, very slim right now for the Turkish side. 4 rounds still separate them with MIBR's Yota once more, making his way up towards the ramp position. Exit making sure there's no one pushing in from mid. For Eternal Fire, this is a far cry from the Liquid game we saw earlier, where Liquid were like supremely, one might even say, overly proactive on CD side, just poking, prodding, pushing it, going for the flanks and whatnot. Nice flash though, but not quite able to take advantage of it is Calyx as he falls back, and they're getting hunted down, but 2 players lie in wait, and Emor and Calyx grouping up. They are just getting chomped down with his crossfire from Eternal Fire. And then Alex replying back with a wallbang of his own. MIBR are getting swept aside by the Turkish team here. What a hold. And MIBR not expecting 2 players grouped up there towards a short area, and one of them right behind towards a headshot position.
Yota and Exit with about 35 seconds left. The bomb, completely untenable position. But that is the least of their worries. It's the 5 healthy players that they're up against that have found a second gust of wind driving behind them, propelling them towards a comeback story. Yota on 22, Exit 15. Between the 2 of them, they have fragged out considerably over. They need to slow down just a tad. And this attack was completely skewered, completely vaporized from the CTs. That's one of the most comfortable rounds we've seen from Eternal Fire as well, in all honesty. If you take away the whole, Cello falling off the edge of the world in the previous round, that was just all Eternal Fire. You can't even blame necessarily their opponents for that one.
Yeah, Eternal Fire haven't lost a single player in the past 2 rounds. That's huge. That is humongous for this side. You can see MIBR now slightly, a little bit more subdued, Vince. A little bit more quieter right now. As we realize that, okay, it's not even been close the past couple of rounds they've lost. It hasn't even been competitive, as Eternal Fire has just completely dunked on them. And as you pointed out earlier, like the lead MIBR had It is slowly but surely dwindling as time passes by. The one thing for Eternal Fire you got to point out, and you got to give credit where it's due, the 1-2 wombo combo of Xantares and Walks. We kept talking about how these two need to deliver, and they have delivered.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword as well when you have a team that is so vocal and so loud and just cheering when you're winning. When you start to lose, it starts to feel a little bit silent, a little bit quiet and lonely. But Woody, Exit, Tunnel have all put in kills.
What?
Eternal Fire, again, fall to the wayside by pistols. We saw this happen on their CT side, or the T side, pardon me, multiple times. And now they're facing that very real, grim possibility again, which would just catapult MIBR towards the finish line so quickly. And MIBR, with 2 AKs, albeit on weakened players, are able to push their way up towards the A side. They have lost Woody, which is certainly considerable, and Calyx and Xantares could still pull this out of the flames. They could still somehow redeem this round that looked like it could just be slipping away like the rest of Vertigo. Xantares is just peering around towards that backside of the room.
The nade.
There is going to be a nade available. And he's going to line it up. Is that going to be enough damage, though? Cello gets out of there. Did do a little bit of chip, but the Molotov will additionally do nothing. So bomb plant, suddenly MIBR have a very real advantage in their favor. Xantares goes walkies up on the boxes, doesn't get fully punished for that one. Molotov will force Exit out into the open. Actually, is that landed too shallow? I don't think that's going to extend. It finally does in the last couple of ticks, but Exit's fine with this because he's wasted more seconds that can't be focused onto the bomb itself. And that's keeping Xantares in so much of a predicament right now. Here we go through the smoke, coming through with the shank, but won't get there in time. Eternal Fire take the round. But again, if you put it in context, they win a clutch post-plant, but they came into that with a huge advantage in weaponry, and MIBR took 4 of them down.
That is such a massive round for Eternal Fire to win. Because like you pointed out, MIBR had no business winning that. They had the one hero AK-47, a few deagles, the Molotov spreading. If that didn't spread, the round's done. Xantares being the bodyguard, protecting his teammate, even taking a knife straight into his chest cavity. And they are fired up. They are fired up as hell. MIBR now. Just a 2-round lead, Eternal Fire. The flame hasn't quite dimmed yet. Double offset coming into play here. This time it's Emor and Walksick. Walksick taking a preemptive shot. He did a flashbang towards mid as Calyx is just tapping away in the smoke, hoping to find a little bit of luck. And here's the thing with MIBR, when they speed things up, Vince, I know it's just with a pistol, but when they go for some of these faster plays, they do seem to find these openings. They do seem to be able to crack open his bomb sites. But when they slow things down with the rifle, that's when they seem kind of little lost as to what they want to do. And that's when they kind of get caught flat-footed a little bit. This nade could be huge, and indeed it will take a chunk out of some of the MIBR players. Follow-up nade as well. It's Cello down to 38. Turtle on 60 as well. For the time being, they have been stymied. They have a look in the form of Exit. He's waiting for his teammates to make a play here, but Eternal Fire, now they have almost 3 players lying in wait, and I love this repositioning from xCloud. Look at how forward he's pushed.
Especially as he has players that are behind him, 2 of them in actual fact. That has multiple bullets that are able to be sprayed down, plus the AWP as well. And that's going to keep him in close enough proximity to have impact, but also be feeling safe. He has a comfort blanket around him. And now that they've got their 2 kills, he can back off. They've got everything they wanted out of this round. And now all they have to do is just sit in, lie there, and wait. There's 1 smoke between the remainder of MIBR and 10 seconds in which to utilize it. So they're going to be saving, once again, Eternal Fire, not just get the round, but they keep 5 players alive while doing so.
This MIBR T side has been... It's been flaccid. I won't lie. Like, apart from a couple of rounds where with the pistols they're able to crack things open and they went for a much faster play. Every time they slow things down, they just don't seem to get anything done. Running out of time. How many times have you seen them just save their weapons? Losing a couple of players, running out of time, not knowing what to do. There just seems to be a lack of a procedure, so to speak, as to how they want to approach either of these 2 bomb sites. And Eternal Fire, Vince, they were 7-1 down in the beginning of this game on their map pick, and now they are just 1 shy of tying things up and potentially even taking the win here on their very map pick. The Turkish team, they've shown quite a bit of tenacity in order to bring us back to this position. MIBR, though, once again going to be buying around the saved rifles, but they need to do something. They need to show some signs of life, because this has been flat from the Brazilians on the T side. 11-4. It was 11-4 for MIBR at the end of the first half.
Need some zest. Need some inspiration. And if you're not motivated by the fact that you're about to be eliminated from the major, if you don't suddenly pick things up, I don't know what will. This is dreams on the line. And I'm sure every player on the server is super passionate to be here. But now is the time to show what you've got. Narrowly missing out on the shot for the kill. But the first pick has already came through, and it's Yota. And he has slowed down a little bit on this T side. He got the vast majority of his kills on the CT side. I'm not blaming him for the fact that they're starting to slow down as a team. He needs someone to help him out. This is where he needs a support structure to come to the forefront and start to help him. Push them towards the finish line here on Vertigo. And even though it looks like a close score, when you take into account how the first half ended, Eternal Fire have all the momentum in their favor right now. And their money's building up nicely. Calyx just shy of $10,000. They're looking to try and proposition onto the A side of the map. But there's still multiple safeguards, sentinels on the site. And HE's being tossed in. Not for the first time. MIBR taking their sweet time to move towards the site. And this is going to just put them in an awkward position once the incendiaries come down. Once the smokes come down as well. Turtle, big headshot. Calyx is sent packing. And that may be the opening that they were looking for to yield this round and get them back into winning ways. Zentaris gets desperate. Posts up on the boxes. Does get fragged out, and a good, well-placed flashbang affords them safe passage for this plant. It's a little bit late, but they still get the job done. And there's no return kills from Woxic on the retreat. He was hoping to skewer and probe through that smoke with his AWP.
Double AWP.
And yeah, double AWP on a retake is not good times at all. They need Woxic to strike. Emor, though, is the man. And now the smoke's beginning to clear away. Turtle counteracts with one of his own, but now the rest of that CT side has gone down into the dumps. And Woody's the last man standing. He's going to try and stick the site right now, Woxic. He's sticking right down on it. He's not faking this at all, and he gets it underneath the nose of Woody. Pros don't fake. And Woxic, with ice in his veins, has got his team back in this game.
I have no idea how Eternal Fire managed to pull that one off. That was nigh impossible, Vince. I even pointed out. Double AWP retake. Double AWP retake, and he still managed to clutch it out. What a clutch coming in at the very end here from the members of MIBR. Woxic just sticking an ice in his veins and even stays alive. Woody. Oh, that's going to haunt him. That's going to haunt him if this map slips out of the fingers. MIBR, it felt like finally, Vince, that cracked the puzzle. They solved the case. They get the 2 opening kills. It's a 3v5. They get the bomb down in Eternal Fire. They just look MIBR straight in the white of their eyes and they say, no, you are not going to get another round as Eternal Fire. They are ablaze. 13-13. It's all tied up. And if I had any doubts about this Eternal Fire team and Vertigo, especially considering the lackluster start they had, it has been not swiftly, but absolutely eventually swept aside.
And this is where my concern comes in for MIBR. You had Cello screaming his lungs out when they were winning. Now it's eerily silent.
Oh, yeah.
This is where you start to realize just how bad the situation is getting. This is where they need somebody to just amp them up. They're still in this game. It will feel like they're losing this and it's slipping away. It's still 13-13. If they can get on the fast track to a couple of rounds, this is still winnable. This is a salvageable result. And that's the kind of frags you're looking for. Yota just walks up through ramp, removes the head of Zentaris on sandbags, and gives his team the player advantage.
They still have committed 2 plays towards a B bomb site, but now Emor flashing in his teammate, that's X-Cloud, towards B stairs, allowing him to push on pretty deep. And this is great. This is huge. This positioning, he can easily find a couple of kills here unless MIBR are cognizant of his position, and they aren't, but doesn't matter. Turtle's able to trade. Again, to slow things down, though. They find him. They should actually know, looking at xCloud's position, there shouldn't be any CT on the side, but since they take a little bit too long to make their way here, Emo's already repositioned himself, and he's looking to find something, but immediately gets tagged down. He's still going to get the kill total with a double of his own. 3v2 now, man advantage, and a player at mid, that is Exit. He hears his footsteps. He knows there's a player nearby, and it's going to be Calyx. This duel is everything, Vince, as Calyx will be spotted. Calyx gets the stick, and he will be taken down. And now it's all on the IGL, the captain, the Yopper, Woxic. But looking at the presence they showed towards the B stairs, it's totally understandable why he's holding his angle. And this is the right call for MIBR. They're going to be heading in towards the A bomb site. It's empty. It's theirs for the taking. The bomb is going to be planted. And this time around, I don't see Eternal Fire wresting this round away from MIBR.
Does Woxic even try? I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't.
I think he saves. Which, considering the money situation, makes sense with Xantares. They want to keep the AWP. The downside here, though, is it's a bit of pill to swallow. Round 27, you just got 5 in a row. Things are looking fantastic for you. And now you have to just swallow your pride, back away, keep the AWP alive, and effectively give MIBR one giant step towards that 16-round mark. I want to hear if Cello and the boys are going to scream after this win. I want to see them go ballistic here. Bring that energy.
Nope.
Nope. Deep in thought. And that's my concern. When we started the game, every win, every kill, you heard them. We could hear them from where we're sat and stood right now.
Yep. There's a big-ass thick wall separating us from the players. We could actually hear them here. But, yeah. They know how hard-fought this win was, Vince. They know how hard-fought that round win was, and it'll be in the back of their minds. Can they replicate it? Because for Eternal Fire, they have the buy. They had the money. All those rounds they won without barely taking any casualties is really come to fruition here for Eternal Fire, allowing them the ability to buy a gun and not being reset immediately after losing a round. Here we go.
I tell you one thing though, Blair, if they win, you better believe the roof is coming off this building. They're going to be screaming their lungs out with how close this has been, how intense. Just the pure weight of their major lives on their shoulders. And this is only the first out of potentially 3 maps, and we're not done just yet. The way this game is going, I wouldn't even be surprised if we hit OT. But Eternal Fire need to pick up the pieces. They need to try and scrape it back together again.
Again, this is worrying. Every time I see this from Eternal Fire, sorry, from MIBR, right, it's just this slow crawl up towards ramp with no eyes anywhere, no pressure anywhere on any of the other extremities of the map. And, oh, Xantares goes challenging. And Cello and Turtle grouping up together to instantly put him down. That's going to draw the rotation right now. As we do see Emor on your minimap slowly making his way towards the A bomb site, leaving the B bomb site only in the hands of xCloud. But MIBR, they are fixated on this A bomb site. They're going to be making their way in. Smoke's going to be deployed. 30 seconds still to work with, a little bit of time, but it's swiftly running away. Emor playing very aggressively, and he is going to find one. Can he make his escape? No, he can't. Cello will find him. 4v2 now, MIBR. Bomb will be planted, and it is going to be down to Woxic and xCloud once again to try and clutch this one out. But looking at the money, Vince, you have to go for the save now. And MIBR, it took a while, it took forever, but they do get the map point.
And they have 2 of them. Eternal Fire looking to save, understandably, $300 on Calyx, $150 on xCloud, $650. Really only Woxic is over that $1,000 mark. So MIBR have 2 opportunities. It's been a valiant comeback attempt on Eternal Fire. Whether they win or lose, they can hold their heads high that they even made this close, considering how battered and bruised they got early on. But just shy of the finish line, they have tripped and stumbled one too many times, and now they need to collect themselves. They'll be calling their 4th and final tactical pause, making perfect sense, knowing just how important this round is, but also probably figuring out who's dropping what weapons. Because they've got to go all in. MP9 picked up. They've got an M4. Calyx is going to have that one. And now we're about ready to get into this game.
This is it. All that comeback, that sequence of rounds with Eternal Fire, is it going to be for naught? That is the question on everyone's lips. And for MIBR now, 2 opportunities. 2 chances to close this out. The map pick of their opponents. The map pick of Eternal Fire, you can clearly see on the top of your screens. Coming up next, of course, will be Nuke. That is a pick by the Brazilians. And if we do see a third map, it will be on the classic Dust 2. Here we go, MIBR. Looks like a faster pace here. Maybe not. Nope. Just gonna slow it down, Vince. They don't know the meaning of haste.
I understand as well, because Eternal Fire have had some very good counter utility over the previous 5 or 6 rounds. It's what got them into a lot of positions. 3 players stacked over on the ramp side, though, including a double boost for Xantares just over that smoke. I love the idea, but this pretty much mitigates and bypasses any short control. And if they continue to push round short with Yota, he is going to find so much information. Oh, this is the perfect play to the stack that's been put into place. He's seen nothing so far. It could be at the cost of some of his teammates' lives, though, and now they line up and the spray comes in. But Yota knows they're around the corner. What? He still loses out against Calyx. How is that possible? The 5-7 just riddles him with bullets. But Cello's not done just yet. But now he is. Woxic puts him down where he stands. And Eternal Fire have got to deal with the threat of exit. He's gone in for 2. He could clutch this. He could take all the marbles, all the chips here on Vertigo. One-on-one up against that. Oh, and he takes the head off. What a play from exit. They take the first map. And they're one step closer to survival.
Oh, the 1v3 to close it out, Vince. I thought Eternal Fire had done enough. I genuinely believed that they've done enough to bring this one back and maybe take us to the final round. But exit, he says no. He opens the door and shows Eternal Fire the exit on their map pick. And that is going to be the map going the way of MIBR. Eternal Fire, though, your heart has to go out for them, right? That was a monumental comeback, Vince. It was a grind. It wasn't necessarily exciting, fast-paced Counter-Strike, but it was just a battle of will. And in the end, MIBR are able to grind it out. That was a hell of a clutch to close it out, I won't lie, because we saw so many rounds kind of like slip from the hands of MIBR with the clutches going the way of Eternal Fire, but finally exits like, you know what, it's time for me to clutch, and he does it to perfection.
He does, I mean, what a perfect time to bust that out. And yeah, just to go along with what you said, it did feel like a war of attrition. You know, it was tenacity, it was grit. It wasn't the prettiest of Counter-Strike. We didn't have a huge amount of crazy plays. There was a couple of scrappy clutches here and there, some mistakes, some whiffs, if we're being completely honest, and a big technical sort of pause in the middle of it. Felt like maybe MIBR were coming out second best after that pause, but for them to then somehow turn it around, to regain that focus and that composure and push towards the finish line and take down the map of Eternal Fire, you've got to give these guys tons of credit for that.
Oh, absolutely. I think both teams really gave it everything. I gotta say though, I feel like, in all honesty, the T side of both these teams on Vertigo was a little rough, you know, a little rough around the edges. But in the end, we did see some pretty exciting plays coming out. Xantares really stepping up for his team, and it was great to see Emor and Calyx, even X-Cloud as well, started to kind of wake up in the second half. But the first half, the only reason they were able to get 4 rounds was primarily because of Xantares being such an absolute beast. The MVP though, now Yota really slowed down in the second half. Really did slow down, but in the first half, he was just a monster on that A-bomb side. 24 kills for him, over 100 ADR, 325 utility damage as well. Quite impressive stuff from the youngster.
100 ADR, consistently doing damage the entirety of that game. And honestly, I can't pick the exact number out, but I think he had 18 or 19 frags at the end of that first half.
Yeah.
So he did slow down, but that just goes to show that single-handedly, he pretty much got his team 6-7 rounds in that first half, which ultimately, when the game was that close, was the difference maker. So absolutely deserves to be MVP of our first map. However, that is only our first map. We might have 2 coming up, so we're going to cut to a break, and when you rejoin us, we'll be live to get into that all-important nuke.
A man who has seen quite a few maps come and go in his time is, of course, Mr. James Banks. And so he's joining me here today to put his knowledge to the test by proving that he could be a professional map designer. James, you've actually planned something to draw for us today, haven't you?
I've thought about this in detail. I'm going to make D banks, but it's not about me, it's going to be about an actual bank. And we're going to go and plant bombs in the bank and blow that up.
It's a bank of bombs by banks called D Banks. Brilliant. Okay, right, we're done. Thank you so much for watching the video.
Bye.
Right, let's draw. Come on then, pick
All
a
right,
pen.
cool.
Only rule is, obviously, you've got spawns, you've got to have 2 bomb sites, because we want this to go into the competitive map pool after the major.
Yeah, I want someone to make this. I'm so down for this.
Okay, because for a second I thought you were doing another road. We were going 80s with a game called Frogger. And then
Yeah, that could be cool.
A riverbank and some vans, and the CTs are frogs.
So the bank itself is just going to be this area. Now, so this area here is going to be like a wall, basically, so that the CTs have some protection. But then we're going to have like little alleyways here. The access into A.
Building then, because
Yeah, so this is a building.
Bank.
This is an actual bank, like a Lloyd's bank. There you go.
Oh my God! It's
yeah,
a bank.
that's what I meant.
A riverbank.
Oh no! I'm thinking like an actual bank. You know, like we're gonna have a vault. So this is gonna be as a vault, basically.
Oh, it's about money. I should have from the chat. I thought you were into like wildlife and that, because you've got tattoos of animals.
Now, for this A site, I want to be able to have like some alleyway which goes down here, but then you have like stairs that go down. And you can also get in to then come up into the site. So this is like going into a lower part.
So this is down?
Yeah, so we're gonna go into some like verticality of it, and the vault is gonna be there as well. Then you're gonna have loads of like cashier stands, you know, like on this side that they can hide behind, little spots to be all secret and stuff. Now inside the vault, I want loads of little bits to like hide behind and sit behind, so they gotta have like boxes and stuff here that they can work in. I'd need an actual smart map designer to think of all the little details and stuff that come with it. Then I also want, like, in this part, I want this to be like a big fountain.
Can you jump on the water feature in the middle of the fountain?
Yeah, I want to be like that.
Honestly, if you jump onto that feature in the silver match on CS, the other players will lose their shit. It's amazing.
On this part here, what I want is like the little cashier stands of being bits where there's glass, so you make noise if you break it.
Yeah.
And the CTs can defend from here. We have some areas. And in this part here, basically the bomb plant will be in the middle, but I want like stacked boxes up on here and here. Like,
Amazing.
right
You've got to
top.
write it on the top. Also, it feels kind of Flemish as well. De bank. You've got to sign it.
Oh, cool. Boom. And if someone wants to make that map, I'm all in for it. Come hit me up. I want to design this map and see what happens.
And I'm going to take a percentage.
Yes, there we go. 10% pass over to Frankie for giving me the opportunity to showcase this madness.
Yay, thank you.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Map number 1 goes the way of the Brazilians, but my God, was that a close game, and way closer than I'm sure they were expecting. A 7-1 lead went into a 16-13 scoreline. I think coming out of that, though, Eternal Flames Fire, same thing. I was getting confused with Copenhagen Flames for a second there. Eternal Fire will probably feel pretty hard done by as well, because they did all of the hard work, they built the foundation for a comeback, and then they tripped over their own shoelaces and just face planted just a few rounds shy.
Yeah, it came down to the clutch from Exit, right? The 1v3 just stealing away the dreams of Eternal Fire, getting the win on their map pick. Heading to Nuke, it's a map that, sure, both the teams do like to play, right? MIBR is supremely comfortable on it. And you can see their win-loss as well. At the same time, Eternal Fire have played this map quite often as well. The difference being, again, you have to keep always bringing up the caveat that for MIBR, majority of the wins have been against, at least on paper, lower opposition. Some of the Southern American teams who are not exactly the caliber as the opposition that Eternal Fire have to regularly play on the other side of the pond, so to speak. So, still cannot count on Eternal Fire from this map, but for MIBR, you're feeling very comfortable right now. Potentially, we might even see Dust 2 coming to play here.
And if we do see Dust 2 come into play, I'm still not fully sold on the Turkish contingent here getting it done. As we said, we've already seen them play against BNE early this tournament. They bowed out. They played it again afterwards. They weren't particularly successful there either. So I come into this feeling a little bit scared for Eternal Fire, and I think the odds there probably suggest that a lot of people are feeling the same way, especially being 1-0 down. And keep in mind as well, Vertigo was the choice of Eternal Fire. So MIBR now are going through to their choice of map. Does suggest they'll probably start on T-side, but let's be honest, Dust 2, T-sides can do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, we can go back to the Dust 2 game you said against BNE, right? BNE.
Oh, sorry, I meant Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke. But even if you go to Dust 2, right, as you alluded to, yeah, if you're Eternal Fire, it's going to be an uphill battle even if you take this map. Right, Dust 2 was not looking that ideal. On the bright side, that was a best-of-1 against a very FPL-esque mix in the form of BNE. Yeah. So maybe that was what kind of tripped them over. But in Nuke, it's not going to be easy. MIBR, they have a very solid CD side here on Nuke. In fact, we also have another Nuke taking place right now, where it is BNE that we just touched upon right now, facing off against ENCE. And Snappy's been calling some pretty cool rounds. I want to go back and watch a part of that game later on. But right now, everything is on this particular map. MIBR, 1 round away from dispatching of Eternal Fire. There is so much on the line here, Vince.
And that's what is so beautiful about the Major. We have 2 streams simultaneously. Both matches mean a huge amount. Whether you're a Turkish fan, a Brazilian fan, just a fan of Counter-Strike in general, there is something here for everybody. This could be the final map, though, of this best of 3 of Eternal Fire's life in the Antwerp PGL Major. But we'll have to see if MIBR can get it done from the T side, as they'll be occupying with a whole bunch of utility, so many flashes, Molotovs, no upgraded pistols.
Here we go, though. This is what... Okay, Xantares, okay. Woody will find himself headless with barely a few seconds into the round, but Yota replies back. Xantares being hyper-aggressive. Calix has been spotted out. Turtle grouping up, but a teammate has dropped on down, and Turtle's aware of this. He heard the footstep. This is a fast and furious round here. Turtle finding Calix and Emor as well, but Walkscan, in the meantime, has dropped a couple with his P2K.
Oh, I feel sorry for the observers trying to spectate that round. There was just bloodshed everywhere. There's like 4 fights going on simultaneously around the map. Somehow he caught most of the kills, but Xfloud, what a shot onto Exit. He may have clutched the last round on Vertigo, but he will not be clutching the first of Nuke. That mantle will be down to Turtle. Very capable. Oh, and he's also flanked. He's going to have to drop on Wotsick. Removes his head. 55 seconds left. He may not have control over the bomb, which is in an awkward position. And Xfloud is there, safeguarding it. But he sees him, spots him, tries to jump in for a bit of damage, but he himself has been put down to 11 HP. Still no control over the bomb. At this point, it's just pure mind games.
Huh. Turtle. I don't think he's been hurt there. And now, considering how much time has elapsed, Xcloud now already repositioning himself, aware of the potential flank, and he's got the read. He knows exactly where Turtle's going to be coming in from. This is just a great read coming from Xcloud, just saving his team over here. And there you have Turtle Being read very, very convincingly there from xCloud. That was a great round from MIBR with a great call to head on down to the lower bomb step. But xCloud, he was a step ahead of MIBR that round, heading straight down towards ramp and tapping. But the tap of the round was this from Xantares, the second before the smoke starts to bloom. Then he gets a little too over-eager out wide towards outside, but walks in able to reply back with some clean taps. That was one of the most hectic pistol rounds I've seen thus far at the Major. But xCloud coming up clutch here at the end here, Vince. And MIBR not able to win the pistol round here. Again, reminding everyone, you can see on the top of your screens as well, MIBR winning the first map, which was Eternal Fire's map pick. And this map of Nuke is that of the Brazilians. But Eternal Fire now off to a good start. That
looks very uncomfortable.
That is very uncomfortable.
Cello, I don't advise it at home. Gonna drop down, though. Wasting a bit of time. I mean, to be fair, it's a legit tactic as well. You just stall time, hope that Eternal Fire expend a lot of the utility. This all adds up. You know, you're throwing incendiary smokes down to stop when he pushes. This is $2,000-3,000 easily that you have to buy again in the next round. And there's no real investment coming in from MIBR. Should be a shooting gallery. It should be a pretty straightforward round. You can hear gooshes aplenty, but it's just Glocks. So you may as well just throw insults at the CTs. Although xCloud may be offended because he's down to 1 HP. So he has to be very careful on re-engaging or re-peeking. That's an A1S as well that would fall with him. These two MP9s, they'd love to get in the thick of the action. The only really silver lining, I suppose, if you wanted to be very optimistic for MIBR, neither of the SMGs have picked up any of the kills, so they're not printing as much cash.
True. Xantares, in the meantime. Never mind, everyone's dead. But yeah, not able to quite get the money out of the money printing guns in the hands of Catalux and Imo. The buyer's going to be coming up for MIBR right now. For Eternal Fire, trying to maybe use the close range ability of the MP9s. We might expect to see something a bit aggressive coming out here from Eternal Fire. Maybe try to go for a little bit of an aggressive lobby crunch, try and shock and awe MIBR really early here in this map on their very first buy round. AK-47s. We don't have much money here. Just got 3 kills on the pistol round, and that's about it. So the utility isn't supremely great either for MIBR. They have the AK-47s though. Smokes getting utilized. All the smokes right now. Xantares tapping away, hoping to find something, but there's all a ruse here from the side of MIBR. They're still grouped up outside towards the lobby. They have posted a player outside that is Cello. And they're waiting for a play from MIBR. They're expecting this play, Vince, expecting that aggressive play from the SMGs, perhaps. But right now, MIBR giving nothing but 1:10 on the clock. Calix goes on to poke and prod, hoping to find something. And up close, that's a nice angle to play, especially because Emo is right next to him as well. And the mobility afforded by the MP9, he could potentially shred some of these AK-47s.
Yeah, when you know the other team has SMGs and a scout, lobby crunches and these kinds of plays are fairly commonplace. You're trying to take effectively control of the situation and play your weapons where they are at their most strength, ultimately. So it makes a lot of sense that MIBR sat back. Here's the problem, though, and we saw them run into the same issue a lot when it was Vertigo. They took so much time to get themselves even remotely placed in position to execute that a lot of time they just ran out of the clock and they had to go save.
I'm not sure what they're doing.
They're taking so much time. There's 25 seconds left. You can respect the weapons, but at some point, you have got to press forward. You've got to go right now, and you need to get entries on top of it. This is where the SMGs can shine as well, by the way, because some corners will not go checked. And Emor sprays down Yota. Calix gets aggressive through on the hut. He gets punished. Now there's so many players for Xantares to pick and choose from, but he's got one, but he's not able to stop the bomb plant. The issue, though, for MIBR is they're losing all of their supporting cast members. Turtle and Woody are remaining, but 23 HP on Woody is a very real problem. Turtle is going to have to do most of the heavy lifting in this round, you'd have to feel, although Turtle is going to have a bit of that alleviated as Woody catches xCloud in the back. And now Xantares and Woxic, both very low, have got to make moves of their own. It's now up to them to make moves and try and excel into the site and accelerate, get some headshots. Woxic with one. There's not much time left. They've got to get on the site right now. And they're not going to have enough time. And they have no health anyway. MIBR execute with about 20 seconds left. lose the first player, and still win the round.
That got so uncomfortable watching MIBR just waiting it out. They didn't do anything with whatever utility they had. They had an early barrage of smokes to what's outside. They left Turtle outside, just holding an angle, and they were just waiting out the utility. And as you pointed out, Vince, 20 seconds remaining, they go for the hit. It was very uncomfortable. And in fact, it felt like the SMGs and the A1 on top of Heaven would have done enough, but somehow they're able to clutch it out, especially Woody as well, from the position, from the CT Vent's position, able to find a kill. And he was a player who was low on health. And then Turtle, at the end, patiently waiting for a player to show himself from Heaven, and able to clutch it out in the end. That being said, though, MIBR will still have, Eternal Fire will still have more than enough money to go for a full-fledged buy, and Cello will find himself with his life forfeit. He will be taken down through the smoke, yet to get off the Marcus Cello, so his woes will continue, but MIBR have managed to sneak their way in towards a lower bomb set, and right now, for Eternal Fire, there is no one towards lower, no one towards secret. They didn't have anyone towards garage for, to listen for any footsteps and whatnot. So right now, they're opting to just go for this retake play towards lower bomb set, and that is something which MIBR could opt to, could try and exploit. But first to enter the site, they need to open the doors, they need to break open the glasses, and that's going to be the tell for MIBR, for Eternal Fire, to drop on down and start this retake.
But the problem is they have no forward players to pivot off. There's no foundation to rotate off, so even when you hear control room window get popped, you try and vent dive, there's players there. You see Xploud tries to get through on ramp, there's a molly to greet him. There's no one on the site that they can even pivot into. So bare minimum here, MIBR are going to get a post plan, and when you consider they've got rifles and a MAC-10 and a crossfire on top of it with 4 healthy players left alive, this is looking a little bit dark for Eternal Fire. They only have 1 flashbang to play with, so they have to go for these audacious wide swings, and Turtle's going to punish. A 1-for-1 trade is pretty good for Eternal Fire, though, as they maintain their player advantage, and it's gone from bad to worse now on MIBR as they do successfully retake the site. But you could see inroads and ways in which this round could completely backfire.
I felt it was a little bit of a mistake for MIBR because they had control of vents and they completely relinquished it, allowing the CTs to drop down into the vents and make their way towards Decon. And sure, the 2 CTs who came out from Decon, they did fall to Turtle, but it allowed enough of a distraction for the other 3 members to come on down ramp and get that retake. So MIBR, yeah, I mean, they find an empty bomb set, but I would like them to have some presence towards events because they had that control, keep a player posted there, at least cut off 1 avenue of rotation, of that retake rotation for Eternal Fire, so you can completely concentrate towards ramp. So a couple of things which could have, should have, would have gone the way of MIBR, but still Eternal Fire though. Looked a little dicey, but they get it done. And now for MIBR, sure, they get the bomb down, allowing them to at least eke out a buy in the form of the AK-47, but a CC on the attacking side from Cello. He finds 2, and Turtle chimes in with a frag of his own. How he's got those 2 kills, I will never know.
Oh, Eternal Fire, you've got to hold the site better than that. I'm sure from Cello's perspective, that was outrageous with the CZ. You're telling me he got 2 kills in 1 magazine just by running in blind?
On a CZ?
Right? That's absolutely absurd. Unless he's literally just flicked to 2 heads instantly, in which case you say, fair enough, mate, you're just better. But I don't see that being likely. And even if it is, you've got weapons, you've got utility, use it. You can see there's still an incendiary, there's 2 smokes, there's a grenade. And I'd imagine if you looked over on A site, there's probably a healthy dosage of grenades just lying around the floor unless MIBR have picked them up. Eternal Fire just seemed like they were completely lost with the idea that, hold on, MIBR's economy might be trash. If it's trash, what does that mean? An A-rush is possible.
Yep, that is definitely one of the most likely outcomes when you just have the pistols, and the fact that Eternal Fire was just not quite ready for that play. And kudos to MIBR. That was like a sequel to the Fast and Furious franchise. Here we go. First kill, great stuff. Oh, that is just filth. That is just absolute filth from Cello.
Fair enough, mate.
I mean, yeah, what can he say?
You're just good at the game, aren't you, really?
You're just good at shooting people, you know? That's what your Kinder said. Sometimes you win the seal, sometimes you don't. Sometimes when you win them, you win the round. And that's what's happened here for MIBR. Now, for Eternal Fire, they still have enough money to eke out a reasonably solid buy. They had a couple of guns there saved as well. The AK-47, the M4A1. But the remaining members, Calyx with a 5.7, Emo got an MP9, so the inferior weaponry playing up close and personal towards the HUD position. But MIBR, they are somehow going to find their way towards a lower bomb site, but there is still X-Floud. He sprays and he deals quite a lot of damage, but he will fall. But Woxic, he knows how low they are, and Cello will survive on 17 HP. It's absolute pandemonium. 2 versus 2. Xantares has dropped down towards the vents. And it's all on Cello. 17 HP, 1 versus 2.
He's heard both players. He knows one's double doors, and he heard the other in vent, but I think that threw him off. It was like almost a sensory overload, like, oh, I can hear both of them, where do I aim? And in doing so, he kind of did neither. Unfortunate positioning in the end. But what a chaotic round that was. Blinken, you'd have missed probably like 5 kills. It was absolute nuts gameplay. It won't yield the round for the Brazilians, but it's at great cost to Eternal Fire. Although they take a 4-2 lead, that was effectively a mixed match of weaponry, and now the main course comes up on the side of the Brazilians. They've got an AWP, they've got 4 rifles alongside it, and plenty of utility. They've got 3 mollies, more than enough for a set play. We haven't really seen MIBR, apart from the pistol round, try and utilize outside control and get around the back and wrap around. And maybe this is the moment where they can just go for that. Xantares gets picked off through the smoke, and that is going to make Eternal Fire's prospects of holding secret that much more difficult.
Cello, like a man possessed, just running on down, dodging the bullets, channeling his inner Neo. 8 HP for him. Barely alive, but still very deadly. And one of the heavy hitters on the side of Eternal Fire has been put down into the ground early into this round. Xantares, you can see over there, even though he's dead, 100 ADR already, Vince, 6 rounds in. He has been finding crazy impact, but it's also great to see X-Floud kind of come alive, right? He was comparatively a little quiet, being the B defender on Vertigo, but he has been quite instrumental, especially in the pistol round being won by Eternal Fire. Right now, how do they adapt to this? They have 2 players towards lower. This is a bit of a switch of MIBR. Sorry, from Eternal Fire. Earlier we saw Vince, like they were just going for the retake play towards the lower bomb side. This time to switch things around, and that could potentially catch MIBR off guard despite having the man advantage. But that means no eyes towards ramp. Turtle inside of vents. They're going to be pouncing towards the upper bomb site. Molotov's getting deployed, flashes are good, Woxic misses his shot, leaving Emor all by his lonesome in the lower bomb site, and he is going to find one. That's a huge kill to find. Woody will find Woxic. Emor doing his very best to stay alive, but eventually he'll fall.
2v3, 13 seconds to play with. The bomb still yet to be planted. That underarm grenade going to do a lot of damage, but neither of the players down there in the form of Yota or Woody were low. So they're battered and bruised, but still alive. X-Floud may very well execute exit from behind. Successfully pulls the trigger, but still 2 more threats to deal with. And Calyx didn't really peek over from heaven to have a look below him. He doesn't know both players are back-to-back. That grenade, though, could finish them off. Oh, Yota survives on 4 HP. He's so fortunate to live. The flash is in, but the call will come through. 1 bullet anywhere on Yota, and he's a dead man. But he's trying to play the time. Down he goes. Is there enough time now? With the kit, there should be. I think he's just about snuck this one home. It's going to be so close, but it's going to go the way of the Turks again. Eternal Fire, get it done at the cost of 4 lives.
That came down to the very last second, Vince. The amount of utility being dunked onto the 2 Ts on the bomb side. They were in such an uncomfortable position, and yet it comes down to the final second. Eternal Fire, somehow they're able to clinch these rounds. MIBR getting a bit of attack time out here. A little unfortunate there. I do believe it was Exit who was towards the T lobby, and he just was wrapping around towards Squeaky. He was so convinced the rotation wasn't going to be taking place from HUD. He was so convinced it was going to be either coming in from main or was going to be from the Heaven's position that he just completely ignored it and just had its back facing the radio room, and he just got taken down, making that retake much more viable for the side of Eternal Fire. But still, get the bomb down. It's a bit of a half buy here, Vince. Cello down to 1400. They got AK-47 pistols for the majority of the players. Don't really see any utility, so if they're going to try and inflict any damage or maybe even win this round, they're going to have to rely purely on their individual prowess with the weaponry. Eternal Fire, they got everything to work with. Emor even with the MP9. Almost finding the kill onto Xantares as Cello out in the open, taking the duel, but he will fall. Now, unfortunately, Turtle has armor to work with, so he can still wield that AK-47 and at least maybe make Eternal Fire wield, to bleed a little bit.
That really is the only option available to them at this point, is to inflict as much damage economically as they possibly can. Cello and his AK have gone the way of the Dodo. And now Emor and Xantares will pick off the stragglers. Yota may have a Deagle by his side and ramp control, but the bomb has spilled out. I don't think CTs have confirmation, though, that that is a fact. It's over on the T side of the map. So they may not have had eyes on this. I'm not sure if anyone peeked this far across. Thank you very much, Observer, for showing us that. So that may have a compounded effect for MIBR to play a little bit more passively, to not charge out, and give any gaps for Yota to come in, because as far as they're concerned, he may have the bomb, and they don't want to concede a bomb plant and let that economy build up just that little bit more. He's now been spotted, though, from the AWP-wielding Woxic down on the B side, who's trying to just play possum, waste as much time as possible for Emor to come in alongside him. Nice shooting from Yoda. Unfortunate not to get any kills out of this, though he does get one right in the dying embers. How he survived this long, I will never understand. This guy must be made of iron. And finally, Calyx will smelt him down and put him in one of his magazines for future use. 6-2 the score. MIBR without a bomb plant, they can still squeak out a bye, but there's going to be a couple players that are feeling a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, Cello's going to be a little low because he did go for that bit of investment. But apart from that, the majority of them should be able to eke out a pretty solid buy. Might even see an AWP come out to play here if they do want to go for it. Return fire right now. You should be feeling reasonably, slightly happy with the way things have panned out thus far. Utility being lobbed in here from MIBR. Breaking open the squeaky. MIBR just trying, hoping to find something in the smoke. Eternal Fire, though, they're pretty comfortable. Wrapping up a few bullets, keeping MIBR pinned down. I would like to see a little bit more presence from MIBR towards outside. As you pointed out, Vince, like we haven't really seen too much of outside presence for them, and Xantares is the guy who's playing outside. And as long as he has eyes towards the yard and knows there's no pressure there, he can easily provide information.
Was that a miss smoke?
I don't think so. I think it's just a Molotov to prevent them from pushing in towards the smoke.
Because they smoke secret as well.
No, there we go. It's a bit of a delayed one. Is that Taris? Okay. A lunatic just runs out and finds exit, but he will be traded now. If that trade gonna come and hurt them is the question. Even though he finds one, losing a member for his team is not exactly ideal. That's gonna force Woxic down towards the lower bomb set where he is right now, the sole defender. Op train in the position of Secret. So now at least they still have control of Secret, allowing the remaining members of his teammates to head up towards the upper bomb set where Xfloud, he finds the timing and catches Cello.
Yoda's already got a forward position just next to the vents, though. May catch someone, I don't know where's, but the bomb's down. No matter what they do on the A side, the bomb is in such a horrible spot. Xfloud has been unweeded from Turtle, though. It's at the cost of 25 HP. Emor has to do better from that spot. Everything was based around him getting one frag. There was 7 seconds to go. That would have been the bomb spilled down. And although a headshot connects onto Yota, it's just not good enough. And the Brazilians, crowbar, brute force their way into a round, which when you look at the positions of where Eternal Fire was sat with the time that was left, should never be winning that round.
I know what sort of a turtle he is. That's a snapping turtle. He had no bit, like you said, Vince, like sure, he gets the first one, the second kill, fantastic. The third one on Emor, he should have been dead to rights. Somehow rips his head off his shoulders. 13-6 for Turtle. And his team combined to have 14. He has been phenomenal here on the T side. And still very early. There's 9 rounds being played thus far. And Turtle, he's showing why he is in this team. A bit of a quieter start thus far for Yota. We saw how fantastic he was in Vertigo, on the CD side especially. Maybe he's kind of a CD specialist, right? Maybe it's still being pretty effective. 5 kills for him. Exit has been comparatively very quiet, as you do have the game resuming here. The buy is going to be coming in for Eternal Fire. However, they are starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. AWP for Woxic, 3 M4A1s, and the 5-7 for Calyx here. If MIB are able to take this round away for Eternal Fire, it could be an eco here, but Xantares looking to take matters into his own hands, and he will indeed do so. Down to 22 HP, but he will find Cello. But okay, Turtle, the guy, he doesn't even need vision, Vince. What was that on Emor?
Just pure game sense, pure hours in the game, knows the lineup, takes the shots and gets the reward for his troubles. 14 kills now in just 9 rounds. Moving through to what he'll hope is a happy climax come the end of this one. He has been phenomenal. He has very much been the Yota of Nuke, picking up the slack, picking up the mantle. But Eternal Fire are still in with a shot. Xantares may be low from his early incursions outside, but his teammates are healthy, one of which is Woxic watching the ramp with his AWP. 50 seconds to play with, doesn't take the shot for the first player, assuming that it is a bait, and the flash will allow them safe passage. He respects this, just backs away slightly. Another flash, has no backup. Woxic will have to do this alone, and I do like the idea and the decision to back out of there and not give his life away for free. Xantares is making flanking maneuvers outside, however, in amongst all of this, and he's getting a lot of information. But more importantly, if MIBR don't pull the trigger and get onto this site soon, he's going to have impact on top of it. Calyx stuck in the hut, not required because xFloud comes in for 2. Xantares' position is spotted, and he is put down in his grave, but the rest of his teammates on the side of MIBR are not able to take the site and make it theirs. Eternal Fire pick up their 7th.
What a round from xFloud. 13-3. We speak about Turtle being massive for his team. xFloud was magnificent in that hole. He was pretty much all by his lonesome on the bomb side. And the Flames, using the T's own Molotov against them, you couldn't really spot him on top of the flames and the soot on top of the Molotov, and then he was just patiently waiting, lying in wait, finds a second, finds both the kills, and then in the end, finishing it off with a nice little triple. That's going to force MIBR to once again have to work with the pistols here. And Xantares, he's been good for at least 1 kill, seemingly every round towards its outside area. He's going to go trying to snipe away with an M4. Doesn't really have any backup. I'm not necessarily a very big fan of how aggressive he's been in this outside position, where he finds one and immediately gets traded, or he just got... I'm going to shut up.
That shot was disgusting. Yeah, it's against an eco, but...
that was so sick. That was so sick from Xantares.
That's the Xantares that people have known and loved for the better part of 3 or 4 or 5 years even. When he first burst on the scene, he was known as just this mechanically ridiculous player that performed really well online, but when it came to LANs, never quite shone the same. I think he's turned that around now. I think he's proven himself a bit of a LAN beast when he's called upon, and obviously we have to jinx him. We talk about him and he has his head caved in from Exit's Deagle, but the damage has already been done surely. They line up, Woxic takes down 1. They nearly actually lined up for a collateral shot there, but Yota and Exit are able to plunder their way down into secret, or at least Yota is. Exit's just lagging behind a little bit, and Yota does have the bomb, taking hefty damage in the process, but 1D's xFloud? Okay. How is that even possible? And considering this is a post plant now, one of which is low, there was a way forward for Yota to have some serious impact. Even a bomb plant out of that round, all things considered, is pretty huge, and 2 kills on top of it.
That got a little scary. Woxic was down to 2 points of health as well, mind you. Eternal Fire, and we'll get their 8th. It was, okay. They will get their 8th, I repeat. But yeah, MIBR making them sweat a little bit, making them suffer a couple of casualties, and despite the lead being 8-3, you can see the economy of Eternal Fire isn't exactly looking supremely comfortable, right? You can see Emor down to sub 1,000, xFloud as well, Calyx at $50 as well. So MIBR, a couple of good rounds coming out from them right now, and they could just break the economy. And even though they can't get the lead in this half, 6 rounds on the T side, for example, maybe potentially even 7 if you're being extremely optimistic for the Brazilians. Very much within the realms of possibility here. Once more, they're going to be deploying the wall of smokes towards outside. Xantares is going to go poking and prodding is the question. Emor waiting patiently next to the vent, but they're going to completely avoid him. And it is going to be Calyx to find one, though. Emor is still waiting around the corner. He needs to find a kill here, but he will get traded immediately. And in a blink of an eye, everyone falls for Eternal Fire. Woxic left wondering how it all went wrong. Although that being said, Exit is so very low in health. Woody is down to 46 points of health as well. So Woxic, this is within the realms of possibility, Vince, but does he go for the save looking at the money?
Well, he is the man to make the call, as the IGL. Wood is likely to die unless the smoke comes out afterwards. I'm surprised if you throw in the Molotov, you need to check it for at least a second to see if the player leaves. Pulling the smoke out right afterwards seems like a bit of a strange decision to me. But regardless, Woxic's about to walk into Yota, completely unbeknownst to him. Maybe anticipating that if a player's on 100 HP, they may take an extra second to peek. So maybe, like, to play devil's advocate, that's why he pulled the smoke out. And plus the fact there was so little time on the clock as well in terms of the bomb detonating. So, fair enough, but still, like, should he have just saved?
At that point, yeah, I really feel like he should have just saved. Maybe there was a little bit of comms coming in from his teammates, and a couple of them are really low. So and they were kind of low, in fact. So maybe hoping to find a couple of kills and pull off another miraculous clutch. But because of that, Vince, was that a miss by Xantares?
Uh-oh.
They're going to go for it.
Well, looks like it could be a force.
Yep, it definitely is a force right now. Now, I don't know if it's predicated on the fact that Xantares went for that, or misbought, or he just went for the call, because he's the first one to go for the FAMAS buy, and everyone's like, well, screw it, let's go for it. Round number 13. 3 remains to be played in this half. MIBR, they have successfully almost virtually broken the economy. And in fact, it might, depending on your school of thought, you can even say they have broken the economy, because it's a FAMAS, 257s, an MP9, a solitary, well, good gun, so to speak. In quotes, is that off in the hands of Woxic. But here we go. Fast play coming into the upper bomb set. We've seen this only a couple of times here. Okay, Exit, that's your teammate there, son. There's no one in the upper bomb set, and that is such a fantastic call coming from MIBR. They find an empty bomb site, and if I MIBR, do you go for the save right now? Because you haven't lost any members. Or do you try and go for the retake? And it looks like the call is for the save indeed, Vince. And I think that is going to be the right call indeed. One of the unicorn rounds coming out here, especially in a map like Nuke, where the bomb gets planted, and the T's are gonna win it with no one dying in the server, no casualties. But MIBR, they get their 5th. Great call from MIBR there.
Yeah, excellent call, all things considered. And keep in mind as well, this was preordained. They knew this. They had a MAC-10. They purchased a MAC-10, even though they had more than enough funds on multiple players to get an extra AK-47. So this was by design. This was preordained, and it's had the required and requested outcome. That being said, though, because Eternal Fire have saved all of their weapons, they're good to just go again. They're going to be maybe coming in with a similar kind of mentality. What I'm curious with is, with MIBR upgrading their MAC-10 to an AK-47, do we see something a little bit faster pace? And I think it just completely caught Eternal Fire off, because for the most part, over the duration of both of these maps, Blair, MIBR have played like a pretty slow, steady, stagnant kind of T side. It's been methodical, and they are going to go in again hard. Exit, though, walks in by himself, but he gets punished, and now the cavalry arrives. Exit and Turtle decide this site is theirs. And as they plant a flag into the A site, they fully plundered it, they fully pillaged it, and now they want to watch it raze to the ground. And I don't think Eternal Fire are going to fight too hard to reclaim what was once theirs.
Yeah, you can see they were trying to work with the weaponry they had from the previous round. And they still have that op in hands of Woxic. Now, they can still eke out a pretty decent buy here later on. Xantares can drop a rifle, maybe even drop his FAMAS towards Calyx. And X-Flood could drop one for Emor, but right now, MIBR, we said it earlier, Vince, a little bit of like a, I don't know, like a jump, a little bit of pep in their step in the past few rounds. It's been much more faster, much more convincing, much more committed. X-Cloud trying to be a little cheeky there, but he will be taken down. And there we go, they're back. They are back.
All right, I understood some of that one.
Okay.
Can't repeat it. let's just say he's amped. He's hyped.
He's hyped, yeah,
he's
there
happy
we
to
go.
be here. He's happy to be alive.
I mean, when we're, you know, sometimes even when we're sitting down, some of the after parties in the bar, we also like to yell a bit, Vince. It's totally fine. Especially when you're watching a game of Newcastle.
Oh my god. Yep, that's true. Up until recently, we've been all right, but MIBR 3 rounds in a row, going to get aggressive. Turtle wants to pick up the pace, but Xantares and Calyx, they've seen this too many times, and they have the perfect answer. Yota, though, through the smoke, through the door, takes Xantares and runs away with him for the final time in this half. But even with that exchange and the revenge kill coming to the forefront, MIBR find themselves a player behind. xFloud has to vacate the premises. And now MIBR, as the new landlord, has evicted him from his home. Back to the B site, he will fall. And there are more CTs here laid in wait, one of which is Woxic. That's the bomb that's been put down on the ground, and that puts this into such a tumultuous position for MIBR now. Just to retrieve the bomb is a huge deal, let alone somehow clutch out from this point. And Woody, on only 4 kills, having a bit of a slow best-of-3 series so far, could make amends if he was to pull off what would end up being one of the plays of the entire tournament if he clutched this. He has no real utility other than a molly and a flash, so no HE he can toss to the back of the site. And obviously the other downside on that one, as soon as he throws this molly, they know roughly where he is. So now his days are numbered. The bullseye is painted on his back. And as he comes round, he does connect a very quick shot to Woxic, turns it round, then nullifies xFloud, but he's about to get flanked if he's not careful. Tech9, no idea how that didn't back the kill, but Emor comes in, bodyguards his IGL, and gets them across the finish line to a 9-6 half.
Nice attempt there. But in the end, great hole coming out. I like the attempt from MIBR. You know, they're like, all right, this is a winning formula. There's fast upper hits. Let's do it again, right? And it all started when we had that round, that opening with the CZ, getting a couple of kills early on from Cello. So in the end, unfortunately, it doesn't bear any fruit. But still, 6 rounds here on the T side of Nuke. You're feeling pretty happy. It's your map pick. You're leading by 1 map as well. The question mark here for all the Eternal Fire fans around the world is, Vince, have they done enough here? Have they got enough rounds on the CD side? Enough of a buffer to work with as they try and close this one out and take us to the deciding map, which will be on Dust 2?
My question is, if Yota is a CT-sided player, are we going to see the same Yota as Vertigo? If we do, that could be a determining factor. Turtle has done more than enough, but now he needs the rest of his teammates to awaken from their slumber and to help him out. Eternal Fire, though, are coming outside, but simultaneously also occupying the ramp lobby area. There's no smoke's been deployed so far, so this would be a dry peak. And with a player up in heaven with the USP, this could get messy real quick. Xantares, though, on that pick, forces him away for a few extra seconds. Yota behind the vents will not be able to help Woody out. He's mainly just keeping an eye out, a bird's eye view of the outside position. And now Emor's moving in through on the hut with 2 of his teammates. Julie's rattling off some fire from Turtle. Needs to be careful. He's actually got so much support structure around him, though, but Yota somehow doesn't get anything done from that position. Fortunately, though, Exit is going above and beyond, and he has some feedback from Exit and Cello as they lock it down. Yota can breathe a sigh of relief and say a big thank you to his teammates, because how he got no kills from that vent area is unbelievable.
Exit might not necessarily be the big fragger for this team, but it looks like it's crunch time. That's when he seemed to deliver. We saw the way he closed out Vertigo as well in the 1v3, and that round was all on Exit, because Yota completely fluffed it. Like, that should have been like 2 kills. No one was looking his direction. Vince even runs out of bullets, but Exit shutting it down the upper bomb set as MIBR, they win the pistol. Of course, the force will be coming in for Eternal Fire. It's going to be pistols all around. Woody, blinded, is going to be saved by Yota as they attempt to make their way in towards the fence. But amongst all the chaos, they are taking so much damage. However, the bomb is crossed on through, but they don't have the utility to cross onto the bomb site. Already a player lying in wait. Never mind, Woxic, he's going to punch the numbers, but Cello's going to find him in the smoke, leaving Calyx alone in a 1 versus 5. And he might be able to sneak on into smoke, providing him some cover.
I'm not saying it's doable, but there is maybe a small slither of a chance, especially that defusel's coming through the full 10 seconds. No kit with it, but Calyx isn't going to peek. He's hoping and praying it's a fake, but he's just found out firsthand it won't be. However, I was going to say, if he doesn't get a push from Woody, he would have been able to hold on to that Tech 9 and the Kevlar, and that could have at least maybe squeaked out a hero AK or two. With that bomb plant, it's not enough to get them a full purchase, but they have some options in terms of half buying or even fully investing here. So they're going to buy down to like $1,000 on a couple of players, and this gives them Mac 10, some Tech 9s, a decent healthy dosage of weaponry.
Yeah, could be another upper pop coming in. For MIBR though, it's going to be yet another round with the weapons they had from the prior one. Again, they didn't lose a single player, so the MP9 still very much in play. The smoke's going to be deployed towards outside, but it's all a ruse, Vince. It's all a ruse. It's going to try and keep a couple of the players' attention focused towards outside, while the remaining members slowly creep back towards the lobby. Once again, it's going to be the hit towards the upper bomb side, and timing is everything. Turtle's going to smoke off the entrance of Squeak. Molotov's raiding in. Now they know it's going to be an upper hit once more. They come charging up through the flames. Emor, like a firewalker, finding one. He's on the site, but still alive. Never mind. Yota will strike.
Woxic and Calyx have their work cut out for them, and now it's down to Tech 9, and that's not going to bode very well. MIBR get it done and only lose one player in the process. But that was the appetizer. Now comes the main course. They have to deal with a fully bought up Eternal Fire. The only player that may be dishing a little bit less into this round is Antares, who had 3.7k, which is just enough for the AK-47 and some Kevlar. So he's lacking a bit of utility. The rest of the team, though, is very healthy indeed. This is a bonus round, though. 2 MP9s, money brimming to the full, except for Exit. If MIBR can pick this round up and get it done convincingly, not only can they pick up the weapons from the corpses of Eternal Fire, but they'll be on a fast track to a vast lead. And they've got the first pick as well. Yoda comes out swinging. He's definitely turned it up on this second half. He's already up to 14 frags. And Xfloud in the hut was thinking about maybe going for a peek, but thought better of that. Eternal Fire on the back foot one more time. And they don't really have any real estate either, Blair. It's not like they've got any outside control. They haven't got down into ramp yet. They are literally stuck around T-spawn, only just starting to emerge outside, and they have a couple players in lobby.
Yota's position here is pointed out because they have no eyes. Oh, it's all about timing. Calyx, though, aware of the possibility. Yota. Somehow Calyx has managed to sneak his way in, but it still needs to cross on over. Smokes will be deployed now by Eternal Fire. 48 seconds still on the clock. A lot of time to work with here. And right now, it's going to come down to Yoda to find information. You can see the smoke. It's really not going to obscure his vision. Now he knows where one player is, but the remaining members slowly creeping on up. Still, this MP9 in hands of Turtle up close and personal could completely ruin Eternal Fire's day.
They could. Just shy of 30 seconds. Turtle, this is tailor-made for these kind of angles, especially when time is dwindling away. The Calyx gets one. It will only be one. There's some damage to Xfloud, but more importantly, Zentares bolsters up the aggression. And that battering ram has now found its target onto the A site. Cello maneuvers his way into hut. May get an exit frag. There's one. Needs Yota to strike hard. Is waiting for Yota to have a bit of impact, that he's coming in from the main side. Zentares is relocated. Perfect cross-set placement, but Cello removes him. Instantly takes his head off. And now Xfloud is stuck with his back quite literally to the wall, and 2 players pushing him down. MIBR and their bonus have survived with 2 players. And there's the screams we were looking for. The passion is back.
The war cry. What a round from Cello, Vince. What a round. Firstly, he's able to somehow find a perfect time to sneak into HUD, gets the first kill. Zentares, as you pointed out, that crosshair placement was absolute perfection. And we're talking about Zentares. And Cello's just completely deletes him, shift deletes him from the server. What a round. Because firstly, MIBR get the opening pick. Eternal Fire, they really have nothing to work with. They go for that upper execute, and they win all the duels. They do whatever they needed to do to get the bomb plant. They have the man advantage, and MIBR, they just say, yeah, no, not happening. We're still going to win the round. That is so huge for the Brazilians. 10-9 now. It was 9-6 as we enter the second half, and MIBR, they've strung 4 in a row together. Now for Eternal Fire, though, they have the loss bonus, max loss bonus, plus they get the bomb down. So they will still have a buy, but they are yet to get around. And that is going to be weighing heavily on the shoulders over here. They have all the utility to work with right now. Once again, we're going to be setting up for the outside smoke. It's going to be one player. That is Calyx making his way towards outside. And once more, it's going to come down to Yota. He's going to be defending here. It's going to smoke off the entrance of Secret. I like that. It's a little bit of a cheeky one-way afforded for him to try and spot someone, try and find someone crossing over from red. But also looking at the smoke, if you're Eternal Fire, you are aware, you're cognizant of the fact that that smoke is for this very purpose.
Oh, precisely. And we've seen the smoke down a couple of times already, but not really have any impact as of yet. A lot of damage to Xantares, could count himself lucky. Yota is going to draw out a HE, a Molotov, just to deal with his position, and they're having full focus over on Secret. They have smoked off main, now making moves in. Woody does even more damage. They're limping towards the outside now. Two players so low in the form of Calyx and Xantares, and he can scratch Xantares, and he can scratch Calyx as he puts 2 more notches on his belt. But Cello has found himself X-Floud. Woody continues to go from strength to strength. He's picked up yet another one. He's on for the ace.
Emor, though, they're going to be grouping up with Woxic. They really need to regroup real quickly. 41 seconds, a bit of a wide off angle here being held by Yota. It's going to time the peak to perfection, and unfortunately, Woxic too far behind to trade. And what Woody started, it looks like Yota is going to finish this one off. And look at Yota immediately evacuating the premises. He's not going to give even an opportunity for Woxic to try and find a duel. For Woxic, flashbang, AK-47, 100 HP, but no time. He's got the bomb in 15 seconds. He's just going to have to just sit in the ramp room and just simmer. And MIBR, they have locked this one down. I want to point your attention to the money of MIBR. Yota, 7,000. Cellos, sure he died, 10K, 11K. Exit Turtle and the final member as well, all around the $4,000, $5,000 mark, and that is with the weaponry they already possess. They are not just starting to string these rounds together, Vince, they're starting to string them together convincingly. They're building up the economy, and they're really building up this base where they can try and just close this one out. Still a number of rounds to go, still the lead just a couple. But the fact that Eternal Fire have not been able to crack this defense thus far in the second half is starting to be worrying if you're a Turkish fan.
And MIBR go up in flames in the best possible way, but Woxic not losing any health. Entries onto the CT King, Yota. Moves on to 16 frags, but he will be adding no more to that mark. Turtle, though, the audacity. Moves over the corpse of his teammate to push through and gets the rewards, and Taurus goes down. He sees no more players, so it stands to reason either it's a fast ramp pit or it's outside. And they're already making moves outside. They know exactly what's coming up. Look how fast MIBR rotated and reacted to this threat. Spraying through the smoke, Turtle picks up another one. Bit of damage inflicted to X-Floud and Woxic. An exit is here. He is laid in wait, anticipating that this play comes to fruition. One headshot in, and Turtle down the vents. That is a masterclass from MIBR on how to find information, but more importantly, how to react to it.
That was, I think, the best round we've seen from MIBR thus far. That was played to perfection. And even at the end, when they drop on down, just a commitment to holding onto that angle, Turtle dropping in from vents, just shutting it down. Turtle has been incredible. Absolutely incredible this entire game. And not just the T side, mind you, on the CD side as well. He was a guy kind of leading the charge initially when MIB were able to scrap a couple of rounds here and there together. Again, got to bear still in mind, though, that was kind of like the half-buy coming in from Eternal Fire, but Woody, he just spraying down Emor through the fire and flames. Xantares is going to drop on down, but he's going to be caught limping, and he will be taken down. That's a bomb dropped as well, Vince. They have the upper bomb side, but the bomb's lower, and Exit is still looking to farm these frags. X-Floud left alone in a 1 versus 5. With 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock, MIBR have come alive. They are on fire, and they're looking to close this one out.
The unbeaten CT Fortress continues to pick up the pace. After this round, assuming that X-Floud doesn't clutch a 1 versus 5.
Can happen.
It can. Stranger things have happened. Would effectively be like the royal flush of Counter-Strike, though. And instead, he just had a pair. Unfortunately, that will not beat MIBR this time around. That is 7 rounds in a row on their CT side. Money accruing nicely. Fantastic reactions when it comes to rotations. They seem to always be a step ahead of their Turkish counterparts. It just seems to me as well, in that previous round, a bit of desperation crept in, Blair. We saw a couple players vent dive, a couple players pushing outside.
Yep.
The ideas were there, but they were disjointed.
They were absolutely disjointed. And that was also because of how disruptive MIBR are being over here.
True,
Eternal Fire, right? They're trying the best, trying to get out towards upper bomb site. And then Xantares, he just sneaks his way through, and he's like, all right, I finally made it on 4 points of health through the flames, but gets absolutely destroyed. The bomb is down, and then even then, it's still a 3v5, still a chance for them to get a couple of kills to recover it, but then Exit just shuts it down from the CT vent. Total 26 and 12. And MIBR have thus far been flawless on the CD side. 7 back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back. And Eternal Fire yet to find one.
What's also really scary here is in 7 rounds, they've only got 2 plants.
Yeah.
So it's not even like it's been close rounds. Most of them have been pretty lopsided. MIBR now getting outside quickly behind the red container.
No.
A play we haven't seen yet. Jonah with 2 through the smoke. That is just a kick straight to the plums of Eternal Fire, who are trying to get some kind of momentum outside, and it completely stops and repels the push. It's only Calyx that's limped downstairs.
And they have information as well as one towards outside. Sorry, one towards Secret. That's Calyx and a Molotov being a dead giveaway. And of course, Xlot getting the kill on towards Yota. So MIBR being proactive finds Woxic. That should be the tell, actually. I think they should have the information. Looking at where Woxic was present. Firstly, that was an unnecessary peek, in my opinion, from Turtle, but he's feeling it. And now they know where the final 2 players are. One was towards outside, one was towards lower. And although at A4, A1 has been picked up by Xflout, and although he's got the bomb, this is going to require a gargantuan, a Herculean effort from him. He's all the way towards upper, towards the lobby. He snaked his way back. And Calyx is making a little bit of noise to try and keep the attention of MIBR towards the lower bomb side. But Exit, he times the peak to perfection. And MIBR round 14 coming up in the next few seconds.
Yeah, the other problem is that Calyx faked the squeaky doors downstairs, but Cello was just sat there watching it. He's like, yep, I just saw him fake it, guys.
Yep.
You're not fooling me at all. So they just stayed in position. Although Calyx looks like he may be able to retrieve and take out an AK-47 from the round, the fact of the matter is that's just not good enough anymore. You've got to start winning rounds. You have yet to pick up a single T round on Nuke. This is going to be 8 unanswered rounds. The curse continues on Eternal Fire. And that AK is not even guaranteed. And it will be taken away and stripped away from MIBR. Turtle moves on to 28 kills.
A little fortunate that Calyx died right before the time expired, so he will get the bonus money. So once again, yeah, you hit the nail right in the head, Vince, with a sledgehammer. Yeah, you'll have the money, you'll have the weaponry, you don't have the rounds. MIBR have put on a masterclass of a CD side here. Yota, this is the first time he's been this aggressive towards the outside area, finding a couple, Turtle catching Woxic as well off guard. And they're starting to feel so almost nigh immortal at times, right? Even though when having such massive player advantages, they're just walking in at will, getting kills, and they're like, guys, we're just better right now. We're just feeling better. And that knife's much better than the one I have.
Yeah, that's worth a pretty penny. I think there's quite a lot of expensive
That's
knives.
also nicer than the one I have.
Is that a Ruby M9? Yeah, that's no joke.
No, is that a Ruby? No, that's a Crimson Web.
Oh, is it a Crimson Web?
That's a Crimson Web.
Oh, my Boomerang. That's still expensive, mind you, especially depending on the float of it.
I got a Boreal Forest gut knife.
I got a butterfly black laminate, mate.
All right. Stop flexing on me, Vince.
Flex. Get flexed.
I got flexed out there. But Machine did lend me his knife, which is a really nice skeleton one, Case Harden. Anyway, we'll get back to knives later on. Yota, once again playing aggressive. Calyx, he doesn't spot him. The smoke obscures his vision, and they're going to walk on past.
Oh, no.
Oh, this could be absolutely brutal. Woxic, he still checks. Woxic checks.
But
Woody, though,
he's called it. Woody knows this. They could line up from this. Could be multiple kills, but they go 1 for 1.
Woxic's that one guy who clears every single angle, no matter even his teammates have walked on past. That saved Eternal Fire from disaster. That potentially might have saved them from MIBR getting the map and match point in this very round. But still, we've seen MIBR, even when it comes to these man disadvantageous positions, somehow come out on top. And we can see now Turtle slowly making his way. He's been seen. Woxic saw him. Couple of bullets in his direction, down to 60 HP as the remaining members slowly inched away up to an upper bomb site with a crossfire. It's lying in wait, Vince, but Exit will fall. But Shallow replies back with a trade, but it's all down to Turtle, and he gets nothing done. Finally, Finally, Eternal Fire, they break the streak. They find one. The question is, can they find more? Because I still can't believe, unless, I mean, this just feels like a flash in the pan, considering how convincing the MIBR rounds have been on the CD side.
Yeah, as we said before, that was by the thinnest of margins. If Woxic doesn't check his angle, 2 or 3 people die. Woody nearly had a triple spray down, and then Turtle tanked someone down to like 8 HP. They had multiple duels that went slightly against them. So well played, Eternal Fire. You got yourself on the board. You stopped the flames on MIBR. But now you have to douse your own. It can't be a one and done. If it's a one and done, this could be the map. This could be your tournament life on the line. Antwerp Major maybe coming to an abrupt end for the Turkish team if they can't convert from this point and they find themselves 2 players behind. They've got utility, they've got firepower, but they don't have all 5 members. And they haven't really got any part of control on the map either. They do spot a brief glimpse of Cello. Molly down onto Elbow will allow them safe passage, at least into ramp. But that's only one small moving part of the bigger picture, the machinery that they've been getting caught in time and time again has been wielded by the Brazilians. And now Cello downstairs is just basically waiting an off angle. He's waiting to call for the rest of his team to rotate.
There's still an opportunity here for Eternal Fire. We had the flank coming in the form of Calyx. They're just waiting patiently, and Yoda's getting a little over-eager. The timing on that peak, though, Yoda able to find X-Flout, but at least he's able to get a kill before he falls. And now Calyx, there we go. That was a flank. 3v2 right now. Molotov going to be lobbed in. Turtle's feet's been spotted by Calyx. They can get the bomb down here. And there we go, bomb getting planted. Woxic and Calyx, they need this clutch, Vince.
This is everything. Eternal Fire may not get a better chance to bring themselves out of the fire and back into the fight. Calyx has the angle for Turtle, but Turtle's been so good today, it may not be good enough. Calyx gets caught in 2 mines, goes back in again, 1-4 on trade. There's still enough time on the clock here for Exit to get back in and clutch this round out. Flash will proceed the peak, and he does have a smoke, and he also has a kit as well. But he has no idea where Woxic currently resides, and he's took too long. Woxic, even if he misses the shot, should still be good to stop this. Trades out to the M4, full defusal comes in, and there we have it. Woxic and Eternal Fire live to fight another day by the skin of their teeth.
Great calling, great round from the side of Eternal Fire there. Even though they were man down, Vince, they waited patiently. And the fact that MIBR were kind of turtled up on the upper bomb side, they had no eyes. They gave up ramp, which is fair enough. You have 2 players playing with the lower bomb side, but that allows Calyx to cross all the way from outside from Yard, come in from Secret, and then even though MIBR aggressed back towards ramp, they weren't expecting the timing from Calyx. A small little hole in that defense from the side of MIBR, despite being the man advantage, and Eternal Fire are able to exploit it. A much-needed round. That looked like it was done, and it came down to the final dying seconds of the round as well, somehow sticking the bomb. And by the way, if Woxic hadn't switched over to the M4A1, if he had his pistol out, for example, that could have gone the way of MIBR there. But Eternal Fire, the flame sputtering, but not quite snuffed out yet. 14-11. Signs of life. And MIBR, they still have money. They still have money for days. Turtle. So all they bought up, still have $3,900 to work with. He can probably drop a weapon in the direction of Exit. Woody can buy for himself. Woody can buy for a couple of players as well. So money is not a problem right now for MIBR, but they're also cognizant of the fact that, Vince, the lead they have is tenuous. 3 rounds can easily dissipate. And if Eternal Fire are able to win the following round, break the economy, all of a sudden, it will be, or potentially could be, Eternal Fire tying things up. A tactical timeout getting called here by Eternal Fire. That's the final one, Vince. That's the final time they have a time to kind of take a breather, talk to the coach, get a little bit of input, and figure out how they want to play the final few rounds here of what could be the final map, their final map in their run here at the Antwerp Major.
Everything currently on the line for these 2 teams. MIBR at least have the cushion of having won the first map. They have that in their back pocket. That can't be stripped away from them. It can't be taken away. Eternal Fire have yet to secure their own. That clutch, that ability to plant the bomb and have the clarity and chaos from Woxic to clutch out could get them back in this. It's a tentative lead from MIBR, but still a lead nonetheless. And Eternal Fire, lest you forget, have been very poor and very unsuccessful on their T-half. They would have to get more rounds in the upcoming 3 or 4 than they've picked up in the entirety of the half so far. And with a small gap in the smoke, Woxic is looking to exploit this and expunge the presence of Cello on ramp. But Cello, intelligently, will not be peeking it.
Cello completely messed up a couple of his nades there, but at least he doesn't get punished for it. They're going to be going for the they're going to be going for the boost. They haven't gone for this at all. This entire half. Woody needs to be careful. He's going to be caught out of position. Xantares will find him. Are they going to clear him? Yes, they will. And Cello, good for just one. Xantares with a 1-2 wombo combo. And that's the lower bomb site. Open for business. Yota quickly making a little bit of haste, though. He's found himself right behind the double doors. As Xantares, 3K for him. He's taking matters into his own hands.
That's the bomb. The bomb's been spilled down, though. And someone's going to have to go and replenish that and pick it up. Retrieve the bomb, get that onto the site. Spray is good from Exit. Suddenly this becomes very doable from MIBR's perspective. Exit's position may be compromised, but Calyx has been battered and bruised in his exchange. Molly towards Shadow, Flash is there to counteract. It's still going to be tagging Woxic down, who misses his shot, gets punished for it, and now Exit can clutch this. One bullet will seal the deal, and Exit is able to clutch it out and give MIBR 4 match points.
Clutch is his middle name, and the number of times Exit has bailed MIBR from what seems like a seemingly unwinnable round. I've lost track. The guy is just, he seems to be born for the clutch, Vince. And this was after Xantares pulled off some phenomenal fragging. But Exit playing this one to perfection. And unfortunate for Calyx, even though he goes for the duel, he was so very low after winning the duel early on. 4 map and match points for MIBR to go 2-2 and for Eternal Fire. Look what they have to work with, Vince. 2 Deagles, I was about to say, but now it's down to 1. Tech 9 left. A Mac 10, the Galil, 1 by 1, they start to fall, the dreams start to dissipate into the ether, and MIBR 3 rounds away from making it to trying to somehow close this one out, and Yota fittingly might be the one to finish it off.
It's Cello that puts the final nail in the coffin, and Xantares is the final to fall. The Turkish team has been eliminated from the Antwerp Major, and MIBR go 2-2. But as we discussed before, Blair, it's celebrations right now, but there are some very good teams in that 2-2 bracket that they still could be playing against.
It's not over yet. It is absolutely not over yet. You say the teams, I'll name you the teams. Forza, Astralis, Liquid, Imperial. Imagine an Imperial MIBR matchup, for example. I don't know exactly how it's going to pan out. Obviously, I'm not exactly a very smart individual, but yeah, MIBR a deserved win, especially, you know, Nuke, I always felt was going to go the way of MIBR, but unfortunately for the side of Woxic and his men, commiserations, Vertigo, it really needed to go their way, and they were mounting that comeback with the first half. A couple more rounds, if they were able to get a few more rounds in that first half, potentially, maybe, they could have seen them taking Vertigo. Maybe we could have seen Dust 2 coming up to play here, but MIBR, they will be the ones to win. You might be yelling in the server, you might be yelling after you win a round, but at the end of the day, at the end of the game, it's always GG. You love to see it. Fist bumps all around. Nothing but respect. Turtle, absolutely phenomenal performance. I'm not sure if he finally dropped 30 bomb at the end over there, but he did have 29 kills at the end of that final round. But MIBR, a deserved win coming in from the Brazilians, and they're showing why. Slowly but surely, they're trying to show why they are deserving of that legacied, storied name.
Well, we're going to find out soon, I'm pretty sure, about Turtle's fragging, so I wouldn't be surprised if he pops up as the MVP of Nuke. That's how prolific he was here on this map. As you can see, the highlights, how we got to this point, and you say, yeah, the respect at the end shown from both teams towards each other. They know how devastating it is to lose in a tournament like this. They know how devastating it is to come so far and yet just have to go home empty-handed. So showing that respect, always a big fan of that. MIBR, though, as soon as it got into that second half, it ended close in the first half. 9-6 was the score to Eternal Fire if you weren't here to catch it. And then MIBR went on a stampede. It was 8 rounds in a row before Eternal Fire picked up their first T round. And even when they did, if we're being completely honest, it was shaky. It never looked like it was too stable. And there's the answer to the question. He didn't get 30 kills, but he did have 118.4 ADR, which is absolutely ridiculous over the span of a full map.
It's even more impressive for me because if you look at Yota on Vertigo, he was a rock on the CD side, but on the T side he kind of trailed off a little bit. But this guy was absolutely phenomenal. Like even from the beginning of the T side, he started off I think with a 13-3 scoreline, and he continued to put in the pain. 118 ADR. I usually don't care about headshot percentage, but 55 is not bad at all.
That's some pretty hefty going, and 22 rifle kills as well. The guy was everywhere, and a massive reason why. I will also give a nod as well to another player, Yota, who was great on the first map, obviously. Had a bit of a slow start, but he is certainly a powerhouse when it comes to these CT sides, and really did bring it back. However, Blair, that's us done for today on the B stream. I'm not sure if the A stream is still being played out, but definitely go check that one out. Is it?
No, I think it's over. I think Ents have won.
Ents did win.
They made it to the Legend stage.
So that means Bad News Eagles are also in that 2-2 bracket.
That's spicy.
As well.
We have a lot of spicy matchups tomorrow.
Yes, we do. So that means that we're going to be cutting off here, but we will be back again for plenty more Counter-Strike and the conclusion to the Challengers stage, and we'll find out which teams will make up the rest of the Legends stage. We'll see you again tomorrow.